Chapter 1. Hey, network administrator, bring me a bottle of ice water, quickly. A loud shout echoed through the dilapidated internet CAF in the urban village. Coming. The reluctant network administrator, sitting at the front desk with a fan blowing on him, stood up slowly, retrieved a bottle of chilled mineral water from the refrigerator, and ambled over to the person who had called out. The creaking and whirring of the fan reverberated in the cramped internet CAF, failing to dispel the oppressive heat. Inside the modest CAF, over 40 computers were fully occupied, with nearly everyone shirtless and clad in loose shorts, engrossed in their games, the cacophony of keyboard clattering filling the air. Rather than a CAF, it resembled a small network hub housing an array of computers. The air was thick with the scent of sweat and male hormones, mingled with the unpleasant odor of smoke. Such a dismal environment surely deterred female patrons. Hey, Yuan, still grinding for that mythical gear, huh? The network administrator casually placed the ice water in front of the young man, named Wang Yuan, glancing at his computer screen and teasingly remarked. On Wang Yuan's screen was the relatively popular game Toxic Milk Powder, which, while not as explosive in popularity as before, still held its status as one of the trending games. Watch me graduate to mythical status today, Wang Yuan exclaimed, releasing the keyboard and eagerly gulping down a generous mouthful of the ice water, a look of satisfaction crossing his face. He then fished out 2 crumpled bills from his pocket and handed them to the network administrator before diving back into his battle. In such sweltering weather, the icy water made Wang Yuan feel utterly refreshed. You've been grinding for over a year, yet still no mythical gear? Haha, Yuan, you're quite unlucky. The network administrator chuckled, slipping the money into his own shorts pocket. As a regular at the CAF, Wang Yuan had become quite familiar with the network administrator, often engaging in banter. Don't even mention it. I poured in plenty of cash. You just won't give me that rainbow gear. It's infuriating. Wang Yuan sighed, seeing yet another purple chi eastward appear on his screen, instantly extinguishing his desire to break the orb, and he involuntarily blurted out a catchphrase from a well-known streamer associated with the game. Annoyed, he reached for the large cigarette box on the table, only to find it empty. Give me a pack of cigarettes, on credit. I'll do some work later and pay you back, Wang Yuan said, showing no sign of embarrassment at the request. Sure thing, the network administrator replied readily. Most people in the CAF knew Wang Yuan well, a lonely orphan taken in by the elderly Wang, who ran a recycling station in the urban village. The name Wang Yuan was also given to him by the old man, who provided for his food and education. The elderly Wang, concerned that the boy could barely recognize a few basic characters, wanted to ensure he didn't grow up illiterate. Unfortunately, the old man passed away due to illness when Wang Yuan was in middle school. Wang Yuan had to drop out to take over the recycling station. Having followed the old man in collecting scraps since childhood, Wang Yuan was well-versed in the business. Though he only worked intermittently, he managed to support himself and even had a bit left over, all of which he had invested into the game. After smashing the purple chi eastward guiding orb and collecting the materials on the ground, Wang Yuan adeptly initiated the next guided wisdom. 1 round, 2 rounds, 3 rounds. Just as his character's fatigue level was nearing depletion and he had nearly abandoned hope of obtaining mythical gear that day, a rainbow-colored orb appeared before him. Immediately, Wang Yuan's spirits soared. As long as he hadn't performed a wish, the rainbow orb signified mythical gear, and since his other equipment was already complete, there was no need for wishing. Thus, the rainbow orb in the game interface undoubtedly represented mythical gear. Ha! Wang Yuan leaped up, exclaiming joyously, from today onward, I too shall possess mythical status. A whole year, an entire year. His commotion drew the attention of others in the CF, many of whom frowned, unable to escape the cacophony of Wang Yuan's exuberant shouts, even with their headphones on. Quiet down. What's all the fuss about? Numerous patrons voiced their complaints. Only then did Wang Yuan somewhat calm down, returning to his seat, yet his eyes sparkled with excitement. So enthralled was he that he failed to notice the half-burned cigarette he had been smoking had fallen to the floor during his earlier outburst. By unfortunate chance, it landed directly on a loose electrical wire beneath the table. the still-lit cigarette, but began to smolder against the wire's outer insulation. Meanwhile, the exhilarated Wang Yuan adeptly maneuvered his game character to shatter the rainbow orb, the screen momentarily freezing as a piece of mythical gear tumbled out. It was indeed a piece of mythical equipment within the game. Yay! Wang Yuan shouted again in delight, as this mythical gear was a perfect match for his character's current setup, known as the Great Soul. Haha! Wang Yuan, brimming with enthusiasm, quickly controlled his character to pick up the mythical gear. Suddenly, the computer screen went black. A spark erupted from underneath the table, accompanied by a strong smell of burning. Not only did Wang Yuan's computer shut down, but the entire row of computers also went dark. In the game, the mythical gear that had just appeared remained unclaimed. In an instant, Wang Yuan was left stunned. My mythical gear! Smack! Wang Yuan slammed his hand on the table. The half-full bottle of chilled mineral water tipped over, its contents slowly trickling from the open bottle and dripping onto the floor. By unfortunate coincidence, the water landed precisely on the electrical wire that had been scorched by the cigarette. As excitement took hold, Wang Yuan stood up, his bare feet stepping directly onto the spilled water. The crackling electric sparks intensified, accompanied by a billow of thick smoke and flickering flames. Fire! A cry of alarm echoed throughout the internet CAF. In a frenzy, everyone began to scramble towards the exit, including the network administrator. At that moment, Wang Yuan felt a complete numbness enveloping his entire body. Yet, amidst this haze, his mind lingered on my myth. Though his body was numb and his spirit dimmed, he experienced little pain. The electric current predominantly concentrated in Wang Yuan's chest, within the black crystal suspended by a red cord. The sweltering heat, coupled with the substandard wiring of the small CAF and the predominance of wooden tables and chairs, allowed the flames to spread rapidly. However, in the CAF, aside from the paralyzed Wang Yuan, everyone else had already fled. In a daze, Wang Yuan's consciousness sank into darkness. A burst of colorful light flickered amidst the inferno, and Wang Yuan vanished into the flames, leaving behind a whispered murmur. My myth. The conflagration engulfed the entire dilapidated internet CAF. Meanwhile, the surrounding circuitry emitted smoke, overwhelmed by the excess load. This fire nearly incapacitated the power supply for over half the city. The reason being that the power station's stored energy was significantly reduced. Despite being merely a small, remote urban village, it was part of a first-tier metropolis. The energy reserves that could supply the entirety of the city had been drastically cut down. Nevertheless, no investigations yielded any results. An orphan scavenger went missing in the blaze, causing barely a ripple. Yet, all of this had ceased to concern Wang Yuan. In the stillness of the starry river, silence reigned. A fleet of interstellar ships hung quietly in this cosmic expanse. The colossal and orderly starships resembled ferocious steel beasts. In the command center of the flagship, a remarkably young woman clad in a blue military uniform occupied the position of the highest commander. Her name was Jean Wei, a prodigious graduate of the Federal Supreme Interstellar Military Academy. However, despite her brilliance, her sudden appointment as the highest commander of a formally operational interstellar fleet was met with skepticism. After all, she was exceedingly young. Moreover, the officers within the fleet had all risen through the ranks from the battlefield. Prepare the entire fleet, all personnel below the rank of warrior. Proceed to the life pods and prepare for wormhole traversal. Jean Wei raised an eyebrow, aware that many officers harbored doubts about her sudden elevation to command, yet the innate obedience of soldiers kept them from causing a stir. Nevertheless, it mattered little today. The fleet would advance to the front lines, and she would earn the respect of her subordinates through her accomplishments. This was the unwavering confidence of a genius graduate from the Federal Supreme Interstellar Military Academy. Understood. The entire fleet began its preparations, deploying energy shields. Without these shields, the pressures within the wormhole could severely damage the vessels. Though the warships were robust enough to withstand spatial pressures, as frontline vessels of the Federation, their quality was beyond reproach. However, it was an unnecessary risk. Deploying the energy shield sufficed. In the silence of the cosmos, the fleet readied itself to traverse the wormhole, heading towards the frontline battlefield. Jean Wei clenched her fist slightly, her face radiating confidence and her heart brimming with ambition. Beep, beep, beep. At that moment, a piercing alarm blared from the warship. Jean Wei furrowed her brow. What's the situation? Commander, please hold on, we are investigating, reported a technician beside her. Quickly, Jean Wei felt a wave of anxiety wash over her. She sensed that something ominous was about to occur. With the fleet on the verge of heading to the front line, now was not the time for complications. Jean Wei patiently awaited updates. Report, Commander. We have detected instability in the wormhole, triggering the alarm from the ship's scanning system. The fleet's inspection was impressively efficient. What caused this? Jean Wei's heart raced. Wormholes, as the primary means of interstellar travel for the Federation, rarely encountered issues. Furthermore, wormholes were categorized into artificial and natural types. The one before the fleet was an artificial wormhole created by the Federation. Artificial wormholes, reinforced by technology, were generally more stable than their natural counterparts. Yet this particular wormhole was exhibiting problems. Report. We have detected violent energy fluctuations interfering with the wormhole, resulting in its instability. The technician worked swiftly. Where is it originating from? Jean Weiss' unease deepened, her premonitions growing stronger. In the flagship's command center, other officers also wore frowns of concern. If the wormhole became impassable, the fleet would be unable to reach the front line on time, jeopardizing their mission. The energy diffusion point is approximately 1 astronomical unit away. We have dispatched a warp-capable drone for reconnaissance. The distance of 1 astronomical unit, traversed by a scout ship equipped with a warp engine, requires a little over 8 minutes to cover. Before the scout arrival, Jean Wei must endure the wait with patience. The warp engine, capable of reaching light speed, is now a standard feature on nearly all interstellar warships of the Federation. However, even at light speed, when juxtaposed against the vast, boundless expanse of the galaxy, it is akin to a snail's pace. The fleet currently occupies a remote small galaxy with a diameter of merely over 2 light years. This implies that even if the entire fleet were to travel at light speed utilizing warp engines, it would still take them a full 2 years to traverse the entire galaxy. Therefore, the primary means of interstellar travel remains the utilization of wormholes. 0.8 minutes. Jean Wei, along with the commanders, has never felt time stretch so interminably. Finally, the signal from the warp scout reflects back, projected onto the large screen in the command center. In the darkness of this cosmic void, a massive fissure has opened, with colorful luminescence seeping through. Accompanied by high-quality energy fluctuations, the transmission from the warp scout employs advanced refractive technology, allowing for near real-time visuals, as long as the distance does not exceed 1 light year. This means that the images Jean Wei and the commanders are witnessing depict events occurring 1 astronomical unit away. At this very moment, however, the energy fluctuations emanating from the fissure disrupt the signal's clarity, rendering the visuals unstable and intermittent. What is happening? Is this a wormhole? Jean Wei muses, feeling perplexed. The other officers exchange glances. Clearly none have encountered such a phenomenon before. The fissure continues to expand rapidly, with the colorful luminescence growing ever brighter. Commander, the energy fluctuations within the fissure are intensifying, reports a technician urgently. The wormhole has been completely disrupted. It can no longer be traversed. Jean Wei's expression darkens. The wormhole is irrevocably distorted and effectively rendered useless. Even if the energy interference were to cease, it would require maintenance before it could be used again. The fleet now has no means to hasten their arrival at the front line. Nonetheless, there is a reason for this disruption, and they must ascertain the nature of this colorful energy that has interfered with the wormhole. The fissure's length has been measured at approximately 4,000 kilometers, with surrounding meteors crushed to dust by the energy radiating from it, scattering into the void at this moment. The visuals on the large screen grow increasingly volatile, the signal becoming ever more unstable. The energy emanating from the fissure is intensifying, and it has been detected that a massive super-energy cluster exists within. The technician gulps nervously as he relays this information to Jean Wei. On the screen, A curved arc emerges from the fissure, reminiscent of a sun rising by the sea, except this sun is resplendent with myriad colors, continuously radiating terrifying energy fluctuations to IS that the energy cluster. Jean Wei gazes at the flickering screen, her heart trembling slightly. Though she's a graduate of the Federation's Supreme Interstellar Military Academy and possesses a steely resolve, she is still young, and the energy waves emanating from that arc are overwhelmingly fearsome, as evidenced by the pulverized asteroid surrounding it. Commander, the energy radiating from this phenomenon exceeds the power of our main battleship's main cannon, and it continues to escalate. The technician reports anxiously that it is estimated that soon the energy waves will reach the level of a planet-destroying cannon. He adds hesitantly, the profound silence envelopes the command center. Outside the fleet, colorful ribbons of energy drift slowly, and whenever these ribbons make contact with the fleet's energy shield, the shield responds with violent fluctuations. These are merely the residual waves of the main energy disturbance. Alert the security personnel at the Wormhole space station to evacuate. All ships heed this command. Engage the warp engines and initiate warp travel. Evacuate. Jean Wei decisively commands. This is no longer a matter of merely delaying the battle. Should the energy waves escalate to the level of a planet-destroying cannon, the entire fleet would be doomed. Not far from the fleet lies a small cosmic space station, the Federation outpost guarding the wormhole. The personnel within the station have already sensed the anomaly and are evacuating in response to the fleet's alert. The fleet's warships enter warp travel at light speed, yet the warp scout remains in place, continuously transmitting images. The visuals reveal that the colorful arc is growing ever larger. Soon, a vibrant semicircle emerges from the fissure. The scout's signal becomes increasingly intermittent. That semicircle's diameter has expanded to nearly 3,000 kilometers, greater than many asteroids. The energy waves are now perilously close to the power of a planet-destroying cannon. The technician bitterly remarks, harboring a grim suspicion, uncertain of its veracity that, if true, the entire fleet would be doomed. At last, the signal from the warp scout is lost. The energy waves are simply too powerful. The last few images transmitted by the scout are replayed on the large screen. A colossal energy cluster, 3,000 kilometers in diameter, radiant with colors, dispersing terrifying energy waves throughout the cosmos. If Wang Yuan were to witness this scene, he would undoubtedly exclaim in shock. This is precisely akin to the character he plays in a game, awakening for the second time as the Demon Monarch, wielding the skill of Annihilation's Eye. Yet this elemental meteor appears excessively large. In the command center of the flagship, Jean Wei and the other commanders silently observe the final images relayed by the warp scout. Meanwhile, the technicians' faces turn ashen. Their unspoken fears have been substantiated. What exactly is that colorful energy entity? Jean Wei furrows her brow, contemplating that it resembles a small planet, composed entirely of high-quality energy. It's over. The technician responsible for analyzing the energy data murmurs under his breath, forgetting that he is still on the microphone, causing his voice to resonate throughout the command center. The officers are momentarily taken aback. What do you mean it's over? Jean Wei frowns. Aren't we rapidly escaping the energy radiation zone? Commander, we are finished. This entire galaxy is doomed. The technician replies, his face pale. Why? Jean Wei's foreboding intuition reaches its zenith. According to the data analysis, that energy entity is composed of 4 completely distinct high-quality energy types, which are interwoven and in conflict, yet maintain an extraordinarily delicate balance. The technician's voice trembles as he swallows hard before continuing. If the balance among these 4 energies is disrupted, the entire energy entity will explode. The estimated explosive force would be sufficient to annihilate the entire galaxy. With the wormhole rendered impassable, we have no means to swiftly escape this galaxy. He concluded with a bitter smile that a profound silence falls over the command center. Jean Wei's hand trembles slightly as she takes a deep breath. How much time do we have left? Not more than an hour, perhaps even just a second. The technician replies weakly, forgetting to even prefix his statement with report. This small galaxy, with a diameter of 2 light years, has the fleet currently situated deep within it. Even if they were to engage the warp engines at light speed now, without a wormhole, it would take them a year to escape. compile the information, and send it back to the Federation headquarters, while disseminating the information throughout the galaxy that if there are others in this galaxy, let them fend for themselves. Janeway slumps helplessly into her command chair. She feels a profound sense of reluctance. Immense, unyielding reluctance. Graduating from the prestigious Federal Supreme Interstellar Military Academy and being deployed as a commander in this fleet. One anticipated a splendid display of prowess, only to confront such an unfortunate fate. Yet beyond her sense of reluctance, Janeway felt an overwhelming powerlessness. An explosion capable of annihilating an entire minor star system could only be survived by those of the esteemed rank. And such individuals were few within the Federation. In the central command room, an eerie silence enveloped the atmosphere. The technicians were diligently executing Janeway's final orders, as if sensing the grim destiny that awaited. A palpable aura of destruction permeated the entire star system. Within the expanse of the galactic void, the colors of elemental meteors grew increasingly vibrant. The fissure had entirely vanished, leaving only the elemental meteors suspended, emanating a staggering aura of devastation. Report: we have received communication from the space station sentinels. They're approaching our position. A voice echoed within the command room. Enough. Cease all operations. Deploy the warp drones to ascertain further details about that energy celestial body. Janeway wearily gestured. With no escape in sight, it was better to pause and see if they could gather additional data on the energy entity, transmitting the last remnants of information back to the Federation's military headquarters. As the fleet came to a halt, all warp drones were dispatched at this juncture. Remaining aboard served little purpose. Soon, the escape vessel from the space station also drew near, and it was evident that their personnel had received word from the fleet, showing no intent to continue forward after halting. Fortunately, this was merely a small star system, devoid of habitable planets. Aside from several Dyson spheres belonging to interstellar conglomerates and the Federation's wormhole, little else remained. An officer sighed softly. With the actions of all warp reconnaissance drones, fragmented signals were reflected back, and the image of the elemental meteor once again illuminated the large screen. This time, as all warp drones transmitted signals. The visuals remained stable. The crew gazed at the immense, colorful energy celestial body in silence. The suffocating stillness of impending doom filled the entire star system. What is that? Suddenly, an officer interjected, astonished. Janeway responded. Her attention piqued. The officer proceeded to replay the footage displayed on the large screen. In a distant, shadowy corner, a colossal and sinister silhouette flickered before vanishing. In the central command room, all officers were momentarily stunned. Their eyes fixated on the screen, including Janeway. All warp drones disperse and monitor the surroundings. Do not approach that energy celestial body, Janeway commanded, her expression darkening. Images of the surrounding cosmic space were transmitted back. Sinister shadows darted from various hidden asteroid belts and neighboring planets, fleeing in a panic. Clearly, they were in a desperate bid for survival. Xenomorphs. Janeway's countenance turned grim. How can there be so many xenomorphs here? Skyward xenomorphs, an officer exclaimed in shock. Evidently, these creatures sensed the aura of destruction looming over the star system and were now retreating. Although this was a remote minor star system, it was still within the Federation's inner territories. How could xenomorphs be present here? Xenomorphs, the sworn enemies of the human Federation, the very front line our fleet was destined to engage against. Janeway urged, her tone rapid. Transmit all footage back to military headquarters. Detailing the situation, then, Janeway glanced at the fleeing xenomorphs on the screen and suddenly wore a sardonic smile. Were it not for this unexpected energy celestial body, we would have remained oblivious to the fact that this secluded star system harbored so many xenomorphs. The xenomorph military presence here already surpasses our entire fleet. This is merely what the reconnaissance drones have detected. The vastness of this star system likely conceals even more, an officer gasped. Well, we thought it was over. Yet it seems we have many xenomorphs to accompany us into oblivion. Not a loss. Heat at a heavy atmosphere dissipated in the central command room, as all officers bore expressions of fearless resolve. Most were seasoned veterans, having faced battles before. Apart from Janeway, who had just been deployed, nearly all had engaged the xenomorphs in combat. Everyone. At that moment, Janeway stood tall, her face etched with determination as a brilliant graduate of the Federal Supreme Interstellar Military Academy. She understood that despite being an officer, she was still a soldier, and every member of the Federation military had prepared their last wills before enlisting. With a firm salute, Janeway executed a proper federal military gesture. After all, there were still many xenomorphs to accompany them into the afterlife. They vowed to fight without regrets for the protection of the galaxy. Vow to fight without regrets for the galaxy's safety resonated throughout the Central Command Room. As all officers responded in unison, their faces reflecting unwavering resolve. Report. Janeway turned, puzzled, towards the officer who called for a report. The officer, graying at the temples and not particularly young, held a significant rank and was one of the elder officers in the fleet. Commander, perhaps we have a means of escape? The elder officer proposed. Oh, what method? Janeway inquired, a flicker of hope igniting within her. While she, as a soldier, did not fear the prospect of death, the presence of so many xenomorphs was daunting. Yet, if there was a glimmer of survival, she would not forsake it. The officer's gaze grew wistful. Since my enlistment, I have served alongside this very vessel. Pausing, he continued, this flagship was originally constructed as an S-class battleship. For reasons unknown, it was never integrated into the S-class fleet, instead relegated to this B-class fleet. S-class fleet. Janeway murmured, her curiosity piqued. Indeed, as you surmise, this flagship is likely equipped with a warp engine. The elder officer stated gravely, a warp engine. The other officers gasped in astonishment that, if true, salvation awaited them. The Federation's fleets were conventionally classified into 4 tiers, B, C, and D, with A being the highest and D the lowest. There also existed unconventional fleets, such as the S-class. However, such information was highly classified, and their understanding was merely superficial. All vessels in an S-class fleet were outfitted with warp engines. A warp engine, as the name implies, allows for space travel without relying on wormholes, requiring only spatial coordinates for direct traversal. However, warp engines are prohibitively expensive, challenging to procure materials for, and demand vast amounts of energy for space transitions. Ordinary battleships, even if equipped, could not provide the necessary energy for warp operations. To AS the highest-ranking officer, you should have the authority to review this. You may wish to investigate, the elder officer suggested, looking at Janeway. Stunned, Janeway promptly accessed the flagship's neural interface, utilizing her highest clearance to examine the vessel's status. Since her deployment to this fleet, she had been preoccupied with various tasks. Furthermore, during her time at the Academy, she had simulated operating battleships countless times. Thus, after a cursory glance, she had yet to thoroughly assess the flagship's condition. Before long, a look of delight illuminated Janeway's features. That I found it. Indeed, it exists. The other officers shared her joy. Although they had mentally prepared for the worst, no one would ever disdain the gift of life. However, the warp engine required a substantial energy supply. Janeway's expression turned grave. After a moment's hesitation, she clenched her teeth and declared, notify all battleships, abandon your vessels, channel all energy into the flagship to power the warp engine. All personnel must board the flagship, which will prepare for warp to the neighboring star system. Understood. The entire fleet sprang into action with urgency. Fortunately, the flagship was spacious enough to accommodate all personnel from the fleet, albeit a bit crowded. All battleships redirected their energy conduits, continuously supplying energy to the flagship's warp engine. Simultaneously, personnel from the earlier space station Sentinels were also notified to board the flagship. After all, fellow Federation soldiers would not abandon their comrades when circumstances allowed, within a matter of mere minutes. Everything was set. The surrounding battleships, however, were left with scant energy, rendered powerless and adrift in the cosmic void. Fortunately, the elemental meteor had yet to detonate. With everything in place, Janeway exhaled a sigh of relief. Report. At that moment, the report sounded. What is it? A distress signal from an interstellar trade convoy had been received, albeit from a considerable distance. They were being pursued by interstellar marauders into this star system, approximately 1,000 astronomical units away from us. Having been chased for over a month, they were already intercepted and surrounded when they sent out their plea for help. Janeway was momentarily taken aback. There was nothing we could do. Even if our fleet were fully operational, that distance would mean they would have perished long before we could arrive, not to mention that we had lost all our warships. Moreover, this star system was on the brink of destruction. The energy of the entire fleet could only provide enough power for a single jump of the warp engines. Even if we were to jump there, our current condition might not even allow us to contend with the Marauders. Even if we were to rescue them, we would lack sufficient energy to make another jump. Let us mourn for them. The marauding interstellar forces that besiege them would soon join them in their fate. All hands prepare. Personnel below the rank of warrior, enter the life pods. Main ship, jump. The colossal flagship of the fleet was enveloped by a wave of energy, then distorted, and in an instant, it vanished from this expanse of space, leaving behind battleships devoid of energy. Meanwhile, at the center of the star system, apart from the fleeing Zerg, only various celestial bodies remained. The elemental meteor had reached an exquisite brilliance. Finally, the cosmos was silent. Yet the colorful energy swept across the entire star system, crushing planets, asteroids, and Zerg alike into oblivion, destruction. As the massive elemental meteor exploded, a small, colorful bubble was left at its center. Inside the bubble, Wang Yuan, clad in oversized shorts and bare-chested, lay quietly, breathing evenly. The vibrant energy rampaged through the star system, leaving annihilation in its wake. Several light years away, in a tranquil expanse of space, a distortion suddenly occurred, and the colossal iron behemoth emerged. It was the flagship of the fleet that had escaped from that small star system. Utilizing the warp engine, establish position, survey the surrounding situation. Janeway shook her head, steadying her mind before issuing the command. Ordinary individuals, even behind an energy shield, would find it difficult to withstand the spatial pressure resulting from warp travel. Hence, they must enter the life pods. Only those who had unlocked their genetic locks and reached the warrior level could disregard this slight spatial pressure. Thus, a fleet required a considerable number of personnel above the warrior level to ensure the normal operation of the entire ship at all times. After all, during warp travel, ordinary people could only remain in the life pods. However, the flagship was not lacking in personnel at this moment. Once settled, the ordinary soldiers in the life pods were awakened. The warp drones had all been left in that small star system, leaving only the second-tier reconnaissance ships aboard the flagship. Yet, merely confirming the surrounding conditions was already sufficient. Report, coordinates confirmed, we are 4 light years away from the warp point, and surroundings are currently secure. Direction A2 is the star system we just exited. Display the footage, simultaneously attempting to receive signals from the warp drones left in the star system. Approximately 20 minutes later, the fleet had received the footage from the warp drones that remained in the star system. It was only 4 light years away, so the footage was certainly delayed. The elemental meteor appeared increasingly bright, culminating in an explosion. The timestamp indicated that it had detonated only 5 minutes after they had jumped. The signal from the warp drones had only reached this point, in the central command room. The officers were filled with relief. Had they delayed even a moment longer, they too would have met the same fate as those Zerg. Although the view from their current position toward that star system remained tranquil, they all understood that the destruction had already commenced. It was merely that the visuals had not yet caught up across the 4 light years. Report received from the Federal Military Headquarters. Speak. The military command instructed them to remain in place, as follow-up personnel were en route. Report to the military headquarters that our current supplies can sustain us for only 7 days. We must return within 3 days. After all, they had lost all their battleships, and the ships responsible for logistics had also been left behind in that star system. Now, the flagship housed the entire interstellar fleet's personnel, and its supplies could not support them for long. The journey to the next wormhole would require at least 4 days at warp speed, although there is no day or night in the expanse of space. Janeway's fleet did not have to wait long. In less than half a day, a distortion suddenly occurred in the space not far from Janeway's flagship. Report, spatial fluctuations detected ahead. The footage returned. In the pitch-black void of space, after a wave of distortion, battleships began to materialize. Clearly, these warships had all arrived via warp engines. A massive fleet emerged. The number of warships was not particularly large, even fewer than the full complement of Janeway's B-class fleet. However, Janeway harbored no doubts that even her fully equipped fleet would stand no chance against this armada. Each warship that had just warped in was larger than the flagship Janeway currently occupied, with one vessel in the center being several times bigger than the others. The entire fleet S-warp was indeed a hallmark of an S-class fleet, yet it remained uncertain whether this was an entire fleet or merely a small detachment. After all, the numbers were somewhat sparse, and Janeway and her comrades had limited knowledge of S-class fleets. Fortunately, the federal insignia emblazoned on the hull of the fleet brought a sense of relief to Janeway and her fellow officers. It seemed this was the follow-up personnel the military had mentioned, the enigmatic S-class fleet. Considering this was the heartland of the Federation, the appearance of strange energy celestial bodies was to be expected. The universe is shrouded in mystery. Even with the Federation's current technology, it could not fully decipher all the secrets of the cosmos. Primarily, it was the emergence of the Zerg that compelled the Federation to take heed. Soon, communication from the other party was transmitted. Upon connecting, a three-dimensional image materialized, revealing a middle-aged man clad in a general's uniform, a two-star general. Janeway proceeded to report the situation. The communication concluded, with decisive efficiency. The S-class fleet dispatched numerous reconnaissance drones, which vanished amidst another wave of spatial distortion. Witnessing this scene, Janeway couldn't help but marvel at the S-class fleet's apparent extravagance. Their reconnaissance drones were equipped with warp engines. It was evident that these drones had warped back to the star system to assess the situation. However, after dispatching that squad of drones, the S-class fleet fell silent, with no further orders forthcoming. Janeway was left to wait. This wait lasted 3 days. After 3 days, just as Janeway could no longer contain her impatience and was preparing to contact the S-class fleet, the fleet dispatched another squadron of reconnaissance drones, equivalent to the first wave from 3 days prior, which then vanished following another spatial distortion. Janeway paused her actions, although she remained unaware of what had befallen the first wave of drones. It was evident that they had been destroyed. Shortly after the S-class fleet deployed the new reconnaissance drones, communication was established with Janeway's flagship. Once more, IT was still the same two-star general from 3 days ago. You are to accompany us. We will provide the energy required for your warp engines. Where to? Although Janeway had an inkling of the answer, she still needed to confirm. The asteroid belt where the energy celestial body exploded. Our reconnaissance drones have discovered something intriguing. The general spoke with a faint smile. Janeway saluted and accepted the order, her heart filled with curiosity about the intriguing discovery mentioned by the S-class fleet's general. Soon, the S-class fleet provided ample energy to Janeway's flagship. With a surge of spatial fluctuations, her vessel vanished alongside the S-class fleet into the vast expanse of the universe, in the desolate cosmic void. Another wave of spatial distortion heralded the emergence of a colossal fleet. Janeway gazed at the universe reflected on the large screen, momentarily taken aback. Had it not been for the spatial coordinates displayed, she would have failed to recognize that this was the very center of the star system they had occupied 3 days prior. It was utterly empty, devoid of celestial bodies or meteorites. Merely a vast, barren void. Over the span of 3 days, the outer regions of the star system continued to collapse and disintegrate, while the central area, having endured destruction first, now lay in eerie tranquility. Shortly thereafter, Janeway observed one of the reconnaissance ships from the S-class fleet approaching the hatch of her flagship, dragging a colorful orb. Commander Janeway, please open the hatch. This is what we discovered in this void of space. Due to its unknown nature, the secrets of the S-class fleet must not be revealed. We request you to accept it temporarily. Janeway was momentarily stunned. Could something have survived that terrifying energy bombardment? As she turned her gaze towards the vibrant orb, she clearly saw a person nestled within it that moment. Janeway finally understood why the general of the S-class fleet had insisted on bringing her along. It was to mitigate potential risks. Subsequently, she commanded the hatch to be opened to receive the colorful orb and the individual lying within it. For some inexplicable reason, Janeway felt that the covering of this orb bore a striking resemblance to the colors of the energy entity. In no time, the colorful orb was transported to the isolation chamber. Just as it entered, the orb's colorful shell suddenly dissolved like water. With a soft thud, the person inside tumbled onto the deck of the battleship. A group of military personnel clad in protective suits stood in a state of bewilderment, exchanging confused glances. Their collective gaze fell upon the bare-chested figure in oversized shorts who was now sprawled on the floor. The individual on the ground smacked his lips before rolling over. DNA testing confirmed without a doubt that he was a genuine human. Jinwei looked at the three-dimensional image of the individual before her. A human, indeed. Have we identified him? The general rubbed his chin, which still bore a hint of stubble. That is the peculiar aspect. The Federation's database contains no relevant identity information about him, and he is undoubtedly 100% pure genetic human. Jinwei replied with a hint of frustration. In the Federation, every infant's birth is recorded with a DNA sample collected and preserved in the database. Although the Federation is vast, making it normal for some individuals to be unregistered. Such individuals are unable to engage in any formal activities. Any legitimate employment would necessitate a background check, and unregistered individuals must first register. 100% pure genetic human. The general paused, taken aback. Indeed, we have verified it multiple times. He is a pure genetic human, with no possibility of unlocking any genetic locks, and not a trace of energy residue on him. Jinwei responded, her expression somewhat peculiar. Just as Jinwei was reporting to the general, Wang Yuan awakened. Blinking in confusion, he took a moment to gather his thoughts. Where am I? Wang Yuan struggled to sit up. Is this a hospital? It doesn't look like one. He only remembered the fire at the internet CAF and losing consciousness thereafter. However, he vaguely recalled that the black crystal on his chest seemed to be glowing. Instinctively, he reached to touch it, but found only an empty red string around his neck. That black crystal had been a gift from the elderly man who adopted him, and thus Wang Yuan had always worn it as a memento. Wang Yuan managed to sit up, surrounded by steel. This was a metallic chamber filled with strange objects he did not recognize. Yet, the steel space exuded a sense of sci-fi wonder. He then groped around until he found what seemed to be a door. But when he pulled it, it didn't budge. After some more searching, he stumbled upon a switch and pulled it. The door swung open, revealing a metallic corridor styled in a futuristic fashion, leaving Wang Yuan momentarily stunned. Soon after, he spotted a squad of soldiers clad in high-tech armor reminiscent of those seen in sci-fi films. What is this? Have I traveled to the future? He murmured to himself as he observed the approaching soldiers. Before he knew it, he was ushered into a sleek, advanced vehicle by the bewildered soldiers. The flagship was vast, equipped with such transport vehicles. Otherwise, relying solely on foot would be an immense waste of time. The five-member military team did not engage Wang Yuan in conversation, while he quietly scrutinized their armor and the surroundings. The construction he observed was predominantly steel, leading Wang Yuan to suspect he might be in some sort of high-tech base. As for the notion of time travel, he initially reacted to their armor, but quickly dismissed it as an unrealistic idea. For now, Wang Yuan believed he had been rescued from the fire and, for reasons unknown, transported to this high-tech facility. However, this assumption would soon be overturned. In no time, Wang Yuan found himself standing before Jinwei, his initial assessment wavering. The environment he had traversed did not seem to resemble a high-tech base at all. Who are you? Jinwei inquired, observing the bare-chested young man looking around in a daze. Wang Yuan stared blankly at Jinwei. He could barely discern that she was speaking English, but he could not grasp the meaning. Can you speak Chinese? He timidly asked the striking female officer before him. It must be noted that Jinwei's beauty was striking, and her military attire only added to her commanding presence. Chinese? Isn't that Mandarin? You don't understand English? Jinwei paused, slightly taken aback, before responding in the most authentic Chinese. You can speak Chinese. That's good. Yes, it is Mandarin. Wang Yuan felt a wave of relief wash over him upon hearing the female officer speak such impeccable Chinese. When she had initially spoken in English, he almost believed he was in a foreign land. What is your name? Jinwei asked curiously, noting that in the Federation, the two primary languages were English and Mandarin, typically taught from a young age. Why was this peculiar young man proficient only in Mandarin? My name is Wang Yuan. Can you tell me where this is? How did I end up here? Wang Yuan inquired timidly. This is the main ship of the Federation Star River Fleet. Where are you from? And how did you come to be floating in space? What was that colorful energy shield protecting you? Jean Wei bombarded him with questions. What? Wang Yuan was momentarily stunned. The situation seemed awry. Star River Fleet? Main ship? Am I floating in space? Have I truly traveled to the future? May I ask what year it is now? Wang Yuan looked at the female officer with a hint of trepidation. Jean Wei furrowed her brow. It is the year 2018 by the Star River calendar. Star River calendar? Wang Yuan was bewildered. Was this the future or a parallel universe? Did he truly traverse time? Wang Yuan was well-versed in novels featuring such themes. You still haven't answered my question, Wang Yuan, Jean Wei said, her tone carrying a hint of authority. I only remember my name is Wang Yuan, and I am from Earth. Beyond that, I am unclear, Wang Yuan replied. Mustering courage, he decided to feign amnesia. It seemed the best course of action. Earth? Jean Wei paused. The name sounding familiar yet elusive at that moment. At the ancestral planet. Jean Wei pondered for a moment before softly muttering to herself. The Earth, the ancestral home of all humanity within the Federation, had, with the advent of the interstellar age and the mass migration of humans to the stars, largely been relegated to a mere symbol of remembrance, its very name all but forgotten, with most in the Federation referring to it simply as the ancestral star. Currently, there were still a few souls residing on the ancestral star, though their numbers were likely few. How is it that you find yourself adrift in the vastness of space? Jean Wei continued to inquire. Wang Yuan shook his head. I do not know. T2 was curious about how he had arrived in this predicament. Afterward, Wang Yuan found himself at a loss for words. Jean Wei pressed him with questions for quite some time. But when she could elicit no further information, she instructed her subordinates to escort Wang Yuan away while she proceeded to report to the admiral of the S-class fleet on the flagship. There was no designated accommodation for Wang Yuan. He was simply assigned to a single soldier dormitory, which had been made available for him. After all, the flagship housed the entirety of the Fleet S personnel, and space was at a premium. The single soldier dormitory was cramped, containing merely a bed, a chair, and a desk, and on the desk sat a miniature holographic computer. After a brief exploration, Wang Yuan grasped its basic functionalities. It bore similarities to a conventional computer, but was far more advanced, supporting both Chinese and English languages. However, the majority of the permissions on the holographic computer in Wang Yuan's dormitory had been locked, leaving only some basic and entertainment functions accessible. Fortunately, he could still browse some fundamental information. Wang Yuan immediately set to work on the holographic computer, poring over data for nearly an entire day. After standing up and stretching, he was delivered a few cans of energy synthesis rations by a soldier. These rations, while unremarkable in flavor, provided sufficient energy for the human body. After a day spent absorbing information, Wang Yuan had come to understand the nature of his current reality, that he was, in essence, in the future, or perhaps in a parallel universe. More accurately, the future of a parallel universe. The history of this universe bore striking similarities to his own. Yet a pivotal transformation had occurred in the year 2012. In that year, the prophesied apocalypse did not manifest, or perhaps it did. A human lunar mission reached the far side of the moon, uncovering an ancient relic. This starry relic contained a wealth of advanced technology, including interstellar capabilities. Through various documents, humanity learned that the relic was left behind by an interstellar civilization known as the Wisdom Clan. The records detailed how the Wisdom Clan, due to a series of misguided decisions, had been driven to the brink of extinction by the insectoids. The remaining members of the Wisdom Clan discovered Earth, which was still in its primitive era, and subsequently established a protective barrier to shield it from the insectoids, leaving behind the relic in the hope that one day Earth's civilization would advance. Uncover the relic, inherit the Wisdom Clan's technology, and seek vengeance against the insectoids. Moreover, the Wisdom Clan was not concerned that Earth's civilization might not oppose the insectoids. They understood that in order to evolve, Earth would require resources beyond its own. Furthermore, with the inheritance of the Wisdom Clan's technology, humanity would inevitably venture into the interstellar realm, leading to inevitable conflict with the insectoids. The insectoids, akin to locusts, devoured all forms of energy, stars, planets, expanding their own kind. However, unbeknownst to the Wisdom Clan, The relic they left behind concealed insectoid eggs. As humanity began to assimilate the Wisdom Clan-S technology, the dormant insectoid eggs quietly hatched. While the nations of Earth debated the implications of the Wisdom Clan-S technology, the newly hatched insectoids commenced their relentless consumption of energy from surrounding celestial bodies, advancing towards Earth. A fierce battle ensued. Unfortunately, humanity, bolstered by the Wisdom Clan-S technology, managed to repel the insectoid threat. Earth was left ravaged, with only a third of humanity remaining. Following the defeat of the insectoids, humanity abandoned the boundaries of the old nation-states, uniting as the Human Federation. The year 2012 marked humanity's official entry into the interstellar age, termed the Galactic Era 8.as of now. It was the year 2018 in the Galactic Era, signifying that humanity had advanced into this new epoch for over 2,000 years. Over these 2 millennia, humanity had thoroughly mastered the Wisdom Clan-S technology and made further advancements. Simultaneously, they had been engaged in battle against the insectoids for over 2,000 years. The primary forces in these conflicts, aside from technology, were the superhumans. The Wisdom Clan had conducted research on Earth's biological genes and, by blending them with their own, created a series of genetic serums. Those who received these serums could potentially unlock their genetic locks and awaken as superhumans. Although they fused with the Wisdom Clan's genes, humanity remained distinctly human, with only a trace of Wisdom Clan genetics lying dormant. This served as a testament to the Wisdom Clan-S legacy in this universe, even in the face of their extinction. Furthermore, the genetic serums were hereditary. Descendants of those who received the serums also possessed the potential to unlock their genetic locks and become superhumans, in the early days. Aside from a select few, nearly all of humanity underwent the genetic treatment, awakening a cadre of superhumans who became the vanguard against the insectoids. After all, the advantages of receiving the genetic serum far outweighed the risks. Thus, in the present Federation, nearly every individual carried the latent genes of the Wisdom Clan, with pure-blooded humans being exceedingly rare. This was because, as long as one parent received the genetic serum, their offspring would inherit these traits. The ranks of superhumans were categorized by their strength, starting with those showing initial signs of awakening as superhuman apprentices. Upon full awakening, they became superhuman warriors, classified from 1 star to 10 stars. Beyond 10 stars, they were known as superhuman generals, capable of surviving in the vastness of space through their own prowess. However, generals could only reach up to 6 stars. 7-star generals were termed quasi-sages. 8-star generals were recognized as formal sages, 9-star generals as high sages, and 10-star generals as peak sages. As for ranks beyond sage, none yet existed. After absorbing this information, Wang Yuan felt a tinge of melancholy. As an ordinary individual who had traversed from over 2 millennia ago in a parallel universe, it was clear he bore no Wisdom Clan genes. The prospect of becoming a superhuman seemed utterly distant. Feeling somewhat fatigued after a day of intensive study, having never focused so intently since his days of gaming strategy, he resolved to simply go with the flow and lay down on the bed to rest. Drowsily, he drifted into a dream where he awakened as a superhuman, wreaking havoc across the stars, dominating the galaxy. In a moment of disorientation, it felt as though he had returned to the days of gaming. As if he were the character within the game, wielding magnificent spells in this haze, his thoughts crystallized around a skill panel that felt inexplicably familiar. The skill panel of the elementalist class from a game, who had undergone 3 awakenings. It was a surreal experience, yet it felt remarkably real, a paradox. Time passed without his awareness, and Wang Yuan awoke, still feeling somewhat disoriented, as if the skill panel lingered in his mind. He and T fully awakened, yet he rubbed his head, and suddenly, his movements halted. The skill panel appeared vividly in his mind. A jolt of realization coursed through him as the skill panel vanished. Yet, with a mere thought, it reemerged in his consciousness that a surge of excitement welled within him. Could this be a boon of his transmigration? His own golden finger, the skill panel of the 3 awakening elementalists from the game. He recognized the panel well, complete with passives, ultimate skills, and the 3 stages of awakening. However, aside from a passive skill named Dark Eye and another called Undying, All other skills remained obscured in darkness. Wang Yuan had yet to discern the effects of the Dark Eye passive, which in the game was a mana regeneration ability, AS for Undying. It granted resurrection in the game, yet he hesitated to test it, fearing it might not activate. The remaining skills were all shrouded in darkness, and he wondered if illuminating them would grant him access to their use. However, he was perplexed as to how to illuminate them. And while in the game, it required mana, he pondered what the equivalent would be now. Having seen no blue bars himself, Wang Yuan scratched his head in perplexity. Subsequently, he found himself alone in the single soldier's dormitory, contemplating his skill panel, until the door was abruptly opened from the outside that a soldier clad in battle armor entered, saying, "Wang Yuan, please follow me. The commander wishes to see you to—" "Ah, sure," Wang Yuan stammered, momentarily taken aback before regaining his composure. It dawned on him that he was aboard an interstellar warship, and the female officer he had encountered the previous day was the highest-ranking commander of this vessel. Dressed in a somewhat oversized shirt, a reserve military uniform's inner lining provided by Jean Wei, he followed the soldier out of the dormitory, for it was deemed inappropriate for him to remain bare-armed. Upon entering a transport vehicle with the soldier, they arrived at a chamber. Inside, aside from Jean Wei, there was no one else. Once the soldier escorted Wang Yuan, he promptly exited. Wang Yuan felt a twinge of curiosity, sensing an air of secrecy enveloping the situation. The chamber featured a transparent ceiling through which the vast expanse of the galaxy could be glimpsed. Wang Yuan peered up with intrigue, only to be met with disappointment. The celestial panorama fell short of his expectations. Instead of the promised resplendent stars, he saw an emptiness of inky blackness, punctuated only by faint, distant twinkles of light, and perhaps a hint of flickering colors. However, his gaze was predominantly drawn to the formidable assembly of warships hovering in the nearby void, a fleet of S-class interstellar vessels. Wang Yuan's awe was palpable. This was the epitome of interstellar warfare, far more magnificent than anything he had witnessed in past science fiction films. "Please wait a moment. Someone wishes to meet you," Jean Wei remarked, observing Wang Yuan's fascination. "Huh, all right," he replied timidly, recognizing that his very life was in their hands. Jean Wei had reported to the S-class fleet's admiral the previous day, and after deliberation, they had likely deduced Wang Yuan's identity. A pure-blooded human, undoubtedly from the ancestral star, he must be a descendant of one of the ancient families from China that had resisted gene serum inoculation. These traditionalists, staunchly opposed to the genetic enhancements favored by the intelligent races, had once held considerable status. Through generations of selective intermarriage among a few families, they maintained their lineage of pure-blooded humans. However, as the Federation advanced, those who did not receive gene therapies were unable to awaken as superhumans, leading to the inevitable rise of superhumans in positions of power. Families without superhumans were bound to languish, and in recent years, references to such families had nearly vanished. Yet, it seemed they had clung to their traditions. Take Jean Wei, for instance. Despite her youth, she had already achieved the rank of 5-star warrior-level superhuman. Wang Yuan, a quintessential pure-blooded human, had no matching genetic data in the Federation's database, indicating his origins lay within those ancient families. These traditional families had consistently interbred, leading to a few hereditary issues in their descendants, necessitating the production of numerous offspring from which to select a suitable heir, while the less fortunate were left to exist in the shadows. Though Wang Yuan appeared entirely normal, one could not ascertain the presence of any latent issues. That colorful energy shield must be a form of precious artifact. After all, a long-standing family could not lack in heritage. Jean Wei had noticed the red cord around Wang Yuan's neck, which had seemingly once held something significant. Its survival through such a violent explosion hinted at its substantial value. Moreover, it was only those traditional families from China who would insist on teaching their descendants only Mandarin, eschewing English, firmly believing that Mandarin was their true heritage. As for how Wang Yuan ended up here, Jean Wei speculated on the distress signal for the interstellar merchant fleet just before the explosion of that energy celestial body. Of course, these were merely conclusions drawn by Jean Wei and the admiral. Thus, she observed Wang Yuan with a mixture of curiosity and scrutiny. These were all assumptions, yet they bore a high probability of accuracy. However, They awaited confirmation from the admiral to ascertain whether Wang Yuan possessed any anomalies. Feeling the weight of Jin Wei's penetrating gaze, Wang Yuan experienced a slight shiver. He hoped the female officer harbored no peculiar intentions toward him. Yet, she was rather attractive. Surely, she would not be so misguided as to take an interest in him. One of life's great illusions. Perhaps, she must like me. After all, he had seen numerous handsome young male officers the previous day. Here they come, Jin Wei suddenly remarked, her gaze fixed on the vast expanse of dark space, revealing a glimmer of envy. Wang Yuan followed her gaze, seeing nothing but the void. He looked at Jin Wei, puzzled, as she continued to gaze upward in longing. After a time, he finally spotted a small dark, which approached, growing larger and taking on a humanoid form. At last, he realized it was a figure, striding through the cosmos, an unprecedented sight, a battle general level superhuman. Wang Yuan was left speechless. Though he had read about such beings, witnessing one firsthand was an entirely different experience. He pondered how his skill panel would measure against these superhumans once it activated. Before long, the figure stepped into the isolation chamber of the warship, a middle-aged military officer in uniform, the admiral of the S-class fleet who had conversed with Jin Wei. The chamber door opened, and the admiral, a black man, entered. The Federation had transitioned into the interstellar age over 2 millennia ago, erasing any barriers of skin color. General, Jin Wei saluted with the utmost respect. That I in the Federation, to attain a general's rank, one must be a battle general level superhuman. While not all battle general level superhumans were generals, every Federation general was undoubtedly a battle general. Jin Wei's status as a 5-star warrior, combined with her family's influence and her distinction as a graduate of the prestigious Federation's highest interstellar military academy, had earned her the rank of major. The admiral, being a 3-star general at the very least, could easily dispatch a 5-star warrior like Jin Wei with the ease of crushing an ant. Even if Jin Wei were to mobilize an entire B-class fleet, she might not stand a chance against this admiral. One should never underestimate the combat prowess of a battle general-level superhuman. Greetings, Major. The admiral returned the salute, then turned his attention to Wang Yuan. So, you are the fortunate one, the sole survivor of an explosion capable of annihilating an entire star system. If anyone is a fortunate soul, it is you. Even I would find it challenging to survive such a cataclysm. Surprisingly, the Black Admiral spoke impeccable Mandarin, devoid of any foreign accent, leaving Wang Yuan feeling a sense of dissonance that in his mind. He had expected a peculiar intonation. Yet, he recalled that Mandarin and English were the official languages of the Federation. Thus, the Admiral's fluency was indeed normal, rendering any accent out of place. The Admiral merely cast a glance at Wang Yuan, and the latter felt an inexplicable flutter in his heart, as if the Admiral could see right through him. Not be afraid. Sensing Wang Yuan's trepidation, the Admiral placed a reassuring hand on Wang Yuan's shoulder. A wave of warmth surged from the Admiral's hand, coursing through Wang Yuan's body. Suddenly, he was engulfed by an intense yearning, a profound desire for that very flow of energy, like a famished individual who has gone 2 or 3 days without sustenance. Suddenly confronted with a banquet of delicacies, Wang Yuan felt an overwhelming urge to consume this stream of energy. However, this current seemed to be emanating from the African general, and he pondered whether indulging in it would reveal anything untoward. While he suppressed the desire simmering within, he found himself in a state of indecision. Although Wang Yuan did not comprehend the nature of this energy stream, he was acutely aware that partaking in it would be of considerable benefit to him. As the energy coursed through his body, his yearning intensified. After meandering through him, the energy began to return to the general's hand on his shoulder. Wang Yuan's rational mind clashed with his inner cravings. A tumultuous conflict last. As the energy was on the verge of completely returning to the general, he could no longer restrain himself. He seized the tail end of the energy and took a minuscule sip. Just the smallest taste. The African general raised his hand, his brow slightly furrowed, sensing a diminutive loss of energy, yet he dismissed it as normal consumption. After all, that trivial amount was but a mere drop in the ocean compared to his vast reserves. Yet, within Wang Yuan, elation surged, for he had consumed that slight essence, which manifested on the skill panel in his mind. The basic skill magic whirlwind, once shrouded in darkness, flickered to life, struggling to contain his exhilaration. A thread of anxiety lingered. Would the African general discover his active consumption? Moreover, the energy he had just encountered was evidently the general probing into his body, leaving Wang Yuan to wonder if such a powerful being would decipher the existence of his skill panel. There's no issue, the African general reassured, alleviating Wang Yuan's concerns that it appeared that those stubborn descendants of traditional families from the ancestral star were indeed purebred humans, not a product of the insectoid species. If the insectoid race could evolve into humans so perfectly, then becoming human would pose no issue, the general remarked. Wang Yuan inferred that they must believe he was a humanoid life form evolved from the insectoid race. The strength of the insectoid race lay in their insatiable appetite for consumption, enabling them to evolve into desired forms based on certain stimuli. Throughout the history of the Federation, records existed of insectoids evolving humanoid forms and mimicking aspects of human DNA. Nonetheless, the insectoid essence remained undeniable. They merely simulated human characteristics by devouring human remains. Some of those obstinate families had indeed ventured into commerce, making their presence in the merchant convoy unsurprising. The African general had received detailed reports from the Jinwei fleet and was aware of the merchant convoy's plea for assistance. Return him to the ancestral star. The African general instructed Jinwei that we will provide jump energy shortly to transport you to the nearest wormhole. Collect his genetic data and send it to the Federation database. Additionally, prepare the necessary documentation for his return. Your fleet has lost all battleships and requires a period of recuperation. Understood, Jinwei responded with a salute. We must linger here for a while to investigate how the insectoids manifested in this vicinity. The African general added, looking at Jinwei. After a moment, he continued, do not fret. This situation falls under the category of unavoidable natural disasters. The responsibility does not lie with you. I will advocate on your behalf and provide a letter of recommendation. You should face no repercussions. Moreover, uncovering such a hidden threat within our territory with an entire B-class fleet is quite a boon. Thank you, General. Jinwei exhaled in relief, expressing sincere gratitude. Under normal circumstances, a commander losing all battleships before even reaching a battlefield would face severe scrutiny, regardless of the reasons. However, with the general's endorsement, it seemed unlikely that there would be any consequences. Press on. I, too, graduated from the highest interstellar military academy. The African general declared before turning towards the isolation pod. His visit was merely to ascertain Wang Yuan's condition, and now that he had fulfilled that purpose, he was free to depart. Wang Yuan was hazily escorted back to his single-soldier dormitory. Although he was unaware of the specifics regarding the obstinate traditional families, having only perused the foundational historical materials of the Federation, he soon found that Jinwei's fleet had transmitted his genetic information to the Federation database, unwittingly granting him a legitimate identity within the Federation. He was even categorized within the ancient traditional family of the Wang surname that engaged in commerce on the ancestral star. Not only was Wang Yuan oblivious, but the ancient family itself remained unaware of this development. Reclining on his dormitory bed, Wang Yuan felt a tingling anticipation. He sensed the illuminated icon of the magic whirlwind. He could distinctly feel that with a mere thought, he could unleash the skill I in the game. This ability was a default Z-key skill for male magicians, a basic knockback technique, somewhat lackluster, but in reality, it was a different matter altogether. This was magic. Yet, Wang Yuan stifled his impulse. Who knew if there were surveillance cameras in this place? If he were discovered using the magic whirlwind, it would spell trouble. After all, they had thoroughly checked and established that he had not undergone any genetic treatments, and they had speculated that he was a descendant of some traditional family. Without such treatments, he could not unlock the genetic lock to become a superpowered individual, and if he were found utilizing superhuman abilities, there would be no plausible explanation. Soon, the S-class fleet provided jump energy to Jinwei's flagship. Wang Yuan was also placed in a sleep assistance chamber. Each single-soldier dormitory was equipped with a small sleeping pod. Amidst a series of distortions, Jinwei's flagship vanished from that segment of the cosmos. Yet before entering the sleep pod, Wang Yuan felt an insatiable itch, akin to standing before a treasure trove filled with riches. Keys in hand, while a band of robbers awaited outside, leaving him hesitant to unlock it. When Wang Yuan was next awakened, the flagship had already docked at a military transfer planet. "Here is your documentation. Hold on to it for now, I will escort you to the dispatch area," a soldier said, handing him a document pouch. This soldier had been assigned by Jin Wei. Such trivial matters did not necessitate her personal intervention, and the subsequent issues plaguing the fleet had already caused her considerable distress. However, replenishing the battleships would not be an easy task. "Understood," Wang Yuan replied, clutching the document pouch as he followed the soldier. Throughout the journey, he surveyed the sci-fi-inspired decor, feeling as if he had stepped into a science fiction film. Soon, the soldier led him to a modest steel structure. "Excuse me, is there a restroom here?" "I urgently need to go," Wang Yuan inquired of the soldier ahead. The soldier turned, revealing a hint of impatience in his eyes. "Over there. Make it quick. I'll be waiting for you," he instructed, gesturing in a brusque manner. Given the current state of the fleet, which was reduced to a single flagship and an empty roster, reorganization would undoubtedly take time. The ongoing war against the insectoids meant the Federation could not afford to grant an entire fleet's frontline soldiers an extended leave. They would soon be reassigned to other posts after a brief respite. The uncertainty of the future weighed heavily on the soldier's mind, adding to his agitation. "Thank you," Wang Yuan expressed his gratitude. Following the soldier's direction to the restroom, once inside, he found it unoccupied. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Surely, there couldn't be any surveillance in a restroom. Why not test out the magic whirlwind here? Once that thought emerged, it snowballed into an uncontrollable impulse. After peeking around to ensure no one was present, he took his stance, raised his hand, and concentrated. Magic whirlwind! Wang Yuan felt as though every ounce of strength had been siphoned from his body as an invisible whirlwind. Nearly half his height erupted from his hand. The wind surged forth, powerful enough to propel a person a short distance. The restroom door flapped open and shut with a cacophony. However, the whirlwind lasted only a second or two before dissipating. The sounds that ensued were not of the wind, but of Wang Yuan's labored breathing. At present, Wang Yuan feels a slight weakness in his legs, yet his heart brims with excitement. Indeed, he has truly managed to unleash a skill that illuminates his potential. However, after merely casting a single magical whirlwind, he feels as though he has just completed a marathon of several thousand meters, his entire body succumbing to fatigue. Though this magical whirlwind may appear trivial, it is essential to recognize that it constitutes a fundamental skill within the skill panel of a male sorcerer. Earth Flame, Ice Crystal Bath, Lightning Barrier, Elemental Bombardment, and even the first awakening of Illusory Magic Quartet, followed by the second awakening of Doomsday Obliteration. All these skills ignite a spark of exhilaration in Wang Yuan's mind. After a brief respite, feeling a modicum of strength return to his legs, he begins his journey back, although his complexion appears somewhat pale. Upon returning to his previous location, he observes a soldier engrossed in a virtual screen, idly playing with a wristwatch. This wristwatch is akin to a mobile device, albeit more advanced in technology. I apologize for the delay. My stomach feels a bit unsettled. Wang Yuan expresses his regrets to the soldier, who seems to be languidly passing the time. The soldier grumbles a complaint before stowing away the wristwatch and resuming his role as a guide. After a brief walk, the soldier instructs Wang Yuan to wait in a designated spot. Shortly thereafter, the soldier enters a building and soon reemerges with a young man clad in military attire. "Present your documents to him. You will make the necessary arrangements. I must take my leave," the soldier says hurriedly, passing Wang Yuan on to the young man before departing in search of connections to secure a more favorable assignment. The young man in military garb accepts Wang Yuan's documents, casting a curious glance at him. The soldier has only informed him that this individual is to be deported and has instructed him to hand over Wang Yuan's documents to his superior. In these times, electronic documentation is the norm, making it the young man's first encounter with a paper document. However, given that Wang Yuan lacks even a wristwatch, the issuance of paper documents is unavoidable. In truth, Jin Wei had tasked the soldier with personally locating the head of the deportation facility and delivering the paper documents directly. Yet the soldier, preoccupied with networking, deemed it sufficient to transfer Wang Yuan to the deportation group. Confident that the documents would prevent any mix-up, The young military man escorts Wang Yuan to a room before taking the documents to seek out his superior. Soon, the young soldier arrives at the office door, knocking softly, but receiving no response. After waiting a moment and knocking again, still, there is silence. Is anyone in? The young soldier muses, giving the door a gentle push and discovering it ajar. As he enters, he is met with an inappropriate scene that is not suitable for children, causing him to panic instantly. His superior, alongside a female clerk from the deportation facility, is hastily attempting to dress amidst a scattering of clothing strewn across the floor. A sharp scream pierces the air. "What are you doing? Can't you knock?" Both the superior and the clerk are thrown into a frenzy, desperately trying to cover themselves. "I did knock," the young soldier weakly protests, his voice dwindling with each word. "What is it?" The superior barks that a soldier from Fleet has brought a person for deportation. In his flustered state, the young soldier forgets to hand over the paper documents. "Are you an idiot? Just arrange for the deportation to the facility. Why are you bothering me with this trivial matter at this hour? Do you want to jeopardize your position?" The superior bellows, cutting off the young soldier's explanation. Yes, I will handle it right away." The young soldier hastily retreats from the superior's office. Wiping the perspiration from his forehead, he mutters to himself, "I'm finished. I've interrupted my superior's private affairs. I'll surely face repercussions later." His thoughts turn to the paper documents in his hand, cursing under his breath. It's all because of this thing. After a moment's hesitation, lacking the courage to face his superior again, he simply opens the document and glances at the name, Wang Yuan. Without bothering to read further, he discards the document into the trash. In these times, who still uses paper documents? The young soldier grumbles, opening his wristwatch. "You've caused me to be reprimanded, and now I must face my superior's wrath. Go to the trash." He fills out a form for a scavenging planet with Wang Yuan's name on it. After all, in this day and age, a person without even a wristwatch using paper documents, especially when sent by a mere foot soldier, is hardly of any significance. When Wang Yuan encounters the young military man again, he finds himself reassigned to a shared room. For reasons unknown, Wang Yuan perceives a peculiar glint in the young soldier's gaze. The room is populated by several individuals, all clad in matching gray and white shirts and shorts, black, white, and Asian alike, each exuding a hint of menace, while some emanate a lethargic aura. Prisoners! The thought involuntarily crosses Wang Yuan's mind upon seeing the group. These individuals observe Wang Yuan with curiosity, as he stands out in his interstellar fleet uniform amidst the sea of gray and white. Yet, no one speaks. Each person remains ensconced in their corner, enveloped in a stifling silence. The room lacks chairs or tables. Only a few filthy mats occupied by several robust-looking individuals. An unsettling premonition washes over Wang Yuan. Why is he confined with a group of prisoners? Yet he's at a loss for whom to approach, and it hardly seems as though he is being sent back to Earth. Choosing an inconspicuous spot, Wang Yuan sits down. Concerns about dirtiness are non-existent. Prior to his journey, he was raised by an elderly man who ran a recycling station. His home was essentially a junkyard. Subsequently, he managed a recycling station himself. In terms of filth and disarray, few places could rival it. Thus, Wang Yuan spends the night in the company of these prisoners. Although food is provided, its taste and quality leave much to be desired. The room contains only 2 toilets, necessitating a queue for relief, with no partitions, resulting in a rather unpleasant odor, better left unmentioned. After what seems like half a day, likely around midday, the door to the room swings open. A squad of soldiers wielding laser guns ushers the occupants to a docking port. Numerous warships are stationed at the port, organized in military precision, as it serves as a transit planet for military operations. Wang Yuan and the group of gray and white-clad prisoners are boarded onto a relatively old, yet sizable warship. Upon entering, soldiers affix small devices to each person's wrist, faced with a row of federal soldiers clad in armor and brandishing laser guns. None dare to resist, including Wang Yuan himself. The hatch closes, plunging the hold into darkness. After a brief adjustment, Wang Yuan begins to discern faint outlines, illuminated by a soft glow emanating from the steel walls. The atmosphere is thick with silence. For some reason, ever since boarding the warship, Wang Yuan has been faintly aware of a foul odor, subtle yet unmistakable, one he finds eerily familiar, the scent of refuse. Suddenly, a slight tremor shakes him. The warship has broken free from the planet's gravitational pull, embarking on its interstellar voyage. However, the hold remains impenetrably dark and sealed, obstructing any view of the outside. Wang Yuan increasingly senses that something is amiss. This is certainly not a journey to Earth. Has that beautiful female officer deceived him? Or was it the general who misled him? However, for them, they are merely insignificant individuals, and there is no need to subject themselves to such manipulation. Wang Yuan's mind was slightly disordered, yet sensing the skill panel within his consciousness, he felt a faint resolve as long as he could find a way to illuminate the subsequent skills. He would possess a certain degree of self-defense, rather than passively enduring his current predicament. The atmosphere within the cabin mirrored that of the previous room, heavy and stifling. Wang Yuan began to wonder if they had all become mute. After all, it had been half a day, and he had yet to witness a single word spoken among them. Conversations were non-existent. Each person wore a grim and silent countenance. Time passed, and Wang Yuan could hardly contain himself any longer. He turned to a slightly older man beside him, a hulking figure with yellowish skin who seemed somewhat familiar compared to the others, and softly inquired, "Excuse me, could you tell me where we are headed?" "To Earth, perhaps." Though Wang Yuan's voice was barely above a whisper, it resonated clearly in the stillness of the cabin. "Earth, the ancestral star." Before the man he addressed could respond, a curious white man nearby glanced at Wang Yuan and asked, "Did you say we're going to Earth?" The older man paused for a moment, then suddenly erupted into laughter. "Earth? Ha! Earth? Ha!" As if triggered by a chain reaction, the other prisoners in the cabin began to laugh heartily, with most of them weeping tears of amusement. Wang Yuan, bewildered, scratched his head, utterly perplexed by their laughter. Nonetheless, this outburst dispelled the oppressive silence that had lingered in the cabin. Who is this naive newcomer? Do you not know where we are headed? The man who had laughed first looked at Wang Yuan with a mocking expression. "That I do not know." Wang Yuan weakly shook his head, 19 years of age. He stood at around 175 centimeters, a stark contrast to the imposing figures before him, each towering over him at no less than 180 centimeters, making him appear particularly diminutive. "Then how did you get here?" The older man who had initially laughed ceased his mirth to pose the question that "I am unsure. They simply said I was to be sent back to Earth, and I was brought here in a haze." Wang Yuan replied honestly, "Offended someone, did you? Why are you not wearing prison garb?" The older man regarded Wang Yuan with a hint of pity in his eyes. Wang Yuan was taken aback. "Offend someone? That shouldn't be the case. I have encountered so few people since my arrival." His mind wandered to the beautiful female officer, whose name he did not know, and the black general he had met only briefly. And what about the soldier who had escorted him? Surely, he was not so petty as to hold a grudge for merely keeping him waiting briefly. Perhaps it was the young officer from the deportation station. He seemed to have returned with an unusual expression. Wang Yuan was at a loss as to who he might have offended and decided to suppress that confusion for the moment. "So, where are we headed?" he asked, looking at the prisoners, whose laughter was gradually subsiding. "Oh hell." The older man with yellowish skin replied in a deep tone. Instantly, all laughter ceased within the cabin, and the atmosphere reverted to its previous oppressive stillness. "The exile zone, the scavenger planet," the white man beside him muttered. "Scavenger planet." Wang Yuan recalled snippets of information he had encountered before pertaining to such desolate places that it was where the Federation disposed of various types of waste. A forsaken star, devoid of resources. There were multiple scavenger planets. Some merely served as garbage dumps, while others were used to incinerate refuse. The exile zone was specifically designated for waste types that still held some recycling value and where ordinary prisoners sentenced to life imprisonment were sent. Under typical circumstances, the Federation did not impose the death penalty. Instead, it offered life sentences of exile. Yet, in a certain sense, this was even more terrifying than capital punishment, as the scavenger planet of the exile zone. It had designated recycling stations, allowing the exiled prisoners to exchange salvaged materials of some value for basic necessities. Moreover, each exile zone boasted a harsh climate, where inhabitants were perpetually surrounded by refuse. Normally, prisoners exiled here would never have the opportunity to leave. Beyond the dire living conditions, the most terrifying aspect was that all individuals present were ruthless lifers. Furthermore, there were no guards in this place. The scavenger planet operated without rules, without laws. Aside from the recycling stations, there was no sense of right or wrong to be found. The Federation would not concern itself with how many perished here or what transpired. It merely sought to reclaim resources, providing a recycling station out of humanitarianism. After all, the Federation had entered the interstellar era over 2,000 years ago, despite its vast territories and abundant resources. The Federation consumed even more. Waste reclamation, combined with a group of prisoners already serving life sentences, amounted to a recycling of refuse upon refuse. What's not to gain? In such a place, it was no wonder that the older prisoner referred to it as hell. This warship was specifically designed to transport these exiled inmates along with the refuse being disposed of, while also delivering supplies to the recycling stations, rather than being termed an interstellar battleship. It would be more accurate to call it an interstellar transport vessel. However, these scavenger planets were exclusively for ordinary individuals. Superpowered criminals were governed by an entirely different set of laws. Scavenger planet. Wang Yuan reflected on the materials he had previously reviewed, falling momentarily silent. Yet, it seemed he had an inexplicable connection with refuse. Before his transcendence, he had been a small business owner at a recycling station. And now, after crossing over, he found himself mistakenly sent to what could only be described as a super garbage dump on a planetary scale. Moreover, this super garbage dump appeared far from welcoming. Teeming with prisoners and devoid of laws or guards. There was no way to associate such a place with the word friendly. However, after Wang Yuan's remarks, the atmosphere in the cabin lightened somewhat, as voices occasionally broke the silence. Unlike the earlier stillness, at the very least, it was evident that he was surrounded by the living. Time passed quietly. Suddenly, a series of beeping sounds echoed through the cabin. Wang Yuan was taken aback. This sound emanated from the small devices the soldiers had distributed when they first boarded the warship. A thin energy shield burst forth from the devices, enveloping each prisoner in its protective embrace. Some individuals appeared startled, while others were bewildered. Yet a more knowledgeable prisoner soon explained that this was a disposable protective device designed to withstand the spatial pressure encountered while traversing a wormhole. This garbage transport vessel was now preparing to enter the wormhole, as the scavenger planets in the exile zone were rather remote and necessitated such a journey. Without this protective device, at least half of the ordinary prisoners would perish under the spatial pressures of the wormhole. After all, they were merely serving life sentences. The Federation required their assistance in waste reclamation and would not simply allow them to perish. However, a peculiar expression crossed Wang Yuan's face. Listening to the explanations of the prisoners, he realized they were indeed within a wormhole at that moment. Shortly after the shield from the device enveloped his wrist, Wang Yuan felt a familiar sensation, akin to the refreshing energy he had sensed from the Black General. Gradually seeping through the energy shield, he could feel that there was even more of this energy beyond the protective barrier. Could he absorb this energy? As this thought crossed Wang Yuan's mind, he suddenly discovered that the energy drifting within the shield was being drawn into his body. He was momentarily stunned, then noticed the skill panel before him, where the passive ability Eye of Darkness began to flicker with light. What had initially been a lackluster ability for mana regeneration in the game was now being utilized for the absorption of power. Yet, Wang Yuan vaguely remembered that in the game's lore, the Eye of Darkness was the core of malevolent magic. He then concentrated his thoughts, attempting to actively activate the Eye of Darkness. Effective. Wang Yuan felt a remarkable acceleration in the absorption of energy. A wave of exhilaration surging within him, that he observed that the brilliance of the Eye of Darkness skill on the skill panel flickered more intensely, while within the energy shield, the surrounding free-floating energy was gradually drawn into his body. As the energy absorbed by the Eye of Darkness circulated within him, Wang Yuan's physique subtly strengthened without his notice. Furthermore, a greater amount of energy was being attracted to the skill panel by the Eye of Darkness. As the energy within the shield was consumed, another skill beside the already illuminated magic whirlwind on the skill panel began to glow slowly. Magic Ice Ball. This, too, was a first-level skill inherent to male mages in the game. However, Wang Yuan felt that the term Magic Water Ball was more fitting, for this skill conjured a large sphere of water upon casting. Once the magic ice ball was illuminated, the energy within the single-use shield was nearly depleted. Although energy was still seeping in from outside, it was insufficient to meet the demand. Yet, despite the continued accumulation of energy on the skill panel after the illumination of the magic ice ball, no new skills were activated. Wang Yuan surmised that he must have encountered some sort of bottleneck, as both the magic whirlwind and magic ice ball were merely first-level skills, while the skills below required a minimum of level 5. Indeed, as energy continued to be absorbed, Wang Yuan spotted something familiar appearing at the bottom of the skill panel. The experience bar, LV. One that with the gradual absorption of energy, the experience bar was growing at a snail's pace. Wang Yuan glanced at the level 5 skills, grasping palm and magic ball barrage, and could only covet them for the time being. With the emergence of the experience bar, he also realized that he seemed capable of mobilizing energy. Discreetly placing his hands behind his back, a soft blue energy orb the size of an apple materialized in Wang Yuan's palm. It was the male mage's regular attack. Throw small ball from the game. However, Wang Yuan noticed that a small segment of the already filled green experience bar had turned brown after he condensed this energy orb. Yet, as the Eye of Darkness continued to absorb surrounding energy, that segment of the brown experience bar was quickly replenished. Once filled, the experience bar resumed its snail's pace growth. Wang Yuan paused for a moment, then concluded in his mind. Absorbing energy could fill the experience bar to enhance his level. And once his level increased, he could continue to absorb energy to illuminate the skills on the skill panel. The energy above the experience bar also represented his blue bar, as using skills would consume the energy stored within it, though the maximum capacity of the experience bar would not diminish. After replenishing the consumed energy, he could continue to fill the experience bar to increase his level. Having roughly grasped the mechanics of the skill panel, Wang Yuan felt a surge of confidence. The scavenger planet no longer seemed so daunting. After all, it was merely inhabited by ordinary individuals, no superhumans among the ruthless inmates serving life sentences as long as he remained cautious and did not suffer an unexpected setback. He could likely thrive on the impending scavenger planet. Wang Yuan held no significant aversion to the scavenger planet. He had grown up recycling waste, and in his eyes, this so-called scavenger planet resembled, or rather was, an oversized recycling depot. Once he steadied his mind, Wang Yuan continued to activate the Eye of Darkness, absorbing the free-flowing energy. After a while, watching the experience bar crawl at a sluggish pace, he suddenly found the energy shield generated by the device on his wrist rather bothersome, that he could sense the vast amounts of energy outside the shield, all of which were obstructed by it. Perhaps the energy shield was inadequate, allowing some energy to seep through. Observing the other prisoners around him, huddled within their energy shields, their expressions were peculiar, a mix of enjoyment and discomfort. Witnessing their state, an idea sparked in Wang Yuan's mind. The so-called spatial pressure must indeed be this energy. Within the wormhole, tremendous amounts of energy existed. Superhumans could utilize this energy, enabling them to traverse wormholes without adverse effects. Ordinary people, though unable to absorb this energy, were akin to water flowing downhill. As the energy outside was more abundant than within their bodies, it naturally surged into them. Ordinary individuals could neither control this energy nor shield themselves from it, leading to their demise from the sheer volume of energy. Moreover, if the energy were excessively vast, it could inflict damage on the spacecraft and its equipment. Thus, the ship would deploy energy shields while navigating through wormholes. Although this was merely Wang Yuan's hypothesis, he felt it was close to the truth. This meant that the energy he was absorbing had already been filtered through the energy shield of the transport vessel and subsequently through the energy shield generator on his wrist. By this reasoning, the energy within the wormhole must be immense. Yet, at present, Wang Yuan could only painfully consume the leftovers. Just as he watched the experience bar crawl to its halfway mark, the influx of energy from outside suddenly ceased. At that moment, the shields generated by their devices began to dissipate. Wang Yuan understood that the transport vessel had traversed the wormhole and exited the spatial realm. In an instant, even the scraps were no longer available. Wang Yuan felt a wave of despondency wash over him. But undeterred, he attempted to activate the Eye of Darkness once more. However, The results were negligible, with almost no energy flowing into the external space. Subsequently, he abandoned the effort, realizing that only specific energies could be absorbed as the transport vessel emerged from the wormhole. The other prisoners in the cabin exhaled in relief, their expressions filled with skepticism, while some appeared flushed. "How are you feeling?" Wang Yuan inquired of the older, yellow-skinned man beside him, who looked particularly uncomfortable. "Not bad, just feeling bloated, as if I've overeaten, but it's not quite that. It's as though my whole body is turned into a distended stomach. And it's rather uncomfortable," the man replied, struggling to articulate. Upon hearing this, Wang Yuan's belief in his hypothesis deepened. Indeed, they had all been overstuffed. However, this small amount of energy, once absorbed, should confer some benefits to their bodies. The hibernation pods previously equipped on the Federation starships should completely isolate this specific energy, as Wang Yuan had felt no such energy while in the hibernation pods aboard the fleet. While Wang Yuan pondered these peculiar energies, the cabin remained eerily quiet. Each prisoner huddled in their respective corners. Although the atmosphere was no longer as oppressive as before, everyone felt a sense of discomfort. With no desire for conversation, the transport vessel continued its journey, and many prisoners dozed off on the spot. Wang Yuan, too, succumbed to drowsiness, oblivious to the passage of time without the presence of a clock. Eventually, after an indeterminate amount of time had passed aboard the transport vessel, Wang Yuan sensed a slight tremor in the hull, but he understood that the transport ship had encountered gravitational pull, indicating that they had arrived at the scavenger planet. At this moment, the other prisoners in the cabin had largely regained their composure. After all, having been shielded by both the ship and the shield generator, little energy had penetrated their bodies. Wang Yuan had actively absorbed energy, but had not taken in much. Suddenly, the cabin door swung open with a clatter, but a squad of soldiers entered, accompanied by a small automated transport vehicle laden with cans of food. 1 can per person. Each must collect their own. "No more. No stealing," one soldier commanded loudly. Armed soldiers stood guard at the entrance of the cabin, while the prisoners lined up orderly to receive their rations. "Enjoy this. It should be the best food you have before you disembark and enter the land of exile," the soldier remarked, his voice devoid of compassion or other emotions as he regarded the gathered prisoners. After all, he had already transported numerous batches of prisoners to the land of exile. Moreover, these were all inmates sentenced to life imprisonment, and there was little compassion to be found. The soldier cast a curious glance at Wang Yuan, recognizing the uniform of the Federal Army, as he was indeed a soldier of the Federation. With a youthful visage that still bore traces of innocence, Wang Yuan was not clad in prison garb, which made him appear unlike a criminal. How could he have been sent to this forsaken place? Nevertheless, these were not inquiries the soldier had the authority to make. Thus, he merely glanced at him with curiosity before continuing on with the automated transport vehicle. Inside the cabin, the prisoners began to consume the cans they held in their hands. Everyone ate slowly, despite having gone a day without sustenance, as the transport ship had been in transit for nearly 20 hours. Yet, they savored each morsel, just as the soldier had remarked. They were relishing the moment. Wang Yuan, too, felt no need for formality and, like the other prisoners, dug into the canned food with his bare hands, lacking any utensils. Surprisingly, the flavor was quite palatable. Perhaps this was indeed the reason it felt like a final meal of civilization. Not long after Wang Yuan and the other prisoners finished their delicious cans, soldiers entered to escort them out, but a group of individuals was marched out of the transport ship, flanked by soldiers wielding laser guns. Upon stepping out, Wang Yuan was immediately struck by a pungent, familiar odor, the scent of refuse. Many prisoners wrinkled their brows at the stench. After all, few found the smell of garbage appealing. Wang Yuan, while not particularly fond of it, had grown accustomed to such aromas and did not recoil as vehemently as most. Given the choice, he would certainly prefer to avoid it. In addition to the foul scent, a chill permeated the air. As everyone was only clad in shirts, the sky was overcast, devoid of sunlight, and in the distance, a hazy expanse could be seen, with enormous dark shapes looming. Those were the mountains of refuse. Ahead stood a massive, grimy steel structure, crowned by a spotlight that reached for the heavens. Surrounding the building were numerous individuals. Wang Yuan noticed that after he and the other prisoners disembarked from the transport ship, Several large transport vehicles continued to arrive. The transport vehicles paved the way ahead, while Wang Yuan and his group followed closely behind. They soon arrived at the somber edifice, marked by a large sign reading Recycling Station No. For the area was bustling with people, clad in various attire, yet all shared an unmistakable filthiness. Most appeared gaunt and emaciated, with only a handful possessing a semblance of normal physique. Undoubtedly, they were the exiles sent here previously. With longing eyes, they gazed at the transport vehicles filled with essential supplies, yet none dared to provoke trouble in the presence of the neatly armored federal soldiers wielding laser guns, when their gazes inadvertently fell upon Wang Yuan and his fellow prisoners. A glimmer of schadenfreude flickered in their eyes. Another batch of their kind was about to increase. It remained to be seen how many troublemakers would emerge from this group and how many would survive. Soon, a squad of soldiers emerged from the dark building, ushering the transport vehicles inside. Throughout the entire ordeal, the exiles could only watch with eager eyes. Meanwhile, Wang Yuan and his cohort were left outside the structure. Shortly thereafter, the transport vehicles re-emerged from the black building, accompanied by the contingent of federal soldiers. The soldiers and vehicles returned to the transport ship, which then activated its engines and ascended to hover above the distant mountains of refuse. Vague shadows could be seen cascading from the transport ship onto the garbage mountains. Those were the refuse delivered from various planets by the transport vessel. Once the garbage was deposited, the ship pierced through the atmosphere of the planet and departed. Wang Yuan and his fellow prisoners were thus left behind in this desolate place. Wang Yuan then observed those who had been watching from the periphery, the exiles, or rather, as they prefer to call themselves, the scavengers. The term exile was merely a label bestowed upon them by the outside world, and they had long since severed ties with IT. In the absence of unforeseen circumstances, those who arrived on this scavenger planet could expect to spend the rest of their lives here. Dying of old age, that a throng of scavengers hurriedly approached, most bearing tattered, makeshift backpacks or shoulder bags. A few groups pushed rickety carts, laden with burlap sacks or covered with thin film. Though it appeared chaotic and competitive, as they neared the black building, they formed an orderly line, clearly eager to exchange for the newly arrived supplies. However, Wang Yuan noticed another group of individuals gradually encircling him and his fellow prisoners. This group appeared to be in much better condition. While they were also dirty, their physiques seemed relatively normal, lacking the gauntness of the others. Each held crude weapons, with a few brandishing rusty knives and others wielding iron rods. While many merely carried sharpened wooden sticks, they regarded Wang Yuan and the prisoners with ill intentions. "What do you want?" bellowed a burly white prisoner at the encroaching scavengers, although they were in a better state than these individuals. They were still unarmed and only numbered a little over 30, while the surrounding group comprised at least 100. "No worries, just here to inform you of the rules at Recycling Station No. 4, replied a yellow-skinned scavenger, brandishing a rusty long knife. This scavenger appeared to be in significantly better condition than the others, and his weapon, though rusted, was still a knife. Their respective weapons offered a glimpse into their standing among the scavengers. This is Recycling Station number 4 on the scavenger planet. There are 12 such stations on this planet. Every month a transport ship arrives, though it won't necessarily come here. For instance, next month it will go to Station No. 5. This means the next time you wish to see a federal transport ship will be a year from now. My name is Luo Wei, the leader of one faction. Luo Wei tapped his knife against his hand, implying that a new batch of exiles would not arrive for another year. No, we prefer to call ourselves scavengers. I am Orpheus, the leader of another faction, declared a white man wielding a sharpened crowbar. Thus, in this place, the population is also a resource. After all, it is exceedingly difficult to survive alone. I am Feng to you, the leader of yet another faction, announced an older yellow-skinned man, also holding a long knife. You now face 4 choices. 1. Join any one of our 3 factions. That is your 3 options. The 4th is to become a free scavenger. But trust me, you won't enjoy that freedom. Luo Wei chuckled menacingly. The group of prisoners exchanged uncertain glances, unsure of how to proceed, as they were strangers in a foreign land. The 3 faction leaders silently observed the prisoners, refraining from making any overtures to recruit them. Before long, someone made a choice. A black prisoner stepped forward to Feng Diyu. Good choice. Work hard, Fong said, patting the man's shoulder, who, despite being slightly taller than Fong, looked skeptical, with the leader having stepped forward. Most of the prisoners gradually began to make their selections. However, an incident occurred when a female prisoner attempted to choose a faction but was pushed back. Among the 30 or so who had arrived with Wang Yuan, 4 were women. Though few in number, their presence was not negligible. As they traveled among the male prisoners, the 4 women had huddled together, fortunate perhaps that the soldiers' laser guns had deterred any untoward incidents along the way. The 4 women appeared anxious, while Wang Yuan remained undecided. He had no intention of aligning himself with anyone. Instead, he merely wished to experiment with his magical ice sphere and the ordinary attack, throw small ball. In the end, only Wang Yuan and the female prisoner remained in the center. "Hey, kid, have you made up your mind?" Luo Wei inquired, tilting his head at Wang Yuan. "Can I leave now?" Wang Yuan responded, having assessed his skill panel and gathering his resolve. Luo Wei chuckled oddly. "Help yourself." The other 2 leaders also cast peculiar glances at Wang Yuan, chuckling heartily. Upon hearing this, Wang Yuan did not hesitate. He stepped forward, and the encircling scavengers readily parted to allow him passage. However, the looks they directed at him were far from friendly. Having finally escaped the throng of scavengers, Wang Yuan shifted his focus away from the skill panel, contemplating if he should test the power of the magical ice ball. After all, he was unarmed, standing before over 100 fierce individuals wielding various weapons. Although the skill panel offered him some reassurance, a flicker of anxiety lingered in his heart. Casting a glance back at the crowd of scavengers, Wang Yuan did not linger and instead made his way toward the number 4 recycling station. The structure was quite imposing, with scavengers lined up at both entrances, some emerging empty-handed while others carried items. Wang Yuan's attention was drawn to a notice board at the recycling station, densely packed with information on recyclable materials and their corresponding prices, which could be exchanged for federal credit points. Credit points were the primary currency circulating within the Federation. The number 4 recycling station offered account openings using iris recognition, ensuring that only the account holder could access their funds. Adjacent to the notice was a list of goods available for purchase with credit points, predominantly food items alongside a few tools. While Wang Yuan was unfamiliar with the Federation's pricing, a comparison of the 2 exchange lists left him exclaiming inwardly about their exorbitance that a single can of food, when converted, was nearly equivalent to a pound of a high-value metal. The recycling prices were steep, valuable items were scarce, and a mere pound of material could only be exchanged for a single can. Wang Yuan also noticed tools like axes listed, but after glancing at their prices and the weapons brandished by the leaders of the 3 factions engaged in a heated argument nearby, he understood why these leaders were still using such shabby gear. Surveying the scavengers still waiting in line to exchange items and the quarrelsome leaders, Wang Yuan turned away and walked to the side. The number 4 recycling station was only open once every 10 days, and with his hands empty, lingering here served little purpose. Observing the ongoing skirmish among the scavengers, he could surmise the cause. Here, population equated to resources, and women were even more valuable. Without further delay, Wang Yuan's priority was to familiarize himself with the environment and find a place to settle. He also needed to devise a plan to survive the next 10 days while scavenging for items that could be exchanged for necessities after the period elapsed. Wang Yuan moved with a lighter step, as he had spotted a way to leave this place on the notice board. Perhaps for others, it would be a daunting endeavor reliant on luck. But for him, the path to departure was clear. The announcement stated unequivocally, by unlocking the genetic lock and becoming a superhuman, one could apply to leave the scavenger planet. However, those departing as superhumans were required to enlist in the federal military, serving a minimum of 5 years to atone for their transgressions before gaining freedom. As for whether to leave now, Wang Yuan was torn, contemplating whether to remain here for a while longer to familiarize himself with his skill panel and the Federation. After all, his knowledge was limited to basic information gleaned during a day aboard a warship. Wandering aimlessly for some distance, he noticed that as he moved away from the recycling station, the surrounding litter became more chaotic, and the temperature dropped. The scavenger planet was essentially a habitable zone stripped of resources, a consequence of the Federation's unrestrained exploitation, leading to a severely imbalanced ecosystem. although the Federation possessed the technology and resources to restore ecological balance. The effort was deemed thankless, and thus the planet was treated as a mere waste dump. Consequently, the 12 recycling stations scattered across the scavenger planet were the most habitable locations on the entire sphere. As Wang Yuan pondered where to find shelter, an instinctive alertness washed over him. After enduring the energy trials within the black hole, not only had his physical capabilities improved, but his perceptual senses had also heightened. He sidestepped just in time. A shadow darted past him with remarkable speed. Wang Yuan blinked in surprise, focusing his gaze on a small figure sprawled on the ground ahead, a child. Bewildered, he wondered how a child could be found in such a forsaken place. Wasn't this a realm reserved for the indefinitely imprisoned? Suddenly, a hoarse voice echoed from behind him. Turning around, he saw an elderly scavenger, dirty and clad in a tattered jacket. "What are you doing?" Wang Yuan asked, glancing between the child on the ground and the elderly scavenger. His curiosity piqued. "Hey there, you must be new. Today seems to mark the arrival of the Federation's transport ship. Another year has passed unnoticed," the old man remarked, observing Wang Yuan, whose demeanor and cleanliness starkly contrasted with those of the local scavengers. "Yes, I just arrived." Wang Yuan nodded. The elderly man appeared amiable enough to tea that moment. The child scrambled to his feet, nervously eyeing both Wang Yuan and the old scavenger, retreating cautiously. Despite being covered in grime, the child's eyes sparkled with an innocence Wang Yuan had never encountered before. He noticed the child tightly clutching a palm-sized black beetle. Had the child lunged to the ground merely to catch that insect? After a moment of tense retreat, the child darted away. "Old age has softened my heart. In my younger days, I would have snatched it myself." The old man sighed, shaking his head as he settled onto a nearby rock. He then turned to Wang Yuan. "You seem quite young to have been cast here. What crime did you commit?" Wang Yuan shook his head. "I didn't commit any crime. I was thrown here in a daze." "Well, you must have crossed someone," the old man mused, scrutinizing Wang Yuan. "Why is that?" Wang Yuan asked, momentarily taken aback. The elderly man clicked his tongue. "In this place, good people do not survive." "What? Are you not a good person?" Wang Yuan questioned, regarding the amiable old man. "Me? A good person?" The old man paused, then burst into laughter. I've never been on good terms with good people in my life. If I were a good person, I wouldn't have lasted 40 years in this place. Good people perish swiftly. But you didn't take that child as possession just now," Wang Yuan remarked. The old man shook his head. "That's why I say age has softened my heart. I'd already spotted that trash beetle. I noticed the little one lurking in the rubbish, waiting for the insects to approach. When you walked by, the beetle would have scurried away, forcing the child to take a risk." Wang Yuan was taken aback. He had indeed been so preoccupied with finding a place to settle that he had overlooked the details. "By the way, what do you intend to do with that beetle?" Wang Yuan asked, curiosity getting the better of him as he recalled the black beetle in the child's grasp. "Eat it," the old man replied plainly. Wang Yuan paused. "You can eat that thing?" The image of the large insect made him question its edibility. Quite palatable. Actually, if you peel off a segment of its shell, there is a tender meat inside. Nutritious and tasty. Although other parts are toxic, the old man reminisced about the flavor, smacking his lips. After a brief pause, he continued, "The trash beetle is one of the few remaining edible resources on this planet." Wang Yuan cast a curious glance at the distant light shooting skyward, the very location of the recycling station. Observing Wang Yuan's gaze, the old man chuckled. "I can discern your thoughts. Do not dwell on the resources that the recycling station may offer. Trust me, the items I can salvage are not as easily gathered as you might imagine." His eyes drifted into the distance. "Moreover, even if you manage to collect them, they may not rightfully belong to you. This is hardly a hospitable place. Is it possible for someone to seize them?" Wang Yuan inquired, though deep down he already possessed the answer. In a locale rife with criminals, it would indeed be peculiar for kindness to flourish. The goods at the exchange station are predominantly controlled by the three major factions, leaving the free scavengers to subsist on mere scraps, and they are required to surrender half of it to boot. The old man glanced towards the distant recycling station. "Are there many free scavengers?" Wang Yuan asked, curiosity piqued. "There are quite a few free scavengers, about half and half," the old man replied. Then why not align with the three major factions? Wang Yuan inquired further, intrigued. Suddenly, the old man chuckled in a peculiar manner, casting an odd look at Wang Yuan. The peculiar scrutiny made Wang Yuan uncomfortable. Just as he was about to speak, the old man interjected. Do you believe that among those who arrived with you, more than half will abandon the three major factions within 2 days? Why? Wang Yuan asked, bewildered. The old man, having uttered his words, made no further delay and began to take his leave. With the scavenger beetles already captured, remaining here served little purpose. It was better to continue searching for other prospects, especially since his stomach still rumbled with hunger. Why? Wang Yuan hurriedly pursued him. The old man turned his head to assess Wang Yuan's physique. With your appearance, you would surely be quite appealing to the three major factions. Appealing? Wang Yuan was taken aback, a vague suspicion forming in his mind, followed by a wave of unease, observing Wang Yuan's expression. The old man seemed to understand his thoughts. What? Have you figured it out? Surely not. Are your tastes so peculiar? Wang Yuan found it hard to believe. The old man suddenly let out a laugh. You must understand, there are far more men than women here, and only the women of the higher echelons of the three major factions can enjoy any privileges. The rest of the men have little recourse. As for newcomers like you, possessing a clean and odorless form, you would undoubtedly be their favorite. But once you become dirty and reek, their interest will wane. After all, water is a scarce commodity here. Merely having enough to drink is a blessing, let alone bathing. The old man looked at Wang Yuan, and you, being petite with a youthful visage, are even more sought after. To shiver coursed through Wang Yuan, and he instinctively covered his backside, feeling a wave of nausea at the thought. Thus, few can endure, the old man chuckled, shaking his head as he continued onward. Wang Yuan sensed that the old man had stories to tell, which was understandable given his claim of having lived on this planet for 40 years. All right, young lad, I must hasten back. You should also find a place to take cover. Rain is imminent. The old man glanced at the sky, quickening his pace. Tonight, I shall go hungry again. I ought not to have shown such compassion, he lamented as he walked. Rain? Wang Yuan looked at the overcast sky, unable to discern much. However, the old man, having spent most of his life here, surely had his own methods for predicting the weather, and Wang Yuan was reluctant to be soaked to the skin, surrounded by heaps of refuse. He could not spot any shelter from the rain. As he gazed ahead, the old man's figure gradually faded into the indistinct gray mist, prompting Wang Yuan to abandon the idea of following him. Thus, Wang Yuan continued on alone, mulling over where to seek refuge from the rain, when suddenly he heard indistinct sounds of argument ahead. Curiosity piqued, he followed the noise. As he drew closer, the sounds became clearer. However, the words spoken were in English, and Wang Yuan could not comprehend their meaning. Soon enough, he stumbled upon two individuals, both filthy and disheveled, engaged in a fierce struggle. Amidst their brawl, they hurled profanities at one another. Although Wang Yuan could not understand English, he recognized a few classic curse words. The ground was stained with blood as the two fought brutally, showing no restraint, attacking each other's vital points with whatever they could grasp. The bloodied evidence on the ground indicated that the altercation had persisted for some time. Eventually, one was knocked down, sprawled on the ground, lifeless, with a metal rod protruding from his body. The remaining fighter, half kneeling, erupted into laughter. Yet after a brief moment of mirth, he too collapsed onto his back. Wang Yuan stood in stunned silence before approaching the fallen scavenger. The prostrate figure seemed to sense his presence and struggled momentarily, but could not rise. Wang Yuan leaned closer, glancing at the lifeless body beside him, realizing that this one would likely meet the same fate. The scavenger, with one eye staring at Wang Yuan, had the other eye gruesomely punctured by a wooden stick, and a dark object was embedded in his abdomen, blood seeping forth in a different environment. He might have been saved, but here, on this scavenger planet, it was evident that his chances were slim. "Can," the man weakly uttered towards Wang Yuan. Taken aback, Wang Yuan replied, "Can you speak in Chinese?" "Yes. Can you do me a favor?" The scavenger asked feebly. "What favor?" Wang Yuan hesitated. "Grant me a swift end. That will be your reward." The scavenger trembled as he pulled a black beetle from his pocket. A scavenger beetle, albeit this one had a deformed head, clearly deceased. Wang Yuan hesitated. Cough, cough. The scavenger coughed up blood. In this state, I suffer even more. There are no medical facilities here. I would linger in agony for ages before succumbing. And with the rain approaching, my suffering will only intensify. The scavenger's voice quivered with desperation. Wang Yuan glanced at the lifeless body on the ground, then back at the barely living scavenger, his thoughts swirling at the sight of the beetle in the man's hand. It was clear that the two had fought over this single beetle. A beetle the size of a palm had cost 2 lives, a concept that was difficult for Wang Yuan, who had lived in times of peace. To fathom, you must be a newcomer. Your cleanliness betrays you. Do not burden yourself. Here, living is a torment, while death may be a release. Such scenes are inevitable in this place. The scavenger grimaced, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Come, you need not do much. The object embedded in my eye is made of a tough metal. It is not far from my brain. Just step on it with force, the scavenger implored with his solitary eye. Wang Yuan hesitated, gazing at the pain-twisted face of the scavenger and the pleading expression in his lone eye. Finally, he stood tall and lifted his foot. Thank you. The scavenger's eye reflected a myriad of complex emotions. Yet fear of death was notably absent. With precision, Wang Yuan aimed at the metal shard embedded in the scavenger's eye socket, closed his eyes, and forcefully brought his foot down. Clad in military boots provided by the Jinwei fleet, the quality was beyond reproach. A soft pop echoed as Wang Yuan slowly lifted his foot. The scavenger was silent now, but his eye held a look of relief. Wang Yuan bent down to retrieve the scavenger beetle. It was his reward. Glancing at the 2 lifeless bodies, he realized he had no tools to dig graves for them. Spotting a nearby, sizable mound of refuse, he approached it. After a moment of contemplation, Wang Yuan cast one last glance at the 2 corpses and, with a swift motion of his hand, invoked Magic Whirlwind. The experience bar, partially filled beneath the skill panel, had transformed into a dull gray. The howling winds of the magical whirlwind stirred debris into the air. With a cacophonous crash, a peak of the refuse mountain was obliterated, and the corpses on the ground lay buried beneath the refuse. This time, the magical whirlwind exhibited significantly greater power than during the previous experiment. Moreover, Wang Yuan did not experience the same fatigue and exhaustion that he had felt before. Glancing at the small segment of gray in the experience bar, he considered that perhaps this time, due to the energy expenditure, he had not depleted his stamina. Shaking his head, Wang Yuan adjusted his grip on the refuse beetle he had found and continued to search for a shelter from the rain. Good person, bad person, Wang Yuan now understood that on this scavenger planet, there were only the living and the dead. Having concealed the refuse beetle in his pocket, he recalled the scuffle between the 2 individuals over it, which hinted at its apparent rarity in this desolate world. Inevitably, his thoughts drifted back to the elderly man, watching as the child snatched the beetle away, and oh wonder the old man often lamented his age and kindness. Touching the corpse of the beetle in his pocket, Wang Yuan couldn't help but sigh. The survival conditions on this scavenger planet seemed far harsher than he had imagined. Although he possessed the confidence bestowed by his skill panel and felt little fear of the local scavengers, he preferred to avoid unnecessary trouble. After surveying the area, he found no suitable place to take shelter from the rain, aside from the towering mountains of refuse. However, he did notice a few makeshift shelters constructed by other scavengers. Although he couldn't see anyone inside, he could sense a vigilant gaze fixed upon him. Upon seeing their shelters, a thought struck him. Surrounded by heaps of refuse, it would be quite simple to gather materials and construct a temporary shelter for himself. Previously, he had observed that the refuse piles contained usable materials. After a thorough exploration, he chose a somewhat open area, distant from the refuse mountains. This way, he could avoid the foul odors and the risk of collapse from the refuse. Swiftly, he rummaged through the refuse mountains for usable materials, disregarding the filth. Before long, his shirt was stained and tattered, emanating a sour odor. Whether it was due to the planet's gravity or a fortification of his physique, he found that what should have felt heavy was surprisingly light to move. In no time at all, Wang Yuan had erected a small, breezy shelter on the flat ground. 4 wooden poles anchored in the ground supported strips of torn fabric, topped with haphazardly arranged plastic panels that appeared precarious, yet would suffice for temporary refuge from the rain. He could gather more materials later to expand it. Sitting on a relatively flat stone, he surveyed his makeshift shelter, uncertain of how heavy the rain would be. Hopefully, it would be manageable. The stone had been conveniently moved from the edge of the refuse mountain at that moment. The sky appeared to darken slightly. It seemed the rain the old man had mentioned was imminent. Inhaling the sour scent clinging to him, Wang Yuan decided to remove his shirt. He contemplated tossing it outside to wash in the rain, hoping to cleanse himself as well. Although the temperature felt a bit low and chilly, he believed it wouldn't pose much of an issue. However, he overlooked an important question: if it were indeed raining, why were all the scavengers on this planet so filthy and foul-smelling? Even if they couldn't drink it, surely they could wash themselves with the rainwater. Yet, the rain had yet to fall. Wang Yuan, seated on the stone, began to examine the skills listed on his skill panel. The magical ice ball was something he had yet to experiment with. He focused intently on the skill panel. He suddenly froze. The experience bar was entirely green, that if he recalled correctly, he had used a magical whirlwind to blow away the refuse covering the corpses of the two scavengers, consuming a segment of the bar. Then he noticed the passive skill, Dark Eye, flickering with a faint glow. Without careful observation, one would hardly notice it. Instinctively, Wang Yuan activated Dark Eye, keenly attuning himself to the surroundings. After a considerable duration, he finally sensed a trickle of pure energy nearby. Yet, it was alarmingly sparse. Wang Yuan channeled Dark Eye, attempting to absorb the energy for nearly 10 minutes. Yet he had not gathered even a fraction of what he could in 2 seconds within the wormhole aboard the transport ship. It was exceedingly meager, far too thin. Feeling a wave of exhaustion wash over him, he ceased the activation of Dark Eye. Clearly, in this place, relying on this scant flow of energy to level up was a futile endeavor. It might barely suffice for regaining mana. Just then, he heard the sound of droplets hitting the plastic panels above. The rain had finally arrived. Gripping his shirt, Wang Yuan stood up, intending to step outside to wash himself and his clothes. However, as he placed one foot outside the shelter, he suddenly recalled the question he had neglected. Why, despite the rain, were all the scavengers on this planet so filthy and malodorous? With this thought in mind, he instinctively retracted his foot. That moment, a droplet of rain fell before him. Wang Yuan's pupils constricted slightly. The rainwater was green, acid rain. Observing the sickly hue, it seemed the rain's acidity was no trivial matter. He glanced at the plastic panels overhead and felt a surge of relief. He was glad he had constructed a shelter. The plastic had some degree of acid resistance, and while the acidity of this rain was formidable, it likely wouldn't be excessively high. Otherwise, the refuse piled high during previous acid rains would have long since been eroded away. With a shirt draped over him, he moved the stone to the center of the shelter, striving to ensure no acid rain could reach him. Fortunately, the shelter he had built was spacious enough that rainwater should not infiltrate, especially since he felt no wind stirring that moment. Wang Yuan finally recognized another aspect he had unconsciously overlooked: vegetation. After wandering the area for so long, he had seen nothing but refuse. Not a single green plant was in sight. Breathing in the air, he detected no abnormalities. Without vegetation for photosynthesis, he wondered where the oxygen on this planet originated. Yet, these questions eluded him, and he soon dismissed them. As long as there was oxygen, it sufficed. The rain, now intensifying, quickly enveloped the surroundings in a veil of pale green. Sitting on the stone, Wang Yuan gazed at the curtain of rain, slightly lost in thought. The rapid succession of events felt surreal, as if he were trapped in a dream from which he could not awaken. Fire, time travel, interstellar fleets, skill panels, and scavenger planets. Wang Yuan drifted in contemplation for some time before snapping back to reality. Sigh. He exhaled, choosing not to dwell on it. Since it had become a reality, he could only face it with optimism. After all, he still possessed the golden finger of a skill panel. Things were not entirely bleak. With that thought, he raised his hand. With a flick of his will, a large water sphere, approximately 50 centimeters in diameter, materialized in his palm. His experience points plummeted by 1/5, turning a shade of grayish-black. Skill, magical ice ball. With a mental flourish, Wang Yuan propelled the water sphere. As it soared through the air, it displaced the green acid rain, clearing a path. The water sphere traveled over 30 meters before crashing into a low refuse pile. With a thunderous explosion, the refuse erupted, scattering water and debris in all directions. Wang Yuan swallowed hard. He was astonished by the power of the magical ice ball. Such impact would surely result in severe injury, or even death. Moreover, seeing the pristine water sphere made him acutely aware of his thirst. After all, it had been half a day since arriving on this scavenger planet, and not a drop of water had been consumed, nor a morsel of food tasted. The magical ice sphere had coalesced into a large water orb, appearing remarkably pure. Suddenly, a thought surged within Wang Yuan's mind as he glanced at the acid rain outside, then assessed his experience bar, which still retained 4/5 of its fullness, indicating that at this moment, he possessed enough experience for 5 magical ice spheres. Estimating the volume of the magical ice sphere, Wang Yuan felt that the large water orb must weigh nearly half a ton. Furthermore, he could distinctly sense that the water orb formed from the magical ice sphere was comprised of primordial energy, exuding an unparalleled purity. With a swift motion, another large water orb converged in his hand, and the experience bar on his skill panel had diminished by 2/5, now appearing as a darkened gray. This time, Wang Yuan resisted the urge to release the water orb, opting instead to attempt controlling and softening it. If successful, it would signify that he would no longer need to resort to water sources. Cradling the large water orb in his hands, he could clearly see the turbulent currents swirling within, a testament to its immense power. The agitation of the water orb intensified, causing Wang Yuan's complexion to flush slightly. He felt the orb growing increasingly volatile. Yet he sensed he could maintain control, though it was a delicate balance. With a soft command, he pushed his hands forward. Unable to hold back any longer, he propelled the water orb outward. Acutely aware that if he retained it any longer, it would explode in his grasp. An explosive sound erupted, scattering debris as the orb detonated in the distance. He realized he had come perilously close to softening that particular sphere. Taking a deep breath, Wang Yuan extended his hand once more, conjuring another large water orb. For a minute, he remained focused. After 2 minutes, his expression turned serious. 5 minutes passed, and his face grew red. 7 minutes ticked by as he clenched his teeth. And at 8 minutes, finally, the water orb settled into tranquility. Wang Yuan exhaled in relief, gazing at the still orb before him. Supporting it with one hand, he carefully attempted to isolate a portion from the orb. To his delight, the endeavor was remarkably successful. A small water orb was deftly separated. With a smile, he relinquished control over the isolated orb, which promptly collapsed and transformed into a cascade of water cascading onto his hands. Refreshingly cool, he cupped some water and brought it to his lips. Ice cold and sweet, a veritable delight surpassing even mountain spring water. Wang Yuan's eyes brightened as he separated another sizable orb, quenching his thirst thoroughly. However, he felt a twinge of regret, realizing he had no container to store the abundant water. Noticing the faint, unpleasant odor emanating from his own body, Wang Yuan gritted his teeth and hoisted the large water orb above his head. Relinquishing control, that a refreshing cascade enveloped him. It was as if he had taken a shower. Yet, as he shivered slightly from the icy water combined with the chill of the environment, he hoped he wouldn't catch a cold. After all, there were no cold remedies on this scavenger planet. Seated on a stone, he gazed at the acid rain outside. The water issue was resolved, but hunger began to gnaw at him. Reaching into his pocket, he retrieved the garbage beetle. Its head now deformed, he recalled the old man's words that the flesh within the beetle's shell was edible. Examining the palm-sized creature, he discerned nothing remarkable, just a large, dark beetle. He squeezed it firmly, noting the hardness of its shell. After a bit of effort, he managed to peel away the black shell from the back of the beetle. Inside, he found the foul-smelling innards alongside a piece of tender, white flesh that indeed appeared consumable. Discarding the beetle's body, he poked at the white meat within the shell, which resembled raw fish. Contemplating the pallid flesh, Wang Yuan felt conflicted. Although hunger tugged at him, he ultimately could not bring himself to consume raw meat. The garbage beetle was about the size of his palm, and the meat amounted to roughly half that size, not an insignificant portion, yet not overly abundant. Surveying the acid rain outside, he pondered how to start a fire. Roasting this piece of meat could be quite delightful. However, he lacked any means to ignite a flame. Friction fire? Despite the absence of vegetation in the vicinity, he had spotted several discarded wooden items and pieces of timber amidst the refuse. Yet, with the rain falling, those materials were likely drenched, since arriving on this scavenger planet. He had noted the persistent gray haze enveloping the landscape, uncertain if it was a constant state. The humidity was high, making the prospect of friction fire seem rather daunting. Wang Yuan's gaze shifted to the skill panel, displaying his two level 10 skills, Netherfire and Whirlwind Shield. These skills could potentially be employed to kindle a fire, yet both required level 10 proficiency, and he was currently only at level 1.5. Frustration welled within him. He could only place the beetle's shell, still containing the meat, on a stone and sit there, staring vacantly at the green curtain of rain outside. Without a clock or any means of measuring time, Wang Yuan lost track of how long he had waited. The tediousness of waiting stirred a mild irritation within him. Ultimately, he redirected his focus to the skill panel, activating Dark Eye to absorb the nearly non-existent flow of energy as a means of passing the time. After all, even the legs of a mosquito are meat, which was preferable to idly daydreaming. As the daylight gradually dimmed, the pale green acid rain finally ceased. Wang Yuan stood and stretched. After continuously activating Dark Eye, he found that the energy expended from using the magical ice spheres had been replenished, and his overall experience bar had seen a slight increase. He estimated that to reach level 2, he would need to engage in this meditative state for at least 20 similar durations. His clothing had dried somewhat, yet remained damp, so he carelessly draped it over the edge of the makeshift shelter. Although the sky was still dark, visibility remained sufficient. Seizing the opportunity before complete darkness enveloped the land, he ventured outside to search for any useful items. If all went as expected, he would likely have to spend the night here. As he stepped out of the shelter, a sudden thought struck him, prompting him to pause and turn back. Retrieving the beetle shell from the stone, he concealed it atop the shelter, wedged between the plastic panels. Satisfied, he finally emerged from the shelter. Shallow pools of pale green water dotted the ground, but his military boots mitigated any discomfort. However, upon reaching the garbage mound, his concerns were confirmed. The surface was slick with a layer of pale green water, making traversal difficult. Nevertheless, this challenge posed no real obstacle for Wang Yuan. With a swift motion, he activated his skill, conjuring a magical whirlwind. Debris flew in every direction as the rainwater merely collected atop the garbage mound. Once the outer layer of refuse was blown away, he discovered that the interior remained dry. Wang Yuan's keen eyes spotted two interesting objects amongst the debris. With another magical whirlwind, he cleared the surface litter, revealing two round, dark objects, garbage beetles. One had not yet fallen, and with quick reflexes, Wang Yuan snatched it from the air. The beetle's 6 tiny legs flailed in his grip, while the other tumbled to the ground and scurried away at great speed. Having experienced the tender flesh within its shell, Wang Yuan was unwilling to let it escape. After all, it was sustenance, thus he took off in pursuit of the small creature, which scurried away with remarkable speed. Wang Yuan found himself momentarily unable to catch up. As he watched it about to dash into another mountain of refuse, an anxious urgency overtook him. Suddenly, it seemed that a thought struck him. He raised his hand. A sphere of blue light, roughly the size of a fist, materialized in Wang Yuan's hand. Aimed at the position of the refuse beetle, he flicked his wrist, sending the blue orb hurtling forth. With a soft thud, it struck askew. The blue sphere left an imprint on the ground beside the black beetle before dissipating into nothingness. Wang Yuan felt a twinge of embarrassment, yet his hands remained active as he launched another small orb. This time, it hit its mark. The black refuse beetle was precisely struck by the orb, causing its body to contort grotesquely, with the edges of its shell revealing patches of white flesh. Wang Yuan approached the deformed insect and picked it up. Earlier, while sheltering from the rain in a shed, he had tested the game's mechanics. The male sorcerer's ordinary attack, which involved tossing small orbs, equated to the force of a full-strength punch, although the power was modest. The energy consumption was negligible, but he had pried the fleshy remnants from 2 beetles and collected them. Contentedly, Wang Yuan picked up a relatively clean stick and began to rummage through the trash pile, in search of useful items. The sky grew increasingly dim. Along the way, he utilized his magical whirlwind twice to clear away the heap of refuse. His efforts were rewarded with a half-broken ceramic pot, which, if he could find some fire, could serve as a grilling surface. It would need to be cleaned, but water was abundant for him. But he also discovered an old, misshapen plastic bucket, somewhat dirty, yet could be washed for storing the water he could magically conjure. There were various scraps of cloth and plastic, along with some sticks and plastic constructs. By connecting the tattered cloth and plastic, he could create a windbreak for the shed. As for the sticks, he contemplated whether they could be fashioned into a fire drill. There were also a few haphazard components he didn't recognize, some of which he recalled seeing listed for recycling on the bulletin board, though their value was minimal. Perhaps enough for a single can. Feeling apathetic, he refrained from collecting them. After bundling these items in cloth strips, Wang Yuan hoisted the load onto his shoulder and made his way back to his makeshift shelter. Before departing, he cast a cautious glance around, ensuring nothing appeared amiss, and then ventured further away. For reasons unknown, as he scavenged, a subtle sensation of being watched lingered in his mind. Yet, it could merely be his overactive imagination. After all, the experience of traversing worlds and the unfamiliarity of skills made him somewhat paranoid. Wang Yuan continued on, not looking back. The chaotic area returned to a state of tranquility and silence. After a considerable time, a rustling sound broke the stillness. From beneath a heap of refuse in a corner, a petite figure emerged, clutching a piece of plastic film smeared with damp earth. Astonishingly, the opening revealed a small stone cavern, its walls stuffed with various plastic boards, providing rudimentary waterproofing, and the floor was covered with foam panels. It appeared cozy and inviting. The tiny figure was in fact the child Wang Yuan had previously seen collecting refuse beetles. This location was his hidden refuge, a naturally occurring miniature cave. The entrance was typically covered with a layer of plastic film, concealed by loose soil. With clear, innocent eyes, the child gazed longingly in the direction Wang Yuan had departed. Having heard the commotion, he had stealthily lifted a corner of the plastic film. Witnessing Wang Yuan's actions in their entirety, Wang Yuan's remarkable whirlwind and blue orbs were unfathomable. Born and raised on this scavenging planet, all his knowledge and understanding of the world stemmed from his late mother. He had listened to her tales of the outside world, her desire being for him to one day escape this desolate existence. However, he had also heard her speak of the term superhuman. The extraordinary displays he had just witnessed could surely be attributed to such abilities. He understood that becoming a superhuman would allow him to leave this scavenging planet. And thus his eyes glimmered with yearning as he watched Wang Yuan's retreating figure. As darkness enveloped the sky, he carefully replaced the plastic film over the entrance, retreating into his hideaway. Meanwhile, Wang Yuan, utilizing the last vestiges of twilight, attempted to start a fire with the seemingly dry sticks and boards he had gathered. After much effort, he found himself exhausted, only to see smoke rising and the drilled area charred. Yet not a single spark ignited. The night had fully descended, rendering Wang Yuan's surroundings shrouded in darkness. In the distance, the refuse mountains loomed like monstrous figures, while the spotlight from the fourth recycling station pierced the night sky. Strikingly prominent, as the evening air cooled sharply, Wang Yuan felt an acute chill. With little he could accomplish in the pitch-black surroundings and a gnawing hunger, he rummaged through the refuse pile for dry scraps of paper, laying them over the drilled area, and continued his laborious task. Time slipped away, and Wang Yuan was acutely aware his hands were blistering. Finally, amidst the inky blackness, he glimpsed a flicker of flame. In an instant, excitement surged within him that he carefully layered the dry scraps of paper and blew gently. The flame took hold. For the first time, Wang Yuan beheld the beauty of the orange-red glow. The collected sticks and boards were finally put to use as a small fire blazed in the shelter, dispelling the surrounding darkness and providing warmth against the cold. With the light of the fire, Wang Yuan constructed makeshift walls around the shelter using the salvage materials, securing them with cloth strips to form a temporary windbreak. He conjured 2 large orbs of water, rinsing the half-broken ceramic pot and the misshapen plastic bucket clean, successfully storing a barrel of fresh water. Outside the shelter, he gathered 2 suitable stones to serve as a stand. placing the cleaned pot atop them. Using the wash sticks, he then scraped the meat from the 3 black shells and laid it on top of the pot. As the pot heated, the tender chunks of meat sizzled, releasing a mouth-watering aroma that wafted through the air. Wang Yuan couldn't help but swallow hard. The meat cooked quickly, and he paid little mind to its heat, devouring the 3 pieces voraciously. Despite the absence of seasoning, he felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. The hunger that had plagued him subsided significantly, and he patted his stomach contentedly. After a brief respite, Wang Yuan organized the items he had collected, laying out the usable materials on the plastic film outside the shelter. He propped 2 long sticks at the entrance, draping assorted scraps of cloth and plastic to fashion a makeshift door, a simple refuge. With the fire rekindled, he spread a layer of rags on the ground and lay down. After a long day, he felt utterly fatigued. However, that night, sleep eluded him. He drifted in and out of troubled dreams, occasionally waking to check if the fire had extinguished. After all, starting a fire through drilling was a tedious task. In this unstable, unfamiliar environment, Wang Yuan was, after all, merely a 19-year-old youth. As dawn began to break, Wang Yuan felt the night had not been overly long, despite not keeping track of time. The fire remained alive. A smoldering ember rather than extinguished, he stoked the flames and sat upon a stone, lost in contemplation. Wang Yuan resolved to remain here for some time, at least until he could devise a method to elevate the skill panel's level for some semblance of self-protection before departing. The 4th recycling station had made it abundantly clear. To leave the scavenging planet as a superhuman, one must enlist in the military for 5 years. Rushing into enlistment could lead to him becoming mere cannon fodder. Wang Yuan recognized that, with only a small orb toss, a magical whirlwind, and a currently limited ice ball spell, he was hardly formidable. The images of the Federal Interstellar Fleet's warships, those colossal iron beasts, floated in his mind, reminding him starkly of his present insignificance. Given his intention to stay for a while, he needed a solid plan. First and foremost, he would dismantle and expand the shelter, fortifying it further. Having grown up as an orphan, Wang Yuan's independence had developed significantly beyond that of his peers. Additionally, before his traversal, he had watched several survival programs, equipping him with valuable knowledge. Although the program is merely a program, it indeed offers the opportunity to acquire some knowledge. At the very least, Wang Yuan now possesses the confidence to construct a somewhat sturdy shelter using the foundational skills gleaned from these shows. Furthermore, there is the matter of sustenance. While water is plentiful, the only food Wang Yuan is currently aware of is the refuse beetle. Additionally, he must dedicate time each day to activate the Eye of Darkness, absorbing the meager streams of energy that permeate the vicinity. Despite their lamentable scarcity, however, this is the sole method available to Wang Yuan for enhancing his skill panel at present. He also aims to gather items he recalls can be exchanged, hoping to procure some essential supplies 10 days hence. And he must revisit the bulletin board at recycling station number 4, as he had only given it a cursory glance yesterday, passing over many of the recycling lists too swiftly. Having devised a plan, Wang Yuan promptly set to work. First, he dismantled the temporary shelter, then delineated an area with wooden sticks. As he commenced his labor, he soon realized that his collected materials were insufficient. Consequently, he was compelled to venture towards the surrounding heaps of refuse to gather more. His stomach grumbled with hunger, yet it remained within tolerable limits. The temperature was also noticeably warmer than the previous day, and perhaps it was merely an illusion, but the surrounding haze seemed to have lessened as well, possibly due to the previous day's acid rain washing some of it away. While diligently collecting useful materials, Wang Yuan noticed a diminutive figure observing him. He recognized this child as the one who had caught a refuse beetle before his eyes yesterday. In a place like this scavenging planet, the presence of a child was astonishing enough. It was improbable that 2 similar-looking child scavengers would exist. Although their encounter had been fleeting, it had left a lasting impression, especially in light of the rarity of children and the elderly in such an environment. Thus, Wang Yuan could easily discern that this was indeed the same child he had seen yesterday. The child's slight and frail form barely reached Wang Yuan's chest. Initially, upon seeing the child, Wang Yuan thought it was mere coincidence, but as he glanced in the child's direction, the little one scurried away. Yet time and again, Once, twice, thrice, for times, Wang Yuan spotted the child watching him from a distance, each time drawing nearer. This was clearly no coincidence. At last, he saw the child once more, peering at him from a nearby refuse mound. And Wang Yuan couldn't help but call out, "Hey, what do you want? If you have something to say, just say it." The child appeared momentarily stunned, and then fled again. Wang Yuan sighed, deciding to let it be. After this haul, he would have just enough materials. However, his hunger was becoming more pronounced. Unlike the previous day's fortuitous luck, as he continued to collect usable materials, he kept a lookout for the shadows of refused beetles, but to no avail. It was evident that yesterday had been a stroke of serendipity. Had he known, he wouldn't have consumed all 3 beetles last night. He should have saved one for today. Yesterday, having only just arrived, he had seen the child catch one, while 2 scavengers had fought over another, and he had managed to catch 2 himself, mistakenly believing they were easy to procure. In hindsight, if they were so easily caught, those 2 scavengers wouldn't have perished over a single refuse beetle. Suppressing his hunger, Wang Yuan began constructing the shelter. The temperature was not high, yet he found himself sweating slightly, with the framework of the shelter taking shape. He felt parched. Grabbing the deformed plastic bucket, he took a hearty swig of its contents. Refreshingly cold, providing instant relief. Clearly, the water conjured by this magic was exceptional. Even after sitting for so long, it remained icy and sweet. Suddenly, Wang Yuan froze. The diminutive figure was fixedly gazing at him from a short distance away. However, this time, when Wang Yuan looked at him, he did not flee. Instead, he continued to stare intently at Wang Yuan, or rather at the plastic bucket in his hand. Wang Yuan paused, glancing at the bucket, and then realized something. "Oh, you want some water?" he asked the child. The child remained silent, simply staring, since they were not too far apart. And perhaps due to an enhancement in his vision, Wang Yuan clearly saw the child as pure eyes filled with longing. "Here, have some." Wang Yuan offered the plastic bucket. The child hesitated momentarily, yet cautiously approached. However, upon reaching a certain distance, he hesitated once more. Though his face was dirty, it obscured no emotions. Wang Yuan could see the child's desire intertwined with a palpable wariness that "Don't be afraid. Come and drink." Wang Yuan smiled reassuringly. Yet the small figure remained unmoved, standing steadfastly in place, staring. Wang Yuan blinked, then smiled again, placing the bucket on the ground and stepping back a few paces, after retreating a safe distance. He called out to the child, "Go ahead, drink, that it's fine." Only after Wang Yuan had stepped back so far did the child cautiously approach. Throughout the encounter, Wang Yuan maintained a friendly smile, refraining from any sudden movements. Perhaps reassured by Wang Yuan's lack of malice, or perhaps driven by his thirst, the child eventually quickened his pace and soon reached the edge of the deformed plastic bucket. Leaning over the bucket, the child gazed at the clear water within, swallowing hard with longing, then looked up at Wang Yuan. "Go ahead." Wang Yuan encouraged with a warm smile. The child's pure eyes locked onto Wang Yuan's. And for a moment, he remained speechless. After a brief pause, the child redirected his gaze, cautiously bending down to drink deeply. After gulping a few times, he paused, raising his head to meet Wang Yuan's gaze with a somewhat complex expression. Wang Yuan continued to smile, saying nothing further. The child studied Wang Yuan for a moment longer, then sprang up and dashed away, watching the child's figure disappear around the corner of the refuse mound. Wang Yuan chuckled softly and shook his head. The child had resembled a vigilant little deer, full of caution. Approaching the bucket, Wang Yuan noted that the water level had hardly diminished, remaining crystal clear. He was taken aback, recalling the child's careful demeanor. It was evident that he was afraid of tainting the pristine water. Given the child's evident thirst, it was perplexing that he had only consumed such a small amount. Pondering this, Wang Yuan decided to set aside his thoughts and resumed his work. After all, the shelter was still merely a framework. He continued to labor diligently, and after an indeterminate amount of time, the nascent form of a shelter began to take shape. Feeling a touch fatigued, Wang Yuan rose to stretch, having toiled without food for nearly the entire morning. Gazing at the unfinished shelter, he concluded that he ought to seek out something to eat. Suddenly, he froze again. Not far away, the child was seated beside another refuse pile, quietly observing him. Wang Yuan had been so engrossed in building the shelter that he hadn't noticed how long the child had been watching. Upon realizing he had been spotted, the child stood up and approached, maintaining a respectful distance. Without uttering a word, the child pointed toward the deformed plastic bucket. "Are you back for more water?" Wang Yuan asked. Chuckling as he approached the child with the bucket in hand, Wang Yuan moved closer. The child instinctively stepped back a few paces. Understanding the child's apprehension, Wang Yuan smiled kindly and placed the bucket on the ground. Suddenly, he returned to the shelter's edge, preparing to tidy up a bit before seeking food. The child approached the plastic barrel, gazing into the water, then glanced at Wang Yuan, who was busy at work. For a brief moment, hesitation flickered in the child's eyes, before he reached into his tattered clothing and retrieved the corpse of a garbage beetle, its shell still intact, indicating that the flesh within remained as well. Gently placing the beetle by the barrel's edge, the child bent down to drink, this time quenching his thirst in one go. By the time Wang Yuan finished tidying up, the child had had his fill and stepped aside. Maintaining a distance while observing him, Wang Yuan noticed the child and walked over to the barrel. Discovering that the water level had noticeably decreased, he paid it no mind, but upon seeing the discarded beetle, he paused momentarily. "Gave this to me?" Wang Yuan picked up the beetle from the ground and inquired, glancing toward the child who stood not far away. The child remained silent, simply watching Wang Yuan intently. Wang Yuan studied the child, then the beetle in his hand, recalling how the child had barely drunk any water the first time, and now had consumed quite a bit. He soon understood. The little one had refrained from drinking initially because he felt he had nothing to offer in exchange. Thus, he had deliberately caught a garbage beetle for himself, which allowed him to drink his fill this time. That moment, the child pointed at Wang Yuan and then turned to sit at the foot of the nearby garbage mound. Uncertain of what the child intended, Wang Yuan's gaze fell upon the large beetle in his hand, and recalling the taste of the insect meat from the previous night, he found himself salivating uncontrollably. Indeed, he was quite hungry as well. After some contemplation, he decided to be unreserved, carrying the bucket and the beetles back to the fire. Although he had been working diligently, he had intentionally preserved the embers, ensuring that the fire had not extinguished. Using the remaining water from the bucket, he washed the cracked ceramic jar and placed it on a stone beside the fire. Skillfully, he extracted the meat from the garbage beetle's shell with a stick and transferred it to the jar. He then added some twigs to stoke the flames. Sizzling sound soon filled the air as the tender insect meat began to exude oil, and an enticing aroma began to waft around. Watching the meat and inhaling the delightful scent, Wang Yuan swallowed hard. Just as the meat was nearing readiness, he suddenly heard a commotion outside. Turning to look, he saw the child standing just outside the shelter, gazing longingly at the meat in the jar over the fire. Wang Yuan was momentarily taken aback, then smiled, using a stick to poke a piece of meat roughly the size of his palm and cutting it in half, offering one part to the child. "You probably haven't eaten either, so here, have half," Wang Yuan said with a smile. The child hesitated, standing outside without stepping in. Wang Yuan rose and walked over, holding out the piece of meat. The child took a small step back, but perhaps reassured by Wang Yuan's benign demeanor and driven by the desire for the meat, he retreated a couple of steps before stopping. Nervously, he watched as Wang Yuan approached. "Here for you," Wang Yuan said as he stood before the child for the first time. The child looked up at the piece of meat in Wang Yuan's hand, then at his friendly smile. Shaking his head, "Don't be afraid. It's for you," Wang Yuan replied, smiling as he extended the stick with the meat towards the child. The little one did not take it, instead reaching into his clothing and pulling out another black garbage beetle. Pointing towards Wang Yuan's fire, Wang Yuan was taken aback. How many garbage beetles had this child caught? Yet considering that a child could survive alone on this scavenger planet, it was evident he wasn't simple-minded. "Do you want me to roast another piece for you?" Wang Yuan deduced from the child's actions. The child nodded for the first time, presenting the garbage beetle to Wang Yuan. "All right, I didn't expect you to have such principles." Wang Yuan chuckled in disbelief as he accepted the dirty beetle from the child's small hand. With practiced ease, he extracted the meat from the beetle's shell and placed it on the jar. Meanwhile, the child squatted outside the shelter, watching quietly. The enticing aroma filled the air. The meat was so tender that it cooked quickly. Wang Yuan speared the large piece with a small stick and approached. The child stood up, eyes wide with anticipation as he gazed at the steaming, fragrant piece of meat in Wang Yuan's hand. "Here, yours, be careful. It's hot," Wang Yuan said, extending the meat. The child cautiously reached out to take it, then looked up at Wang Yuan. "Go ahead and eat." Wang Yuan smiled as he returned to the fire. He began to consume the half of the meat he had set aside earlier. The little one remained outside the shelter, nibbling on the meat piece, his eyes brimming with satisfaction. Observing the child's enjoyment, Wang Yuan wondered if he had always eaten raw food. After all, the tender appearance of the meat suggested it could be consumed raw. Yet, it was something Wang Yuan himself struggled to accept. After finishing his meal, he resumed his work on the shelter, believing he could complete it today. Once the shelter was finished, he planned to catch some insect for his food reserves. Throughout Wang Yuan's endeavors, the little one continued to watch from a distance. Wang Yuan was uncertain of the child's intentions as he remained silent, leaving him to wonder if he could not speak at all. However, through their day of interaction and the child's actions, it was apparent that his intelligence seemed normal. He was quite clever and held certain principles. As dusk began to settle, Wang Yuan's shelter was finally completed. Looking at the sturdy construction before him, he felt a sense of satisfaction. Supported by some thicker wooden sticks and a few discarded metal rods, a makeshift windbreak wall had been secured with old wire, and the gaps were stuffed with rags, coated with a layer of mud. Beside it stood a simple awning, containing some leftover materials Wang Yuan had not used at the tea that moment. Wang Yuan noticed that the child who had been watching him was no longer there. Having seemingly departed unnoticed, the sky had darkened, and Wang Yuan assumed the child had returned to his dwelling. That he stepped into his completed shelter and sat on a chair fashioned from piled stones. Inside, he had gathered numerous stones to create a bed, a chair, and a rudimentary stone fireplace. Given that the shelter was primarily constructed of wooden sticks and rags, it was easily flammable, so having a fireplace provided a sense of security. As darkness enveloped the surroundings, Wang Yuan abandoned the idea of going out to catch insects. Soon it would be pitch black, rendering it impossible to see, let alone catch anything. He would have to endure hunger tonight. Wang Yuan planned to activate the Eye of Darkness to absorb the ability of clear flow, then retire for the night, intending to set out early the next morning to capture insects. Suddenly, he froze, for the child's figure reappeared at the entrance. The little one hesitated, looking at Wang Yuan, his dirty hands gripping the frayed hem of his tattered clothing. "What do you want? Are you thirsty?" Wang Yuan asked, taken aback by the child's appearance. The child nodded, then shook his head. Now that night had fallen, the temperature had begun to drop. Observing the child's fidgeting demeanor, Wang Yuan seemed to recall something. "You want to drink water, but didn't catch any insects, right?" Wang Yuan attempted to inquire. The child's movements halted, and he lowered his head. "Indeed," Wang Yuan smiled. "This little one was surprisingly principled. It's all right, come here. I'll let you have some." Wang Yuan presented the plastic bucket before him. It was filled with fresh water he had replenished that afternoon. The child hesitated. "Come in, it's cold outside. Don't be afraid," Wang Yuan beckoned. Having spent the day together, the child seemed to sense that Wang Yuan posed no threat, and after a moment of hesitation, he cautiously stepped inside. Upon getting closer and seeing the bucket filled with water, the child was momentarily stunned, for he recalled that there had been little water left earlier. Hence, he felt embarrassed to ask for a drink without having caught any insects. "How is it full again?" He looked up at Wang Yuan, puzzled. Wang Yuan smiled. "Drink up, it's all yours." Subsequently, Wang Yuan produced a tin bucket from the side, filled to the brim with water. This tin bucket was something he had discovered while gathering materials in the morning. And after cleaning it, he decided to use it for water. The little one, no longer shy, lowered his head to drink. Wang Yuan scooped a handful of water from the bucket and splashed it onto his face. How refreshing! At that moment, the little one, having had his fill of water, was taken aback. Witnessing such an extravagant use of water for washing one's face, he could hardly recall the last time he had washed his face. "You should wash your face too. Look at how dirty it is," Wang Yuan remarked, observing the little one's grimy visage. Upon hearing Wang Yuan's words and seeing the clear water in the plastic bucket, the little one's eyes were filled with hesitation. "It's all right. I have plenty of water," Wang Yuan reassured with a smile. Finally, the little one timidly extended his hand. The water in the deformed plastic bucket turned murky. The little one felt an unprecedented sense of wastefulness. On this scavenger planet, even a drop of water was akin to life itself. However, Wang Yuan was stunned. He had always assumed this little one was a boy. But upon closer inspection of the fair and delicate face, it was unmistakably that of a little girl. After washing away the grime, the little one revealed her features, perhaps due to a prolonged lack of sunlight. As this scavenger planet seemed perpetually shrouded in gray, her face had remained hidden beneath layers of dirt, rendering her exceptionally pale. Yet, perhaps due to malnutrition, her delicate face, though fair, appeared somewhat gaunt. Moreover, her hair was dirty and matted together. Wang Yuan was astonished, while the little girl stared blankly at the now filthy water in the plastic bucket. Observing this little girl, Wang Yuan was curious about how she managed to survive on this scavenger planet. He recalled the conflict among the three factions yesterday over the 4 female prisoners. He understood well that women were considered a precious resource on this scavenger planet. Wang Yuan thought back to the little girl's filthy face and her initial wariness towards him. Perhaps it was this perpetually dirty face, combined with her heightened vigilance, that had concealed her true identity as a female. Otherwise, even if she were young, she would not have been able to escape the clutches of the male scavengers here. The little girl raised her head, her pure eyes anxiously fixed on Wang Yuan. After all, in her understanding, she had wasted an entire bucket of precious water resources. Seeing the little girl on the verge of tears, Wang Yuan chuckled. "It's all right. I told you I don't lack for water. Can you speak?" The little girl hesitantly nodded, her voice barely audible. Oh, she wasn't team mute, Wang Yuan thought, eliciting a smile from him. "It's fine. Don't be nervous. I truly have more than enough water. May I ask your name?" He gazed at the anxious little girl. Her eyes were exceptionally pure, untouched by the world's corruption. The little girl looked at Wang Yuan, hesitated momentarily, then glanced at the dirty water she had contaminated, her voice as faint as a whisper. "My mother named me Ying. She said I should take her surname, Ying. That is a beautiful name." Although her voice was soft, it rang clear. "Where is your mother?" Wang Yuan asked instinctively, but as soon as the words left his mouth, he regretted them. What was he thinking? This was a scavenger planet. Given that no one seemed to care for Ying, her mother's whereabouts were undoubtedly a foregone conclusion. She passed away. Petit the mention of her mother. Ying lowered her head in sorrow. "I am sorry," Wang Yuan said softly, observing her despondent expression. However, Ying, having never experienced the nuances of human interaction, lifted her head, her clear eyes fixed on Wang Yuan, puzzled as to why he was apologizing to her. Gazing into her innocent and clear eyes, Wang Yuan felt momentarily at a loss for words. "That my name is Wang Yuan. If you don't mind, you can call me brother." Looking at this petite, fragile little girl, a protective instinct welled up within him. "Wang, brother?" Ying cautiously spoke. Hearing her sweet voice, Wang Yuan couldn't help but smile warmly. "Wang Yuan, I'm not a Lolita enthusiast." Perhaps sensing Wang Yuan's kindness, or simply having opened up, Ying began to answer his questions. From their conversation, Wang Yuan learned that the little girl was already 17, but her malnutrition had stunted her growth. Her mother had originally been imprisoned by the 3 factions, who provided food and drink to the women, whose sole obligation was to serve the higher dash-ups. In the eyes of the 3 factions, women were more like tools for the amusement of the elite rather than human beings. Even if pregnant, they were not afforded any respite. If it was discovered that a woman was pregnant, the factions would go to great lengths to ensure an abortion. Children on this scavenger planet were merely a burden. However, Ying's mother had concealed her pregnancy with utmost care and plotted her escape. Eventually, with the help of other women, she successfully fled from her faction, but a pregnant woman alone on a scavenger planet. Immediately captured by the 3 factions upon her arrival, with no survival experience. One can hardly imagine the hardship she endured. Yet Ying's mother not only survived but also managed to give birth to Ying and raised her, teaching her various survival skills. According to Ying, her mother passed away 5 years ago, which meant that this solitary woman had given birth to her daughter in this harsh environment and had raised her alone for 12 years. Although timekeeping was unreliable on the scavenger planet, every recycling station had a unified federal time displayed, allowing scavengers to know how long they had spent there. Wang Yuan had noted the date of his arrival on this planet, April 7th. 2018, in the Starlight calendar. After her mother's death, He Ying had been living alone, strictly adhering to her mother's last wishes, rarely interacting with others. Her visits to the recycling station were solely to exchange for water, all while skillfully concealing her identity as a girl. Had it not been for witnessing Wang Yuan's magic and the opportunity to fulfill her mother's wishes, He Ying would never have engaged with him. Although she remained vigilant, her lack of social experience and the perception of Wang Yuan's kindness led her to lower her guard slightly. Wang brother, are you a superpower user? The little girl looked up carefully at Wang Yuan. Voicing her curiosity, Wang Yuan paused momentarily before smiling slightly. I suppose so. So, I really don't lack water. After pouring out the dirty water from the plastic bucket before He Ying, he conjured a large water sphere in his hand. Observing the pure, transparent water sphere floating in the air, He Ying's mouth fell slightly open, her eyes glued to the water sphere, captivated. Wang Yuan smiled at the sight of the little girl, softened the water sphere, and filled the plastic bucket, still leaving a considerable amount. The tin bucket was also full, and without any storage tools, Wang Yuan could only push the remaining water sphere outside the shelter. The excess water sphere splashed upon hitting the ground, sending droplets flying. He Ying watched the splashing water, then glanced at the now replenished clear water in the plastic bucket, lost in thought for a long time. She recalled how she had risked gathering various items her mother had taught her to barter for a mere bit of water. Each encounter with members of the three factions made her particularly anxious. For in her mother's words, those individuals were akin to demons. Now, to witness so much water that there was not enough to contain it was a stark contrast that left He Ying momentarily unable to process. After what felt like an eternity, she finally regained her composure. Then, somewhat hesitantly, she looked at Wang Yuan, opened her mouth, but no sound came out. What's wrong? Upon observing the little girl hesitating to speak, Wang Yuan inquired gently. He Ying hesitated for a moment, a hint of shyness gracing her features. Brother Wang Yuan, since you are a superhuman, can you leave this place whenever you wish? Wang Yuan paused momentarily, then nodded. Yes, if I desire to leave, I can do so right now. The little girl fiddled with the frayed hem of her tattered clothes, her fingers nervously twisting it. If you leave, could you take me with you? Fearing a rejection from Wang Yuan, she hurriedly added, if possible, please take me with you, all right? It has always been my mother's wish. She said this place is hell and longed for me to awaken my powers to escape. Her eyes glistened with unshed tears, but I have been disappointing, never awakening my abilities. Even when my mother passed away, I couldn't take her away from here. Rest assured, if you take me away, I will be obedient, helping you catch garbage beetles for food that I will work hard. The little girl looked up at Wang Yuan, tears brimming in her eyes. In her world, the staple food consisted solely of garbage beetles, while the normal food at the exchange station was far too extravagant for her. Furthermore, her knowledge of the world beyond the scavenger planet was gleaned only from her mother's fragmented words. Seeing the little girl's plight, Wang Yuan was reminded of his own past. Before being adopted, he too had scavenged for food amidst refuse since he could remember from memories prior to that time. They were entirely absent. He had no idea how he survived before old Wang brought him back to the recycling station. Wang Yuan extended his hand, slowly reaching towards the little girl's cheek. As she instinctively recoiled from the approaching hand, her longing to leave made her suppress the urge. However, Wang Yuan's hand halted just before touching her, and he withdrew it, gazing down at the little girl. I cannot be certain if I can take anyone with me. I will inquire about it, and if it is possible, I will definitely take you along. Thank you. Thank you. The little girl's tears finally fell, tracing paths down her freshly washed cheeks. All right, do not cry that I won't be leaving so soon, Wang Yuan said, almost reaching out to wipe her tears, yet ultimately refraining from the impulse. Faced with the sight of the tear-streaked little girl, he found himself at a loss. Enough of the tears now, Wang Yuan urged clumsily. His lack of experience in comforting girls was apparent. Before this, he had hardly interacted with any girl, as during his school days, classmates mocked him for being a garbage collector. They called him trash boy, and the male students shunned him, let alone the female ones. Fortunately, He Ying soon stopped crying, having been taught by her mother that tears were a sign of weakness. She did not wish to appear weak. That I also cannot be certain if they will allow me to take anyone away. I will ask, Wang Yuan remarked, though he harbored his own suspicions. The Federation mandated that superhumans leaving the scavenger planet must serve a 5-year term in the military. As for taking someone along, Wang Yuan felt it was nearly impossible. After all, one could not simply bring others to the Federation's military base. The little girl nodded. Wang Yuan opened his mouth, but refrained from voicing the thought of what they would do if the Federation denied their request to leave with someone. By this time, the sky outside had turned completely dark. Where do you live? Wang Yuan glanced at the night sky. Should I escort you back? Although he knew that the little girl had survived alone on this scavenger planet for 5 years. He felt uneasy about letting her return alone at night. Ying shook her head. I can manage. I don't want to go back. Huh. Wang Yuan was taken aback. Ying looked up at him timidly. I want to stay with you. Wang Yuan's mouth hung open in surprise. Ultimately, the little girl chose to remain. He offered her the stone bed he had just built, while he laid down a foam board on the ground. Initially, the little girl intended to sleep in a makeshift shed outside where materials were stored. However, the temperature outside was quite low, and the shed had numerous drafts. Wang Yuan could not bear to let her sleep there. After some gentle persuasion, he convinced her to sleep on the stone bed. Perhaps exhausted, the little girl, aside from glancing anxiously at Wang Yuan a few times, soon fell asleep. Watching the little girl slumbering peacefully on the stone bed, Wang Yuan found himself lost in thought. His heart ached for this unfortunate child. The scavengers on this planet were predominantly long-term prisoners of the Federation. Yet Ying, having been born and raised here, bore no guilt. She was merely a victim of circumstance. Though Wang Yuan was now 19 and of a youthful age brimming with hormones, he harbored no inappropriate thoughts towards the little girl, especially given her dirty, ragged attire, matted hair, and the unmistakable scent of refuse that clung to her. Despite her fair complexion, she was gaunt and fragile, her appearance far from appealing, even bordering on unattractive, save for her pure, innocent eyes. Mother, the little girl murmured in her sleep, revealing glimpses of her dreams. Sighing softly, Wang Yuan contemplated the likelihood that the Federation would not permit superhumans to take others with them. He was uncertain how he would care for the little girl under such circumstances. Ultimately, he shook his head, resolving to take things one step at a time. As he was not in any immediate rush to leave, that he ensured the fire was well fueled, guaranteeing it would not extinguish by morning, and then lay down on the plastic board to sleep. Thus, on the second day of Wang Yuan's arrival on the scavenger planet, he found himself accompanied by a little girl shadowing him. Now that she was aware of his identity as a superhuman, Wang Yuan made no effort to conceal his abilities, demonstrating his magical ice orb and whirlwind without hesitation. That on the following day, Wang Yuan ventured with a little girl to familiarize themselves with the surroundings. With her innate knowledge of the area, Ying proved to be a natural guide. By day's end, she had led Wang Yuan on a thorough tour, sharing crucial insights regarding the planet's hazards. The first warning was about acid rain. One must avoid getting caught in it at all costs. Ying had witnessed a scavenger afflicted by acid rain, whose body had rotted away within days. The second concern was regarding water. Aside from what could be exchanged at the recycling station, most external water sources were unsafe for consumption. There were a few underground water sources that could be drunk, but scavengers lacked the means to access them. That Ying revealed that the 3 major factions controlled a vast cave where stalactites dripped water, which was safe to drink, information she had learned from her mother. However, this detail was of little consequence to Wang Yuan, as he had an abundance of water. The third issue pertained to food. On the scavenger planet, aside from the garbage-eating beetles, there existed a plant whose heart could be consumed. However, that type of plant had nearly been eradicated in the vicinity, and Ying had only seen it once or twice during her mother's lifetime. There were also edible moss roots, but they were nearly impossible to find now, sprouting only in spring and summer. The number of plants capable of surviving in such a harsh environment was exceedingly scarce. Currently, it was autumn on the scavenger planet. Moreover, there were worms. Yes, this scavenger planet was home to many large and robust worms. However, the taste of these creatures was utterly unpalatable. However, in order to avoid starvation, many scavengers, when cornered, resort to digging for earthworms to eat. Given the option, the vast majority of scavengers prefer to catch garbage beetles. It is only when they are truly famished that they reluctantly resort to excavating worms. This explains why most scavengers here have managed to survive without succumbing to hunger. No wonder Wang Yuan noticed numerous depressions in various locations. Moreover, when the subject of large earthworms arose, a look of disgust crossed He Yingying's face. Although her cheeks were clean, her expression still revealed her aversion. It seems she has tasted them before. He Yingying even took the initiative to find a patch of earth and demonstrated to Wang Yuan how to dig for worms, quickly unearthing 2 earthworms as thick as Wang Yuan's thumb. The slime covering the large earthworms was particularly abundant, and just the sight of them made Wang Yuan feel slightly nauseous at the thought of consuming such creatures. Just as Wang Yuan suspected, the scavenging planet is perpetually shrouded in a gray haze. Only during the peak of summer does the sun shine for a day or two. Furthermore, winter on the scavenging planet is akin to hell. As garbage beetles are virtually absent during this season to obtain food, one must either collect items to exchange at recycling stations or endure the repugnance of eating earthworms. The external temperatures are exceedingly low, making it exceedingly difficult to venture out in search of redeemable goods. Moreover, the 3 major factions control access to the recycling stations, and once one exits these stations, half of the exchange supplies are typically seized by these factions. Consequently, each winter proves to be the most arduous period in previous years. He Yingying endured hunger during winter, only resorting to the distasteful act of digging for earthworms when absolutely necessary. Additionally, there exists a monstrous creature that preys on humans, though they are rare and He Yingying has never encountered one. This information was relayed to her by her mother, who heard it from the 3 major factions. He Yingying meticulously shared various other points of caution with Wang Yuan, all of which are the accumulated wisdom from her 17 years of living on the scavenging planet. Wang Yuan diligently noted these precautions, but by the end of the day, despite their wandering, they had gathered a considerable haul. The 2 of them now carried 4 or 5 garbage beetles in a small cloth pouch. He Yingying possessed a remarkable knack for locating these beetles. However, one should not underestimate these small creatures, as they scurry away with remarkable speed, making them challenging to catch. This is one of the reasons why garbage beetles are difficult to capture. Nevertheless, this posed no problem for Wang Yuan, who could easily ensnare them with a few small balls. His basic attack enabled the balls to fly faster than the beetles could run, ensuring that none of the garbage beetles He Yingying found could escape Wang Yuan's toxic grip. Consequently, on their way back, He Yingying looked at Wang Yuan with sparkling eyes. Likewise, Wang Yuan felt envious of He Yingying's adeptness at locating garbage beetles. She could simply rummage through the heaps of refuse and discern the presence of garbage beetles with an accuracy rate approaching 80%. Although she explained various details while searching, Wang Yuan found himself somewhat bewildered. It must be said that such skills are indeed a matter of innate talent. Throughout the day, they encountered numerous other scavengers. Many of them gave Wang Yuan and He Yingying a curious glance, noting their relatively clean appearance. However, they paid little mind, as they were aware that Wang Yuan was likely a newcomer, having arrived just days prior with a transport ship that everyone had witnessed. During such encounters, He Yingying would instinctively hide behind Wang Yuan. After all, her face was now clean, and being recognized as a girl could lead to complications. Women are exceedingly rare on this scavenging planet. He Yingying had learned from her mother that it was imperative not to let other scavengers discover her gender. As for Wang Yuan, He Yingying still relied on him for assistance in leaving this place. Since she intended to accompany him in the future, it was inevitable that she would eventually reveal her identity, prompting her to wash her face in front of him. Ultimately, with Wang Yuan's consent, He Yingying smeared dirt back on her face, promising to wash it off again later, given that they currently had an ample supply of water. Upon returning to their shelter, dusk had begun to settle in. Wang Yuan first fetched a bucket of water for the little girl to wash her face. Meanwhile, he skillfully prepared the beetle meat, placing it in a ceramic pot over the fire. Earlier that morning, Wang Yuan had rolled up some scrap paper into thick tubes, crafting them into something akin to ancient fire starters to preserve the flame. Observing the little girl's matted hair, he deliberately collected a bit of the grease released from the beetle meat in a small container. Although he could hardly recall the specifics of making soap from survival shows, he did remember that mixing animal fat with charcoal ash could serve as a cleaning agent. Wang Yuan intended to wash the little girl's hair, as the sight of her sticky locks was quite unappealing to him. After eating, the little girl rested while Wang Yuan activated his dark eye, focusing on enhancing the experience bar of his skill panel. He worked late into the night before finally lying down on another makeshift stone bed. Fortunately, the shelter was spacious enough. Otherwise, there wouldn't have been room for 2 stone beds. Watching the experience bar on his skill panel swell with progress, Wang Yuan estimated that with another 10 days of such training, he might be able to level up. He continued to channel the energy of the clear stream through his dark eye, which he fancifully referred to as training in the days that followed. Life settled into a monotonous routine of foraging for food and collecting recyclable items to bring back to the shelter. Thanks to the collaboration between Wang Yuan and He Yingying, they were well-fed and lacked for nothing. Each day, they gathered so many garbage beetles that they couldn't consume them all, and several pieces of smoked meat hung from the fireplace in their shelter. He Yingying mentioned that garbage beetles would become extinct during winter, and since they were currently unable to finish the beetle meat they collected daily, Wang Yuan devised a plan to see if he could smoke some for preservation. The smoked meat appeared to have been successful, yet Wang Yuan was concerned about storage. After all, they were not alone in this vicinity. If other scavengers entered their shelter while Wang Yuan and He Yingying were away, it was highly likely they would steal the smoked meat. There were no laws or rules in this place. Although Wang Yuan had fashioned a rudimentary door for the shelter, he harbored no illusions that it would deter those intent on entering. As he pondered potential solutions, he decided to leave the meat hanging in the fireplace for the time being. Additionally, any items they collected for exchange at the recycling station could also be pilfered if someone else came along. There were scavengers who specialized in lurking around the hiding places of others, waiting for them to leave in order to steal the hard-earned finds. He Yingying's shelter had been raided several times before she discovered the small underground stone cave. Hence, in recent days, Wang Yuan and He Yingying had been careful not to stray too far from their immediate surroundings. However, Wang Yuan planned to hide the smoked meat in the very underground cave where He Yingying used to take refuge, intending to retrieve it during the winter. That secluded little cave was a place he would never have discovered had He Yingying not shown him, and as of now, no other scavengers knew of its existence. He Yingying had always been cautious in avoiding other scavengers on her way back, which had kept her hidden. Wang Yuan resolved to wait until the meat was fully smoked before sneaking it into the cave at night. Scavengers on the planet typically did not wander about after dark, as there was little to be done in the pitch-black darkness. Once settled, Wang Yuan spent most of his time training. It had now been 7 or 8 days since Wang Yuan arrived on the scavenging planet. And perhaps due to the substantial time he devoted to training, the experience bar on his skill panel had reached nearly 98%. Unless an unexpected event occurred, he should be able to level up today. Although reaching level 2 did not unlock any new skills, Wang Yuan still felt a sense of anticipation regarding the upgrade. Wang Yuan Gij, the young girl, He Yingying, entered from outside. Her appearance had transformed. Atop her head rested a worn, low-brimmed hood that obscured much of her delicate features. Although her clothes remained tattered, they were at least clean, a stark contrast to their previous disheveled state. Moreover, the once pungent odor that clung to her was now nearly absent. As He Yingying removed the hood, a neat bob of hair was revealed, and her previously gaunt face appeared slightly fuller, a result of having enjoyed nourishing meals over the past few days. At first glance, she resembled a spirited young girl, exuding a refreshing aura. Having grown accustomed to her newfound cleanliness, He Yingying found herself resistant to the idea of smearing dirt on her face. After all, who among us does not appreciate a sense of freshness and cleanliness? Thus, to shield her visage, she donned a salvaged, antiquated hood. Her clothing was washed daily, and the long strands of matted hair were mostly sheared off with a blade salvaged from a refuse heap, leaving her with a tidy bob. Then, using a mixture of animal fat and charcoal ash, her hair was cleansed. Over the span of several days, the once grimy child was transformed into a pristine and spirited young girl. However, Wang Yuan faced a dilemma. He Yingying was blissfully unaware of the distinctions between genders. Unsure how to communicate this to her, he could only implore her not to undress in front of others when using the restroom. When she inquired why, he found himself at a loss for words, resorting to vague explanations. Fortunately, after these few days, He Yingying had developed a strong dependence on Wang Yuan. Heeding his words, This prevented the awkward situation that could have arisen when it came time for her to change clothes, where she might have undressed completely before him. Although she had been unkempt and slightly emaciated at that time, there was little to behold that I'm back, he Ying exclaimed, her sparkling eyes alight as she looked toward Wang Yuan, who was seated on the stone bed, ostensibly cultivating in truth, he was merely immersed in the skill panel, actively channeling his powers into the eye of darkness, regardless of whether he was standing, sitting, or lying down. However, Wang Yuan preferred to sit, believing it allowed him to concentrate his attention throughout the day. Standing was uncomfortable, and lying down often led to slumber, so sitting was the most suitable option. Upon opening his eyes, he smiled at the young girl before him. So, what have you found today? Since acquiring the hood, Wang Yuan had been eager to level up. Whenever he practiced in the shelter, He Ying would wander nearby, always returning before dusk. Having grown up on a scavenging planet and lived alone for 5 years following her mother's passing, Wang Yuan felt little concern for her well-being. Truth be told, if Wang Yuan had not possessed the skill panel, he might have perished from hunger, while He Ying would have continued to thrive. Look! He Ying joyfully raised a crude cloth bag, which was bulging at the seams. The fabric had been stitched together by Wang Yuan and He Ying from scraps they had scavenged. Inside were 2 large beetles. Presenting them like treasures, she exclaimed, "I caught these all by myself." Afterward, she puffed out her cheeks. "Unfortunately, Wang Yuan, you weren't there. I lost 3 others while chasing them." Wang Yuan paused, momentarily enchanted by her pout, struggling to suppress the urge to pinch her cheek, ultimately resisting the impulse. Her face no longer bore the gauntness of before, perhaps due to her reliance on him. The natural charm of her 17 years began to shine through, making her puffed cheeks somewhat endearing. "No matter. This is enough for us," he replied with a smile. "We can catch more later, and tonight we shall have a pot of meat soup." Rising to his feet, he could not resist reaching out to ruffle her hair. Though freshly trimmed and cleaned, it still felt somewhat dry and coarse. However, observing her delight, he indulged in a few gentle strokes before withdrawing his hand. With an abundance of meat, Wang Yuan and He Ying took turns steaming, boiling, and roasting their meals. Moreover, He Ying had brought a cherished item from her previous hiding place, a small jar of salt. This precious commodity was something she had exchanged at a recycling station and had treated it as a treasure, using it sparingly. He Ying handed the beetles to Wang Yuan before heading off to wash. Nearby, Wang Yuan had constructed a makeshift enclosure to serve as a shower room. Equipped with numerous containers that he filled with water daily, he had even discovered a large, malleable iron pot that, when adjusted slightly, could be used to boil water. Occasionally, both Wang Yuan and He Ying could enjoy a hot bath. Given the chilly temperatures on the scavenging planet, a hot bath was a luxurious comfort. For He Ying, apart from the rare occasions when her mother had bathed her during her childhood, this was an indulgence she had not experienced since. Indeed, in such an environment as the scavenging planet, a hot bath was a rare delight. Were other scavengers, who barely had enough drinking water, to learn that Wang Yuan and He Ying could indulge in hot baths, they might be driven to envy. Before long, He Ying emerged, having finished washing, her hands running through her damp hair. "Tea smells so good," she exclaimed, taking a seat on the stone beside Wang Yuan. Tea that moment. The meat soup in the ceramic pot before Wang Yuan was bubbling away, the white chunks of beetle meat floating within. They had even upgraded to a better ceramic pot. Soon, the salted meat soup was divided into 2 portions, and both Wang Yuan and He Ying began to savor its rich flavor. "By the way, Wang Yuan, this afternoon while I was catching beetles, I encountered another scavenger," He Ying said, looking up at him. "Really? They didn't see your face, did they?" Wang Yuan asked, sipping his soup. He Ying shook her head. "No, but he seemed like he wanted to steal my beetles. Luckily, I ran fast." Wang Yuan frowned, recalling the scavenger who had perished over a beetle on the day he arrived. "Perhaps you shouldn't venture out alone next time. We should stick together. I'm fine. They can't catch me. I've been seen before while catching beetles," He Ying replied nonchalantly. "Still, it's better to be cautious," Wang Yuan advised, gazing earnestly at the young girl. "Yes, I'll be careful," He Ying nodded in agreement. Unbeknownst to them, atop a distant refuse heap, a filthy scavenger quietly retreated. His face was obscured, rendering his expression unreadable, yet his eyes sparkled with excitement. A woman. It was a woman, he whispered to himself, exhilarated. Clutched in his hand was an object, a telescope. Though one side was missing its lens, the other remained intact. It was this damaged telescope that had allowed him to discern Wang Yuan and He Yingying's features from such a distance, revealing to him that He Yingying was indeed female. After all, within the shelter, she had not concealed her identity. They were unaware that there were scavengers using telescopes to spy from afar. In fact, he had been following He Yingying ever since she caught the beetles. Although she had evaded him, he had tracked her here, a product of his obsessive nature. Despite the chaotic environment of the scavenging planet, he had managed to follow the trail to their shelter. Meanwhile, Wang Yuan and He Yingying, blissfully enjoying their meat soup, remained oblivious to the fact that He Yingying's gender had been discovered by another scavenger. After satisfying their hunger, they chatted for a while before He Yingying retired to rest, while Wang Yuan resumed his cultivation on the stone bed. His experience points were nearing the threshold for leveling up. Time slipped by unnoticed, and finally, his experience surpassed the limit. A surge of energy coursed through Wang Yuan's body. Though it was fleeting, dissipating shortly thereafter, it felt akin to the exhilarating rush of a roller coaster reaching its peak before plummeting down. The skill panel's LV1 quietly transformed into LV2. At last, he had leveled up. The energy on the scavenging planet was indeed scarce. If one were to traverse the realms of a wormhole, Wang Yuan surmised that he could have ascended several levels by now. Upon opening his eyes, he glanced at the petite girl slumbering nearby and gracefully stepped out of the shelter. The temperature was quite low. However, it posed no discomfort to Wang Yuan. The surrounding darkness was profound, with the sole source of illumination emanating from the distant searchlight of a towering recycling station. Clenching his fist, he took a moment to assess his newfound capabilities. Having leveled up, he sensed a slight increase in his strength. Negligible, yet perceptible. Nevertheless, his perception seemed to have undergone a significant enhancement. His experience bar stood empty, yet appeared not to hinder his ability to wield magic. With practiced ease, a massive water orb materialized in his hand, a magical ice sphere. Checking the experience bar on his skill panel, he noted with relief that he had not lost a level. However, he could distinctly sense his current energy reserves, estimating that he could unleash 20 magical ice spheres in one go without difficulty. Moreover, he discovered a fascinating ability, Energy Surge. The magical ice sphere hovering in his palm suddenly expanded dramatically. It seemed that he could now channel internal energy to amplify the potency of his skills, albeit with certain limitations. Wang Yuan had an inkling that if he continued to level up, the threshold for this enhancement would rise. With a flick of his wrist, the water sphere shot forth, colliding with the darkness, where he faintly discerned debris swirling in the distance. Following this, he experimented with a magical whirlwind before contentedly returning to rest. Meanwhile, as night enveloped the world, the scavenger, unable to procure any beetles, wrestled with hunger. Lacking the skill of He Yingying in locating beetles, he was merely a stalker, limited to tracking humans. Even if fortune smiled upon him and he found a beetle, capturing it was another matter entirely. Given their slippery and swift nature, as for earthworms, he had no interest in them. He had not yet reached the point of desperation to consume such slimy and repugnant creatures. The mere thought of the little girl he had seen through the telescope earlier sent shivers of excitement through him, and he indulged in fantasies of overpowering her. He had been in this place for 3 years, untouched by the presence of a woman. Moreover, she appeared to be a clean and pristine individual. He could only wonder how the two had escaped the clutches of the 3 major factions. Indeed, he had observed their unblemished appearance and assumed they were newcomers, failing to consider how they might have the luxury of bathing daily. His thoughts had become somewhat rigid. Even if they had arrived just days ago, it was now a week later. How could they possibly remain so immaculate? He simply could not fathom how that petite woman had eluded the grasp of the 3 major factions. Knowing well that women who arrived on the scavenger planet typically fell prey to them, that he resolved to hide around their shelter the following day, devising a plan to eliminate the male and seize the female for himself. The pair appeared youthful and should be relatively easy to handle. With his mind made up, the scavenger succumbed to sleep, dismissing his hunger in light of the imminent opportunity. On the following day, As dawn broke, the scavenger rose and, guided by memory, stealthily approached the vicinity of Wang Yuan and He Yingying's shelter. Armed with a battered telescope and a rusted iron rod, he observed their shelter from a distance. As the light of day illuminated the surroundings, he spotted the two enjoying roasted meat for breakfast. After a night of hunger, he could not suppress the urge to rush down and seize their meal. But he restrained himself upon seeing He Yingying across from Wang Yuan. Stealth was the safest approach. Finally, he witnessed the duo preparing to leave. With her hood drawn, He Yingying frolicked ahead, while Wang Yuan followed leisurely behind. The hood concealed her femininity so well that he had not recognized her as a woman at first. It was only after trailing them that he realized her true identity when she removed her hood. Observing her lively demeanor, the scavenger licked his lips in anticipation. Estimating their route, he hurriedly concealed himself on a heap of refuse at a location they were likely to pass, straining to listen for their approach. Before long, he heard footsteps, confirming that the two were indeed drawing near. Crouching behind a mound of trash, he positioned himself behind a large, discarded panel that effectively shielded him from view. Wang Yuan and He Yingying remained blissfully unaware of the lurking danger. He Yingying merrily walked ahead, and they paid no heed to the nearby piles of refuse, having already scavenged the vicinity of their shelter for any valuable items in recent days. The nearby beetles had vanished, and they were now headed to a location slightly farther from their shelter. Wang Yuan had concealed smoked meat beneath the stone slabs of the makeshift bed. The containers of water had been emptied to prevent any other scavengers from stumbling upon their pristine supply and causing unnecessary trouble. Since Wang Yuan had just leveled up the previous night, replenishing the containers with 1 or 2 magical ice spheres would be a trivial task for him. His only concern was the substantial amount of materials recovered from the recycling station, which were cumbersome and difficult to hide. However, even if other scavengers arrived, they would not be able to carry away much. To do so would require considerable effort and time if Wang Yuan and He Yingying returned. They would encounter them as the footsteps grew closer. The scavenger tightened his grip on the iron rod. Through a small gap, he caught sight of the hooded young woman passing by, and soon, Wang Yuan came into view. The scavenger stealthily rose from his hiding place, positioned perfectly behind Wang Yuan. With unwavering focus, he raised the iron rod and brought it down with force towards Wang Yuan's back. The sound of the rod slicing through the air echoed ominously. Aimed at the back of Wang Yuan's head, excitement gleamed in the scavenger's eyes. Should he succeed in dispatching Wang Yuan, the petite woman would be his for the taking. His mind was already filled with fantasies of intimacy with her. Just then, an alertness surged through Wang Yuan. Having recently leveled up, his perception had significantly heightened, and a potent sense of danger enveloped him in an instant. Goosebumps prickled across his skin as he heard the rush of wind beside him. With no time to ponder, Wang Yuan rolled forward instinctively. The iron rod narrowly grazed his back, and he felt a gust of air rush past him. Since He Yingying was only a few paces away, Wang Yuan collided with her as he rolled. Fortunately, the momentum dissipated. He Yingying gasped, stumbling but managing to maintain her balance. Once steady, Wang Yuan turned to see a filthy scavenger standing nearby, having just slammed the iron rod into the ground. Had he evaded the attack? The scavenger was taken aback to see Wang Yuan evade what he had deemed an assured strike. Nevertheless, he did not hesitate, seizing the opportunity while Wang Yuan remained on the ground. He cackled menacingly and raised the iron rod once more to strike like a T that moment. He Yingying had just steadied herself and turned around. Upon seeing the dirty scavenger poised to attack Wang Yuan, she acted instinctively, rushing forward to shield him from the iron rod. If her underdeveloped physique were to endure such a blow, the consequences could be dire. Just in the nick of time, a small blue orb struck the scavenger squarely in the chest. The sudden impact caused him to falter momentarily. Seizing the moment, Wang Yuan lifted his foot and delivered a powerful kick to the scavenger's chest. The scavenger staggered backward, overwhelmed by the force and pain of the blow. After all, having endured a life of intermittent sustenance, his physical constitution was far from robust. Moreover, having gone to bed hungry the previous night rendered him even more debilitated as Wang Yuan struggled to rise. He fortuitously caught the petite girl who lunged at him in a gentle embrace. She felt remarkably light. "Are you all right, brother Wang Yuan?" He nestled in his arms, displayed no inclination to resist. "That I'm fine," Wang Yuan replied, wrapping his arms around He, a flicker of emotion stirring within him. He had observed her previous attempt to leap at him with an intent to attack quite clearly. Thankfully, his reflexes were swift. Despite lacking formal combat experience, he had engaged in his fair share of brawls prior to his transmigration. Back in his school days, he had been rather the bad boy. "Who are you, and what do you want from us?" Wang Yuan directed his gaze toward the scavenger who had stabilized himself across from him. The scavenger appeared bewildered. What was that blue orb? Yet He-Ying's soft voice momentarily dulled his capacity for thought. His mind was consumed by a singular notion. He must seize that woman. The scavenger, offering no reply, brandished a metal rod and charged at Wang Yuan, intent on striking him. However, Wang Yuan was not about to grant him that opportunity. With a swift motion, he raised his hand. Magic whirlwind! Whoosh! A transparent, colorless blade of wind surged forth. Da-da! The scavenger let out a horrific scream as he was thrust backward, the metal rod flying from his grasp. Not only that, but the transparent wind blade also possessed cutting properties, shredding the scavenger's tattered clothing and inflicting deep lacerations upon his skin. He crashed to the ground 3 or 4 meters away, resembling a ragged cloth in tatters. Both He-Ying and Wang Yuan were momentarily stunned. This was the first time Wang Yuan had wielded a skill from his panel against a living being, and he had not anticipated such overwhelming power. The searing pain from his myriad wounds jolted the scavenger back to lucidity. Superpowered being. The scavenger, now feebly struggling to retreat, gazed at Wang Yuan in terror. The ability to send a man flying with a mere gesture, leaving him battered and bruised. What could be more remarkable than that, if not the prowess of a superpowered individual? "I'm sorry. I am sorry. Spare me, please," the scavenger pleaded, retreating in fear. Having provoked a superpowered being, he could almost foresee his grim fate. Had he known that the young man was endowed with such powers, he would never have dared to lay a finger on the petite woman. In the Federation, superpowered individuals inherently held a position of superiority. This scavenger had once been exiled to this desolate planet for stalking an awakening superpowered girl. Fortunately, that girl had only recently discovered her powers, and her abilities were still nascent. Moreover, he had not committed any acts of violence against her. Most importantly, he had been within the jurisdiction of the Federation, bound by its laws, which had spared his life, relegating him instead to a life of survival on this forsaken planet. However, now he had incited the wrath of a superpowered being once more, and in this wasteland, no Federation laws would protect him. After retreating a safe distance, the scavenger, enduring the pain, struggled to rise and frantically began to flee. Yet, with his body riddled with wounds from the wind blades, each step was excruciating, hindering his escape. As Wang Yuan observed the fleeing scavenger, a flicker of hesitation crossed his gaze. In contrast, He-Ying coldly scrutinized the scavenger's retreating figure, recalling how he had nearly harmed her brother Wang Yuan. Initially, He-Ying had merely sought to stay close to Wang Yuan with the intention of escaping the desolate planet. However, after several days of his meticulous care, haircuts, baths, meals, and shelter, she had developed a profound sense of dependence on him. Anyone who dared to harm her brother Wang Yuan would become her sworn enemy. Growing up on the scavenger planet, He-Ying had become desensitized to the concept of rules. Her sole desire now was to vanquish the villain who had ambushed her brother Wang Yuan. Having witnessed numerous deaths from hunger, thirst, illness, and conflict, she was no stranger to mortality. Although Wang Yuan remained oblivious to the scavenger's motives for his attack, he understood that the man must die, setting aside the fact that he had been the aggressor. The scavenger had learned of Wang Yuan's identity as a superpowered being, and more importantly, he had seen He-Ying's face. When she had lunged at him, her hood had fallen away, revealing her features. Yet, having lived in a stable and peaceful society prior to his transmigration, Wang Yuan harbored an innate aversion to the concept of taking a life. While he had indeed already ended a life, having granted a merciful release to a scavenger who had begged for it in exchange for a worthless beetle, the circumstances now were markedly different. The previous individual had been beyond saving, with injuries that inflicted relentless agony, and Wang Yuan had merely acted out of compassion. Now, However, he faced the prospect of deliberately ending a life. A fierce internal struggle ensued within Wang Yuan. His gaze wavering as he watched the scavenger retreat further away. He slowly raised his hand. The massive water orb materialized above his palm. His heart remained conflicted. Reason and emotion clashed within him. Reason urged that the scavenger must die, while his emotional side hesitated to commit murder. Beside him, Ying's eyes sparkled with excitement, her anticipation evident as she gazed at the water orb in Wang Yuan's hand. She had witnessed the orb's might and eagerly awaited her brother Wang Yuan's strike against the ambusher. As the scavenger distanced himself, nearing the limits of the magic orb's range, Wang Yuan's expression hardened, and ultimately, reason triumphed over emotion. With a decisive thrust of his hand, the water orb soared through the air. Boom! The orb crashed into the scavenger's back, shattering upon impact and spraying water everywhere, accompanied by a heart-wrenching scream. The scavenger was hurled through the air, crashing headlong into the nearby heap of refuse, where he fell silent. Wang Yuan, accompanied by Ying, approached the scene. Observing the scavenger, whose body was smeared with blood and half buried in the garbage, Wang Yuan let out a gentle sigh. With a slight motion of his hand, he conjured a magical whirlwind. The refuse around them was swept away, burying the scavenger's lifeless form beneath the debris. In light of such a grim occurrence, Wang Yuan found himself lacking the inclination to venture forth any longer. Thus, he and Ying retreated to the shelter, but a sense of discomfort lingered within Wang Yuan, an indescribable feeling that weighed heavily on his heart. Ying had initially intended to venture out in search of beetles and gather supplies. But sensing Wang Yuan's unusual mood, she felt compelled to remain by his side. She watched Wang Yuan, lost in thought upon a stone bed. Ying rested her chin on her hands, observing him as he gradually drifted into a trance. This marked Wang Yuan's first genuine act of taking a life, and the emotional aftermath was far more profound than the discomfort he had experienced from merely stepping on someone. A myriad of strange thoughts flooded his mind, preventing him from finding tranquility. Ultimately, he closed his eyes, retreating into the skill interface, summoning the Eye of Darkness to absorb the surrounding pure energy. His consciousness sank deeper into the Eye of Darkness. A sense of calm began to envelop him. Mysterious symbols emerged in his mind, resembling both marks and runes. Gradually, Wang Yuan forgot everything: who he was, where he was, and that he had just taken a life. His thoughts were consumed by these intricate patterns, the enigmatic trajectories of energy. If any other superpowered individuals were present at that moment, they would have noticed a gravitational vortex forming around Wang Yuan's shelter. All the surrounding pure energy converged around his small abode. Unbeknownst to Wang Yuan, the Eye of Darkness icon flickered with vibrant, iridescent hues, a stark contrast to its previously dim glow. The pure energy surged wildly into his body. Time slipped by unnoticed. Little Ying felt hunger gnawing at her, yet she had no intention of waking Wang Yuan, who remained still with closed eyes. From him, she sensed a profound aura, indescribable, enigmatic, and sacred. Her intuition told her that it was not the time to disturb him. When Wang Yuan finally opened his eyes, he was greeted by the flickering light of a fire. It turned out that night had completely fallen. Little Ying sat before the fireplace, tending to the flames, idly poking at them with a stick. Wang Yuan had been in quiet meditation for an entire day, and she had kept him company in the shelter throughout. "You must be starving," a familiar voice chimed in. Little Ying exclaimed in surprise, hastily dropping the stick and spinning around. "Brother Wang Yuan, you're awake." She beheld Wang Yuan standing behind her, a gentle smile gracing his face. His eyes clear and devoid of the weight he had carried that morning. Now, Wang Yuan's mind was clear. The aftereffects of his first kill dissipated entirely. Furthermore, he discovered a delightful surprise. His skill panel had advanced to halfway, through level 3. This was an unexpected boon. Additionally, he felt an influx of inexplicable insights, and his state of mind had transformed entirely. Though he could not articulate it, his perception of the universe had grown remarkably clearer. Upon his arrival, Wang Yuan had felt as though he were dreaming a vivid dream. While everything was tangible, a subtle sense of detachment had lingered. Now, the feeling had diminished to almost nothing. Suddenly, little He Ying rushed over. "Brother Wang Yuan, are you all right?" Gazing into her concerned expression, Wang Yuan chuckled and gently ruffled her hair. "I'm perfectly fine now. Come, let me prepare some food for you." With a smile, he moved the stones from the bed and retrieved some cured meat. Since they hadn't gone out to catch insects today, they would have to make do with the cured meat. Once the food was ready, the famished little girl devoured it ravenously. Tomorrow is the day the recycling station opens. "I'll head there to exchange some items," Wang Yuan said, taking a bite of meat as he looked at little He Ying. "That be by the way, do you think the staff will allow me to take someone with me?" He added, with her mouth full. He Ying could only mumble incoherently. Seeing this, Wang Yuan couldn't help but chuckle. "Take your time eating, don't choke." She nodded vigorously. Wang Yuan smiled, lowering his gaze to his own meal. Though a subtle unease flickered across his features, in truth, he had already formulated a general answer regarding whether he could take He Ying with him. However, he decided to wait until tomorrow to confirm. If it turned out he couldn't take her along, he found himself reluctant to leave the little girl behind after all this time spent together. Wang Yuan felt acutely aware of He Ying's dependence on him. Furthermore, her impulsive act of trying to shield him from harm that very morning had deeply moved him. She had remained by his side in the shelter all day, that a little girl like her. Being asked to stay behind on this desolate scavenger planet while he departed alone was something Wang Yuan found utterly inconceivable. Present. What troubled Wang Yuan was the uncertainty of how to take little He Ying with him if the Federation forbade it. The likelihood of the Federation not allowing him to take anyone with him was a staggering 90%. As night deepened, Wang Yuan gazed at the peacefully sleeping He Ying on the stone bed, smiled softly, and then closed his eyes. Immersing himself in the skill panel, he concentrated entirely on the Eye of Darkness skill, yet despite his utmost focus, he could not return to the state he had experienced earlier that day. Although he remained unaware of the mysterious patterns he had encountered, Wang Yuan felt an innate yearning for that kind of rune. His heart instinctively craved understanding, learning, and application of such knowledge. However, after toiling for much of the night, he found only a slight increase in his experience bar. Still, he could not attain that enigmatic state again. Reluctantly, he decided to abandon the endeavor, realizing that such a state was elusive and difficult to grasp. Casting a glance at the nearly immobile experience bar, he felt a wave of frustration wash over him. Now that his skill panel had reached level 3, the experience required for further advancement had grown substantially. The thin flow of pure energy on the scavenger planet rendered the increase in experience painfully slow. With no other options, Wang Yuan resolved to rest for the night. Meanwhile, at the entrance of a cave illuminated by flickering flames, a makeshift wall encircled the area. However, this wall was rather unsightly, comprised of various dilapidated scraps of refuse haphazardly piled together. A large sheet of metal and a wooden plank formed a peculiar door. 6 individuals stood guard at the entrance, keeping watch. This was the territory surrounding the recycling station number 4 on the scavenger planet, a vast cave claimed by 3 major factions. The 3 factions collaborated to dominate this expansive cavern. The stalactites within the cave served as natural filters, with the dripping water collected for drinking. On this seemingly calm night, an unusual scavenger approached the entrance. A bloodied figure crawled from the ground, struggling to make his way forward in the dead of night. The 6 guards were taken aback, taking a moment to discern that this was indeed a person, a scavenger on the brink of death. "Get lost, crawl away and die. Don't block the way here, we still have to clean up." What a nuisance. Among the 6 night watchmen, one of them cursed at the blood-soaked figure before them. Yet the silhouette remained undeterred, continuing to crawl towards the entrance with unwavering determination. The 6 individuals exchanged glances, each reluctant to be the first to approach and drive the figure away. This was due to the fact that they hailed from 3 distinct factions, with each faction contributing 2 members to form the Night Watch team. There was no sense of unity among the 6, but before long, the bloodied figure had crawled to the front of the grand entrance. "Hey, you deadbeat, are you here just to disgust us?" one of the Night Watchmen shouted, raising his foot as if to kick the figure. However, another member from the same faction waved his hand to halt him, saying, "Don't kick him to death. He looks like he's about to kick the bucket anyway. If you kill him, will be the ones left to deal with the corpse. Upon hearing this, the watchman withdrew his foot. It was indeed a valid point. The individual appeared to be on the brink of death, and one swift kick could very well seal his fate if he were to die by their hand. The burden of disposal would undoubtedly fall upon them, an ungrateful task at best. "Hey, what do you want? If you wish to die, do it somewhere else," shouted the night watchman at the bloodied figure on the ground. The figure, seemingly resting, lifted its head after a moment, revealing a visage marred by grime and blood. "Return to your leaders and inform them that I possess information about a woman," the bloodied figure spoke, his voice barely above a whisper. Given his condition, it was a miracle his words could still be heard amidst the surrounding silence. He was none other than the scavenger who had ambushed Wang Yuan. Having survived a magical whirlwind and a magical ice sphere, he had not perished, but his injuries were grave, and he had merely succumbed to temporary unconsciousness. Meanwhile, Wang Yuan and He Yingying had chosen not to ascertain his fate. Upon regaining consciousness, he was consumed by feelings of resentment and hatred. His animosity towards the superhumans stemmed from the depths to which he had fallen, all due to their existence. He also harbored envy for the many who had awakened as superhumans. Why was he not among them? This hatred fueled his determination to crawl out of the refuse. Simultaneously, he sought vengeance against the superhuman who had grievously injured him that day. He understood that, in the harsh conditions of the scavenging planet, his current injuries spelled certain doom. He contemplated the three major factions and the young superhuman accompanied by a petite woman. He was convinced that the members of the three factions would undoubtedly find this information intriguing. Furthermore, the superhuman appeared to have only recently awakened and seemed relatively weak. He had yet to perish despite his condition, that he intended to conceal the identity of a young superhuman from the three factions, believing that their overwhelming numbers might provide him the opportunity to eliminate him. Thus, propelled by his hatred, he crawled all the way to the threshold of the three factions to the entrance of the vast cavern. The leaders of the three factions, Luo Wei, Fengbiu, and Ophis, stood in silence, gazing at the bloodied corpse on the ground. Before his demise, the scavenger had imparted two pieces of information, one regarding direction and another about a hooded woman. A woman who appeared remarkably clean. The leaders exchanged glances, each undoubtedly intrigued at a woman. A truly rare resource. 10 days prior, a new batch of scavengers had arrived, four of whom were women. Each faction had claimed one, with the remaining woman being bartered for resources, the highest bidder taking her while the resources were evenly distributed among the other factions. Now, another woman had surfaced, and according to the deceased scavenger, she was both young and pristine. Though they were uncertain of her origins, the likelihood of the information being fabricated loomed large. The dead scavenger had relayed this information with the condition that they would retrieve his body. "Just toss him in some refuse pile." Fengbiu gestured dismissively. 10 days prior, his faction had secured one of the four women, so a minor loss now was inconsequential as for retrieving the body. There was no need for such effort. After all, he was already dead, and the veracity of his information remained uncertain. "What do you all think of this news?" Luo Wei inquired of the other two leaders. Among the trio, he was the youngest, yet also the most ruthless, having ascended to power by eliminating the previous leader. "Who knows whether it's true or not? We should each consider it and act accordingly." Ophis replied that "I have no objections." Fengbiu nodded in agreement. This approach seemed prudent, especially given the uncertainty surrounding the authenticity of the information. Who knew if the deceased scavenger had intended to toy with the three factions in his final moments? After all, a young, clean woman appearing on a scavenging planet was inherently suspicious. Every woman arriving on the scavenging planet would inevitably fall into their grasp. Moreover, maintaining such cleanliness would necessitate bathing. Even the scavengers who had arrived 10 days prior would be filthy after enduring the conditions of the planet for that duration. Given the scarcity of water on the scavenging planet, even the leaders of the three factions bathed only once a month. "Very well, I'm indifferent as well," Luo Wei shrugged. "Let us disperse. Tomorrow is tax collection day." "Get some rest," Fengbiu yawned. The members of the three factions gradually departed. The cavern was vast, allowing them to occupy separate areas while still retaining ample space in light of the information gleaned from the deceased scavenger. The leaders of the three factions assigned personnel accordingly. The uncertainty surrounding the truth of the information made it imperative to remain vigilant, lest they miss out on a significant opportunity should it prove to be genuine. As dawn broke, it marked the day for the fourth collection station, a time for exchanges. The scavengers prepared their goods for redemption at the collection point. Wang Yuan, too, carried a large sack made of tattered cloth, filled with small items from the recovery list. Although he and He Yingying had gathered a considerable amount of resources, they lacked the necessary tools to transport everything to the collection station in one go. This reminded Wang Yuan of the makeshift carts some scavengers had pushed upon their arrival, sparking in him the idea to construct a similar cart. However, that would have to wait until their return. Today's primary objective was to inquire if the superhumans at the collection station could help facilitate their departure with others. Wang Yuan set out alone, while He Yingying remained behind to guard their shelter. The bag, though heavy, posed little challenge for Wang Yuan. Now at level 3 with enhanced physical abilities, with a clear sense of direction, he pressed on, as the towering beacon of light visible each night made it nearly impossible to forget the way. As he approached the collection station, he began to notice other scavengers appearing sporadically around him. Some carried their goods on their backs, others held them in hand, or pushed simple carts towards the redemption point. Each scavenger maintained a respectful distance from one another, their vigilance palpable. This behavior only lessened as they neared the collection station, where bloodshed and conflict were strictly prohibited. However, at the edge of the intersection, Wang Yuan spotted members of the three factions. Every scavenger who had redeemed items at the collection station was required to surrender half of their goods upon leaving, regardless of their nature. While they were not compelled to comply immediately, given the prohibition against conflicts near the station, those who chose to resist would find themselves followed by several individuals. After a certain distance from the collection station, all redeemed items would be seized, leaving the scavenger empty-handed and likely to receive a severe beating. Whether the personnel at the collection station were aware of this practice or not remained uncertain. Having departed from the vicinity of the exchange station, the outside world was theirs to contend with as they pleased, indifferent to their squabbles. Wang Yuan cast a fleeting glance at them, but paid them no mind as he resolutely made his way towards the recycling station to queue. The fourth recycling station boasted 3 recycling exchange points, each teeming with long lines of scavengers. In addition to these 3 recycling windows, there was also an exchange window nearby, which had similarly attracted a queue. Simultaneously, a contingent of federal soldiers clad in combat armor, brandishing laser rifles, stood guard. However, these soldiers appeared rather lackadaisical. They had been stationed on the scavenger planet for quite some time. An scavenger, in a fit of desperation, would dare to cause a ruckus near the recycling station. Thus, their presence was merely a formality, with attendance only once every 10 days. Wang Yuan held a cloth bag in one hand while rubbing his nose with the other. At that moment, he found himself amidst a throng of filthy scavengers. The scent was overwhelming. Although he had largely acclimatized to the odors of refuse on the scavenger planet, having previously resided in a recycling station before his journey, the pungent aroma was still quite pronounced as he stood ensconced among a crowd of grimy scavengers. Amidst this filth, Wang Yuan stood out with his immaculate appearance, a verdant gem amidst a sea of decay. His cleanliness drew the curious gazes not only of the scavengers around him, but also of the federal soldiers performing their routine duties. It was worth noting that even the leaders of the 3 major factions did not possess such pristine cleanliness. The latest scavengers had arrived a mere 10 days prior, yet somehow Wang Yuan had managed to remain spotless in such an environment. The only plausible explanation was that he had access to sufficient water for both drinking and bathing. Among the scavengers, there were many astute individuals, and several had already surmised this fact. Consequently, the glances directed at Wang Yuan were tinged with avarice. A flicker of regret washed over Wang Yuan. Had he known, he would have deliberately soiled himself before arriving, with the intention of simply washing up later. Thanks to his enhanced perception from recent upgrades, Wang Yuan could sense the greedy stares upon him without even turning around. Not one to be easily fooled, he quickly pieced together the implications of their gazes. Though the situation seemed somewhat troublesome, he felt no fear towards them. Soon, it was Wang Yuan's turn to be served. One of the windows was accompanied by a large machine extending a sizable shovel. Behind the window stood a federal soldier clad in armor and a helmet. The soldier gestured for Wang Yuan to deposit his items into the shovel extended by the machine. The helmet was tightly fitted, with even the eyes shielded by protective lenses. The soldier's eyes, concealed behind the lenses, lingered on Wang Yuan with a hint of surprise, clearly taken aback by his striking cleanliness, which starkly contrasted with the other scavengers. After Wang Yuan emptied his bag, the machine retracted the shovel and lowered the gate. After computation, it was revealed that he had earned a total of 18 federal credit points. Upon their arrival on the scavenger planet, the Federation had already accessed its database and set up credit accounts for each scavenger. Following an iris scan, the 18 credits were transferred into Wang Yuan's account. Should he wish to redeem them, he would have to queue at the adjacent exchange window. However, as he glanced at the notification indicating 18 credit points, he couldn't help but feel exasperated. Such a large bag yielded a mere 18 credits, roughly equivalent to 18 yuan. According to his recollection of the exchange list, a can of food was priced at around 10 credits, meaning his haul was insufficient even for 2 cans. Nevertheless, Wang Yuan had no intention of redeeming them, as he and He Yingying were currently free from concerns about food and drink. Noticing Wang Yuan's reluctance to vacate the window, the federal soldier's expression grew increasingly impatient. "Hurry up and step aside," came the soldier's voice through the loudspeaker beside the window. Wang Yuan flashed a slight smile at the soldier. "Apologies, I mean no disturbance. I simply have one more question." "Make it quick," the soldier replied curtly. Regarding the super ability users, Wang Yuan inquired, maintaining his cheerful demeanor. Each recycling window resembled a small booth akin to a telephone kiosk, with an acoustic glass door that muffled sound from the outside, rendering the scavengers unable to hear the conversation within. Upon hearing the term super ability users, the federal soldier hesitated momentarily. He understood that becoming a super ability user would allow one to leave the scavenger planet. Yet he was unaware if any scavengers had awakened their powers to depart from other stations. Since his assignment to the 4th recycling station, no scavenger had awakened as a super ability user during his tenure, which had spanned 4 to 5 years. "Are you a super ability user?" queried the soldier, regarding Wang Yuan with newfound hesitation. His tone markedly softened compared to earlier. It appeared there was a semblance of possibility. Wang Yuan's cleanliness was indeed extraordinary, far beyond that of an ordinary scavenger. Wang Yuan merely smiled without confirming or denying the implication. The federal soldier pondered for a moment before asking, "What is your question?" His tone had transformed considerably. Now imbued with a sense of warmth, super ability users held a prestigious position within the Federation. Upon joining, they would automatically attain the rank of warrant officer. With minimal military merit and passing a political review, they could swiftly be promoted to second lieutenant, attaining the status of a commissioned officer. Regular soldiers could not achieve the rank of warrant officer. For sergeants, promotion to second lieutenant was the norm. The rank of warrant officer was specifically established by the Federation for super ability users. Even those who joined the military from the scavenger planet would receive the rank of warrant officer, albeit under the condition that they served a full 5 years due to their past transgressions. Upon continued service in the federal military, they would be immediately elevated to second lieutenant. The federal soldier at the exchange window was merely a private. Even the highest-ranking officer at the recycling station was only a sergeant. This implied that if Wang Yuan were indeed a super ability user, his entry into the federal military would place him beyond the reach of their disdain. Furthermore, federal soldiers stationed on the scavenger planet had essentially forfeited their prospects for advancement, as opportunities for military merit were scant in such an environment. Consequently, the soldier's demeanor had softened considerably. "I would like to inquire whether, as a super ability user, I could take someone with me when I leave this scavenger planet," Wang Yuan asked the soldier behind the window. The soldier hesitated, recalling the regulations concerning the departure of awakened super ability users from the scavenger planet. Finally, he spoke, albeit with some reluctance. "I'm afraid that the regulations stipulate that prisoners on the scavenger planet wishing to leave must be super ability users and must enlist in military service." "Is that so?" Though Wang Yuan had suspected as much, receiving a definitive answer still left him feeling somewhat disheartened. "Thank you," he said, turning to exit the confines of the recycling window. As he pushed the door open and stepped out. The federal soldier gazed after him, momentarily lost in thought. Although he had not received a clear answer from Wang Yuan, the latter's composed demeanor and immaculate appearance, coupled with his probing question, strongly suggested that Wang Yuan was indeed a super ability user. Other scavengers typically approached the recycling process with trepidation. Even the leaders of the three major factions wore expressions of forced smiles. Only a super ability user would exude such calmness, and unlike the other scavengers, Wang Yuan's face bore no trace of uncertainty about the future, only an air of unwavering confidence. The soldier contemplated, realizing he would need to report back to his superiors regarding this matter. At that moment, another scavenger stepped into the booth. Wang Yuan, having no intention of redeeming his credit points, walked straight out of the recycling station. He pondered how to convey the news to Ying. Acutely aware that she would likely be disappointed, the thought of her crestfallen expression invoked a peculiar feeling within him. After 10 days of companionship, the little girl had unknowingly carved out a place for herself in Wang Yuan's heart. Particularly the selfless act of rushing forward to fend off the attack yesterday left a profound impression on Wang Yuan's heart. Exiting the recycling station, Wang Yuan made his way directly towards the sanctuary. The members of the three major factions, witnessing Wang Yuan's empty hands, did not impede his progress, choosing instead to confront those scavengers who had exchanged goods. However, as Wang Yuan moved on, 3 individuals from the factions trailed behind him, accompanied by several other scavengers. After walking a short distance, Wang Yuan noticed these shadows following him, that a smile crept onto his face. He had anticipated their pursuit when he felt their greedy gazes at the recycling station. Water is a deadly temptation for all scavengers on the desolate planets. Unfortunately, while he had an abundance of water, it was not as they imagined. Yet he could not bring these shadows back to the sanctuary, especially with the Ying's presence there. If her gender were discovered, it would lead to even greater complications. Glancing back, a slight smirk graced Wang Yuan's lips. After traversing a distance, he maneuvered between 2 towering mounds of refuse, with those shadows still lingering behind him. Upon reaching the rear of the garbage hills, he surveyed the towering heaps. Raising his hand, he summoned a magical whirlwind. 2 swirling gusts, each 2 meters high, roared forth and collided with the mounds. The heaps collapsed with a resounding crash, debris scattering through the air. Having reached level 3, Wang Yuan could amplify his energy input, allowing the magical whirlwinds to rise to 2 meters in height. The landslide of refuse left the trailing shadows momentarily stunned. Once the chaos subsided, the scavengers who had been following him found themselves lost among the undulating heaps of garbage, with no trace of Wang Yuan remaining. After successfully shedding his pursuers, Wang Yuan returned to the sanctuary in a short span of time. As he pondered how to speak with Ying, his expression suddenly shifted dramatically. The sanctuary had collapsed. Something had gone awry. Wang Yuan dashed towards the site. Ying, he shouted anxiously as he ran, but received no reply. Soon, he arrived at the location of the sanctuary, which lay in utter disarray, devoid of any sign of Ying. However, he observed numerous chaotic footprints scattered across the ground. Ying had been abducted. The sanctuary, which Wang Yuan had constructed sturdily, now lay in ruins, having been pieced together from materials scavenged from the surrounding garbage hills. While it provided shelter from the elements, it could not withstand deliberate destruction. The fireplace had collapsed, the fire extinguished, and the clay pots used for cooking were shattered. The stone bed had been dismantled, and the preserved insect meat was gone. Before departing, he had filled containers with water, all of which were now missing. Taking a deep breath, Wang Yuan forced himself to regain his composure. His trip to the 4th recycling station had not lasted long, only about 3 hours round trip. Yet the footprints on the ground indicated a considerable number of people had been present, coupled with the fact that the materials he and Ying had collected had been entirely taken. Such a feat could not have been accomplished by a small group. Only the 3 major factions could muster that many individuals in the vicinity. Memories of the leaders of the 3 major scavenger factions, Luo Wei, Feng Yu, and Ophis, flashed through Wang Yuan's mind from his first day here. While he was unaware of the exact locations of the faction strongholds, this was not a challenge for him. Wang Yuan promptly turned around and hurried back towards the recycling station. Shortly thereafter, he encountered a scavenger who appeared to have just exited the station, preparing to return. Wang Yuan charged towards him. The The scavenger, startled by Wang Yuan's aggressive approach, hesitated for a moment before swiftly turning to flee. Wang Yuan paused, realizing that on this scavenger planet, any scavenger would assume his intimidating demeanor signaled imminent danger. Stop. Wang Yuan bellowed, flinging a massive water sphere towards the ground in front of the fleeing scavenger. Boom! The water sphere exploded upon impact, sending debris flying and splattering droplets upon the scavenger. The startled scavenger skidded to a halt, fear etched on his face as he turned to Wang Yuan. Don't hit me. I won't run. That is psychic. The scavenger immediately recognized Wang Yuan's identity. Rest assured, I mean you no harm. You know the location of the three major faction stronghold? Wang Yuan inquired, the large water sphere hovering ominously in his hand. The scavenger gulped, unable to contain his anxiety. I know. Wang Yuan released his control over the water sphere, which collapsed with a splash, soaking a large area of ground. Leave me there. I will fill a container for you. Wang Yuan offered to the scavenger. The scavenger glanced at the damp earth, his eyes lighting up with desire and a twinge of pain. Pure water. All right. He eagerly nodded. Thus, under the guidance of the scavenger, Wang Yuan set off towards the vast cavern where the three major factions resided. Along the way, the scavenger occasionally glanced back at Wang Yuan, a mixture of fear and envy in his gaze. If only he were psychic, he could escape this wretched place. Although he was uncertain of Wang Yuan's intentions regarding the factions, it was clear from Wang Yuan's imposing demeanor that his purpose was far from benign. Focus on leading the way, Wang Yuan commanded, casting a glance at the scavenger. Yes, the scavenger nodded vigorously. We're almost there. We are not far from the recycling station. Wang Yuan quickly discerned that the sparse garbage piles indicated a recent human effort to clear the area. Before long, the scavenger pointed ahead. There it is. Wang Yuan looked up to see a makeshift wall marking the entrance to the cavern. Which faction is this? Wang Yuan asked, tilting his head towards the scavenger. All three factions are here. Deep within lies a massive cavern where drinkable water drips from stalactites. The scavenger cautiously glanced at Wang Yuan as he spoke of water. He was well aware because he had initially joined one of the three factions upon arriving, but later fled to preserve his own safety. Rest assured, I won't forget your share. Find a container nearby, and once I've resolved my matters, I will provide it for you. You think I would run off? Wang Yuan reassured the scavenger, who seemed preoccupied with his previous promise of water. I wouldn't dare. The scavenger replied fervently. Wang Yuan then lifted his gaze and proceeded towards the stronghold of the three major factions. Given that it was daytime, there were no guards stationed outside the makeshift wall. There had been in the past, but today was an exchange day, and the factions needed to allocate personnel for tax collection and to deal with those who refused to comply. As a result, the guards had been temporarily reassigned. Approaching the wall, Wang Yuan could faintly hear the sounds of commotion from within. Examining the wall, which he would tentatively refer to as such, Wang Yuan recognized that since all three factions were present, he need not search them out individually. He was certain that the three factions were responsible for He Yingying's abduction. However, he did not know which faction was specifically accountable. Yet at this moment it mattered little, as all three factions were contained within. Raising his hand, the whirlwind roared. 0.5 meter, 1 meter, 2 meters. With Wang Yuan continuously channeling energy, the magical whirlwind rapidly expanded to a height of 2 meters. With a swift motion, he sent the whirlwind crashing against the makeshift wall. Debris flew everywhere as the wall collapsed, a significant portion crumbling away. Boom! The scavenger who led the way lingered not far behind. Unable to suppress a gulp as he witnessed the unfolding scene. So, this is what it means to be a superpower wielder. Back when he was still a part of the Federation, he had long admired these extraordinary beings that a tremendous noise reverberated through the cavern, rousing its inhabitants. Before long, a multitude emerged, stunned by the sight of the wall that had collapsed significantly before them. With a creaking sound, Wang Yuan stepped onto the scattered debris, entering the cavern, the soles of his Federation military boots crunching on the refuse. These boots were issued to him during his time with Jin Wei's fleet. The leaders of the three major factions stared at Wang Yuan, confusion etched on their faces, unsure of what had transpired. Wang Yuan looked up, and there they were, the leaders of the three factions gathered. Who are you, brother? What happened to this wall? Feng Diyu inquired politely, despite the youthful innocence reflected in Wang Yuan's face. Wang Yuan appeared too pristine, an anomaly that did not escape Feng Diyu's notice, leading him to recall the recently captured young woman, another who was equally unblemished. Moreover, Wang Yuan's countenance radiated confidence. Amidst the 30 to 40 individuals present from the three factions, he showed not a trace of fear. "You all just captured a woman, did you not?" Wang Yuan addressed the faction leaders coldly. The members of the three factions paused, realizing the truth of his words. Indeed, they had just apprehended a young woman, and their earlier commotion stemmed from the ensuing debate over which faction had the rightful claim to her. Alongside the young woman, they had also secured over a ton of pure water. Fortunately, many had participated in the retrieval. Otherwise, the task would have proven arduous. They had traversed slowly to prevent spillage, hence their recent return. Although there was water in the cavern, it was limited, making it a highly coveted resource. The individuals who had captured the woman recalled another stone bed within the collapsed shelter. This. The leaders of the three factions exchanged glances, a silent communication passing between them. "Brother," Feng Diyu began, only to be abruptly interrupted. "Who are you calling brother? Answer me. Yes or no?" Wang Yuan replied with a chilling gaze directed at Feng Diyu. Nearby, Luo Wei suddenly smiled, casting a glance at Feng Diyu, puzzled by the sudden display of weakness from this seasoned schemer. However, Feng Diyu was not one to cower. Once a fearless figure within the Federation, he possessed a fierce determination. Thus, shortly after arriving on the scavenger planet, he had eliminated the leader of his faction and assumed command. Enough of this chatter. He is but one man. Can he truly turn the tide? Kill him. What if he captured a woman? It belongs to me now, Luo Wei declared menacingly. With a wave of his hand, 7 or 8 members from Luo Wei's faction advanced, weapons drawn, their faces twisted with malice as they encircled Wang Yuan. Wang Yuan regarded the approaching assailants with a cold glare. "You seem to be courting death," he warned. Fury ignited within him. He raised his hands, and a tempest erupted. This was no mere game. Unlike games where skills are subject to cooldowns, in reality, as long as energy sufficed and the body could withstand it, skills could be unleashed freely. 2 towering, 2-meter-high magical whirlwinds materialized in an instant at Wang Yuan's fingertips. In that moment, every face changed. The encroaching assailants attempted to retreat, but it was too late. The twin whirlwinds swept through, sending them hurtling through the air. The invisible blades of wind within inflicting grievous wounds. 2 unfortunate souls, struck by the wind blades in vital areas, fell silent before they even touched the ground. With a crash, 7 or 8 bodies sprawled before the others. Apart from the 2 unfortunate ones, the rest writhed in agony. Another round of slaughter. Yet this time, Wang Yuan merely cast a fleeting glance at the 2 lifeless forms on the ground, his eyes betraying no emotion. Superpower wielder. The members of the 3 factions recoiled in unison. Feng Diyu's expression shifted as well. While he understood that Wang Yuan's audacity in confronting the 3 factions stemmed from some form of assurance, he had not anticipated that Wang Yuan would be a superpower wielder. Typically, scavenger, however, the energy orbs capable of shattering iron blades are hardly enjoyable when they strike one's body. Wei glared fiercely at the approaching spheres. His expression hardened. He too wished to evade them. Yet, 3 or 4 orbs were hurtling directly towards him, and no matter which direction he attempted to dodge, complete avoidance was impossible, unless he possessed remarkable speed, which regrettably he did not. Gritting his teeth, Wei lunged to the left. Though he could not escape entirely, failing to evade would mean enduring the full brunt of the impact. Simultaneously, he hurled the half-blade of iron in his grasp towards Wang Yuan. Having discerned that this superpowered individual was likely newly awakened and not particularly strong, with the assistance of his subordinates, there was indeed a chance to eliminate Wang Yuan. Unfortunately, his followers had been so thoroughly intimidated by Wang Yuan that they were now paralyzed with fear. As the half-blade soared through the air, Wang Yuan displayed a hint of mockery. Raising his hand, he conjured a small magical whirlwind, approximately half a meter in diameter, to intercept the trajectory of the blade. This was not a mere game. The magical whirlwind could serve as a means of defense as well. The half-blade was swiftly repelled far away by the force of the whirlwind. Simultaneously, two energy orbs crashed against Ro Wei's body. Ugh! He let out a muffled groan. You wish to kill me? Wang Yuan observed Ro Wei as he struggled to rise from the ground, noting the suppressed malice in his eyes. Unlike the other two leaders, Feng Diyu was all smiles, while Ophis kept her distance. Yet, Ro Wei radiated a palpable aura of hostility that Wang Yuan could sense clearly. Our Wei fixated on Wang Yuan, remaining silent. He could not be allowed to live. Wang Yuan regarded Ro Wei, his hand subtly rising. Abruptly, a massive water sphere materialized, the magical ice orb. As Wang Yuan continuously infused energy into it, the water sphere churned and expanded, soon reaching its maximum controllable limit of nearly 1 meter in diameter. This water sphere was immensely imposing. The terror finally surfaced in Ro Wei's eyes. Previously cloaked in malice, he felt a profound sense of danger emanating from the enormous water sphere in Wang Yuan's grasp. The other scavengers watched with wide-eyed trepidation as well. Despite being merely a water sphere, its overwhelming presence instilled a deep sense of dread. No one wished to be struck by such a colossal orb. With a splash, Ro Wei's subordinates hastily distanced themselves from him. Undoubtedly, the water sphere was aimed at Ro Wei, and they had no desire to be collateral damage. As for loyalty, such concepts were non-existent among scavengers. It was merely the law of the jungle. The large water sphere shot forth rapidly. Under Wang Yuan's deliberate acceleration, Ro Wei had no means of escape. Bang! In Ro Wei's horrified gaze, it erupted violently against his chest. Water sprayed in all directions, drenching those who were slightly closer. Ta-da! Ro Wei screamed in agony as he was flung back. Thud! His body collided violently against the cavern wall before crumpling to the ground. Lifeless, the other scavengers from the three major factions looked at Wang Yuan with eyes full of terror. Indeed, superpowered individuals held a crushing advantage over ordinary people, even if they were merely newly awakened. Unless armed with firearms, ordinary individuals stood no chance against a superpowered being. Yet, how could a group of scavengers possess firearms? Furthermore, even slightly more powerful superpowered individuals could largely disregard most conventional firearms, including those wielded by federal soldiers, in stark contrast to the fear exhibited by the other scavengers. The little girl in Wang Yuan's arms looked up at him with starry eyes, having sniffled slightly. For the first time, she felt a yearning for superpowered beings. Previously, she had only perceived them as a means of escape from this place, her mother's lifelong wish being to leave. Now, beyond the desire to flee, she also craved the strength of a superpowered individual, believing that if she were like Wang Yuan, the villains would no longer be able to bully her, and she would not have to burden him with the need to rescue her. Wang Yuan surveyed the scavengers from the three factions, all of whom bowed their heads in fear as he passed, ultimately locking his gaze on Feng Diyu. How did you know I had women with me? Wang Yuan inquired with a detached tone, noting the signs of premeditation surrounding the collapsed shelter. It was evident that many had come to capture a single little girl. Feng Diyu forced a smile before recounting the events of the previous night involving a bloody individual. Internally, he cursed that man. Had it not been for him, they would not have provoked a superpowered being. Though that man was now dead, his body lost among the refuse, Feng Diyu wished he could kill him again. This individual had concealed the fact that a superpowered being was near the little girl. Had they known, they would never have dared to interfere. After hearing Feng Diyu's explanation, Wang Yuan deduced that the individual who had come to warn him last night was the same one who had ambushed him. A twinge of regret washed over him. He should not have shown mercy. Thankfully, the little girl had not sustained serious harm, or he would have been consumed by remorse. Since this was his first act of Wang Yuan could not help but recall the steel behemoths he had encountered upon his arrival in this realm. Just last year, he had been sentenced to life imprisonment and subsequently cast into this place. Shi Nanping gazed at Wang Yuan, earnestly stating, "You are quite the talent as well. How could one possibly steal such things?" Wang Yuan could not help but scrutinize Shi Nanping from head to toe anew. "You managed to steal them," Shi Nanping affirmed confidently. "Did you succeed?" Wang Yuan inquired, intrigued by Shi Nanping's resolute answer. "Well, 2 ships were taken. The third was discovered," Shi Nanping replied with a smile. his feigned simplicity unable to conceal the confidence in his tone. Successfully pilfering 2 federal interstellar warships was no small feat. What? Wang Yuan stared at Shi Nanping. Realizing he was a seasoned criminal, the Yingying, who had grown up on a scavenger planet, was oblivious to the true nature of federal interstellar warships, merely casting a curious glance at Shi Nanping. However, Shi Nanping chose to selectively ignore her gaze, having just outmaneuvered the 3 major factions thanks to this little girl. You are quite remarkable. Stealing 2 interstellar warships and not receiving a death sentence is truly miraculous. Wang Yuan remarked with a slight tilt of his head. All right then, you may accompany me, he added, nodding slightly at Shi Nanping. Great. Thank you, boss, Shi Nanping responded with enthusiasm. Subsequently, Wang Yuan and Yi Yingying led Shi Nanping away from that place. On their way back, Wang Yuan turned to Shi Nanping and asked, Interstellar warships, such massive vessels, how did you handle them? And can you pilot one? His curiosity was insatiable. Shi Nanping hesitated for a moment before cautiously replying. Boss, do you want the truth or a fabrication? Wang Yuan paused. The truth. Shi Nanping grimaced slightly. Well, since I'm already stuck in this godforsaken place, I might as well confess. I am a member of Dawn. Dawn? Wang Yuan was utterly perplexed. An anti-federal organization. Shi Nanping finally divulged after a moment of silence. Wang Yuan was momentarily speechless. The Federation is vast. I do not deny its entirety, but precisely because of its enormity. It inevitably harbors some vermin. Shi Nanping spoke with a profound tone. Initially, we merely aim to alert some of the upper echelons of the Federation, as many have suffered oppression from some complacent individuals. He murmured. However, some matters, once commenced, cannot be reversed. Wang Yuan shrugged. What if I were to spin a tale? He was reluctant to pass judgment on these matters, as he had stumbled into this world without much comprehension of the Federation. It was bewildering that he had been unceremoniously cast onto a scavenger planet. What happened to the promised return to Earth? Without his skill panel, surviving on the scavenger planet would have been exceedingly difficult. Just say you sold them to space pirates. You see, federal interstellar warships are highly sought after among them, Shi Nanping said nonchalantly. Soon, Wang Yuan engaged in casual conversation with Shi Nanping, gleaning insights about the Federation. Before long, the trio arrived back at the site of Wang Yuan and Yi Yingying's collapsed shelter. With the shelter in ruins, they would need to construct a new one. Coincidentally, Wang Yuan had also intended to create a better shelter. Even without this incident, he had planned to dismantle the old one. With the assistance of Yi Yingying and Shi Nanping, the new shelter was erected swiftly. Particularly, Shi Nanping worked exceptionally hard as dust descended. A brand new shelter was completed, far superior in appearance, size, and sturdiness compared to the previous makeshift structure, which had merely been a product of Wang Yuan's trial and error. A fire was lit among the 3 major factions. Wang Yuan had managed to acquire not only canned goods and seasonings, but also some essential supplies like flint, iron pots, and blankets. Wang Yuan produced 2 large barrels of water that Shi Nanping had sourced. In front of Shi Nanping, he conjured 2 large water orbs, filling the barrels. Let us boil some water and enjoy a hot bath. Clean yourself up. Now that you're with me, there is no need to remain filthy. I have plenty of water, Wang Yuan told Shi Nanping. Thank you, boss. Thank you, Shi Nanping exclaimed, visibly excited at the sight of the 2 large barrels of water. Since arriving on the scavenger planet, he had to ration his water intake, and the thought of bathing felt utterly extravagant. Not to mention a hot bath, Shi Nanping felt that following Wang Yuan was indeed the wisest decision. The little girl, calling him Brother Wang Yuan repeatedly, had made Shi Nanping acutely aware of Wang Yuan's name. I'll wait a moment. I'll set up a small shelter over there for myself, so as not to disturb you and your sister-in-law, Shi Nanping cheerfully stated, mentioning he would bathe after constructing a shelter. Wang Yuan did not contest Shi Nanping's reference to sister-in-law, while Yi Yingying, who was oblivious to matters of romance, felt indifferent to the term. Suit yourself. Wang Yuan waved his hand. But let us eat first. He produced 3 cans, 1 for each of them. After 10 days of consuming bug meat, Wang Yuan was ready for a change in taste. He couldn't help but commend the Federation's canned goods for their quality. If other scavengers were to discover this, they might be incensed. They had to endure bug meat daily while Wang Yuan enjoyed the luxury of canned food. Many scavengers were left starving, resorting to digging up plump earthworms to eat. Before long, the meal was finished, and Shi Nanping used the leftover materials to construct a simple shelter nearby. He then heated water in the iron pot and joyfully entered his makeshift shelter for a bath. The autumn nights on the scavenger planet were notably chilly. Meanwhile, Wang Yuan retreated into the shelter with the Ying to rest. Naturally, his daily training could not be neglected. When Wang Yuan concluded his training, Ying had already fallen asleep nearby. Although there was no clock, Wang Yuan estimated it must be quite late. Noticing a flicker of light outside the shelter, he found it odd that Shi Nanping had not yet turned in. With the flint now in hand, there was no longer a need to preserve the fire. Wang Yuan stepped outside, spotting a figure seated by the fire, gazing vacantly at the towering searchlight of the recycling station. It was Shi Nanping, though now devoid of dirt. Still awake? Wang Yuan approached. But Shi Nanping turned his head. His commonplace feature suggested he was quite young. Boss Wang, why are you still awake at this hour? Wang Yuan took a seat beside the fire. Just thinking about some things, Shi Nanping replied somewhat glumly. What is on your mind? Wang Yuan followed Shi Nanping's gaze towards the searchlight. I was wondering if I'll ever have the chance to leave this place and see the brilliant starry river again. I truly envy you, Boss Wang, Shi Nanping mused, staring at the starless night sky, being a superhuman difficult. Wang Yuan inquired, as he too was troubled by how to help Ying escape. Say it's hard. That's not exactly so. It merely involves activating the genetic code within your body and unlocking the human gene lock. Shi Nanping paused. Those with good fortune might awaken after a good night's sleep, while those less fortunate may never have the chance. He added, is it all just a matter of luck? Wang Yuan felt a wave of frustration. Shi Nanping shook his head. Not at all. Although the truth remains uncertain, I've heard that some powerful superhumans can assist others in unlocking their genetic locks. However, those powerful superhumans are all exceptional individuals, leaving ordinary people to merely dream. Yet I do know of another method that is indeed real. The upper echelons of the Federation possess a type of genetic serum that significantly increases the probability of awakening. However, ordinary people rarely have the opportunity to access it. Shi Nanping spoke somewhat absent-mindedly. For a moment, Wang Yuan found himself at a loss for words. Gene serums, such concepts were beyond the realm of the scavenger planet. The formidable superpowered individuals required an extraordinary level of strength, one that Wang Yuan, a mere novice, could hardly compare to. Furthermore, all of his abilities stem from a skill panel, distinguishing him from traditional superpowered beings. Wang Yuan felt a headache coming on. Afterward, he conversed with Shi Nanping for quite some time before they each retreated to their respective shelters to rest. However, Wang Yuan felt a tad awkward, as the shelter was hastily constructed by Shi Nanping, consisting merely of a large stone was adorned with bedding that Wang Yuan had retrieved from the two major factions earlier in the day. Where the little girl Ying was fast asleep. Rubbing his nose, Wang Yuan had no choice but to lie down at Ying, as if sensing something clung to him like an octopus, despite having enjoyed 10 days of carefree living. The little girl still appeared quite thin. Now in Wang Yuan's embrace, he could hardly feel any softness. He could distinctly sense her bones at the tea that moment. Apart from feeling heartache, Wang Yuan had no other thoughts. Ultimately, he held the little girl close and drifted into a deep slumber. The following morning, after breakfast, Wang Yuan called out to Shi Nanping. Have you been here for about a year? Wang Yuan inquired. Gazing at Shi Nanping nodded. Yes, I arrived on the transport ship just before you, and it has indeed been a year. Then you must know a few other scavengers, at least to some extent. Wang Yuan continued to ask. Well, Shi Nanping hesitated for a moment. There is little communication among scavengers, mainly due to mutual distrust. However, there are small groups of 2 or 3, and I've had some interactions with a few scavengers. But we are not particularly close. Wang Yuan nodded, pondering for a moment. In that case, your task today is to help me spread the word. I'm exchanging water here, 2 cans for 1 bucket. There's a daily limit of 10 buckets. 2 cans for a bucket of water is considerably cheaper than the federal recycling station. Wang Yuan's motive for this was to stockpile resources, as winter was fast approaching on the scavenger planet. According to Ying, Wang Yuan had no desire to consume those delicious earthworms. 10 buckets of water daily were an effortless endeavor for Wang Yuan at present. This, Shi Nanping was momentarily taken aback that if you know any scavengers, feel free to introduce them. I could probably take on 7 or 8 more people, ensuring they have food and drink, and even the luxury of bathing. Wang Yuan paused before adding, by the way, consider what offenses they might have committed. I prefer not to take in anyone with serious crimes. Shi Nanping nodded, finding Wang Yuan's offer quite alluring that he believed that any scavenger would be tempted, especially since the environment here lacked the vices prevalent in the 3 major factions. Even among the 3 factions, the water from the caves was limited, sufficient only to guarantee that their subordinates had enough to drink. As for bathing, only the leaders and a select few could afford that luxury. For others, it was merely a dream. Shi Nanping set off with Wang Yuan's instructions in mind, with plenty of cans still in hand and new ones on the way. Wang Yuan was confident that the offer of 2 cans for a bucket of water would entice scavengers. Wang Yuan decided against taking He Ying out to catch insects and instead remained in the shelter to cultivate. After yesterday's events, he had come to a clear understanding of the importance of strength. He glanced at the experience bar on his skill panel, noting that he was still quite far from reaching level 4. He then eyed the 2 skills he could unlock at level 5, Grappling Palm and Magic Ball Barrage. The Grappling Palm was largely ineffective in the game, while the Magic Ball Barrage was a skill Wang Yuan frequently employed, one that every competent Mo Emperor would likely use. He recalled how, in the ancient version of the game, this skill had once become emblematic of the Mo Emperor, earning the title of Pea Shooter. Shaking his head, he pushed aside those thoughts and resumed his cultivation. He Ying, having experienced the abduction the previous day, still harbored a sense of unease and simply wished to stay by Wang Yuan's side. Thus, while Wang Yuan practiced, He Ying remained in the shelter accompanying him. Outside, although there was little interaction among scavengers, it did not imply a complete absence of communication. Near the number 4 recycling station, a superpowered individual had emerged, single-handedly confronting the 3 major factions to rescue someone, effectively reducing them to 2 factions. This explosive news, having fermented throughout the day prior, spread like wildfire among the scavenger community surrounding the No. 4 recycling station. At this juncture, Shi Nanping stepped forward to convey Wang Yuan's intentions. Before long, a throng of scavengers began to follow Shi Nanping toward Wang Yuan's shelter. Many gazed enviously at Shi Nanping's clean appearance, while some familiar faces among the scavengers attempted to ingratiate themselves with him, eager to glean more information about Wang Yuan, as they all vied for one of the 7 or 8 spots he had mentioned. When Wang Yuan saw Shi Nanping return to the shelter with nearly 100 scavengers in tow, he was utterly taken aback that so many people. Standing at the entrance of the shelter, Wang Yuan noticed He Ying cautiously shrinking beside him, her little hand clutching his clothing. To Wang Yuan's request, He Ying made no attempt to conceal herself. Following the events of the previous day, Wang Yuan understood that merely hiding was impractical. It would be better for everyone to know that a superpowered individual was in proximity to He Ying, thereby ensuring her safety. Initially, Wang Yuan had been unaware of the superpowered individual's extraordinary standing within the Federation and the level of intimidation they held over ordinary people, coupled with Wang Yuan's persistent belief that he was merely a low-level weakling. Witnessing that Black General Spacewalk had left him feeling somewhat insecure about his own modest abilities. Thus, he had contemplated remaining hidden. However, after the events involving the 3 major factions, Wang Yuan realized that while he may indeed be weak, that was only in the context of the Federation and other superpowered beings, the scavengers on this scavenger planet. He was a powerful superpowered individual. Below, many scavengers gazed at the clean little girl with a glimmer of unrestrained aggression and desire in their eyes. Faced with those unsettling gazes, the little girl curled up next to Wang Yuan like a frightened quail. Humph. Wang Yuan let out a soft huff, his energy subtly stirring within him. After these few days of acclimatization, he could now summon the energy within his body without relying on skills. Though the impact was limited, and he had yet to harness any other abilities without the aid of the skill panel, it still served to create an impression. With that, as Wang Yuan stirred his internal energy, a faint pressure radiated outward. While it was not particularly strong, it sufficed when faced with a crowd of ordinary people. a group of scavengers long deprived of adequate nutrition. Each scavenger felt an innate sense of danger emanating from Wang Yuan, causing them to instinctively shrink back. The previously brazen gazes vanished without a trace. He Ying looked up at Wang Yuan, her eyes filled with admiration, and her heart swelled with a newfound sense of security. Shi Nanping regarded Wang Yuan with a flicker of envy in his eyes. Few within the Federation did not aspire to be a superpowered individual. I know you all desire water. The cans are ready. Wang Yuan raised his hand, and before the gathered crowd, a massive ball of water materialized, swirling in the air. Instantly, the sound of many gulping could be heard. It was not mere greed, but rather genuine thirst. As they beheld the crystal-clear water sphere in Wang Yuan's hand, all the scavengers felt parched, longing to quench their thirst. Wang Yuan gestured for He Ying to fetch the water bucket. She dashed into the shelter and soon emerged, dragging a large plastic bucket taller than herself. This was all arranged by Shi Nanping. Wang Yuan softened the water sphere and filled the bucket. As all the scavengers gazed upon the large bucket of water, their eyes brimmed with longing, a number of them displaying eager expressions. Yet, the presence of Wang Yuan as a superpowered individual loomed over them like a sword, deterring any reckless actions. Let me be clear, I do not lack water. Wang Yuan cast a penetrating gaze over all the scavengers, exuding an air of authority. Wherever his eyes fell, nearly all the scavengers instinctively lowered their heads. Simultaneously, among the crowd of scavengers, many exchanged furtive glances, having heard that Wang Yuan could provide water. They presumed he had discovered a water source, and some of them harbored ulterior motives. Their astonishment, they soon realized that Wang Yuan was conjuring water out of thin air with his supernatural abilities, rendering their thoughts futile. Every day, 10 barrels. Starting at dawn, 2 cans for a barrel, Wang Yuan announced in a commanding voice. Below, a number of scavengers began to stir restlessly. Furthermore, those who dare to seize the water exchanged here from me should think twice. Wang Yuan revealed a sinister smile. If anyone attempts to snatch the water you acquired from me, feel free to come to me. With a flick of his hand, a colossal water sphere shot forth. Boom! A heap of garbage over 30 meters away was instantly obliterated by the water sphere. Debris flying in all directions. One could only imagine the devastating impact of such a massive water sphere striking a person. All the scavengers swallowed hard, uncertain whether it was out of fear or regret for the water sphere that had exploded into a cascade of droplets. I offer after-sales service here, Wang Yuan said with a chilling smile. 2 cans for a barrel of water was a price almost any scavenger could afford. However, being able to exchange for it and ensuring the safety of the acquired water were 2 entirely different matters. To avert any chaotic influences on his grain-storing strategy, Wang Yuan devised this after-sales service. While many scavengers trembled in trepidation, others expressed a glimmer of excitement. Although it was not a guarantee of safety, it at least provided a layer of protection. Additionally, I am currently looking to recruit 7 or 8 subordinates. However, I must clarify beforehand that I will not tolerate laziness or individuals with heinous crimes. Wang Yuan surveyed the diverse expressions among the scavengers. Those who have arrived on this scavenging planet are all federal prisoners serving life sentences that do not know the extent of your crimes. But you must be clear about them if you wish to join me. After a brief pause, Wang Yuan continued, Of course, those with particularly vile and twisted offenses need not apply, for I fear I might not be able to restrain myself from eliminating you. A commotion ensued among the scavengers, and upon seeing Shi Nanping, they recognized the benefits of aligning with this superpowered individual. Yet, many scavengers remained uncertain whether their own transgressions would be deemed heinous in Wang Yuan's eyes. Those wishing to follow me should first seek out my subordinate, Shi Nanping. He will conduct the preliminary examination. Only after passing his scrutiny may you approach me. Furthermore, anyone joining thereafter will also report to him, Wang Yuan stated nonchalantly. Instantly, all the scavengers cast fervent glances at Shi Nanping. He felt a mix of exasperation and gratitude for the authority Wang Yuan had granted him, yet he knew this task would not be easy. With over 100 scavengers seeking his attention, he could hardly bear the barrage of inquiries. Since Shi Nanping was Wang Yuan's foremost subordinate, he would help to alleviate some of the burdens. Moreover, Shi Nanping was affiliated with a counter-federal organization known as Dawn.it. Was evident he harbored a strong disdain for evil, making him perfectly suited to weed out the irredeemable individuals. Very well. The water exchange can commence today. 10 barrels available on a first-come, first-served basis. Please bring your own containers, Wang Yuan said, disregarding the commotion below. With his words, more than 100 scavengers erupted into a frenzy, each racing off with greater urgency than the last. In the harsh environment of the scavenging planet, it was rare for anyone to carry 2 cans on their person, nor did anyone have containers for collecting water at the site. Most of the scavengers had arrived half-heartedly, aware that carrying such items was a dangerous gamble, that a single beetle could prove fatal, let alone the cans exchanged at the federal station, with only 10 available spots each day. They needed to rush back to retrieve their cans and containers. Otherwise, they would miss out. Observing the scattering scavengers, Wang Yuan couldn't help but smile, knowing their intentions. His grain-storing plan was on the verge of being set into motion, filling him with joy. While most of the scavengers dispersed, a notable number remained clustered around Shi Nanping. Watching him flustered, Wang Yuan smiled, pleased with his foresight. As Wang Yuan prepared to enter the shelter, he caught sight of a familiar figure moving leisurely toward the outskirts, unhurried unlike the other frantic scavengers. "Elder, wait a moment," Wang Yuan called out as he hastened to approach. The elderly figure paused slightly before turning to face Wang Yuan. "Hello, young man. It's a pleasure to see you again. I never expected you to be a superpowered individual," the elder said with a smile. Wang Yuan grinned, recognizing the old man he had encountered on his first day. However, the elder appeared to have seen better days. Though his face was obscured by grime, his eyes were dimmed. "Good to see you again, elder," Wang Yuan replied with a smile. "Yes, there's something you wish to discuss?" "Nothing in particular. I was merely wondering if you would like to join me in living here," Wang Yuan suggested, scratching his head with a chuckle. He had a favorable impression of this elder, reminiscent of the old Wang who had taken him into. "I'm too old to be of any help to you," the elder replied somewhat glumly. He had been sent to the scavenging planet at over 30 years of age and had now lived there for 40 years. At over 70, he was considered middle-aged only under the Federal's advanced technological standards, where the average lifespan had reached 150 years. However, conditions on the scavenging planet were far from those of the Federation. Lacking any medical facilities, the elder knew he was nearing the end of his days and felt that he might not survive the upcoming winter. Thus, he displayed a rather laid-back attitude, unperturbed by the frantic rush of others to gather cans and containers. "There's nothing to worry about. I assure you, I won't burden you with much work. Consider it my way of providing for you," Wang Yuan said with a bright smile, revealing his pearly whites, as if genuinely innocent. The elder's eyes widened in surprise as he scrutinized Wang Yuan from head to toe. "You, young man, such kindness will not serve you well," the elder remarked. Wang Yuan grinned. "I cannot claim to be a good person. Much like how you didn't seize that beetle back then. Moreover, there's an old saying in my hometown, an elder in the family is like a treasure." The elder paused for a moment before bursting into laughter. "Haha, you're quite the amusing little fellow." Indeed, this was no exaggeration. The elder had survived for 40 years on the scavenging planet, and his experiences were invaluable to those living there. "All right then, I shall shamelessly accompany you for free meals and lodging." The elder agreed with a chuckle. "Excellent. May I ask what your name is, elder?" "I am Wang Yuan," Wang Yuan inquired, looking at the elder at awe. "It has been so long since I have used my name. Thankfully, it remains a mark at the Federal Recycling Station. Otherwise, I might have forgotten it entirely," the elder replied, momentarily taken aback, as it had been ages since anyone had asked for his name. For over 40 years. The elder had lived a solitary life on the scavenging planet, rarely interacting with anyone aside from trips to the recycling station for supplies. "Brun, that's what I go by," the elder said with a hint of nostalgia. "Well then, Brun, let's head back together." Wang Yuan, undeterred by the dirt, reached out and grasped the elder's arm, guiding him back. Not far off, Shi Nanping glanced at Wang Yuan with a look of confusion amidst a group of scavengers. At the entrance of a shelter, Ying watched curiously as the elder was dragged back by Wang Yuan. "Ying, please help by boiling some hot water for the grandfather's bath," Wang Yuan said with a smile. "All right," Ying nodded. Though unsure why Wang Yuan brought an elder back, she refrained from questioning him. In her worldview, Wang Yuan represented everything. Isn't that the girl who was catching bugs that day? I didn't expect her to be following you. It's for the best, after all. A little girl alone on a scavenger planet would struggle, Bruin remarked, observing He Ying's retreating figure. Wang Yuan was taken aback. Grandpa Bruin, did you know from the start that she was a girl? Bruin nodded. I knew long ago. I even held her when she was a child. How could I not know? So you. Wang Yuan began, puzzled. I know what you're about to ask. I have no relationship with her. Bruin interrupted. Due to certain circumstances, I encountered her mother when she was pregnant that I took care of her for a while. But when the girl was 2, her mother took her away. Bruin reminisced. It has been over 10 years in the blink of an eye. Her mother? Wang Yuan looked at Bruin in confusion. Bruin chuckled. To be honest, my initial intentions were not entirely pure. After all, I hadn't been with a woman in over a decade. Wang Yuan was momentarily speechless. So it turned out Bruin's reluctance to snatch the little girl's garbage bug stemmed from his connection. While He Ying boiled water, Wang Yuan retrieved a can and handed it to Bruin, noticing that Bruin probably hadn't eaten in quite some time. Bruin accepted it with a smile. Not hesitating, he ate carefully, leaving no waste, a habit cultivated over 40 years on the scavenger planet. In such an environment, wasting food was tantamount to suicide. Once the water was ready, Wang Yuan assisted in bringing it to Shi Nanping's shelter. Amidst the envious gazes of the scavengers surrounding Shi Nanping, Bruin entered the shelter to take a bath. Initially, Wang Yuan had intended for Bruin to bathe in his shelter. But Bruin declined, claiming he was too dirty, eventually opting for Shi Nanping's at that moment. Shi Nanping approached with another scavenger. The scavenger, named Yahweh, had passed Shi Nanping's initial assessment and was a robust man. Having endured oppression from local bureaucrats, Yahweh had finally retaliated against one, only to find himself exiled to the scavenger planet by that very bureaucrat. Wang Yuan said nothing, nodding in agreement to accept Yahweh. Upon approval, the strong man's eyes sparkled with delight. Wang Yuan provided him a bucket of water for him to clean himself. Yahweh did not bother boiling water. Instead, he took the bucket and found a secluded corner of a garbage pile to wash. Meanwhile, other quick-footed scavengers began arriving with cans and containers to exchange for water. Wang Yuan said little, accepting the cans and filling the scavengers' containers with water. The scavengers who exchanged for water left joyfully. A few others, observing the elated scavenger, felt tempted but suppressed their impulses, mindful of Wang Yuan's after-sales service. Offending a superpowered individual on the scavenger planet was indeed an exceedingly foolish act, especially one capable of conjuring water at will. The night had fully descended. 3 makeshift shelters had sprung up around Wang Yuan's. Besides Shi Nanping's, there was also Yahweh's, and Bruin's shelter was erected with the help of Yahweh and Shi Nanping. During this time, some scavengers had brought materials to curry favor, which Shi Nanping and Yahweh graciously accepted. Now, seated by the fire, Wang Yuan, He Ying, Shi Nanping, Bruin, and Yahweh were all clean and refreshed. Bruin, having washed himself, appeared much more spirited, resembling a kindly old white man. Previously, Wang Yuan had not realized Bruin was white due to the layers of grime. Shi Nanping and Yahweh, you two will take turns keeping watch tonight. The timing is up to you, Wang Yuan instructed. Shi Nanping and Yahweh nodded. After all, their location was now known to most scavengers, although Wang Yuan's presence as a superpowered individual provided some deterrence. Vigilance was still necessary. One could never be too cautious. I'll join as well, Bruin interjected. This, Wang Yuan hesitated slightly. Bruin smiled. I can't just be a freeloader, can I? Don't worry. Though I'm older, I can still keep watch. Ultimately, Wang Yuan could only nod in resignation. Shi Nanping took the first watch. Wang Yuan and He Ying returned to the shelter to rest, while Wang Yuan planned to continue his training. Just then, Bruin unexpectedly entered from outside. Grandpa Bruin, is there something you need? Wang Yuan asked, slightly taken aback by Bruin's entrance. Bruin smiled. It's nothing much. I just came to give you something. Though it's quite precious, it is rather useless for us. However, it may prove useful to you superpowered individuals. Bruin handed over an object. I've had it for over 10 years. Thankfully, I didn't throw it away. Bruin continued with a smile. What is this? Wang Yuan asked. staring at the crystalline stone in Bruin's hand. Source energy crystal, Bruin declared solemnly. Source energy crystal? Wang Yuan gazed curiously at the translucent stone held by Bruin. What is a source energy crystal? Wang Yuan queried. Perplexed, Bruin's expression shifted, and he looked at Wang Yuan with a strange gaze. You don't know about source energy? Bruin inquired in surprise. Wang Yuan shook his head. I don't. Then how did you awaken to become a superpowered individual? Bruin asked, bewildered. Well, I awakened rather mindlessly upon arriving at this scavenger planet, Wang Yuan casually replied, a response he had long prepared. Regardless of who asked, Wang Yuan would always say the same, Bruin hesitated. I'm not entirely sure. I'm not a superpowered individual, but as far as I know, what you superpowered individuals use is source energy, that it's said to be the most fundamental energy of the universe. Hence the name source energy, but ordinary people cannot access it. Bruin elaborated. Glancing at the crystal in his hand, Bruin handed it to Wang Yuan. This is a source energy crystal, which I found in a garbage pile. I wonder which extravagant superpowered individual in the Federation deemed it garbage. I was fortunate to have seen a source energy crystal in the Federation before, so I recognize IT-AS for its utility. You'll have to figure that out yourself. After giving the crystal to Wang Yuan, Bruin added, you can take your time to ponder it. I'm off to sleep now. With that, Bruin exited the shelter. Source energy? Wang Yuan gazed at the crystal in his hand, reminiscing about the words of Brun. It appeared that the pure flow of energy was indeed what they referred to as source energy. Source energy crystal. He mused as Wang Yuan continued to examine the crystal. He found it to be not only beautiful and translucent, but also devoid of any other discernible qualities. Beside him, the curious little girl, He Ying, also stared at the crystal in Wang Yuan's hand. After a moment's hesitation, Wang Yuan gradually activated the Eye of Darkness, attempting to perceive the source energy crystal in his grasp. As soon as his mental perception touched the crystal, a resounding roar echoed within his mind. Following that, he felt an influx of exceptionally pure flow energy, the very essence of source energy. The source energy was abundant and remarkably pure, even more so than what he had encountered in the wormhole space. Uncontrollably, he urged the Eye of Darkness to absorb IT in the outside world. He Ying, who had been watching with great curiosity, widened her eyes in astonishment. She witnessed Wang Yuan closing his eyes, after which the source energy crystal suddenly emitted a radiant glow. Gradually, the brilliance of the crystal began to fade at a visibly slow pace. As time passed, the light dimmed further, and after approximately an hour, the glow completely dissipated. Having recovered from her initial surprise, He Ying stationed herself at the entrance of the shelter, vigilantly guarding Wang Yuan. Although she was unsure of what he was doing, she sensed no disturbance in his demeanor. Moreover, given Brun's remarks about the crystal being useful to a superpowered individual, she instinctively believed that Wang Yuan was utilizing the source energy crystal. Thus, she took it upon herself to stand watch over him, ensuring no one would interrupt. It was unlikely that any reckless scavenger would dare to disturb such a powerful being, especially with Shi Nanping and Yahweh outside. As the light from the source energy crystal gradually faded, Wang Yuan slowly opened his eyes. He glanced at the crystal in his hand, which had lost its former luster and now appeared dull. Upon checking his skill panel, a look of delight crossed his face. Level LV. Furthermore, he noticed that his experience had surpassed the halfway mark, and he was not far from attaining level 5. Wang Yuan estimated that the energy contained within this source energy crystal was equivalent to the arduous training he had undergone for over a month on this scavenger planet. Level 5 was within reach. Once he attained it, he could illuminate the skills of Capture Palm and Dual Magic Ball. Filled with joy, he clenched his fist. With a crisp crack, the once brilliant crystal in Wang Yuan's hand shattered into several pieces. Falling to the ground, he looked at the fragments of the source energy crystal, clicking his tongue in mild regret. If only he could have obtained another piece, but he understood that such wishes were futile. Observing the twilight, he decided to inquire with Brun about the source energy crystal the following day, as it was quite late now. Wang Yuan noticed that Shi Nanping had been replaced by Yahweh for the night watch. He also spotted He Ying at the shelter entrance, her expression one of vigilance. Wang Yuan smiled and quietly approached, gently ruffling the little girl's hair. Dada. she exclaimed in surprise, quickly turning her head, and upon seeing Wang Yuan, her face lit up with a smile. "Brother Wang Yuan, are you done?" He Ying chimed cheerfully. "Yes, thank you, Ying, for standing guard," Wang Yuan replied, affectionately patting the little girl's head. She giggled foolishly. The night passed in silence. The next day, as Wang Yuan rose, he noticed a number of people gathered outside. Shi Nanping and Yao Wei stood at the ready, keeping a vigilant watch over them, while Brun sat by the fire, dozing off. Wang Yuan paused for a moment before recognizing the scavengers carrying water buckets, and he quickly grasped the situation. These scavengers had come early to exchange water. However, this was rather too early. He thought, glancing at the dimly lit sky and then at the little girl, still nestled in bed, dreaming sweetly. Wang Yuan approached. "Boss." Shi Nanping greeted him promptly. "Be boss," Yao Wei added, still adjusting to the situation. "Nanping, check which 10 arrived first and let them in to exchange water. The rest can disperse," Wang Yuan instructed. "Got it," Shi Nanping replied, and Wang Yuan moved to the fire. Amused, he observed Brun fishing by the fire and couldn't help but chuckle. After all, age was catching up with him. A nod from Brun jolted him awake, and he soon noticed the smiling Wang Yuan beside him. "Young man, you're awake," Brun said, a hint of embarrassment in his tone. Having promised to keep watch, he had dozed off instead. A clear indication of his advancing years. "How about it, Grandpa Brun? Do you want to catch a few more winks?" Wang Yuan asked with a smile. Despite Brun's drowsiness, Wang Yuan held no resentment. After all, Brun's assistance with the source energy crystal had been invaluable. Wang Yuan had resolved not to let Brun keep watch again, recognizing the toll it took on him. Brun's eyes, still tinged with redness, reflected his fatigue. "Getting old, aren't I?" he mused. "It's all right, Grandpa Brun. Don't push yourself," Wang Yuan replied with a grin. He knew that he would soon recruit more people for night watch duties, alleviating any potential shortage. Wang Yuan urged the elder to rest. That moment, Shi Nanping allowed 10 individuals to enter. 20 cans of water were secured, consuming only a small amount of Wang Yuan's source energy, which the Eye of Darkness would replenish in due time. Now at level 4, Wang Yuan felt confident he could unleash nearly 100 ice magic ball skills in one go. Even at maximum power, he could manage 30 or 40 without issue. Observing the disheartened scavengers who had reluctantly departed, Wang Yuan contemplated the necessity of erecting a fence or wall that he stroked his chin, watching as several scavengers surrounded Shi Nanping, deliberating his thoughts. The fire. Wang Yuan, Ying, Yao Wei, and Shi Nanping share breakfast as the temperature continued to drop. It seemed that winter was approaching. Meanwhile, Brun was still fast asleep in his shelter. Wang Yuan subsequently shared his thoughts with the others. Shi Nanping and Yao Wei nodded in agreement, indicating that it was feasible. However, considering that Wang Yuan intended to recruit a few more allies, the fence would need to be adequately sized, with just Wang Yuan and a handful of others. They would be somewhat short-handed. Wang Yuan glanced at the scavengers lingering in the distance, and an idea sparked in his mind. He filled 2 large buckets with water and informed Shi Nanping of his plan, to hire the scavengers to help gather materials from the garbage and construct the fence. Each person would receive a certain amount of water daily as compensation, and the specifics could be determined by Shi Nanping, with any shortages communicated to Wang Yuan. Shi Nanping and Yao Wei exchanged glances, indicating their understanding. After breakfast, they promptly set to work. The majority of scavengers would agree to the offer of clean water as payment, so it wasn't long before Shi Nanping and Yao Wei had assembled a significant workforce. Meanwhile, Wang Yuan retreated to the shelter to continue his training, eager to reach level 5. After all, level 5 would unlock 2 new skills. He did not assign Ying to work, but the little girl could hardly contain her restlessness and often joined in. Brun eventually woke, ate the breakfast Wang Yuan had left for him, and began to assist with the tasks. Wang Yuan then approached Brun with a question regarding the source energy crystal. "What is it, young man?" Brun inquired as he entered the shelter. "Grandpa Brun, do you have any more of that source energy crystal from yesterday?" Wang Yuan asked directly. Brun paused, taken aback. "No, it's all gone." "Why, do you need it?" "Yes," Wang Yuan nodded. "It would be very beneficial for me." "That one was found over a decade ago in a garbage pile," Brun replied. Old Master Blend paused for a moment before continuing. "As far as I know, source energy crystals are quite precious among superpowered individuals. Thus, Finding one amidst the debris truly constitutes a stroke of luck, he said with a smile. Wang Yuan nodded. His inquiry had been casual, devoid of any significant expectation. Do you happen to know where these source energy crystals come from? Wang Yuan pressed on. Blin shook his head. I'm not a superpowered individual myself, so I cannot say for certain. However, for what I gather, in the Federation, even a single source energy crystal can fetch no less than 100,000 credit points when presented to a superpowered person that I see. That makes sense, Wang Yuan replied, unfazed, considering Blin was merely an ordinary man, and one who had survived on a scavenger planet for over 40 years. You should take a rest. You need not concern yourself with the heavy lifting regarding the fence, Wang Yuan said with a smile. No worries, I can't do the heavy work anyway. I'll just lend a hand, Blin chuckled. All right, don't overexert yourself, Wang Yuan advised. Understood, came Blin's voice from outside the shelter on the scavenger planet. Time passed quietly. In the blink of an eye, more than half a month had elapsed. The temperature on the scavenger planet had dropped significantly, a makeshift fence, appearing rather precarious, enclosed a large area. Within the fence were 4 or 5 shelters. The interior kept tidy, with all the heaps of refuse and garbage confined outside the enclosure. This was the domain of Wang Yuan's small group, which had recently welcomed 2 new members, a young Asian man named Lin Xian and an African-American named Josen. Despite the frigid temperatures, early in the morning, 7 or 8 scavengers could be seen outside the camp's fence, shivering as they dragged water buckets, although the cold had set in and food was becoming scarce. With the refuse beetles increasingly difficult to find, Wang Yuan and He Yingying could now only hope for luck to catch 1 or 2 after a day's search, whereas previously they could easily secure 7 or 8. With winter's arrival, the refuse beetles migrated, returning only when the temperatures warmed. Nevertheless, Wang Yuan managed to recover 20 cans of food daily from his 10 buckets of water. Currently, his shelter boasted a designated compartment where, combined with the previous haul from the 2 major factions, he had amassed 400 to 500 cans. Apart from Wang Yuan and He Yingying, no one else was permitted to enter this compartment. With sufficient manpower, Wang Yuan had also exchanged a substantial amount during the last trading day, accumulating nearly 500 credit points. 500 credit points may not seem excessive, yet for other scavengers, it represented a significant sum, enough to procure 50 cans. Wang Yuan presented He Yingying and Old Master Blin each with a warm garment. After the exchange, Wang Yuan's account was left with a mere handful of credit points. A truly exorbitant price to AS for the others. Wang Yuan generously provided them with 5 cans each, which they gladly accepted, having no grounds to voice discontent. After all, their present living conditions were worlds apart from their previous hardships. They had ample food and rest, the luxury of washing, and none wished to leave Wang Yuan's small group. As dawn broke, all but the still sleeping little girl He Yingying had risen. Good morning, boss, greeted Shi Nanping. Yahweh, Lin Xian, and Josen, while at the entrance of another shelter, Old Master Blin, wrapped in a brand-new insulated coat, smiled warmly at Wang Yuan. Since acquiring their coats, both Blin and He Yingying had cherished them immensely. Wang Yuan nodded with a smile. Unlike the scavengers outside, who were lined up waiting to exchange for water, the members of Wang Yuan's group appeared clean and tidy. Although, apart from Blin, the others wore slightly worn clothing. Their eyes were devoid of the emptiness and confusion that characterized other scavengers. Their spirits were markedly elevated. Shi Nanping and the others understood that all of this was thanks to Wang Yuan. Although they were uncertain why he remained on the scavenger planet, they were aware that Wang Yuan was a superpowered individual and that one day he would leave. Hence, they cherished their current days and approached their tasks with diligence. Wang Yuan exhaled a breath of mist. The air was growing colder. 500 cans were not in abundance, yet they still had some insect meat to rely on in time when the refuse beetles vanished. Should they wish to avoid eating earthworms, they would be left with only canned food. Presently, Wang Yuan, He Yingying, Blin, Shi Nanping, Yahweh, Lin Xian, and Josen comprised a total of 7 individuals in their small group. 500 cans would surely not suffice to last through the winter. Fortunately, Wang Yuan continued to secure a steady income of 20 cans daily. Additionally, there was something worth anticipating. Wang Yuan's skill panel indicated that his experience points had reached a critical threshold for level 4. Perhaps today would be the day he ascended to level 5. New skills. Here I come. After having breakfast, they allowed people in and collected 20 cans, exchanging them for 10 barrels of water. Shernamping, Yue, Lin Exen, Chao Sun, along with the ever-busy old gentleman Bren, set off to gather recyclable materials. Meanwhile, Wang Yuan returned to the shelter to continue his training in the afternoon, after Shernamping and the others returned. Wang Yuan took the little girl he Ying out to catch insects. Someone had to keep watch over the camp. Despite the considerable time that had elapsed, Wang Yuan's reputation had long since spread around the vicinity of the 4th recycling station. Even the federal soldiers within the station were aware of Wang Yuan's identity as a superpowered individual. During Wang Yuan's last exchange, the soldiers had politely inquired about when he planned to leave. After all, a superpowered individual appearing in their jurisdiction could earn them a share of military merit once they entered the military. Wang Yuan replied that he would stay a little longer. Although he himself was conflicted about when to depart, on one hand, he understood that he was not particularly strong. Merely facing a group of ordinary scavengers, on the other hand, he could not simply abandon the little girl he Ying. Normally, no scavenger would dare to provoke a superpowered individual whom even the 4th recycling station preferred to avoid. However, it was worth noting that Wang Yuan could earn 20 cans daily, a fact that would surely incite jealousy among the scavengers outside. It was not impossible for them to take risks, especially in a place where even a garbage beetle could cost a life. While Wang Yuan was training, the sleepy Ying finally got up, groggily washed up, and went to the storage to grab some canned food. The Ying of the past would never have been so lazy. It was mainly due to Wang Yuan's indulgence. However, the results were evident. Her face had begun to fill out, and the once bony feeling was noticeably diminished when she hugged Wang Yuan. The little girl's vitality had improved significantly compared to before, and her long-term malnutrition was showing signs of recovery. Although she was spoiled by Wang Yuan, she was still quite sensible and well-behaved. Finally, as noon approached, Wang Yuan opened his eyes in surprise, unable to resist clenching his fists. He felt a surge of power coursing through him, and a smile involuntarily crept onto his face. He had leveled up. The skill panel displayed level LV 5. Moreover, Wang Yuan sensed that the enhancement from level 4 to level 5 was almost greater than all his previous upgrades combined. Although he was unsure why, it was undeniably a positive development. He glanced at the skill panel, noticing that the icons for Magic Ball Barrage and Grappling Palm remained black, but he understood that they could be activated as long as he had sufficient energy. Thus, Wang Yuan closed his eyes once more, channeling the Eye of Darkness to absorb the surrounding energy. The dark skill icons began to illuminate gradually, when the noise of commotion erupted outside as Shernamping and the group returned. Wang Yuan stood up, having successfully activated both skills. Coincidentally, Shernamping and the others had just returned, and Wang Yuan planned to take Ying out to catch insects while testing his new skills. In the afternoon, Wang Yuan and Ying had quite good luck, capturing 4 garbage beetles, marking their first successful harvest since the temperature dropped. Wang Yuan also tried out his new skills. The grappling palm allowed him to condense energy in his palm to grasp and throw objects before him. However, lacking a target, he ended up grasping at nothingness. The Magic Ball Barrage enabled him to release 5 energy orbs in quick succession, each charged with maximum power. Wang Yuan felt that although he was merely releasing ordinary attack energy orbs, the combined force of 5 was greater than that of his magical ice ball. This was likely his most formidable attack to date. Satisfied, Wang Yuan returned to the camp with Ying. Another day had passed, and tomorrow marked another exchange day, signifying that Wang Yuan had spent a 3rd exchange day on this scavenger planet. 30 days, a full month. After a month's time, reaching only level 5 made Wang Yuan click his tongue in disbelief. The ordinary night felt slightly colder than usual, but otherwise, nothing seemed out of the ordinary. Wang Yuan looked at the recyclable materials in the camp, estimating that they should be able to exchange for 2 more winter garments. Indeed, Wang Yuan planned to exchange winter clothing for everyone in the camp before the true cold set in. Moreover, people continued to come to Shernamping for interviews. Although few scavengers could pass Shernamping's preliminary assessment, he had taken on the role of the camp's steward, managing various matters. Wang Yuan contemplated granting him access to the storage room in a few days, thus alleviating the need for him to distribute cans daily. After a month of observation, Wang Yuan felt that Shi Nanping was indeed trustworthy, that in the early hours of the morning, a blood-curdling scream shattered the usual tranquility of the night. Instantly, chaos erupted outside Wang Yuan's camp fence. Yue Wei, who had been slightly drowsy on guard duty, was abruptly roused. Alert, he stood up, and through the dim morning light, he spotted a peculiar, enormous shadow at the gate of their enclosure. That scream had come from a scavenger who had arrived early to queue for water. "There has been a disturbance," Yue Wei shouted, grabbing his weapon, a makeshift spear with a sharp iron tip embedded in its wooden shaft. The other camp members were roused from their slumber, arming themselves as they rushed out of their shelters. Wang Yuan also emerged from the sanctuary. "What is that?" Wang Yuan beheld the shadow at the gate, estimating its height to be 3 or 4 meters. Though obscured in the morning light, he could sense its menacing presence. A monster beetle, a monstrous beetle. A man-eating monster beetle, Bren, who had survived over 40 years on the scavenger planet, exclaimed in horror upon seeing the shadow. "A monster beetle? Do you know what that is?" Wang Yuan asked Bren. "I've seen it twice," Bren replied, his voice trembling with unmistakable fear. Wang Yuan turned to regard the menacing silhouette beyond the wall, a sense of eagerness swelling within him. It was fortuitous that he had just leveled up to 5 yesterday. Today would be an opportunity to test his skills. Although he felt a tinge of uncertainty about whether his abilities could contend with the creature Bren described. He steeled himself. He glanced back at Bren, whose body trembled involuntarily, the new winter clothing on him seemingly providing no warmth. "Can you tell me more about those monster beetles?" Wang Yuan inquired. Shi Nanping and the others tightened their grips on their weapons, shifting their attention to Bren. Clearly, they had never heard of such monster beetles. They could see that moment. The little girl He Inging stepped out of the shelter, clutching a wooden spear. She had heard snippets of her mother's tales about monster beetles, but this was her first time encountering one. Bren swallowed hard. "I heard from scavengers who arrived before me, but they have all perished. This planet used to be resource-rich, but due to the insectoid threat, it became a battleground against the insect race. The war against the insect race left the planet's ecology in tatters. After the victory, the Federation hastily reclaimed most of the planet's resources. However, this is a habitable planet, and while the Federation's territory is vast, habitable planets are scarce to avoid waste. This planet was ultimately repurposed as a scavenger world." After saying this, Bren cast a glance at the menacing shadow at the gate. "Those monster beetles are the subspecies left behind from the war against the insect race. They're the products of the insect race's explosive tactics, combined with the genetic material of the native insects of this planet. While they aren't the true insect race, they undeniably carry insect genes that, of course, this is merely what I've heard. I cannot guarantee its veracity," Bren added. "When I first came here, I encountered these insects, and the scavenger who told me about them was ultimately devoured while I narrowly escaped with my life. The last encounter occurred over 30 years ago, when I caught a distant glimpse of 3 peculiar insects preying upon scavengers, prompting me to steer clear of the scene." Lord Bren's voice was unmistakably tinged with fear. After all, it is only natural for an ordinary man like him to feel terror after narrowly escaping the clutches of such creatures. "Insects of the subspecies?" Wang Yuan cast his gaze toward the shadow at the gate of the fence. "You all stay here. I shall venture out to take a look," he addressed the group. "Perhaps we should flee instead." Lord Bren hesitated. Shi Nanping and Yue Wei shared his uncertainty, for the shadow by the gate loomed 3 to 4 meters high and bore an unmistakably menacing appearance. Meanwhile, the little girl, He Inging, gazed longingly at Wang Yuan, her eyes filled with devotion. Whatever decision he made, she would wholeheartedly support it. "Fear not, I will merely test the waters," Wang Yuan reassured them, waving his hand dismissively. Absent the skills panel, he would undoubtedly have fled in haste. However, with his newfound abilities, he felt compelled to take a chance. "Wang Yuan Gidge, be careful." He Inging's innocent eyes reflected her concern as she watched him. Turning back with a smile, he replied, "It's all right." With deliberate steps, Wang Yuan approached the gate. Behind him, Lord Bren and the others anxiously observed his every move as he drew closer. The morning light illuminated the grotesque form of the insect. The fence stood over a meter tall, through which he could discern the creature's bizarre shape. Its body a mottled yellow-brown, its head obscured from view, yet it possessed 4 legs and 2 sharp appendages on its back, giving it an unmistakably formidable appearance. With a resounding clatter, Wang Yuan swung open the gate and stepped outside. The scene was gruesome. The insect was bent over, feasting on the corpse of an unfortunate scavenger. Despite its massive size, its head appeared disproportionately small, confirming that its feeding was indeed a gruesome sight. A large pool of blood stained the ground, surrounded by scattered cans and buckets, evidence of the scavengers who had rushed to secure water, only to leave in a panic. In addition to the corpse being devoured, another unfortunate soul was impaled by the creature's 4 sharp limbs, writhing in agony, gasping for breath, blood oozing from the corners of his mouth. Although he clung to life, it was evident that he was beyond the water balloons surged forth. With a single breath, Wang Yuan hurled 4 or 5 water balloons towards the target, precisely aimed at the spot where the monstrous creature's shell had been battered by the magical projectiles. Boom! The water balloons detonated one after another upon impact, creating a cacophony of splashes at the ruptured shell of the beast. This was the combat style of a male wizard transitioning to the role of an elemental demolisher in the game. Chaotic spells that obliterated the enemy in a spectacular display of destruction. Although at this moment, Wang Yuan possessed merely 4 skills in total. The creature, now incapacitated, lay on the ground, emitting pitiful cries as its limbs flailed helplessly, unable to rise again. The spot where the water balloons had struck had caused a significant portion of its shell to shatter, revealing the yellowish-brown flesh beneath, with pools of foul-smelling liquid oozing onto the ground, accompanied by a nauseating stench. The creature continued to emit feeble cries, yet Wang Yuan felt no sympathy for its pitiful state. A man-eating insect deserved no compassion. Observing the creature's downfall, Brun and Shernonping tightly gripped their makeshift weapons and approached. The creature lay there, feeble and defeated. The audacious Qiao Sun prodded at its diminutive head with his spear, causing the creature to raise its limbs in a futile attempt to dislodge the sharp object, only to ultimately succumb to weakness. "Boss, you're truly formidable to have dealt with such a creature." Shernonping unabashedly praised Wang Yuan. Meanwhile, the elder Brun gazed at the seemingly forlorn creature with an unusual expression, his initial fear now dissipated. This creature appeared less fearsome than he had imagined. "It's not that difficult to handle, though its shell is rather tough. That I doubt your spears can penetrate its defenses," Wang Yuan remarked, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Upon hearing this, Yavi thrust the iron-tipped wooden spear forcefully into the creature's yellowish-brown shell. The sound of clattering echoed as the spear struck, yet left no mark whatsoever. "Incredible!" Yavi exclaimed in astonishment. Gathering his strength, Yavi plunged the spear down with all his might. 2 sharp, cracking sounds ensued. The first was the sound of the spear embedding itself into the creature's shell, while the second was the sound of the spear's wooden shaft snapping in half, the pointed iron tip, despite Yavi's vigorous thrust, merely left a faint indentation. "Oh, tough," Yavi gasped, staring at the single white mark on the yellow shell and then glancing at the broken spear in his hands. "If we could strip this shell off and fashion it into armor, wouldn't that render us invincible?" Lin Xin mused, observing the creature's shell. As soon as Lin Xin's words fell, Shernonping and the other's eyes brightened, realizing the potential. Given the creature's substantial size, crafting 2 or 3 suits of armor was certainly feasible. Wang Yuan's nostrils were filled with the repugnant odor emanating from the creature's yellowish slime. He was quite averse to the idea of using its shell for armor. "You all can consider it, but I have no need for it," Wang Yuan stated, taking the iron-tipped end of the broken spear from Yavi. As the creature emitted its eerie cries, Wang Yuan thrust the spear directly into its mouth, convinced that the interior would not be as fortified as its exterior. Sure enough, the iron tip easily penetrated, and the foul yellowish liquid began to seep from the creature's mouth. Its limbs flailed momentarily before falling still. The creature was dead. Wang Yuan fanned his hand in front of his nose. The stench was overwhelming. That if you intend to strip the shell, do it quickly and remember to keep your distance. "It reeks worse than a garbage dump," he instructed Shernonping and the others. Subsequently, Wang Yuan returned to the camp with the Yingying, who obviously showed no interest in the shell armor. after Wang Yuan departed. Shi Nanping and the others exchanged glances, invigorated as they lifted the creature to one side, preparing to strip its shell. From a distance, many scavengers who had witnessed Wang Yuan's effortless victory began to approach slowly. Soon, a throng of scavengers gathered around Shi Nanping and his group, curiously observing the monstrous creature. Upon returning to the camp, Wang Yuan cleaned himself up slightly and reflected on the earlier battle. He had remained stationary throughout, the wizard acting as a cannon, bombarding the enemy without moving an inch. Despite vanquishing a monstrous insect, Wang Yuan had scarcely expended any of his energy, and under the influence of the Eye of Darkness, he was gradually recuperating. Yet for reasons unknown, a sudden unease gripped his heart, as if he had overlooked something vital, or that some ominous event was on the verge of unfolding. Wang Yuan furrowed his brow in contemplation, but could not discern what he had missed. "What's wrong, brother Wang Yuan?" he inquired, noticing his troubled expression. Wang Yuan shook his head. "It's nothing. Perhaps I'm overthinking it." Just then, he spotted Shi Nanping and the others returning to the gate. Engaged in conversation as they walked. "That was quick," Wang Yuan remarked, momentarily taken aback, noticing that they all returned empty-handed, devoid of the stripped shells. Puzzled, he approached them. "Didn't you say you were stripping the shells? Why didn't you manage to do so?" He following closely behind him like a curious little shadow, also gazed at Shi Nanping and the others, despite her disinterest in the insect's shell armor. Wang Yuan couldn't help but take a slight step back, as the group was covered in yellowish slime, and an overwhelming odor wafted toward him. Shi Nanping and the others wore expressions of dejection. "We managed to strip off a large portion," Yavi mumbled. "Then why didn't you continue? Where are the shells?" Wang Yuan inquired, intrigued. Shi Nanping replied in a gloomy tone, "We discovered that the creature's shell had softened, and with a mere tug, it cracked open." "How astonishing!" Wang Yuan was momentarily taken aback. He then led outside the enclosure, braving the foul stench to approach the creature's carcass. The other scavengers, upon seeing Wang Yuan approach, immediately parted to make way. Wang Yuan observed the creature's body, half stripped of its shell, with scattered pieces littered about, some even shattered. Pools of yellowish slime flowed across the ground, exuding an intensely foul odor. Wang Yuan, holding his breath against the nauseating stench, stepped forward and placed his foot on a discarded piece of shelled tea. To his surprise, the once sturdy shell now crumbled easily beneath his weight. He then scrutinized the remaining intact shell on the creature's body and kicked it. With a sharp crack, the shell broke apart, though it was evidently tougher than the already stripped pieces. Wang Yuan pondered, "Is this because the creature has died? As it perished, did its shell lose its hardness, and those that were stripped became softer due to the cessation of some vital supply from the creature? It seems the shell only maintains its hardness while the creature is alive. Thus, it appeared that this carcass held no value. The insect flesh, reeking of the yellowish slime, was hardly appetizing, and no one knew if it was even edible." With a glance at the carcass, Wang Yuan turned and returned with the "You all should dig a pit and bury the carcass. It's too foul, then come back for a wash," Wang Yuan instructed Shi Nanping and the others. Although the carcass had been moved a distance away from the camp, the lingering, nauseating stench still wafted through the air. "Understood, boss," they replied in unison to "Oh, and please inform the scavengers outside that they can fetch water today." Wang Yuan remarked, "As for the scattered cans at the entrance, they had all been collected by the little girl who diligently ran to retrieve them one by one during the moment when the bugs were slain by Wang Yuan. She had effortlessly amassed over 10 cans. Having grown up on a scavenger planet, the little girl was undoubtedly the epitome of thriftiness. After Shi Nanping and the others exited, they allowed 10 scavengers to enter for water exchange. At this point, it was impossible to discern who had arrived first. Thus, Shi Nanping and his companions casually selected 10 scavengers who looked agreeable and let them in. After all, they were not in a position to voice any objections. After all, Shi Nanping and his group were backed by a superpowered individual, something these scavengers could hardly afford to provoke. For the scavengers, the daily water exchanged at Wang Yuan's place was akin to a lifeline. 2 cans for a barrel of water was incomparably cheaper than the federal recycling station, where 2 cans equated to 20 credit points, and that was for a large barrel that, in contrast, A 500 milliliter bottle of mineral water at the federal recycling station cost 5 credit points. Moreover, due to the presence of large earthworms, when starvation reached its peak and choices were scarce, they could also dig up worms to stave off hunger. Thus, the number of scavengers perishing from hunger was actually quite few. However, many succumbed to thirst. Some scavengers in dire straits had no choice but to resort to drinking untreated water from outside. Yet the rain that fell on the scavenger planet was acidic, rendering the quality of outside water utterly unmentionable. 10 scavengers drank, and 10 succumbed, with not a single one escaping. Just as Wang Yuan was methodically exchanging water for these scavengers, Shi Nanping and Yue, who had initially been outside digging graves for the insect carcasses, suddenly burst in, flustered. The commotion outside escalated. Boss, bugs, so many bugs. Shi Nanping gasped for breath. Upon hearing this, Wang Yuan's expression abruptly shifted. He realized he had overlooked something. The cries of those bugs, the monstrous creature's anguished wails, had not ceased since it had fallen. Though it sounded quite tragic in retrospect, it resembled a call to its in a flash. Wang Yuan dashed outside, and upon surveying the distance, his countenance darkened. Not far away on the rubbish hill, a monstrous figure was advancing towards them. By visual estimation, there were already 4 or 5 dozen in sight, and more were flipping over from behind the rubbish hill. Retreat! Leave everything behind! Run back to the recycling station! Wang Yuan shouted, turning back. 4 or 5 dozen monstrous bugs were beyond Wang Yuan's capacity to handle. If there had been only 4 or 5, he might have dared to fight. But with 4 or 5 dozen, it was simply too many. Even if Wang Yuan expended all his energy reserves, he could not eradicate them all. Moreover, he noticed that among the swarm, there were a few towering at heights of 5 or 6 meters, nearly double the size of the earlier 3-meter creature. Just their sheer size indicated they would be formidable foes. The other scavengers had already scattered in all directions. Now, there was nothing left to do but flee. Fortunately, it happened to be an exchange day, and the recycling station was open. The fleeing scavengers were not foolish either. They all rushed towards the recycling station. Run! Wang Yuan wasted no time in turning around, calling for Shi Nanping and the others to flee for their lives. Thus, Wang Yuan and his group began their desperate flight towards the recycling station. The bugs were already charging forward, and everyone was fleeing with empty hands. He cast a lingering glance back at the camp enclosed by the fence, but did not stop. Survival was the utmost priority in the camp. The most valuable possessions were those hundreds of cans. Yet, which scavenger would dare risk the bug swarm to dash back into the camp for cans? Wang Yuan was resigned to this fact. Even he had no choice but to choose flight, let alone those ordinary scavengers. Although Wang Yuan possessed a passive skill of a bug-level nature, the undead body of a male sorcerer. Currently, the skill icon on his panel was gray, not black and white, indicating that while the skill had been activated, it was presently unusable in the game. If the character died, the undead body skill would allow for immediate resurrection, followed by rapid recovery. However, in reality, when Wang Yuan attempted to connect with the undead body skill mentally, he could clearly sense its function. Indeed, it could bring him back to life, but such resurrection required a vast amount of energy to support it. Wang Yuan was still uncertain of the exact amount needed. Regardless, all his current energy reserves were insufficient for a single revival. Therefore, he dared not act recklessly. Should he perish in recklessness, it would be the end for him. The number of bugs continued to swell. Swiftly surpassing 70 ahead, a throng of scavengers was fleeing towards the recycling station. The swarm was in hot pursuit. The bugs scrambled forward, moving at astonishing speed, their limbs flailing. The running pace of an average person could hardly compete with these monstrous creatures, let alone a group of scavengers who were perpetually malnourished. The distance between the swarm and the fleeing scavengers diminished at a rapidly visible rate. Fortunately, having recently enjoyed ample food and drink, Wang Yuan's companions were, to some extent, in better physical condition than these scavengers who were accustomed to inconsistent meals. Thus, they maintained a position towards the front of the fleeing crowd. The only one struggling a bit was the elderly gentleman, Old Bren. Nevertheless, he was still managing to run. Wang Yuan glanced back at the encroaching swarm, his expression grim. At this pace, They would never reach the recycling station before being overtaken by the bugs. Fortunately, Wang Yuan and his group were running ahead, ensuring that even if they were caught, it would not be them who suffered the worst consequences first. There's a saying, I don't need to run the fastest. I just need to run faster than you. It is a harsh but realistic notion that as for compassion, it was one of the most useless sentiments on the scavenger planet. Having been here for a month, Wang Yuan had long since seen through this reality, and the scavengers here were primarily long-term prisoners sentenced to life in the Federation, hardly deserving of pity, although there might be a few innocents among them. After all this time, only Yue Wei, Lin Xen, and Xiao San had passed Shi Nanping's preliminary assessment. It was evident that there were few truly innocent souls among them. Moreover, Wang Yuan was no saint. As the fleeing throng drew ever closer to the recycling station, the number of gathered scavengers increased. N01 was blind. The massive horde of monstrous bugs was hot on their heels. The distance between the swarm and the crowd continued to shrink. Finally, with a blood-curdling scream, the slowest of the scavengers was caught. Wang Yuan glanced back, taking in the horrific scene. 3 or 4 monstrous bugs had instantly torn the unfortunate soul apart. However, this was merely the beginning. Ugh! The cries of terror rang out in succession. The swarm had now caught up with the last of the fleeing crowd. The screams from behind did not elicit any feelings of compassion from the frontrunners. Instead, hearing those anguished cries only spurred the others on to run faster, each wishing their parents had given them 2 more legs. The cacophony of screams continued to rise. The swarm was gradually devouring the fleeing crowd. As more scavengers witnessed the chaos and joined the fleeing throng, Wang Yuan and his companions remained centrally positioned within the group of escapees. For the most part, everyone was holding up well, except for Old Brin. Presently, Old Brin's face was flushed, and he was gasping for breath, relying on Wang Yuan for support as they ran. Despite having eaten and drunk well during this period, Old Brin's condition was not significantly better than that of the other scavengers. Young man, if it becomes too much, just let me go, Old Brin panted, speaking intermittently as he ran with Wang Yuan's assistance. Stop saying such nonsense. We're almost there. Wang Yuan chuckled lightly, his face unflushed and breath steady as he spoke. This minimal exertion was hardly a challenge for him. Had it not been for his consideration of Brund and Yinging, he could have easily reached the recycling station by now. After all, with his physique at level 5, Wang Yuan's capabilities far surpassed those of an ordinary individual. In the distance, the outline of the 4th recycling station became vaguely discernible. Suddenly, the inhabitants of the station seemed to have noticed the commotion, and a piercing alarm echoed from afar. Wang Yuan glanced back and estimated that the swarm of insects behind him numbered around 150. Leading the charge were 20 or so creatures, each towering nearly 6 or 7 meters high. Such colossal insects were merely subtypes of the insect race. One could only imagine how formidable the true insects would be. Observing the horde trailing behind him, Wang Yuan couldn't help but ponder that perhaps only he could afford to remain calm in such dire circumstances. Last, amidst the continuous cries of distress, the 4th recycling station loomed nearer. Just ahead, not far from the station, an iron wall rose from the previously barren ground, and a gate within the wall allowed desperate scavengers to flood through. Above the iron barricade, a row of federal soldiers clad in battle armor, armed with laser rifles, stood at the ready. Hope was within reach, and as the fleeing scavengers exhaled a collective sigh of relief, they quickened their pace. Suddenly, Wang Yuan felt a weight in his arms. It turned out that Brund, whom he had been supporting, was nearing his limit. Were it not for Wang Yuan's assistance, the elderly man would have collapsed to the ground. Wang Yuan observed Brund, drenched in sweat and flushed, struggling to catch his breath, clearly unable to continue. Recognizing the situation, Wang Yuan exerted himself and hoisted Brund onto his back, resuming his sprint. Behind him, Brund opened his mouth, evidently wishing to say something, yet his breathless state rendered him speechless. Nevertheless, the gratitude in his eyes was unmistakable. If Wang Yuan had to carry Brund the entire way, it might have posed a challenge, but with the destination so close, this distance was a mere trifle. As Wang Yuan and his companions approached, the swarm drew nearer as well. The insects, now within the firing range of the federal soldiers atop the iron wall, were met with a barrage of laser fire. Wang Yuan turned his head to see lasers effortlessly piercing the yellow-brown exoskeletons of the monstrous insects. However, he soon realized that despite being shot multiple times, the creatures seemed to sustain little damage. One insect, struck by 3 or 4 shots, remained lively and unscathed. Was the laser rifle's damage so minimal? Wang Yuan pondered. Moreover, with over 150 of these monstrous insects, the federal soldiers numbered barely 20. It was not the time for Wang Yuan to dwell on such matters. The gate was now within reach. Following the throng of fleeing scavengers, Wang Yuan and his group arrived at the entrance. At that moment, however, Wang Yuan halted, transferring Brund to the broad-shouldered Joseon. "You all go ahead. I'll stay back to see if I can assist," he said, glancing at the advancing swarm. The iron wall appeared to stand at about 5 meters high. Yet the insects towered as high as 7 meters. Furthermore, despite the incessant firing from the soldiers' laser rifles, only a few insects had fallen. It seemed that this barricade might not hold. If it were to fail, Wang Yuan could easily escape the swarm thanks to his speed, but that would leave Ying and the others in peril. Furthermore, if the 4th recycling station were to be overrun, Wang Yuan's chances of escaping the scavenger planet would diminish significantly. "Be careful, boss," Shi Namping cautioned, stopping to look at Wang Yuan. Joseon silently secured Brund on his back, watching Wang Yuan intently. "Brother Wang, be safe," Ying gasped, tugging at his shirt. To "Go on, it's fine," Wang Yuan reassured her with a smile. Gently ruffling the little girl's hair, Ati then watched as she and the others, along with the throng of scavengers, entered through the iron gate. Taking a deep breath, Wang Yuan turned to face the encroaching swarm of insects that relentlessly pursued the fleeing scavengers. Clenching his fists, he felt the energy within him stir. It was not the ideal moment upon spotting the water spheres in Wang Yuan's hands. The federal soldiers, perched atop the iron wall, experienced a flicker of hope. The addition of a superhuman would alleviate some of their burdens. Recently, whispers had circulated regarding the emergence of a superhuman scavenger at their retrieval station number 4. However, aside from the station's commander and the soldier who had interacted with Wang Yuan, the details remained largely unknown. Little did they anticipate that such a youthful individual would be the one. At last, the swarm drew near. With a swift motion, Wang Yuan sent forth 2 water spheres that hurtled toward the approaching insects. Yet, this was merely the beginning. The swarm numbered well over 150. 2 water spheres would scarcely make an impact. The sound of gurgling water echoed ominously to the astonishment of the federal soldiers behind him. Massive water spheres began to crash into the swarm one after another. Each sphere erupted with a resounding pop, the force of their detonation sending the insects sprawling in every direction. Where the spheres burst, the yellow-brown exoskeletons of the insects crumbled, toppling them to the ground. Clenching his teeth, Wang Yuan unleashed a barrage of over 30 water spheres, detonating them amidst the swarm. Finally, the momentum of the swarm was somewhat curtailed. The insects emitted a cacophony of screeches, with those in the rear failing to halt their advance, while those in the front tumbled down. The larger insects that had been leading the charge now found themselves in disarray. In an instant, the insects propelled backward collided with those behind them, causing a domino effect of chaos. The swarm's advance was abruptly disrupted on the iron wall. Over 20 federal soldiers stood agape. Their own frantic gunfire paled in comparison to the efficacy of the superhuman's mere water spheres. Indeed, the superhuman's exalted status within the Federation was warranted. However, unleashing such a multitude of water spheres was no small feat for Wang Yuan. He could distinctly feel his source energy dwindling to less than half. And a throbbing discomfort began to cloud his mind. With the swarm momentarily thrown into disarray, the remaining scavengers finally managed to rush through the iron gates. "Hurry inside, close the door," shouted one of the federal soldiers atop the wall. If it had been any other scavenger, they would have been ignored, for just moments ago, the soldiers had contemplated shutting the gates as the swarm approached. Had it not been for Wang Yuan's intervention, the straggling scavengers would undoubtedly have been left outside by the federal soldiers. Wang Yuan glanced at the swarm, which was gradually regaining its footing before nimbly leaping down from the refuse mound. As the last of them entered the enclosure, the metal gates began to rise slowly before sealing shut. Within the walls, not far off, lay retrieval station number 4, surrounded by a throng of scavengers, The iron walls formed a protective circle around the station. With Wang Yuan's arrival, the scavengers cast him reverent glances, having witnessed his formidable display of power moments earlier. As Wang Yuan stepped inside, He Yingying and Shi Nanping rushed to greet him. Meanwhile, Old Man Blen rested with the assistance of Zhozhen. "Brother Wang Yuan, are you all right?" He Yingying asked, noticing his pale complexion as she tugged at his sleeve. Wang Yuan smiled and instinctively ruffled the little girl's hair, reassuring her, "I'm fine." The exertion of casting such numerous spells had taken its toll, leaving him with a throbbing head and a sense of unease. Although the chaotic style of male magic often involved reckless explosions, launching over 30 spells in quick succession was nearly Wang Yuan's limit. Beyond that, he feared his mental fortitude would falter. "Your Excellency," the superhuman, a federal soldier clad in battle armor, approached Wang Yuan. Wang Yuan looked up. "The insects are coming again. Could we trouble you to help us defend?" The soldier's tone was notably respectful. Of course, Wang Yuan nodded. Even without his prompting, he would assist in the defense. "Stay safe here," he instructed He Yingying and Shi Nanping. Be careful." He Yingying gazed at him anxiously. Wang Yuan nodded again, playfully tousling the little girl's hair once more, but he found himself somewhat addicted to this small gesture, watching her hair transform from dry and prickly to soft and smooth over time. Subsequently, amidst the gazes of the scavengers, Wang Yuan was respectfully escorted up to the iron wall by the federal soldiers. Upon reaching the wall, Wang Yuan noted that the insects had fully regained their footing and were preparing to charge. They were now merely 30 to 40 meters away, poised to reach the wall within mere seconds. "Is this all the personnel you have?" Wang Yuan inquired, observing the 20 or so soldiers present. "This is our combat formation. There are over 10 more inside the retrieval station, but they aren't part of the combat unit," one of the federal soldiers replied. Meanwhile, the soldiers continued firing their laser guns without pause. Though the effect was minimal, Wang Yuan surveyed the scene, noting the resurgence of the towering 6 or 7 meter insects. There were approximately 17 or 18 of them. The others were below 5 meters in height. While the wall stood at just over 5 meters tall, the iron wall appeared quite sturdy. Thus, the primary threat now lay with those 17 or 18 colossal insects, with so few of you. "We cannot hold out for long," Wang Yuan remarked, watching the soldiers' ineffective laser fire. "We won't need long. Our commander is currently inside the retrieval station, contacting the space station above, and reinforcements will arrive shortly," a federal soldier assured him. Though the total number at the retrieval station was only around 30, with merely 20 in the combat unit, one must not forget that this was the age of interstellar travel. Above the scavenger planet, a federal space station loomed. Each retrieval station could maintain communication with the station above, and the soldiers on duty had the option to relax there during their breaks. "Let us hope so," Wang Yuan replied, glancing at the approaching monsters. "Focus fire on those larger ones that are below the height of the wall. They pose no immediate threat," Wang Yuan observed, bemused by the indiscriminate firing of the federal soldiers. After his reminder, the soldiers seemed to awaken from a stupor, redirecting their aim to concentrate fire on the larger insects at the front of the swarm. Wang Yuan shook his head in disbelief. Was the combat awareness of the federal soldiers truly so lacking? Yet, this was perhaps a misunderstanding on his part, as they had ended up on a scavenger planet, and it was unlikely they were elites. Feeling that he still had half of his source energy remaining, Wang Yuan contemplated his next move, that he realized that his current magical prowess would struggle to inflict meaningful harm on those larger insects. Had he been alone, he might have risked an attack. However, since the retrieval station's federal soldiers had already contacted the space station for assistance, his best course of action would be to delay. Raising his hand, he attempted to conjure a magical whirlwind. Yet he was uncertain whether a mere 3-meter whirlwind would be enough to deter those towering 6 or 7 meter giants. He could see that moment. An instinct stirred within him. Wang Yuan abruptly looked up. Above the grayish sky of the scavenger planet, several bright lights appeared, descending rapidly. Almost as soon as Wang Yuan spotted the lights, they plummeted with remarkable precision, landing squarely among the swarm before the wall. "Get down!" shouted a quick-thinking federal soldier. Wang Yuan, realizing the imminent danger, immediately dropped to the ground. Boom! Accompanied by a series of resounding explosions, Wang Yuan felt the steel walls beneath him tremble slightly. The shockwave radiated outward. Colliding against the alloy barriers, a persistent buzzing filled his ears as the tumult subsided. Once the tumult calmed, Wang Yuan rose to find several large craters before him, littered with the grotesque remains of strange insects. The ground was strewn with splattered, yellow-brown viscous fluid, and the distinctive rancid odor of the creatures began to permeate the air. Scattered remnants of the insects remained, with a few still writhing in their death throes. A flurry of rapid sounds echoed, prompting Wang Yuan to gaze upward, where a massive shadow loomed in the haze above. Beams of light streamed from this silhouette, accompanied by the cacophony of gunfire, cascading down to form a broad curtain of illumination that enveloped the area in front of the walls. "Reinforcements have arrived," exclaimed a federal soldier, his voice brimming with delight. "The barrage angel," Wang Yuan mused, observing the enormous shadow and the expansive assault lights. Truly a fitting title at last. Wang Yuan discerned that it was a colossal steel mech, replete with a futuristic aesthetic. A mech, such is the romance of manhood. "We are safe now," the federal soldier declared, rising to his feet. "I could see this moment." The mech above ceased its fire. Before the steel walls lay a scene of devastation, pockmarked and chaotic, as for the insects. Regrettably, only shattered remnants and pools of the foul-smelling yellow-brown fluid remained. Not a single substantial fragment was left. How horrifying! As Wang Yuan watched the iron beast descend from the sky, it finally settled before the steel walls. The humanoid mech towered at least 20 to 30 meters high, adorned with an innumerable array of gun barrels. Although labeled a mech, Wang Yuan felt it resembled more a mobile artillery platform. Indeed, this is precisely how Wang Yuan viewed himself. Glancing at the ravaged landscape beyond the steel walls, he then scrutinized the mech's seemingly impenetrable armor. With all his current skills, it seemed unlikely he could leave even a mark upon this formidable construct. Furthermore, its overwhelming firepower was beyond his reach. Wang Yuan's initially inflated ego was swiftly deflated. He was, after all, still a novice. "The barrage angel is truly impressive," a federal soldier remarked, gazing at the steel mech before them. Wang Yuan appraised the formidable machine. It was indeed remarkable, yet the multitude of gun barrels might induce a sense of claustrophobia in some. Everything had settled into silence. The mech halted, and a drop pod descended from the barrage angel. With a clatter, the pod opened, and a figure clad in federal battle armor emerged at this moment. From the direction of the recycling station, a throng of scavengers was dispersed. Two federal soldiers escorted a commanding officer, dressed in the uniform of a sergeant, toward them. The officer directly opened the large gate in the steel walls and proceeded to greet the federal soldier who had descended from the mech. "Captain Hanwei, thank you for the support." The officer saluted the soldier from the barrage angel. Clearly, this officer was acquainted with the pilot of the mech. "Sergeant Hand, good day. It is merely my duty," Hanwei replied with a nonchalant tone, removing his helmet to reveal an exceedingly youthful face. As they stood beneath the steel walls, Wang Yuan could hear their conversation clearly. Hanwei exhibited little interest in the sergeant commanding the recycling station on the scavenger planet. A sergeant stationed on such a desolate world was hardly likely to experience any career advancement. For Hanwei, who was merely accumulating experience for future endeavors, it was difficult to muster any enthusiasm. Initially, such support was not meant for him to undertake. A mere 100 subspecies of insects hardly warranted the deployment of a barrage angel. It was akin to using a cannon to swat a fly. Yet, Hanwei had spotted something of interest through satellite surveillance. Thus, he had voluntarily undertaken this support mission. Or perhaps it was a particular individual that piqued his curiosity. Hanwei exchanged a few pleasantries with the enthusiastic sergeant before shifting his gaze toward Wang Yuan atop the wall. He bent slightly, effortlessly leaping 5 meters to land squarely before Wang Yuan. Although not an extraordinary being, Hanwei effortlessly performed this feat beyond human limits. "Hello, Federal Major. I am Hanwei. Shall we make each other's acquaintance?" Hanwei extended his hand toward Wang Yuan, who stood momentarily stunned. The unexpected appearance of the federal major before him, coupled with the greeting, left Wang Yuan momentarily speechless. Hanwei patiently awaited a response. And after a prolonged pause, Wang Yuan finally regained his composure. Hesitating briefly, He extended his hand. Scavenger. Wang Yuan. With the extermination of the insect swarm, the throng of scavengers clustered around the recycling station had been dispersed. The elevated steel walls also retracted back to ground level. Due to the insect infestation, today's exchange day had been cancelled and postponed until tomorrow. The ground was littered with the remnants of the insects. The foul stench lingering in the air, alongside the imposing steel mech standing silently beside the recycling station, serving as a reminder of the recent events. The scavengers surrounding the recycling station had largely dispersed. Yet He Ying, Shi Nanping, and others remained nearby, awaiting Wang Yuan's return. Inside a meticulously arranged tea room within the recycling station, Han Wei sat across from Wang Yuan, sipping tea while observing him intently. "So, have you considered my proposal?" Wang Yuan shook his head. "I still need to think it over, unless you can allow me to bring someone with me. That might be a bit tricky, but I can inquire about it and contact you if it's feasible." Han Wei replied, a hint of difficulty evident on his face. "Very well. I shall take my leave for now." Wang Yuan stood and smiled lightly. After all, he remembered that He Ying and the others were still waiting outside for him. Moreover, there were several hundred cans of food in the camp, which he had stockpiled for the winter. With the threat of the insect swarm now alleviated, the scavengers had dispersed. Although Wang Yuan had garnered a modicum of respect among the scavengers over the past month, he still felt uneasy about this group. Han Wei watched Wang Yuan's departing figure, clicking his tongue in disappointment. Such a pity. From the desolate world of scavengers, abducting a scavenger without reason poses quite a dilemma for Han Wei. While it may seem effortless for his powerful family, Han Wei is merely there to gild his resume and face a test set by his family. Thus he refrains from relying on their influence. Subsequently, Han Wei accessed Wang Yuan's information from his wristwatch. The descendants of those ancient families on their ancestral planet are often not purebloods, especially since they have awakened their superpowers. However, Han Wei furrowed his brow upon noticing that Wang Yuan's file did not indicate any wrongdoing that led to his placement on the scavenger planet. It merely stated he arrived about a month ago. A month prior, he was not yet a superpowered individual. If he had possessed such powers, he would undoubtedly not have been sent to the scavenger planet. This implies that Wang Yuan awakened his abilities in that hostile environment and remarkably advanced to such a level in just a month. Han Wei then retrieved a video depicting Wang Yuan bombarding a swarm of insects with magical ice orbs. This footage was captured by the satellite surveillance on the space station, and it was precisely this sight that prompted Han Wei to descend for support. Observing the power of the water orbs in the video, it was evident that Wang Yuan was nearing the standard of a 2-star warrior as defined by the Federation's classification of superpowered individuals in merely a month. In such a challenging environment devoid of mentors and resources, Wang Yuan had managed to achieve the status of a 2-star warrior. Truly, he is an unadulterated genius. I must devise a way to recruit Wang Yuan, Han Wei pondered, rubbing his chin thoughtfully. Earlier, he contemplated bringing Wang Yuan under his command. Since Wang Yuan had already awakened his superpowers, he could leave the scavenger planet at any moment. He would need to enlist in the military, and if Wang Yuan were willing, Han Wei could easily secure his placement under his command with minimal effort. However, Wang Yuan's response was that he did not wish to leave just yet. When asked why, he mentioned he was waiting for someone else to awaken their powers before departing together. Upon Wang Yuan's emergence, Shi Nanping and his group rushed to greet him. "So, how was it, Brother Wang Yuan? Did they give you any trouble?" He Ying gazed at Wang Yuan with eager eyes. "It's nothing to worry about." Wang Yuan reassured, gently ruffling the little girl's hair. "Let us head home. I wonder if our canned food is still there." And the mention of canned food, the little girl became immediately anxious. "Hurry, hurry! Otherwise, it will all be taken." He Ying tugged at Wang Yuan's sleeve, urging him to return. With a sigh, Wang Yuan turned to Shi Nanping and the others, calling back, "Take your time with Grandpa Bren. We'll head back first." "Understood, boss," Shi Nanping replied. "Hop on," Wang Yuan said, squatting down before the little girl. He Ying gleefully climbed onto Wang Yuan's back. This was not the first time Wang Yuan had carried her. During their earlier excursion to catch garbage beetles, he often carried her when they were in a hurry. Feeling the slight increase in her weight, Wang Yuan couldn't help but smile. With her nutrition now sufficient, the little girl was growing healthier by the day, no longer the frail child she once was. Yet as he pondered another pressing issue, Wang Yuan's smile faded. The question of how to leave this place with the little girl weighed heavily on his mind. In truth, he would be willing to depart at this moment, despite feeling somewhat insufficiently prepared, especially after witnessing the Federation's mechs and the barrage of projectiles. Nonetheless, following the recent battle against the Swarm, Wang Yuan realized he possessed a measure of self-defense. As long as he did not act recklessly, he should be fine. Moreover, the emergence of energy crystals made him aware that only by leaving the scavenger planet could he expedite his growth. However, the thought of abandoning the little girl alone was unbearable. She had become the primary reason for his stay. Must he truly wait until she awakens her powers? Wang Yuan recalled his earlier response to Han Wei. Once that thought took hold, it spiraled uncontrollably. Could he find a way to assist the little girl in awakening her powers? Perhaps he could seek out the sergeant at Recycling Station No. 4 to inquire about some foundational materials on Federation superpowered individuals. He figured he would not be refused. Through his interactions with Han Wei, Wang Yuan learned that the sergeant had been ingratiating himself with Han Wei, hoping to leverage his connections to leave the scavenger planet. Now that Han Wei had taken an interest in him, the sergeant might be willing to assist with a simple request. Wang Yuan, still somewhat ignorant of the Federation's superpowered individuals, ran swiftly towards the camp while carrying the little girl on his back, resolutely making up his mind. The little girl was light, making it effortless for Wang Yuan to run with her. As he navigated through the heaps of garbage, he found that the once-worn paths had been obliterated by the chaos wrought by the massive insects. The refuse had been scattered, and the low hills of trash had collapsed, leaving the area in a state of disarray. Before long, Wang Yuan arrived back at the location of his original camp. From a distance, he could see the site in utter ruin. The barriers had completely fallen, and the main shelter, along with Shi Nanping's tents, had not escaped unscathed. Surrounding the chaotic camp were some scavengers, watching with keen interest. They knew that Wang Yuan's camp must contain a wealth of resources. However, none of them was willing to take the lead and offend a superpower. Observing this scene, Wang Yuan let out a slight sigh of relief. It seemed that no scavenger had yet ventured into his camp, but he could sense the restlessness of those scavengers surrounding him. Had Wang Yuan returned even a moment later, they might have been unable to contain themselves. Fortunately, he had returned just in time. Swiftly, Wang Yuan dashed over with the little girl on his back. Upon seeing Wang Yuan's return, the scavengers around him displayed a hint of reluctance in their eyes before retreating, but a few of them appeared regretful. Realizing that had they known Wang Yuan would return only now, they would not have hesitated earlier. However, it was too late for such thoughts. Wang Yuan paid no heed to the departing scavengers. Gazing at the disarrayed camp, he felt somewhat speechless, knowing he would have to expend considerable effort to restore it. Thankfully, apart from a portion of the materials damaged under the monstrous insects trampling, the vast majority could be salvaged. Upon arriving, the little girl skillfully slid off Wang Yuan's back and darted towards the storage area for canned goods. For He Yingying, who had grown up on a scavenger planet, food held great significance. Previously, regardless of whether she was hungry or not, she always felt compelled to check the storage room. In her words, merely seeing those cans instilled in her a sense of satisfaction and security. Wang Yuan had already noticed that numerous cans had scattered across the ground. The entire shelter had collapsed, and naturally, the storage area was not spared from devastation. Observing the little girl, who resembled a busy bee gathering cans from the ground, Wang Yuan couldn't help but smile. Subsequently, he approached and helped He Yingying collect the scattered cans. By the time Shi Nanping and Yue returned, Wang Yuan and He Yingying had already tidied up the cans. Now, Wang Yuan was clearing away some usable materials, while He Yingying sat upon a stone, her expression one of sorrow as she stared at nearly 20 damaged cans before her head bowed in dejection. When the monstrous insects had passed through the camp, the shelter had collapsed, likely due to one of the creatures stepping on the pile of cans. While Wang Yuan and He Yingying were tidying up, about 20 cans had been crushed, spilling their contents at your back just in time to lend a hand. Let's tidy up the camp first, Wang Yuan called out to Shi Nanping and the others as they returned. Absolutely. Shi Nanping and the others responded eagerly. Old Man Blun, having recovered somewhat, also came over to assist in gathering materials. The little girl, having been saddened for a while, finally got up to help as well. Fortunately, there were quite a few of them, as many hands make light work. The insects had arrived in the early hours that it was still quite early, likely still morning as the day gradually darkened. The camp had been restored to a semblance of order. The fence had been reassembled, and the main shelter had been erected once more for the cans. Wang Yuan had excavated a large pit within the shelter, lining the bottom with stones and waterproof materials before placing the cans inside, covering them with wooden boards. This arrangement was inspired by He Yingying's former hideout, as placing the cans underground should provide greater security. Although with Wang Yuan present, it was unlikely any scavenger would dare to provoke trouble. The fear of unforeseen incidents, like today, lingered. The swarm of insects earlier had heightened the nerves of many scavengers. For quite a few, it was their first encounter with the monstrous insects, though they had heard of them before. They had never witnessed them firsthand and thus did not take them seriously. Now, the insects had put many scavengers on edge, fearful that the nearby garbage heap might suddenly yield another creature. However, the activity zone of these insects should not extend near the fourth recycling station. Otherwise, they would have been encountered far more frequently. That it was merely that those insects occasionally wandered into this vicinity. The group encountered earlier likely consisted of the one Wang Yuan had dispatched, its dying cries having summoned the others. Gathered around the campfire, they discussed the day's swarm of insects. Following this experience, Wang Yuan's small group seemed to have grown closer, particularly Old Man Blun, who gazed at Wang Yuan with warmth. Observing the little girl, now lively and chattering with Shi Nanping and the others, Wang Yuan suppressed any thoughts of broaching the subject of leaving. The next day, the exchange day was postponed to the present. The supplies in Wang Yuan's camp had remained largely untouched, but he instructed Shi Nanping and the others to guard the camp while he ventured alone to the fourth recycling station. Skipping the queue, Wang Yuan directly bypassed the line of scavengers. At this point, nearly every scavenger at the fourth recycling station recognized Wang Yuan. Thus, upon witnessing him cut in line, they all stared at him with wide eyes. Yet none dared to voice their discontent. Even the dozen or so federal soldiers stationed nearby, armed with laser guns to maintain order, chose to overlook it. They were, after all, half of the soldiers who had been on the wall yesterday. Well aware that offending a superpower over a mere group of scavengers would be folly, Wang Yuan approached the window directly and tapped lightly. "Good day, Mr. Wang Yuan," greeted the federal soldier behind the exchange window. Addressing him with respect, having reviewed the footage from the previous day, "I am looking for Sergeant Hand. Could you please notify him?" Wang Yuan stated directly, "Of course, sir. Please hold on a moment," the soldier promptly replied. Notifying his superior, Sergeant Hand. Even Sergeant Hand now dared not offend Wang Yuan. It wasn't long before a side door opened, and Sergeant Hand, dressed in military attire, emerged with a warm smile. "Good day, Mr. Wang Yuan. Captain Han Wei has informed me that if you have reached a decision, simply let me know, and I can contact Captain Han Wei to facilitate the necessary procedures for you." Sergeant Hand also addressed him with respect, acknowledging that for an ordinary person to show deference to a superpower was not shameful. Despite being a sergeant, he recognized that this superpower was also a scavenger. "That's not it. I came to ask for a favor." Wang Yuan replied with a smile that it would be my honor, as long as it is within my capabilities. "Feel free to ask," Sergeant Hand assured him without hesitation, not even inquiring about Wang Yuan's request. "It isn't anything major, just that I wish to gather some information regarding superpowers, as my understanding is rather limited," Wang Yuan explained to Sergeant Hand. "A trivial matter," Sergeant Hand responded. "You may proceed directly to my office. My light brain is linked to the space station's network, which connects to the interstellar network covering the Federation. Any information you require can essentially be accessed." "All right then," Wang Yuan nodded. Thereafter, Sergeant Hand led Wang Yuan inside. Typically, these federal soldiers would not leave the fourth recycling station, as it contained an air circulation system that eliminated the foul odors of the outside garbage heaps. Although Wang Yuan had been there yesterday, he couldn't resist taking a greedy breath of the fresher air. Noticing Wang Yuan's actions, Sergeant Hand, fully aware of the unpleasant scent outside, smiled and remarked, "Mr. Wang Yuan, feel free to come here anytime, even on non-exchange days. I will ensure the door is open for you. Building a rapport with a superpower is undoubtedly a worthwhile investment, and this opportunity might not last long. Should Wang Yuan join the military, he would become someone far beyond Sergeant Han's reach. Hence, it was wise to cultivate this relationship now. Wang Yuan, not one to be overly formal, smiled and replied, "Thank you, Sergeant Han. It's a small matter, really." Sergeant Han smiled apologetically and soon arrived at his office. "Take your time with the search. The light brain is right on my desk, and the password is 14. Afterward, Sergeant Han deliberately distanced himself. Wang Yuan was not one to hesitate. He had previously operated a light brain in the individual quarters of Jinwei's fleet, albeit a miniature version. This one was merely a larger iteration. It was akin to the distinction between a laptop and a desktop computer. With previous experience, Wang Yuan quickly grasped the operational methods after a brief exploration. He then began to browse for the information he required, first searching for the awakening of superhumans. Millions of search results flooded the screen. It was reminiscent of a certain search engine from his previous life. Wang Yuan sifted through the results, only to find that genuine content was scarce, with the majority being mere filler. He then looked into cases of ordinary individuals awakening as superhumans and discovered that the phenomenon seemed devoid of any discernible pattern. The wealthy, the impoverished, the robust, the frail, the elderly, and the young all had their share. Some awakened as infants, while others did so in their twilight years. Moreover, superhumans were classified into two major categories, aside from the hierarchy based on strength. The first category comprised enhancement-type superhumans. Enhancement referred to physical augmentation. Some could grant themselves immense strength, while others could significantly increase their speed. These all fell under the enhancement category. The second category encompassed the anomaly-type superhumans, who wielded abilities such as controlling fire or lightning. Anything outside the enhancement classification was lumped into this category. Wang Yuan, in the Federation's classification of superhumans, was categorized as an anomaly-type superhuman. Despite spending considerable time in Sergeant Han's office, Wang Yuan found little of genuine value. He then recalled Sure Nanping mentioning awakening serums. Upon entering awakening serum into the light brain, he found only a scant few results. After perusing them, Wang Yuan felt they resembled more of sensationalist news rather than substantive information. For a moment, he felt a headache coming on. Indeed, if the awakening of superhumans were genuinely controllable, they would not hold such a revered status within the Federation. Just then, Sergeant Han entered with some food and tea. "Your Excellency Wang Yuan, how goes the search?" Wang Yuan shook his head, feeling somewhat exasperated. His gaze fell upon the snacks and tea that Sergeant Han had placed on the side. Such items were luxuries for scavengers on the scavenger planet. "Thank you," Wang Yuan said, taking a piece of the snack and popping it into his mouth. That tea was quite tasty. Perhaps he would take some back for Ying to try, having grown up on the scavenger planet. Ying must be quite unfamiliar with such treats, he mused while chewing. No need for pleasantries. You carry on with your tasks, and let me know if you need anything," Sergeant Han replied with a smile before closing the door behind him. The reason Sergeant Han was so eager to cultivate a rapport with Wang Yuan was that he had his own ulterior motives. Having been stationed on the scavenger planet for nearly a decade, he was often referred to as the highest commander of the number 4 recycling station. However, only Sergeant Han himself knew that in 10 years, he had achieved no military merit and had made no progress whatsoever. If this continued, he felt he would remain a mere sergeant, even upon retirement. Unfortunately, he lacked the wealth, power, or connections among his peers who enlisted alongside him. Those with backgrounds had advanced significantly, while he remained stagnant. Some of his once common peers had risen to the rank of lieutenant colonel, a position equivalent to a fleet captain. Looking at his former comrades, he was still just a sergeant. Thus, even the slightest hope of being transferred from this wretched place was something Sergeant Han would strive for. If Hanwei were willing to lend him a hand, he could easily be reassigned. Now that Hanwei had set his sights on Wang Yuan, a superhuman, establishing a good relationship with him was undoubtedly a wise move. Moreover, even without these circumstances, Wang Yuan's entry into the military was at the warrant officer level. Forging a connection with a future warrant officer superhuman was certainly advantageous. Wang Yuan spent nearly the entire morning in Sergeant Han's office. While he couldn't claim to have left entirely empty-handed, his findings were meager. As he departed the number 4 recycling station, he carried a large bag that Sergeant Han had gifted him. filled with items that were rare treasures on the scavenger planet, pastries, snacks, and beverages. Among them were the treats he had intended to bring for He Ying. Had he known Sergeant Hand would present such a generous bag, he wouldn't have pocketed the snacks he had taken from the office. Wang Yuan felt the snacks in his pocket, remnants of his earlier visit. As he walked, he envisioned the little girl He Ying's delighted expression. Since she had started following Wang Yuan, her needs for food, safety, and security had all been met, allowing her youthful exuberance to flourish. However, recalling the purpose of his visit today, Wang Yuan felt a headache returning. The awakening of superhumans was indeed a troublesome matter. When Wang Yuan handed the items to the little girl He Ying, she was initially unrecognizing, but after tasting them, she immediately cherished them in her arms. Observing her delight brought a smile to Wang Yuan's face, alleviating some of the frustration he had felt from his fruitless search. That night, Wang Yuan sat beside his bed, gazing at He Ying, who appeared woefully pitiful, and he felt a wave of frustration. "Why can't you just understand?" he groaned, rubbing his temples. "Brother Wang Yuan, do you not want me anymore? Are you disgusted by me?" The little girl's eyes glistened with tears, as if she might burst into tears at any moment. "No, how could that be?" Wang Yuan shook his head. He Ying gazed at him with longing, her eyes brimming with tears. "Then why do you want me to sleep beside you, but refuse to sleep with me?" Wang Yuan felt a headache coming on, opening his mouth but unsure how to explain. For over a month, he and the little girl had shared the same bed. Initially, she had been so thin that he hardly thought of her in any other way than as a companion for sleep. But after a month of good food and nutrition, she had changed dramatically. Only 19 years of age, Wang Yuan was at the height of his hormonal surge. Previously, he had felt no response to her frail form. But now he awkwardly realized he was reacting to her presence. While he knew this was a normal occurrence, it felt inappropriate given her young age. Wang Yuan considered himself far from a virtuous person. But the thought of the 17-year-old girl, innocent and naive, stirred feelings of guilt within him. Thus, he resolved to take her away from the scavenger planet before broaching such topics. Furthermore, with her recent nutritional improvements, He Ying had blossomed considerably. The dawn of menstruation marks a significant milestone for a girl who is developing normally. However, for He Ying, who grew up scavenging on a desolate planet, this event came with a burden of malnutrition in her early years. Her mother had once reassured her that, after an initial panic, she would learn to manage it herself. This revelation also spared Wang Yuan from a potentially awkward conversation. Had he been tasked with explaining such matters to the young girl, he would certainly have found himself in a deeply uncomfortable situation, despite merely recalling middle school biology. Furthermore, He Ying was already aware of the inherent awkwardness between the sexes. Nevertheless, Wang Yuan feared he might not be able to restrain himself, prompting him to suggest that they sleep in separate beds. After all, as a 19-year-old brimming with youthful hormones, he couldn't guarantee his composure in certain situations. Thus unfolded a rather poignant scene. Observing the young girl with her reddened eyes, Wang Yuan felt a headache brewing. Yet he was at a loss for words that it was not easy to seek assistance, especially with only Shi Nanping and a few others outside, who would undoubtedly find the topic equally uncomfortable. Given that Wang Yuan and He Ying had been sharing a bed for some time, the group had long since regarded her as Wang Yuan's partner. Ultimately, he could not resist the pleading gaze of He Ying, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears, and the matter of separate sleeping arrangements was quietly set aside. Unbeknownst to Wang Yuan, as He Ying turned away, a glimmer of mischief flickered in her reddened eyes. While she may have been somewhat oblivious to the intricacies of such matters, her mother had imparted certain teachings that she had taken to heart. He Ying was certainly not completely naive. With a resigned expression, Wang Yuan opted to divert the conversation to, "So, Ying, do you wish to become a superpowered individual?" he inquired, gazing at the young girl. He Ying looked up at him, her eyes glistening with a hint of tears. "I do. My mother once hoped I could leave this place, but now I want to become a superpowered individual and stand alongside Brother Wang Yuan. That way, I can fight bugs with you next time," she replied, her eyes brimming with anticipation. Growing up on a planet of scavengers, He Ying only knew that becoming a superpowered individual would allow her to escape her current circumstances. Her understanding of what being a superpowered individual entailed had largely been shaped by her observations of Wang Yuan. She remained blissfully unaware of the challenges involved in awakening such powers. "Now, extend your hand to me," Wang Yuan instructed, extending his own. The little girl obediently placed her hand in his, although often described as petite and delicate. Yingying's hand was somewhat rough around the edges. "Close your eyes and feel carefully," Wang Yuan murmured gently to. She nodded obediently. Wang Yuan then cautiously channeled his energy into her small hand. "How does it feel? Is anything uncomfortable?" he asked, maintaining a careful control over the energy flow. Yingying shook her head. "No, it feels cool on my hand. That's good to hear." Wang Yuan sighed in relief, continuing to channel his energy into her hand. Earlier, he had learned from Sergeant Han's holographic computer that powerful, superpowered individuals could help others awaken their powers by using immense energy to forcibly unlock genetic barriers. However, achieving such feats required at least a respected level of power, a concept Wang Yuan found nebulous. He merely understood it to signify a formidable presence. Since he was not a respected individual, he could only attempt to cleanse Yingying's body with his energy, hoping to stimulate her so-called genetic locks. As more of his energy flowed into her, Yingying's complexion began to flush slightly. Wang Yuan recognized that they were nearing the limits of her capacity. Any further influx might overwhelm her. "How do you feel? Is anything uncomfortable?" he inquired with concern. Yingying shook her head again. "No, it just feels cool and a bit full inside." Wang Yuan promptly ceased the energy transfer. After stopping, he felt a slight pallor wash over him. It truly was exhausting. He had to remain completely focused, meticulously controlling the energy, for even a small misstep could harm Yingying. "What do you feel?" he asked her gently. Yingying slowly opened her eyes, clenching her small fist. "Nothing particularly special. It just feels like my whole body is brimming with power." After saying this, she waved her tiny fist. "It doesn't feel different, more like an illusion." Wang Yuan nodded. It was merely an experiment, and the lack of noticeable results was within his expectations. However, it appeared that the young girl's spirits had lifted slightly from her earlier state of melancholy due to her menstruation. Wang Yuan resolved to cleanse her body with energy each evening, believing it would be beneficial for her. Simultaneously, he recognized the need to continue his own training, though the energy on the scavenger planet was exceedingly scarce. His desire to leave this place grew ever stronger. Thus, in the following days, Wang Yuan mostly confined himself within the shelter, diligently focusing on his training. The weather had turned quite chilly, and the scavenger beetles had seemingly vanished. Only Shi Nanping and the others ventured out daily to gather materials for exchange, knowing that as winter approached, all supplies would need to be sourced from the number 4 recycling station. It was prudent to amass as many salvageable materials as possible before the cold set in. Wang Yuan felt a sense of relief, knowing that his earlier decision to recruit subordinates had been astutely wise. Without Shi Nanping and the others, he certainly would not have enjoyed the luxury of uninterrupted training. With their assistance, he no longer needed to handle every task himself. Meanwhile, Yingying occasionally succumbed to boredom and accompanied Shi Nanping and the others on their rounds. As for her safety, Wang Yuan harbored no concerns. The bizarre insects had not been seen in days, likely eradicated by the recent upheaval. The scavengers around the number 4 recycling station were well aware that Shi Nanping and his crew were Wang Yuan subordinates, and that Yingying was his partner. Despite their yearning for her, none would dare entertain improper thoughts in the presence of a superpowered individual like Wang Yuan. Moreover, with Shi Nanping and his companions around, any notions of mischief were quickly quelled. Due to his rigorous training, even amidst the meager energy resources of the scavenger planet, Wang Yuan made commendable progress. As the next exchange day approached, he found himself with over half the experience needed for the 5th level, and reaching the 6th level was no longer a distant goal. Glancing at the skill panel, he noted 3 skills he could illuminate in the next phase. The first was Ghostly Flame, a pair of floating flames that provided damage reduction and could be projected for attacks. The second was Spinning Flame Shield, a rotating shield capable of deflecting any ranged attack when held and inflicting damage when hurled. The third, the one Wang Yuan coveted most eagerly, awaited his discovery. Teleportation, truly a marvel of instantaneous movement. While it may merely be a positional skill within the confines of a game, its implications in reality are profoundly exhilarating. However, All 3 skills require one to reach level 10 before they can be unlocked. That still feels quite distant, and as one ascends in levels, the energy requirements escalate significantly. Wang Yuan estimates that the energy needed to progress from level 5 to 6 would suffice for advancing 3 or 4 levels earlier on. Level 10. Regardless of Wang Yuan's diligent training, he remains uncertain how long it will take to achieve it. He rubbed his chin in contemplation. Must he truly linger on this scavenger planet? Emerge as a formidable figure from the beginner village before venturing out? It seems a plausible option. Though the experience offered by this beginner village is rather meager, he wonders how long it would take to transform into a master. Time, it seems, passes quietly on the eve of the exchange day. An unexpected visitor arrives at Wang Yuan's camp, Federal Lieutenant Han Wei. Wang Yuan gazes in surprise at Han Wei, clad in light combat armor. "Good morning, Wang Yuan." Han Wei greets him with a smile. "Good morning, Lieutenant Han Wei." Wang Yuan replies, slightly taken aback, yet returning the smile. "That I wonder what brings you here so early, Lieutenant Han Wei?" Wang Yuan inquires curiously, noting that Han Wei had previously indicated he would only reach out through Sergeant Hand when he had come to a decision. Just a few days have passed, and here he is, appearing at Wang Yuan's doorstep. Han Wei says, waving his hand through the air in front of him. "Shall we discuss this at the recycling station?" "We can talk as we walk." The acrid stench of the surrounding heaps of refuse makes Han Wei visibly uncomfortable. "All right," Wang Yuan nods in agreement. Observing Han Wei's grimace, he realizes the pungent air is quite intolerable for him. After all, no sane person would wish to inhale such a foul odor continuously. However, Wang Yuan and many other scavengers have adapted to it out of necessity. Despite bathing daily, Wang Yuan occasionally questions whether he has become desensitized to the stench. Leaving Shi Nanping and the others to keep watch at home, Wang Yuan follows Han Wei toward the recycling station. Han Wei strides briskly, evidently distressed by the odor. Nevertheless, Wang Yuan easily keeps pace with him. Along the way, Han Wei appears disinclined to engage in conversation. His sole desire is to reach the recycling station swiftly. "We were supposed to talk while walking," Wang Yuan muses, observing Han Wei's rapid strides, which seem to urge him to run. The acrid air is clearly overwhelming for Han Wei. Initially, the smell may have been manageable, but after a prolonged exposure, he feels as though he might suffocate. Wang Yuan recognizes Han Wei's discomfort, so he refrains from asking questions. The two remain silent, hastening their steps, and soon the 4th recycling station comes into view. As they pass through the isolation chamber of the recycling station, Han Wei dramatically inhales the fresh air, free from the stench of refuse. "I truly admire you all for being able to live in such an environment," Han Wei remarks, breathing in deeply as he looks at Wang Yuan. Wang Yuan shrugs. "One becomes accustomed to it. Necessity drove us to endure this circumstance." Han Wei catches his breath and continues, "If I were left here on this scavenger planet, I feel I would resort to taking my own life on the very first day." "That seems a bit exaggerated," Wang Yuan responds skeptically. "Ha!" Han Wei chuckles lightly before steering the conversation back to serious matters. He gestures for Wang Yuan to move forward. "Tell me, are you absolutely certain that you must bring someone with you to leave this scavenger planet?" "Yes," Wang Yuan nods. Memories of his time spent with the little girl, flooding his mind. The thought of abandoning her on this scavenger planet is utterly inconceivable to him. Moreover, Ying's identity as a young girl has become well known around the vicinity of the 4th recycling station. Her connection to Wang Yuan has kept the surrounding scavengers at bay, that if he were to leave her behind, it is all too clear what fate would befall her. The area is rife with individuals who have been confined for an indeterminate time, akin to prisoners. "There may be a solution," Han Wei suggests, looking at Wang Yuan. Upon hearing this, Wang Yuan's eyes light up. "What solution?" Han Wei smiles. "Do I appear to you as a superhuman?" Wang Yuan is momentarily taken aback, unsure of the sudden question. However, he recalls the day when Han Wei effortlessly leaped over a 5-meter-high steel wall to stand before him. Wang Yuan nods. "Perhaps you are." Unexpectedly, Han Wei shakes his head with a hint of self-deprecation. "I'm not a superhuman Wang Yuan is at a loss for words. So, before he can finish, Han Wei interrupts. "I know you're about to mention that leap. While I may not be a superhuman, typical superhumans are no match for me, except for those with particularly rare awakenings. he remarks with a smile, waving his hand dismissively. Wang Yuan is left speechless for a moment before asking, "Then what are you?" Hanwei hesitates before responding. "I could be considered a semi-superhuman." Semi-superhuman? Wang Yuan is puzzled. "Yes, my current abilities are roughly on par with a 4-star super soldier. However, I cannot utilize source energy to its not that I am entirely incapable. I can only manipulate some of the ambient source energy around me for attack purposes, unlike a true superhuman who can absorb and utilize source energy flexibly," Hanwei explains, shrugging. "How does one become a semi-superhuman?" Wang Yuan inquires with curiosity. Through a genetic serum, Hanwei looks at him earnestly. The awakening of superhumans is incredibly rare. Although the Federation has its fair share of superhumans, they are minuscule compared to the vast population of the Federation. After a brief pause, Hanwei continues, "Consequently, the Federation has invested heavily in research regarding awakened superhumans, and this genetic serum is a product of that research. It enhances the latent genetic traits within humans, granting a certain level of power enhancement." Hanwei elaborates, "However, this serum primarily circulates among the various families within the Federation. Isn't it said that there are serums that can increase the success rate of awakening superhumans?" Wang Yuan recalls Shi Nanping's words. Hanwei scoffs. "That's merely a rumor circulating outside. Those who have used such serums appear no different from superhumans to ordinary people. Only we understand the vast chasm that exists between this serum and the true awakened superhumans." There is a faint hint of solitude in Hanwei's tone. Wang Yuan pauses, realizing the significance of his words. Indeed, if Hanwei had not mentioned it, one would certainly assume he was a superhuman, especially considering that impressive leap over the 5-meter wall, a vast chasm. "You say?" Wang Yuan contemplates. "What distinguishes the gap?" He asks. "Did you not state that typical superhumans are no match for you?" Hanwei nods. "Indeed, as I mentioned earlier, my current prowess is at the level of a 4-star super soldier, and those below this rank cannot contend with me. Typical superhumans?" Wang Yuan is still confused. "For instance, if you were to reach the rank of a 3-star super soldier, as long as you maintained a distance, I would find it difficult to compete with you," Hanwei states candidly. "Moreover, while I may be a 4-star super soldier, I belong to the weakest tier. Any normally awakened 4-star super soldier could easily overpower me with a single hand," Hanwei admits with a wry smile. Wang Yuan is astonished, struggling to believe it. After all, Hanwei's impressive leap over the 5-meter wall is something Wang Yuan cannot replicate. "Don't doubt it," Hanwei remarks, discerning Wang Yuan's incredulity. "The limitations of the genetic serum are quite substantial," he adds with a hint of melancholy. "Limitations?" Wang Yuan is perplexed. However, at this moment, they arrive at the tea room. "Let's sit down first." Hanwei and Wang Yuan settled onto the sofa in the break room of the recycling station. I could tea that moment. Sergeant Hand appeared, carrying an assortment of snacks and tea. After placing the items down, Sergeant Hand discreetly exited, closing the door behind him. Firstly, while the success rate of this genetic serum is notably high, approaching 80%, it is by no means infallible. Hanwei raised his cup and took a sip of the tea. Wang Yuan nodded in agreement, also lifting his cup. Although it was referred to as tea, it did not align with Wang Yuan's understanding of the beverage. However, its flavor was quite pleasant. After taking a sip, Hanwei smacked his lips and continued. "Moreover, even if this genetic serum proves successful, it will only result in enhancement-type awakenings. There will never be any appearance of supernatural-type awakenings, while both are classified as awakenings. The destructive power of supernatural-type superhumans far surpasses that of enhancement types. You might liken it to the difference between a melee fighter and a long-range artillery unit. Just like you, a supernatural-type superhuman." Wang Yuan fell silent, acknowledging the truth in Hanwei's words. He indeed resembled a mobile artillery unit. "Once I level up a few more times and acquire additional skills, I will truly embody the essence of a cannon. Furthermore, as I previously mentioned, we cannot absorb source energy like normal superhumans." Unaware of Wang Yuan's thoughts, Hanwei pressed on, "We can only harness external source energy coupled with our attacks. Our inability to absorb source energy means we will never again be able to inject genetic serum. Our awakened strength will remain forever fixed at that level." Moreover, the most fatal aspect is that once one has injected this genetic serum, it equates to forfeiting the opportunity for a normal awakening. Anyone who has injected this serum can never awaken normally. Han Wei spoke with a grave expression. If not for the utter hopelessness of awakening, who would willingly resort to such a serum? His voice resonated with resignation and melancholy. Currently, within the entire Federation, the highest level achieved using genetic serums is that of a 6-star super soldier, while I, as a 4-star super soldier, find myself in a relatively decent position. Han Wei remarked with a hint of relief that a 4-star super soldier is indeed commendable. Those who have used the genetic serum and only achieved 1 or 2 stars are left utterly despondent. Upon hearing this, Wang Yuan fell into contemplation, recognizing the lack of merit in such a path. Yet, it is relative, for those ordinary individuals who yearn for awakening yet find themselves unable to do so. Even the knowledge of the serum's side effects might not deter them from pursuing it relentlessly. So, what are you implying? Wang Yuan surmised Han Wei's intentions, though uncertainty lingered. Han Wei smiled, as you suspect. If you agree, I can find a way to procure a vial of genetic serum for you, enabling you to administer it to the individual you wish to take with you, with an 80% success rate. Should the awakening succeed, I can arrange for the person you wish to take to be recognized as a superhuman and included in the transfer. Is the genetic serum truly valuable? Wang Yuan hesitated before posing the question. Han Wei chuckled softly. It's somewhat valuable. For ordinary individuals who cannot awaken but desperately wish to, it is indeed precious, even seemingly unattainable. After a brief pause, Han Wei sipped his tea. However, for those with a modicum of influence who are willing to pay a price, it is merely average. This Wang Yuan hesitated, feeling torn. He found himself grappling with the decision of whether to accept Han Wei's genetic serum and to consider joining Han Wei's ranks within the military. After all, he was set to serve in the Federation's military for 5 years. Where he served seemed inconsequential. Eventually, once his strength increased, he would have the freedom to choose his path after the 5 years. Yet, he remained conflicted about whether to administer the genetic serum to He Ying. After listening to Han Wei, the serum appeared less appealing. Regardless of success or failure, once this genetic serum is administered, one can never awaken normally again. You must think this through carefully, Han Wei advised with a smile. Though Han Wei was unaware of whom Wang Yuan intended to take with him, it was evident that the person held great significance for Wang Yuan, who had chosen to remain in the inhospitable environment of the scavenger planet. Han Wei hoped Wang Yuan would consider his options carefully, lest he later regret his decision and hold Han Wei responsible. Wang Yuan was deeply conflicted. Han Wei, on the other hand, remained patient, enjoying the snacks provided by Sergeant Hand while sipping on tea. By the way, Han Wei suddenly recalled something and looked up at Wang Yuan, adding, I can only offer you a second-tier genetic serum. Second tier? Wang Yuan was taken aback, realizing that genetic serums were graded. Han Wei smiled. Genetic serums are classified into 6 tiers. The higher the tier, the more precious it is. What distinguishes them? Wang Yuan inquired. There is a difference. Although the success rate remains consistent at 80%, higher-tier serums may yield stronger awakening limits, as I mentioned earlier. The pinnacle is a 6-star super soldier, which requires a 6-tier genetic serum, Han Wei explained. This, Wang Yuan hesitated further. A second-tier genetic serum would imply that even if successful, the highest potential would only equate to a 2-star ranking. However, this is not absolute. There are instances of individuals using first-tier serums who ultimately reach 4 or 5-star super soldier status. Thus, it ultimately depends on the individual, although higher-tier serums provide a bit more assurance at this point. Han Wei chuckled self-deprecatingly. I used a 5th-tier genetic serum, yet my limit is only that of a 4-star super soldier. Wang Yuan felt somewhat incredulous. After a moment's hesitation, he asked, how is star-level power distinguished? Wang Yuan was aware that the Federation classifies superhumans from 1-star to 10-star warriors, followed by super generals. However, the specifics of the classification eluded him. It is determined by individual strength. For instance, I estimate you to be around a 2-star super soldier. Han Wei assessed Wang Yuan. Wang Yuan was momentarily stunned, pointing at himself. Me? A 2-star super soldier? Han Wei nodded affirmatively. Wang Yuan felt bewildered. He had always believed himself to be merely an apprentice superhuman who had just awakened, or at best, barely reaching one-star super soldier status. He was astonished to hear Han Wei assert that he was already at 2-star level. But I am only at level 5. Is that truly equivalent to a 2-star super soldier? Wang Yuan couldn't help but glance at the skill panel, displaying the maximum level of 100. If it were to reach level 100, wouldn't he soar to incredible heights? His mind drifted far beyond the confines of the present. Han Wei assumed Wang Yuan was merely deliberating over the genetic serum matter, thus refraining from interrupting him. After a considerable time, Han Wei finally spoke up. So, have you made your decision? Wang Yuan was momentarily startled, then snapped back to reality. Apologies, I was a bit distracted, he chuckled sheepishly. However, he found it challenging to make a choice regarding the genetic serum. After some deliberation, Wang Yuan said, Can I take some time to think it over? I would like to discuss it with her first out of course. I'm not in a hurry. Han Wei nodded in agreement. Thank you, Wang Yuan expressed his genuine gratitude. Though Han Wei had ulterior motives, he was indeed assisting him. Not all. You deserve this opportunity. Han Wei smiled, a wild superhuman who, within a month of awakening without any resources or guidance, had managed to reach the rank of 2-star super soldier. Such a prodigy, once provided with resources, would undoubtedly advance at an astonishing rate. Han Wei suddenly felt a surge of anticipation for Wang Yuan's departure from the scavenger planet. It wasn't until the afternoon that Wang Yuan returned to the camp alone. Upon his return, Shi Nanping and the others set out to search for materials that could be exchanged. The weather was growing increasingly cold. Winter was fast approaching, and they needed to gather supplies during this window, for once winter fully arrived, no one would wish to venture outside. Originally, the young girl He Ying had planned to accompany them, but Wang Yuan had insisted she stay behind. Within the camp, the little girl gazed eagerly at Wang Yuan, having been called over as he wished to discuss something with her. Wang Yuan began. Searching for the right words. He Ying replied. I inquired with the personnel at the recycling station, and even though I am a superhuman, I cannot take someone with me. Wang Yuan's words left the little girl with an instant expression of despondency. In truth, He Ying was quite astute. A month prior, Wang Yuan had mentioned he would inquire, yet he had not brought up the matter since. She had surmised the outcome. However, now that Wang Yuan had voiced it, He Ying could not help but feel a sense of loss. Furthermore, with Wang Yuan addressing this topic now, did it imply that he wished to depart? The little girl has eyes brimmed with tears as she gazed at Wang Yuan. Observing her on the verge of tears, Wang Yuan hurriedly reassured her, Do not worry, there is still a way for you to leave with me. Really? He Ying sniffled. Indeed, Wang Yuan nodded earnestly. He proceeded to explain the purpose of Han Wei's visit earlier that day, clarifying Han Wei's identity as a federal lieutenant, likely a scion of a prominent family given his demeanor. After all, acquiring a genetic serum was no trivial matter. One needed considerable influence to procure such things. Upon hearing Wang Yuan's explanation, He Ying's distress subsided. She then lifted her gaze to Wang Yuan, inquiring Wang Yuan Gidge, should I choose that genetic serum? That. Wang Yuan hesitated momentarily. Ultimately, it is your decision, as it is you who will utilize it. Is a 2-star super soldier the maximum achievable? He Ying tilted her head, looking at Wang Yuan. Wang Yuan shrugged. I'm not entirely certain, but according to Han Wei, my abilities align with that of a 2-star super soldier. But Wang Yuan Gidge, you have always been growing stronger, haven't you? The little girl observed Wang Yuan, her eyes wide with innocence. You have been diligently practicing for these past few days, she noted, having witnessed his unwavering dedication. Are you not becoming more powerful? Wang Yuan glanced at the experience bar on a skill panel and nodded. Yes. Then can I forego the genetic serum? He Ying hesitated, gazing wistfully at Wang Yuan. Is that so? Wang Yuan nodded again. If you truly do not wish for it, you need not take it. But what if I fail to awaken? Will you abandon me? Wang Yuan Gidge, the little girl asked with a pitiful expression. Foolish child, Wang Yuan chuckled softly, ruffling her hair. How could I ever abandon you? I do not desire the genetic serum because I wish to accompany you, Wang Yuan Gidge, for as long as possible. If I were to take the serum, while it might allow me to leave with you now, she paused, her clear eyes fixated on Wang Yuan. But even if I leave, you would soon cast me aside. For you are always striving so hard." Upon hearing this, Wang Yuan felt a tremor in his heart, pondering the prospect of her accompanying him on his journey. Taking a deep breath, he embraced the little girl. She smiled brightly, greedily inhaling the familiar scent emanating from him. Although she did not comprehend the nuances of love, she understood the bond she shared with Wang Yuan. Her desire to stay by his side was profound, stemming from an innate reliance on him. By the way, Wang Yuan Gige, you have been cleansing my body every day. Despite not awakening as a superhuman, I feel my strength has been increasing. The little girl looked up at Wang Yuan. Is that so? Wang Yuan's eyes widened in surprise. Could this be a precursor to awakening? He struck a pose to arm wrestle. Let us give it a try. All right, Ying eagerly agreed, with a resounding clap. Wang Yuan's hand was forced down, but he stared in astonishment at the little girl. You possess such strength? Though he had not exerted his full power, he had used at least half, and, with his level at 5 and his physique enhanced multiple times, even half his strength surpassed that of an ordinary person. Yet he had been easily bested by the little girl. Why have you never mentioned this before? Wang Yuan was genuinely taken aback. While he had consistently employed source energy to cleanse Ying's body, he had never heard her mention any changes in her condition, and he had merely observed her gradually improving spirit, which prompted him to continue the cleansing. Well, I wanted to surprise you, Wang Yuan Gige. The little girl stuck out her tongue playfully. It was indeed a delightful surprise. Wang Yuan beamed with joy. It appeared that although the little girl had yet to fully awaken, her strength had already surpassed that of an ordinary person, likely placing her at the level of a superhuman apprentice. The source energy cleansing was proving effective. He wondered if he had simply stumbled upon a fortunate coincidence. After all, only those of esteemed rank among superhumans could assist others in awakening. However, given that the little girl was already showing signs of awakening, there was no need for the genetic serum. Wang Yuan joyfully lifted her into the air and twirled her around. He then inquired further about her condition, pondering that while her strength had increased, she still could not sense the presence of source energy. He contemplated seeking Han Wei's insight, for he himself was uncertain about the situation. Superhumans harness their strength through source energy. Yet Ying could not yet perceive it, indicating she had not genuinely awakened. Even those who had awakened through genetic serums, such as Han Wei, could easily sense the source energy despite their inability to absorb it. Conversely, while Ying exhibited significant power, she could not sense any source energy, leaving Wang Yuan perplexed. He then took Ying outside the shelter to test her speed. Undoubtedly, her speed had also seen a considerable enhancement. Was this a sign of a strengthening type awakening? Wang Yuan pondered as he observed the elated little girl. The notion of a petite girl possessing the ability to create a massive crater with a single punch seemed utterly incongruous. Yet, he could not have anticipated that this image would manifest in the days to come. As Wang Yuan scanned the horizon, he noticed a few figures atop a distant garbage mound, their presence somewhat unnerving. Yet he chose to disregard them. These individuals had been lurking around the camp, and initially, Wang Yuan had been unaware. However, upon reaching level 5, his perception had significantly heightened, allowing him to sense their faint scrutiny every time he exited the shelter. He soon discerned the individuals on the garbage mound, who seemed to switch locations daily. It was apparent they were observing the camp. After some contemplation, he deduced they were likely remnants of the two major factions from a cave. After all, ordinary scavengers toiled daily for survival, especially as winter approached. Although he was uncertain of the intentions of these two factions, Wang Yuan felt indifferent. After all, a colossal elephant would hardly concern itself with the scrutiny of ants. Should they provoke him, he would not hesitate to eradicate them. However, with plans to depart, he saw no reason to engage with them, especially now that Ying was on the verge of awakening. Yet, this meant that those who remained behind, like Shen Nanping and the others, would have to endure. Wang Yuan resolved to extend his regards to the elderly Mr. Blen when the time came the time for departure approached. Wang Yuan requested Sergeant Han to assist in taking care of matters. Concurrently, he advised Ying not to mention their plans of leaving to Shen Nanping and the others. Ying nodded in agreement. As night fell, Shi Nanping and his companions returned, exuberantly carrying a considerable haul of valuable recyclable materials. Wang Yuan estimated that by the next exchange day, each person would likely have a warm garment to fend off the cold. Although Wang Yuan could easily ask Sergeant Han for anything he desired, given that all resources at the recycling station lay within the sergeant's control, he refrained from doing so, recognizing that favors could be exhausted and should be measured. Time passed quietly, and more than 10 days slipped by. By this point, everyone in Wang Yuan's camp had received warm clothing, as the temperatures had plunged significantly. Shi Nanping and his group spent most of their time huddled around the campfire, venturing out only during the warmest hours of midday. Nevertheless, Wang Yuan's food supplies remained sufficient, with scavengers arriving daily, torches in hand, to exchange for water, allowing for the preservation of canned goods. The torches, wielded against the biting cold, provided them some warmth. Wang Yuan found himself pondering a matter that had arisen a few days prior when Han Wei had approached him, presenting him with a second-tier gene serum. Han Wei mentioned the opportunity had arisen, regardless of Wang Yuan's need for it. As a gesture of friendship, aware of Wang Yuan's transient stay under his command, Han Wei treated him as an equal, despite Han Wei's own limitations as a 4-star super soldier. Wang Yuan's potential seemed boundless. While a super soldier below the general tier may not be deemed significant by Han Wei's family, encountering a genius warranted investment and camaraderie. Wang Yuan was, however, preoccupied with another concern: Yingying. Though he had attained level 6, his daily efforts to cleanse Yingying's body with source energy had yielded astonishing results. Since realizing its efficacy, he had pushed her to her limits before ceasing. Yingying's strength had already surpassed that of the level 6 Wang Yuan, and in terms of power and speed, Wang Yuan found himself outmatched. Yet despite her enhancements, Yingying remained oblivious to any source energy, and her progression relied solely on Wang Yuan's cleansing. After attempting to pause for 2 days, he observed no increase in her strength or speed, leaving him uncertain as to whether her state could be classified as an awakening. A few days prior, Wang Yuan had ventured to Sergeant Han's office to borrow his holographic computer for research, yet found no similar cases documented. Recently, Yingying had taken to venturing out alone. Much to Wang Yuan's relief, her speed had increased to the point where he no longer worried for her safety. If any scavengers harbored ill intentions, a single punch from her would suffice to deter them. Wang Yuan's true concern lay with those who might genuinely plot against her. Watching the lively little girl, clearly in high spirits, he mused over her slight frame, which belied her newfound strength. Exhaling a cloud of mist into the frigid air, he wrapped himself in the thick, warm clothing. Observing Shi Nanping and the others conversing by the fire, he glanced at Yingying, realizing it was nearly time for him to depart. Initially, he planned to remain on the scavenger planet until reaching level 10, acquiring the teleportation skill before leaving. The skills he aimed for, teleportation, netherfire, and fire shield, were all vital for survival. Teleportation provided an escape route. Netherfire offered damage reduction when hovering nearby, and although its real-world efficacy was uncertain, it was presumed to have defensive properties. The fire shield could block ranged attacks in the game, and he anticipated it would function similarly in reality. With these 3 skills, he would be equipped with means of self-preservation upon venturing outside. Regrettably, fate had other plans. The source energy on the scavenger planet was alarmingly sparse, and as a level 6, Wang Yuan observed the glacial pace of his experience bar's ascent. It was more akin to a snail's crawl, if not slower. Despite dedicating most of his days to training, his efforts yielded only meager results. Glancing at Yingying, he resolved to leave once winter passed. But first, he needed to consult Han Wei about whether her condition could be considered an awakening. With determination, Wang Yuan turned to Brin and Shi Nanping, momentarily lost in thought. For them, it seemed to return to their previous lives awaited, the canned goods in the storage room left for their use. He had faith they could safeguard them. He would simply need to inform Sergeant Han later. The following day, Wang Yuan arrived at the recycling station. The soldiers on duty, recognizing him via surveillance, opened the reinforced alloy doors without hesitation. Given his frequent visits, they had grown accustomed to his presence. After conversing briefly with Sergeant Han, Wang Yuan asked him to facilitate contact with Han Wei. Subsequently, he perused current events within the Galactic Federation using the holographic computer in Sergeant Hand's office. The most prominent topic was undoubtedly the ongoing war between the Galactic Federation and the insectoid race, closely followed by discussions surrounding super soldiers. Celebrity gossip trailed behind, but in the Federation, true stars were the super soldiers. Engrossed in his reading, Wang Yuan barely noticed as a small landing pod descended from the outer reaches of the scavenger planet, landing precisely before the fourth recycling station. Emerging from the pod was none other than Han Wei, utilizing his personal craft rather than the formidable bullet angel for such a short trip. Wang Yuan, what brings you to seek me out? Han Wei inquired with a smile, noting this was the first time Wang Yuan had approached him proactively. Han Wei's regard for Wang Yuan had grown, sensing the latter's enhanced aura. Though not yet at the 3-star warrior level, he had undeniably made progress. Despite being unable to absorb source energy, Han Wei was still a half-super soldier and stronger than Wang Yuan, possessing the insight to recognize this advancement. Unaware of Han Wei's thoughts, Wang Yuan responded with a smile, "It's regarding someone I plan to take with me." Han Wei paused, taken aback. "Have you administered the gene serum to her?" Wang Yuan shook his head. "No, the serum remains with me." "What is it then?" Han Wei asked, curiosity piqued. After a moment's hesitation, Wang Yuan recounted Ying's situation, understanding that if she did not qualify as awakened, her departure with him would necessitate Han Wei's assistance, leaving no room for concealment. After Wang Yuan finished, Han Wei remained silent for a long moment. "Wait, let me clarify," he interrupted. "Are you suggesting that you can use source energy to cleanse someone's body?" The first question posed by Han Wei was not regarding Ying's condition, but rather concerning Wang Yuan's actions of cleansing others. Indeed, Wang Yuan nodded. "Is there a problem?" Han Wei stared at Wang Yuan with an expression akin to viewing a monster. "What problem? This is a significant issue. How did you manage it?" Han Wei fixed his gaze firmly on Wang Yuan. "I simply did it. It's not particularly difficult." Wang Yuan shrugged, puzzled by Han Wei's intense reaction. "Isn't it a matter of difficulty?" Han Wei stammered, bewildered. "You should understand that only a transcendent being of the revered level can assist others in awakening their powers," he continued. "Yes," Wang Yuan nodded, having indeed researched this on his light brain and was aware of the fact. Han Wei elaborated. "There are 2 reasons for this. The first is that the massive source energy required to break the genetic lock is typically only possessed by revered beings." After a brief pause, Han Wei added, "The second reason pertains to the control of source energy. Generally, the source energy of ordinary supernaturals becomes wildly uncontrollable once detached from the body. Not only does it pose danger to ordinary individuals, but it can also lead to fatal consequences. You claim it's not difficult? I truly was aware of that." Wang Yuan scratched his head, genuinely ignorant of the matter. To utilize source energy to assist ordinary individuals in cleansing their bodies is something even the majority of battle generals cannot achieve. Han Wei observed, regarding Wang Yuan with a peculiar expression. "Have I truly stumbled upon a treasure?" "You are quite the anomaly," he mumbled. Wang Yuan could only respond with a silly grin. After all, he genuinely did not comprehend the gravity of the situation. His source energy was not nearly as wild as Han Wei described when he did not activate any skills. However, Wang Yuan had some conjectures, likely due to the skill panel, yet he could not voice this secret, which he would forever keep to himself. "Well, could you assist me in examining the situation I mentioned?" Wang Yuan decided to shift the topic. "All right, but you must take me to see it, as I have never encountered such a case." Han Wei nodded. Thus, the two set off towards the camp. Fortunately, it was winter, and many garbage heaps were coated in frost, providing a semblance of refrigeration. Consequently, the foul odor from the refuse was significantly diminished. Otherwise, Han Wei would have been reluctant to venture out. Both moved swiftly, and soon they arrived at Wang Yuan's camp. Han Wei was familiar with the others there, and Ying was also known to him. As Wang Yuan had mentioned Han Wei during their conversations, "Is that her?" Han Wei inquired. Looking at Ying with curiosity, his doubt did not stem from the fact that Wang Yuan intended to take a female with him. Rather, he questioned whether Ying, with her petite frame, truly possessed the strength Wang Yuan claimed she had. "Indeed," Wang Yuan affirmed. "Give it a try," Han Wei instructed, positioning himself. "Ying," Wang Yuan called to the little girl. He Ying replied, her expression adorably vacant. Use all your strength to strike Lieutenant Han Wei's palm, Wang Yuan directed. But He Ying hesitated, concerned about causing injury. She was aware of her own strength. Han Wei laughed at her apprehension. It's fine. Lieutenant Han Wei is much stronger than I am. He'll just test your strength, Wang Yuan chuckled. All right, Ying nodded, raising her small fist at do your best, Han Wei encouraged lightly, not thinking much of it. After all, with Ying's small limbs, it was hard to imagine she could possess significant strength. Moreover, Han Wei sensed no fluctuations of source energy emanating from her. He assumed Wang Yuan was merely exaggerating. Eager to take her away, in silence. The little girl He Ying sprang into action. Han Wei's nonchalant expression abruptly shifted, his pupils narrowing. The speed. He quickly steadied himself to ha. She dashed towards Han Wei, moving even faster than Wang Yuan. With a cry, her small fist cut through the air and struck Han Wei's palm. Crack. The sound rang out sharply, causing Han Wei's arm and body to tremble slightly, forcing him to take a step back. This, Han Wei looked at Ying, astonished. The onlookers, including Shi Nanping, were equally dumbfounded, mouths agape. They had never realized that the little girl Wang Yuan had been so attentive towards was, in fact, so formidable. Her speed was beyond their comprehension. So, does this count as an awakening? Wang Yuan asked, smiling at the astonished Han Wei. Han Wei continued to gaze in disbelief at Ying. After a prolonged moment of shock, he suddenly pulled Wang Yuan aside. Come with me. Wang Yuan was momentarily taken aback as Han Wei led him out through the gate. He Ying and Shi Nanping watched with curious expressions as Han Wei took Wang Yuan outside. Once outside, Wang Yuan gently freed himself from Han Wei's grip, asking in confusion, "What's with the secrecy?" Han Wei, his expression grave, asked, "Did you truly not administer any genetic serum to her?" Wang Yuan reached into his coat, retrieving a vial of serum and presenting it to Han Wei. Here. Han Wei fell silent, staring at the vial in Wang Yuan's hand, which was indeed the genetic serum he had previously provided. After a long pause, Han Wei's face shifted to one of flattery. Well, Wang Yuan. Wang Yuan felt a shiver run through him, instinctively taking 2 steps back. What do you intend to do? I have a younger sister. My biological sister. Han Wei admitted sheepishly. Wang Yuan was taken aback. And then? I would like your assistance in using source energy to cleanse her body. Han Wei's face bore a hint of pleading. Wang Yuan hesitated. Is that appropriate? My sister, my own sister, Han Wei reiterated, a touch of melancholy in his tone. I genuinely don't want her to follow the same path as I did. She is already 20 this year. And if she wishes to stand at the family's core, she must become a supernatural being. Otherwise, she will be excluded from our family's inner circle. However, like me, she is not awakened. I know she is unwilling to live as an ordinary person. If nothing unexpected occurs, she will soon opt to inject the genetic serum. 7 years ago, I injected the serum. During the first year, the absorption phase, I made remarkable progress. A year later, I reached my limit as a 4-star supernatural warrior. For 6 years, I made no further advancement. I truly do not wish for my sister to tread the same path I did. Han Wei gazed at Wang Yuan, his eyes reflecting a hint of desperation. Wang Yuan deliberated for a moment. I can assist you, but I cannot guarantee its efficacy. That suffices, Han Wei smiled. Even a glimmer of hope was enough for him to cling to. After all, I do not even know if Ying truly counts as awakened. Wang Yuan shrugged. She does, Han Wei asserted emphatically. Even if it's not an awakening, given Wang Yuan's ability to cleanse others with source energy, Han Wei felt compelled to help Wang Yuan take Ying away. Furthermore, Han Wei had already agreed to assist his sister in cleansing her body with source energy. Although Han Wei remained uncertain about whether Ying was truly awakened, her strength and speed were undeniably superior to those of a typical 2-star enhanced supernatural warrior. When do you plan to leave? I can make arrangements for you now, Han Wei inquired of Wang Yuan. Wang Yuan paused before replying, perhaps after this winter. All right, I'll return now to inform my sister not to use the genetic serum. Han Wei concluded before hastily departing. Observing Han Wei's hurried figure, Wang Yuan was momentarily at a loss for words. Shortly thereafter, he turned and made his way back to the camp. under the curious gazes of Shi Nanping. Yue and others, Wang Yuan returned to the shelter with He Yingying in tow. How did it go? He Yingying asked anxiously, her eyes fixed on Wang Yuan. She understood that the recently encountered Captain Han Wei was pivotal to her departure from this scavenging planet. Her mother's long-held wish had always been a thorn in her heart, and He Yingying herself yearned for a world beyond the confines of the scavenging planet. Wang Yuan nodded reassuringly. Everything is fine. You can leave. You are now considered a superpower user. Yay! The moment she received the news, the little girl erupted in joyous cheers. Seeing her elation, Wang Yuan couldn't help but smile. Once her excitement subsided, Wang Yuan informed He Yingying that they would have to endure the winter here before returning. The little girl had no objections and nodded in agreement, relieved to know she could leave. After all, she had persevered for over a decade. One more winter was hardly significant. The next day, as dawn broke, Han Wei arrived once more. Why the rush so early? Wang Yuan asked, puzzled by Han Wei's urgency. Beside him, the little girl wore a similarly bewildered expression. That I primarily came to inquire about a few matters. I reviewed your files, and there are some peculiarities, Han Wei replied, looking at Wang Yuan with a puzzled expression. Having prepared to facilitate the transfer of He Yingying and Wang Yuan away from the scavenging planet, Han Wei had rummaged through their records the previous night. To his surprise, Wang Yuan's file appeared normal at first glance, as he had perused it before. However, upon closer inspection, Han Wei discovered that the reason for Wang Yuan's exile to the scavenging planet was conspicuously absent. Only a record of deportation to the scavenging planet was present, with no mention of any crimes committed. In contrast, the files of other scavengers clearly outlined their offenses, sentencing dates, and subsequent exiles. When Han Wei then turned to investigate He Yingying's file, he found himself even more perplexed. There was no record of her existence among the scavengers on this planet. Staring at the two of them in confusion, Han Wei voiced his concerns. Hearing this, Wang Yuan chuckled lightly. Of course, you wouldn't find anything. Why not? Han Wei asked, puzzled. Haha. Wang Yuan couldn't help but laugh, a mix of irony and frustration in his tone, because I have not committed any crime. What? Han Wei was taken aback. Then how did you end up on the scavenging planet? Wang Yuan shrugged. I have no idea. I was just as baffled. Han Wei opened his mouth to respond, but was at a loss for words. Could you elaborate on the specifics? He hesitated before looking at Wang Yuan again. Wang Yuan shrugged. Due to unforeseen circumstances, I was rescued by a federal star fleet. I recall the fleet's commander stating that I would be sent back to my ancestral planet. Yet inexplicably, I found myself here instead. Han Wei's expression turned peculiar. Did you offend anyone in that case? Wang Yuan shrugged again. I was unfamiliar with the place. I didn't know anyone. Who could I possibly have offended? Well, Han Wei's face stiffened slightly. I'll look into it further and see what the specifics are. And what about her? Han Wei inquired. His curiosity piqued as he looked at He Yingying. Why is there no record of her among the exiles on the scavenging planet? And she appears quite young. What could she possibly have done to end up here? Yesterday, the shock from Wang Yuan's revelations had left Han Wei momentarily stunned. And now, reflecting on it, he felt a sense of dismay at the thought of such a young girl being exiled. Wang Yuan gazed at Han Wei with a bemused smile. What's with that look? Han Wei asked, bewildered. Haha. Wang Yuan chuckled. You might find my record, perhaps, because I was indeed deported here, but if you find anything on Yingying, that would be surprising. Why is that? Han Wei inquired, puzzled. Because Yingying was born and raised here, Wang Yuan replied with a smile. Even when exchanging materials at the recycling station, she had been trading at a loss. Using materials obtained from other scavengers, the federal database has no record of her. Thus, she cannot establish a credit account. As Wang Yuan spoke, he felt a pang of emotion, unable to fathom how the little girl had managed to survive alone all these years. What? Han Wei was taken aback. She was born here. Wang Yuan nodded. In a way, Han Wei found it hard to believe. Born and raised here, on the scavenging planet? MHM, Wang Yuan confirmed with a nod. How old are you? Han Wei's gaze, filled with astonishment, turned to He Yingying. 17. He Yingying blinked and replied, 17 years old. Han Wei was utterly shocked. After all, in such a harsh environment as a scavenging planet, it was nearly incomprehensible how an infant could survive. After a prolonged silence, Han Wei came to his senses. a wry smile creeping onto his face. Had I known this earlier, you could have just told me about her situation. IT wouldn't have been so complicated. Huh, what do you mean? Wang Yuan asked, intrigued. Han Wei looked at Ying. Since she has no record on the scavenging planet, I could have simply taken her away without all this hassle. What? Wang Yuan's expression mirrored his confusion. Ying blinked, equally bewildered. Well, since it has come to this, I'll find a way to help her get into the federal database. Since she has no record here, she won't have to serve the mandatory 5 years in the military after we leave. Han Wei waved his hand dismissively. That sounds acceptable, Wang Yuan replied cheerfully. The little girl, Ying, glanced between Wang Yuan and Han Wei, and perhaps understanding the implication, realized that if she wished to leave, awakening as a superpower user was unnecessary. She was not a prisoner of the scavenging planet. However, Ying also understood that even so, without Wang Yuan, she would not have had the opportunity to leave. Had it not been for Wang Yuan's connection with Han Wei, who would have taken the time to investigate her records, and even if someone did know, who would be willing to take a malnourished little girl, utterly alone and powerless, away? With this thought in mind, the little girl tightly grasped Wang Yuan's hand. Wang Yuan looked down, smiling gently at her. Ying squinted her eyes and smiled back. Meeting you has indeed been a stroke of good fortune. At this moment, both Wang Yuan and Ying shared the same sentiment in their hearts. For Wang Yuan, who had always felt isolated, with the exception of the late old Wang, hardly anyone had ever shown concern for his well-being. Yet, the little girl's genuine care had provided him with a sense of belonging. For Ying, Wang Yuan's presence illuminated her previously monochrome world with hope. Although neither had explicitly stated it, they both recognized that after merely a month of companionship, they had become each other's anchor. All right then, I'll look into it further, Han Wei remarked, observing the expressions and actions of the duo, feeling a sudden sense of fullness. Han Wei realized it might be time to seek a partner. After all, he was no longer a child. Though at 27, he was still quite young by the federal average age of 150 to him. Wang Yuan nodded that I'll take my leave for now. As for Ying, I can take her directly with me. I'll investigate the circumstances surrounding your deportation to the scavenging planet. Han Wei waved goodbye to the two as Han Wei walked away. Wang Yuan looked down at Ying. Had I known this earlier, you wouldn't have had to endure such suffering for so long. Ying smiled. What good would that knowledge have done, if it weren't for meeting you? Brother Wang Yuan, who would have come to rescue me? Wang Yuan was momentarily taken aback, contemplating the matter, and it seemed indeed to hold some truth. After this winter, let us depart. Wang Yuan reached out and affectionately ruffled the little girl's hair. The little girl nodded in agreement. Subsequently, the two returned to the camp. Meanwhile, Han Wei found himself in a state of inner turmoil. According to Wang Yuan, it appeared he had truly committed no crimes. Ordinarily, those awakened on the scavenger planet were mandated to serve 5 years in the military as a form of atonement for their past transgressions. However, given that Wang Yuan bore no criminal record, Han Wei could facilitate his departure from the scavenger planet with ease. Yet, Han Wei was conflicted about whether to allow Wang Yuan to serve in the military or to assist him in leaving freely. Had he only known Wang Yuan in the beginning, he would have readily overlooked the matter, justifying Wang Yuan's enlistment and subsequently placing him under his command. However, having known Wang Yuan for quite some time now, Han Wei increasingly recognized the formidable potential Wang Yuan possessed. With the strength of a 2-star super soldier, he could cleanse ordinary individuals of impurities within their bodies using source energy each passing day. Han Wei could sense Wang Yuan's aura growing more profound. The speed of his advancement surpassed even that of his own absorption period following the injection of the genetic serum, particularly in such a barren environment as the scavenger planet. Devoid of any resource support, it was truly astonishing. Had Wang Yuan not belonged to the category of awakened with anomalous abilities, Han Wei would have even doubted whether he had injected genetic serum. Having witnessed Wang Yuan's terrifying potential, Han Wei hesitated regarding the situation. After much contemplation, he sighed. Very well, it would be best to inform him honestly and allow him to make his own decision. After all, for a genius, it is far better to be allies than adversaries, especially if Wang Yuan were to harbor resentment upon discovering the truth later. Resolving his thoughts, Han Wei began preparing some reports and documents. Intending to facilitate Wang Yuan's release once winter had passed. As for He Yingying, it was considerably less complicated. She could be retrieved directly without issue. However, her information still needed to be incorporated into the federal database. As she currently existed as an unregistered individual within the Federation, as for her identity, it sufficed to classify her as an orphan or similar. The Federation maintains stringent regulations regarding unregistered identities. If one's identification could not be found in the database, one would find it exceedingly difficult to navigate life within the Federation. Yet, due to the vastness of the Interstellar Federation and its immense population, those with a modicum of power and influence could easily secure an individual's information in the database, provided they had genetic data. Thus, it was no surprise that Jin Wei had effortlessly registered Wang Yuan's identity. And now Han Wei could do the same. After all, every individual entering the federal database required a genetic sample, and each person's genetic information was unique. Therefore, even powerful factions could not arbitrarily insert individuals into the database. It had to be legitimate individuals. Han Wei obtained a small snippet of Yingying's hair to collect her genetic information. Time slipped away quietly, and before long, over 2 months had elapsed, the temperatures on the scavenger planet began to gradually warm. Although winter had yet to fully pass, the climate was indeed improving day by day. At the very least, scavengers coming to Wang Yuan's camp to exchange water no longer needed to carry torches. Wang Yuan conjured a large water sphere, bidding farewell to the last scavenger who exchanged water that day. Gazing outside, Wang Yuan sensed that it was nearly time to leave. He turned a glance at Shi Nanping, who was cradling 20 cans of today's haul as he headed towards the storage room. All gatherings must eventually disperse. Initially, this task had been solely managed by He Yingying. However, a month prior, she had lost interest, and Shi Nanping took over. Long ago, Wang Yuan had granted Shi Nanping access to the storage room. With their daily collections and exchanges, the storage room was now overflowing with cans. "Good morning, Brother Wang Yuan," a melodious voice chimed in. Wang Yuan turned to see He Yingying, a graceful little girl standing before the shelter, still bearing the remnants of sleepiness, in contrast to her earlier dirty and frail appearance. The little girl had undergone a remarkable transformation. Her complexion was rosy, adorned and clean, new clothes acquired from the recycling station, radiating vitality and youthfulness, and no trace of her former scavenger self remained. Over the course of 2 months, Wang Yuan had ascended to level 8, just 2 levels shy of the coveted level 10. Meanwhile, under Wang Yuan's consistent application of source energy to cleanse her body, He Yingying's strength and speed had approached the critical threshold of a 3-star super soldier during Han Wei's last assessment that it was likely that she would soon break through to that level. Wang Yuan sensed that he may no longer be her match. Yet He Yingying remained unchanged, still unable to perceive any external source energy, relying solely on her own strength for every strike. Despite her petite stature, she possessed an astonishing power that left many perplexed. Han Wei also found the situation puzzling. Nevertheless, his envy towards Wang Yuan's ability to cleanse others only intensified his anticipation for the effects it would have on his own sister. After all, he could not bring his sister to this location, and thus could only wait for Wang Yuan to leave. Han Wei also candidly shared the matter of military service with Wang Yuan. After a moment of hesitation, Wang Yuan opted for freedom, choosing to leave the scavenger planet, given that he had committed no crime. Han Wei had anticipated this outcome. Who among the innocent would wish to bear the burden of guilt? Although slightly disappointed, he had mentally prepared himself. However, he was taken aback when Wang Yuan expressed his desire to join the federal military as an ordinary super soldier. This revelation filled Han Wei with joy. Such an arrangement was advantageous. Ordinary super soldiers faced far fewer restrictions within the military and were not subject to the 5-year mandatory service. Moreover, without the stigma of past transgressions, the conditions for promotion would also be significantly relaxed. Wang Yuan had his own considerations. In the vast and unfamiliar Interstellar Federation, joining the military would provide him with a form of support. Amidst the unceasing war against the insectoid species, the military was bound to grow stronger. Therefore, within the Interstellar Federation, the military represented the most formidable backing. That day, within the shelter, Wang Yuan pondered over the second-tier genetic serum in his hand. Although He Yingying had not utilized it, Han Wei had not pressed Wang Yuan to return it. After all, it was merely a second-tier genetic serum. While it held considerable value, Han Wei had already given it away, and thus would not seek its return. Wang Yuan now grappled with how to dispose of this serum. Initially, he had intended to offer it to Old Man Brun, but upon mentioning it to him the previous night, the elder had waved it away, declining to express that at his age, the prospect of awakening was uncertain. And after more than 40 years, he had grown accustomed to life on the scavenger planet. Opportunities should be reserved for the youth. Currently, those accompanying Wang Yuan, such as Shi Nanping, Yue Wei, Lin Xian, and Qiao Sun, were all commendable individuals. After much deliberation, Wang Yuan finally called Shi Nanping in. After all, Shi Nanping had been with him from the beginning. Nearby, Old Man Brun's gaze flickered. He understood Wang Yuan's intention in summoning Shi Nanping. Inside the shelter, Shi Nanping looked at the genetic serum before him, his eyes alight with uncontainable desire. Though Wang Yuan had already clarified the limitations of these genetic serums, Shi Nanping's yearning was unmistakable. However, Shi Nanping remained indifferent. He was only aware that this presented an opportunity for him to depart from the scavenger planet. In truth, Shi Nanping had already surmised that Wang Yuan and He Yingying were likely preparing to leave. After all, the federal lieutenant had been visiting this place quite frequently of late. Moreover, they were well aware of He Yingying's extraordinary strength. The only uncertainty lay in precisely when Wang Yuan would make his exit, a detail that Shi Nanping could not ascertain. Yet he had not anticipated the enormous surprise that awaited him. Nevertheless, the condition Wang Yuan stipulated was that if the awakening was successful, he could not leave immediately, but would have to continue to protect Old Man Blin and Lin Xian for a while longer. Shi Nanping had no choice but to agree. Meanwhile, Wang Yuan had also spoken with Sergeant Hand. The following morning, a small shuttle launched from the No. 4 recovery station, soaring into the starry expanse. Wang Yuan gazed at the receding land. Farewell, scavenger planet. Through Han Wei's connections and operations, Wang Yuan's records were transferred from the scavenger planet, and he became an ordinary citizen of the Interstellar Federation, since there were no criminal records in Wang Yuan's file. The 5-year mandatory military service requirement was naturally absent. However, an additional label indicating his awakening as a superpowered individual had been added to the end of his file, seated in the cockpit of an interstellar warship. Wang Yuan stared at the streaming imagery of the galaxy outside, lost in thought that it had been 4 or 5 days since Wang Yuan's departure from the scavenger planet. Looking back, the nearly 3 or 4 months spent on the scavenger planet felt surreal. As if it had all been a dream, if it weren't for the lively young girl beside him, curiously fiddling with her new gadget, the watch gifted by Han Wei. He might have doubted the reality of it all. In the Interstellar Federation, a watch was akin to a mobile phone, providing convenience and efficiency. Han Wei had bestowed one upon both of them, and considering that Wang Yuan and He Yingying had just emerged from the scavenger planet, he had also credited each of their accounts with 10,000 federal credits. Due to the input of He Yingying's information into the database by Han Wei, she was now recognized as a legitimate ordinary citizen of the Federation. Thus, acquiring her own exclusive account 10,000 credits were not an exorbitant amount, roughly equivalent to 10,000 yuan. Wang Yuan, whose understanding of the Federation was primarily derived from the optical brain in Sergeant Hand's office, accepted the total of 20,000 credits without hesitation. Wang Yuan had previously discovered that the second-tier genetic potion gifted by Han Wei would fetch at least 200,000 credits on the black market. With no fixed price, therefore, the 2,000 credits were inconsequential. How are you finding it? Are you adjusting well? Han Wei's voice reached him from his side. Dressed in casual attire, Han Wei entered through the cockpit door. Pretty good, Wang Yuan replied with a smile, though it feels somewhat surreal. Haha, Han Wei chuckled, glancing at He Yingying. And how about you, sister-in-law? Are you adapting? After all, He Yingying had grown up on the scavenger planet, with almost no exposure to the outside world. Fortunately, her mother had taught her some basic characters. Otherwise, she would have been quite lost with the watch in her hands. Wang Yuan had also found some literacy tutorials within He Yingying's watch, and she demonstrated a remarkable ability to learn as for the term sister-in-law from Han Wei. He Yingying was completely unfazed by it. Initially, Wang Yuan had felt a bit uncomfortable, but now it no longer bothered him. At present, Wang Yuan, He Yingying, and Han Wei were en route to the planet where Han Wei's family resided. Han Wei had deliberately adjusted his time off to accompany Wang Yuan back. The purpose was to fulfill Wang Yuan's previous promise to Han Wei, to use source energy to cleanse his sister's body. "It's wonderful," He Yingying exclaimed, looking up with a smile. She truly felt elated. The world outside was vast, and she had fulfilled her mother's wish, finally escaping the hell her mother had spoken of. Moreover, Wang Yuan was by her side. That alone was more than enough. "That's great to hear," Han Wei remarked with a smile, only to suddenly pause in astonishment, turning to look at Wang Yuan. "You." Han Wei swallowed hard. "What is the matter?" Wang Yuan inquired, puzzled that at that moment, the interstellar warship had just emerged from a wormhole. After traversing the wormhole, Han Wei had specifically come to check on Wang Yuan and He Yingying, as both had already been deemed superpowered individuals and thus did not require entry into a sleep pod. In nothing. Han Wei shook his head, swallowing again in disbelief. What was happening? Wang Yuan's aura, when he boarded the interstellar warship, it had been unchanged, and after 3 days of travel, there had been no alterations. Yet having just exited a wormhole, he had evidently surged tremendously. Just moments ago, while traversing the wormhole, Wang Yuan had deliberately activated the Eye of Darkness to its fullest. Indeed, as he had surmised, the source energy within the wormhole space was exceedingly abundant. This time, with no obstructions to the source energy, Wang Yuan's level had directly ascended to 10, although the 3 skills at level 10 had yet to be illuminated. This was precisely why Han Wei had been taken aback. Now, the source energy circulating within Wang Yuan suggested that he had likely reached the standard of a 3-star super soldier. Wang Yuan himself, based on the information gleaned from Han Wei and his own observations, estimated that every 5 levels corresponded to the standard of a star increase for superpowered individuals in the Interstellar Federation. At level 1, he was approximately equivalent to a 1-star super soldier, while at level 5, Han Wei had stated that Wang Yuan was likely at the level of a 2-star super soldier. Now, at level 10, he was likely comparable to a 3-star super soldier in the Federation. However, Wang Yuan had not been lost in thought solely due to this. Earlier, while absorbing source energy with the Eye of Darkness within the wormhole, he had sensed a difference between the source energy in the wormhole space and that on the scavenger planet. It felt more vibrant. Nonetheless, this did not hinder the absorption capabilities of the Eye of Darkness. Moreover, Wang Yuan had once again perceived the enigmatic patterns he had sensed previously from the Eye of Darkness. This sensation was peculiar and profound. Unlike before, when he could only faintly discern a few shadows. This time he distinctly sensed the activity of those patterns, shimmering with iridescent hues. Yet just as before, once he exited that state, Wang Yuan could not recall a single pattern, despite knowing it was clear in his mind. He simply could not bring any of the patterns to memory. This was the reason for his earlier distraction. Subsequently, Han Wei engaged in casual conversation with Wang Yuan for a few moments before departing, leaving with a profound sense of astonishment. Upon returning to his cabin, Han Wei was still deeply struck by the revelation. This surge in strength was unreal, wasn't it? Calculating, it had only been 3 months since Wang Yuan had arrived on the scavenger planet. 3 months to reach the level of a 3-star super soldier. This realization was terrifying. Even when Han Wei had registered for genetic enhancement, it had taken him a year to attain the rank of a 4-star super soldier. Now, Han Wei was curious about how long it would take Wang Yuan to reach the level of a 4-star super soldier. If Wang Yuan maintained this momentum, it wouldn't be long before he became a super combatant. The warship had been traveling for nearly a day. Their destination was approaching in the cockpit. Wang Yuan stood in a corner, his gaze flickering in an instant. He appeared 8 meters away in the opposite corner. This was indeed the level 10 skill of the male mage, teleportation. The source energy in the cosmos bore no significant difference from that on the scavenger planet. Thus, after nearly a day's endeavor, Wang Yuan succeeded in illuminating one of his 3 skills, teleportation. Upon testing, he discovered that he could teleport approximately 10 meters at most, provided he could perceive the destination. He was unable to phase through solid walls, though he could indeed leap over a half wall with ease. Currently, Wang Yuan estimated that his energy reserves would allow for around 70 to 80 consecutive teleports, although he was uncertain if his mind and body could withstand such exertion. This was truly a miraculous escape technique. Within the cabin, Wang Yuan reveled in the experience until a mild dizziness set in, indicating he had depleted half of his energy reserves, prompting him to cease. However, their destination was drawing near. From the projection screen, he beheld a colossal planet. The battleship shuddered slightly. It descended smoothly onto the habitable planet known as Muyang Star. The familial stronghold of Han Wei was situated upon this very planet. Wang Yuan and He Yingying appeared akin to country folk entering a metropolis, marveling at the sci-fi aesthetics of the world around them. Wang Yuan, having encountered similar scenes in films and during their previous visit to the military transit planet where Jin Wei's battleship docked, felt somewhat at ease. In contrast, it was He Yingying's first encounter with such grandeur. Towering steel edifices, hovering transport vehicles, and bustling pedestrians formed a vibrant tableau that she had never witnessed before. "Brother!" A melodious voice rang out from beside them. Wang Yuan turned, momentarily taken aback by the sight of a tall, mixed-race beauty with flowing brown hair, adorned with glasses and possessing strikingly refined features that exuded an aura of intellectual beauty. If He Yingying could be likened to a charming young girl, this woman embodied the essence of a sophisticated lady. "Xiao Shan!" Han Wei exclaimed, opening his arms wide. "Brother, it's been ages, over a year." The elegant lady embraced Han Wei gently, their camaraderie evident. This refined beauty was none other than Han Wei's sister, Han Xiaoshan. "This must be the guest you mentioned," she remarked, shifting her gaze to Wang Yuan and He Yingying. "Allow me to introduce you. This is Wang Yuan, and this is He Yingying." Han Wei cheerfully introduced his companions. Then he turned to Wang Yuan, saying, "This is my sister, Han Xiaoshan." "Hello," Han Xiaoshan greeted with a smile, extending her hand toward Wang Yuan. The handshake, a customary gesture within the Galactic Federation, held significance. "Hello," Wang Yuan replied, reciprocating the gesture with a gentle grip. Han Xiaoshan's hand felt soft and delicate. However, he refrained from any excessive gestures, releasing her hand shortly after. The petite He Yingying seemed lost in thought, glancing between Han Xiaoshan and herself, her demeanor slightly awkward yet unconsciously gravitating closer to Wang Yuan. Noticing He Yingying's unease, Han Xiaoshan offered her a warm smile, which He Yingying could only return, albeit while clutching Wang Yuan's arm. "All right, let us return. It's bustling here," Han Wei said with a smile. The spaceport indeed thrived with activity. Soon the quartet boarded a striking red hover car, owned by Han Xiaoshan, who had been notified by Han Wei on their journey back. Their sibling bond was evident, and naturally, Han Xiaoshan came to welcome her brother after his long absence. The hover car glided swiftly along its designated route, arriving promptly at their destination, a towering steel structure, ascending with Han Wei and Han Xiaoshan. Wang Yuan soon realized this was a commercial building. Han Xiaoshan's residence was located within this very edifice. Although the Han family stronghold was situated on Muyang Star, its members were not all congregated in one place, but rather dispersed across the planet. For instance, Han Xiaoshan resided here with several other members of the Han clan. The first and second floors housed various shops and restaurants, while the upper levels comprised residential areas. The entire steel structure belonged to the Han family, and Han Xiaoshan, along with her fellow clan members, jointly managed the property. Upon entering Han Xiaoshan's home via the modern elevator, Wang Yuan was taken aback by its spaciousness. The living room brimmed with a futuristic ambience, equipped with various intelligent systems and robotic assistants handling the majority of household chores. Shortly after their arrival, a domestic robot presented them with an array of pastries and refreshments as they settled in. They quickly got to the point. "Have you given it some thought, Xiaoshan?" Han Wei inquired with a smile directed at his sister. "Can you truly cleanse a regular person's body using source energy?" Han Xiaoshan regarded Wang Yuan with a hint of skepticism. Initially, she had prepared genetic remedies, intending to adjust her condition over the next few days before administering the injection, though slightly disheartened. This path was a common choice among family members who had lost hope of awakening, including her brother. Thus, she found it acceptable. However, her brother Han Wei suddenly halted her plans with an urgent call. Despite her doubts, after all, cleansing a regular person's body with source energy was typically a feat achievable only by individuals of esteemed power. Han Xiaoshan felt a flicker of anticipation, bolstered by her brother's unwavering support. Wang Yuan nodded affirmatively, stating, "Indeed, it is possible." "Then can we try now?" Han Xiaoshan's brown eyes bore into Wang Yuan's, searching for any signs of insincerity. After all, throughout her life, many had approached her with ulterior motives, whether for her sake or to curry favor with the Han family. However, Wang Yuan maintained a calm demeanor, having no need to feel guilty as he spoke the truth. "Of course. This is something I promised your brother." He cast a glance at Han Wei, who offered an apologetic smile in return. Han Wei felt exasperated regarding his sister's wariness, as she had always been highly vigilant toward strangers. Wang Yuan shrugged. Had he not made a prior commitment to Han Wei, he might have simply departed, as he found Han Xiaoshan's demeanor rather unappealing. Although she was attractive, aside from their initial greeting at the spaceport, she had hardly conversed with him. Upon arriving at her home, her evident distrust suggested she felt as though he owed her a significant debt. "What must I do?" Han Xiaoshan straightened in her seat. Extending her hand, "Just extend your hand," Wang Yuan replied, turning to face her with a neutral tone. Han Xiaoshan reached out her arm, gazing intently at Wang Yuan. "Remain quiet and observe, but do not disturb me. Should anything untoward occur, I shall not be held accountable," Wang Yuan cautioned Han Wei. Han Wei nodded, intrigued, as he had never witnessed Wang Yuan performing such a cleansing procedure. Initially, he held little hope of witnessing the event, because he understood that controlling the source energy could cleanse an ordinary person's body. It required utmost concentration. In truth, after such a prolonged period, washing Yingying's body daily, Wang Yuan had long since mastered this process. As long as there were no significant unforeseen events, disruptions to Wang Yuan were minimal. He extended his hand, gently resting it on Han Xiaoshan's fair wrist. The moment their skin made contact, Wang Yuan felt a slight tremor run through Han Xiaoshan's body. It was uncertain whether it was tension or some other reason. However, Wang Yuan did not dwell on the cause. He simply closed his eyes, focusing on controlling the source energy within him, transferring it from Han Xiaoshan's arm into her being. Given that the concentration of source energy on Mu Yangxing was at least several times greater than that on the scavenger planet, even without deliberately activating the Dark Eye, the energy consumed during his previous teleportation experiments aboard the battleship was replenished on the return journey under the Dark Eye's autonomous operation. The balanced and calm source energy flowed gently from Wang Yuan's hand into Han Xiaoshan's body. Before long, he sensed that her complexion began to flush, indicating she had reached her limit. Consequently, Wang Yuan ceased the flow of energy. He opened his eyes, maintaining an indifferent expression as he withdrew his hand. Han Wei, witnessing Wang Yuan's pause, cast a nervous glance at his sister. After a moment, Han Xiaoshan slowly opened her eyes. "How do you feel?" Han Wei inquired hastily. Han Xiaoshan appeared momentarily confused, but after a brief pause, she began to keenly sense the changes within her body. After some time, she extended her palm and clenched her fist. With a slight frown, she remarked, "I don't feel any significant changes. My body just feels a bit swollen. Is this what cleansing entails?" Han Wei's hopeful gaze dimmed slightly. "Is it really like this?" Wang Yuan couldn't help but chuckle softly. "This is merely a cleansing, not a genetic awakening. Moreover, it's just the first attempt. Did you expect to awaken immediately?" "Ah, that's true," Han Wei realized, smiling sheepishly. Han Xiaoshan, however, furrowed her brow and remained silent, though her expression spoke volumes. Clearly, this initial cleansing did not yield the results she had anticipated. Furthermore, as we had initially agreed, I cannot guarantee whether awakening is possible. Wang Yuan glanced at Han Wei. Han Wei had indeed assisted him significantly. Otherwise, he might still be on the scavenger planet, or forced to serve in the federal military alongside Yingying, bearing a tarnished reputation. Han Wei nodded. "I understand. Regardless of whether my sister awakens, I'll hold you accountable." Han Xiaoshan, meanwhile, remained quiet. "Are you certain this is genuine cleansing?" Han Xiaoshan inquired, observing her brother's expression. Although she sensed some changes, the entire Han family had never undergone such experience, leaving them with no one to verify it with. Wang Yuan furrowed his brow slightly. "This is merely the first attempt, and your body cannot endure much more. If we continue, you risk injury or worse," he added, pausing without elaborating further. Han Xiaoshan was, after all, an ordinary person. If they persisted, her body could be overwhelmed. All right, let us try again later, Han Wei quickly interjected, attempting to ease the tension, torn between his desire to befriend the talented psychic and his affection for his beloved sister. Han Wei found himself in a difficult position, but he had forgotten to clarify matters with his sister beforehand. He had been so focused on having Wang Yuan cleanse her body that he overlooked this crucial detail. Subsequently, Han Wei steered the conversation in a different direction as the housekeeping robot began serving the main course. The dining table was laden with delicacies that both Wang Yuan and He Yingying had never encountered before. Particularly for He Yingying, who had subsisted primarily on canned goods, insect meat, and unpalatable earthworms throughout her childhood, such gourmet cuisine was entirely foreign. Consequently, she chewed with delight, her cheeks puffed up, prompting Wang Yuan to worry she might choke and urging her to slow down. Throughout the meal, Han Wei endeavored to enliven the atmosphere, but Han Xiaoshan remained aloof and unresponsive. Wang Yuan, however, was indifferent. After all, he owed his favor to Han Wei, not to Han Xiaoshan or the Han family. He had merely agreed to assist Han Wei. Otherwise, he would have turned and walked away. Despite Han Xiaoshan's beauty and grace, Wang Yuan was not one to fawn over her from their first encounter. He had felt little attraction towards her. Aside from exchanging formal greetings, his demeanor suggested he owed her something. Thus, the awkward dinner concluded, leaving much to be desired. Outside, the sky gradually darkened, ushering in the night on Mu Yangxing. I apologize, my sister has always been quite vigilant. She harbors strong suspicions towards unfamiliar individuals, Han Wei remarked to Wang Yuan, a hint of regret in his tone. No problem, Wang Yuan replied, affectionately ruffling the little girl's hair. The young girl, clutching a bag of snacks, was thoroughly engrossed in her treat. When Wang Yuan touched her head, she raised a piece of snack to his mouth, but he gently shook his head. Seeing this, she withdrew her hand and popped the treat into her own mouth, cheeks bulging. I'll speak to Xiaoshan later. Don't take it to heart, Han Wei chuckled as he led Wang Yuan to their destination. This was Han Wei's residence. Although he spent nearly all his time in the military, he had maintained the house, with robots ensuring its upkeep. Initially, Han Wei had intended for Wang Yuan and He Yingying to stay in his sister's room, as it would have been more convenient. His sister had plenty of guest rooms. However, after witnessing the uncomfortable interaction between Wang Yuan and his sister during their first meeting, Han Wei changed his mind. He feared that if any discord arose between Wang Yuan and his sister while he was away, it would be counterproductive. Fortunately, Han Wei's own house remained intact, conveniently located just one floor above his sister's. Eventually, they agreed that Wang Yuan would assist Han Xiaoshan in cleansing her body daily for a month. After that, regardless of whether Han Xiaoshan awakened, they would cease the process. Initially, Han Xiaoshan had wished to limit it to 10 days. But Han Wei successfully negotiated for a month. Wang Yuan was indifferent. He had already agreed to Han Wei's request and found it inappropriate to backtrack that, of course, if it were only 10 days. He would welcome the ease. That night, Wang Yuan sat with his eyes closed, immersed in his training. Suddenly, he felt a faint smile tug at his lips as he sensed a small figure stealthily opening his door. Since Han Wei's home had guest rooms, he had arranged for each of them to have their own. Wang Yuan had not objected to the arrangement, thus accepting the allocation of 2 guest rooms. The little girl, He Yingying, had remained silent, pouting, and eventually retreated to her own room. Yet, just past midnight, she quietly sneaked back in. The petite figure skillfully closed the door behind her and swiftly approached Wang Yuan. "Yuri here," Wang Yuan said, opening his eyes to regard He Yingying with a knowing smile. "Humph," she huffed, pouting adorably. She was still sulking. Wang Yuan reached out to tousle her hair, and her eyes narrowed in delight. Back on the scavenger planet, when they had first met, the little girl had been so endearing and obedient. However, as time passed and they left the scavenger planet, her natural exuberance had resurfaced, and she now displayed a bit of temper. This was rather delightful. Wang Yuan smiled as he ruffled her hair, saying, "Since you're here, let us begin today as cleansing." The little girl, He Yingying, obediently nodded her head, rubbing against Wang Yuan's large palm like a clingy little kitten. Subsequently, Wang Yuan commenced the cleansing of He Yingying's body. Unlike the frail condition she had previously, He Yingying's physique had notably improved, enabling her to endure nearly half of Wang Yuan's source energy baptism. A stark contrast to Han Xiaoshan during her initial cleansing. While Wang Yuan was still at level 8 during their time on the scavenging planet, the task of cleansing He Yingying had begun to prove somewhat taxing. Fortunately, during their journey to Muyang Star, Wang Yuan ascended 2 levels within the wormhole, now standing at level 10, which made the cleansing process significantly easier. The following day, the little girl continued her habitual laziness in bed, a habit that had been cultivated by Wang Yuan during their time on the scavenging planet. Han Wei briefed Wang Yuan on a few matters before hurriedly departing, returning to his own base, where he undoubtedly had other responsibilities to attend to. Upon his return in the evening, Han Wei planned to take Wang Yuan to his sister, Han Xiaoshan, for her cleansing, with little else to occupy his time. Wang Yuan instructed the housekeeping robot to prepare breakfast and retreated to the training room to explore 2 new skills. Han Wei's residence was quite expansive, complete with a large gym, which Wang Yuan had discovered the previous night. It was equipped with various exercise equipment, and the walls were lined with alloy steel, faintly marked with indentations from Han Wei's previous training sessions, having already illuminated the remaining 2 skills at level 10. Wang Yuan focused on the first, the ethereal flame. With a mere thought, 2 orbs of ethereal blue flames, each the size of a fist, materialized beside him. Observing their temperature, he noted it was not particularly high, as the small fireballs danced up and down in accordance with his will. After toying with them for a while, Wang Yuan waved his hand, sending the 2 orbs racing forth at great speed. The moment they struck the alloy wall, they left behind 2 charred imprints before dissipating. While he could not ascertain their exact power, their agility was certainly commendable. The ethereal flame, by nature, was not an offensive skill within the game. Wang Yuan approached the alloy wall and knocked on it, finding it quite sturdy, a reassuring factor for his experiments. Next, he turned his attention to the rotating fire shield. Withdrawing a short distance, he positioned his hands and, with a thought, felt a significant portion of his source energy deplete. A brilliant crimson light illuminated the entire training room as an oval-shaped flame shield, roughly the size of Wang Yuan himself, began to spin in his hands. The occasional flickers of flame that shot outward allowed him to feel the searing heat emanating from it. Compared to the relatively subdued, ethereal flame, the presence of the rotating fire shield was far more imposing. However, Wang Yuan soon realized a concern. Maintaining the rotating fire shield consumed a continuous amount of source energy. Although it was labeled a shield, he could distinctly sense the volatile power contained within the swirling flames. With a forceful push, he sent the shield hurtling towards the alloy wall, its speed far surpassing that of the game. Upon impact, the rotating fire shield erupted into a fireball, expanding outward. Wang Yuan observed as the section of the alloy wall within the blast radius glowed faintly red from the heat. An alarm blared, signaling high temperatures detected within the training room's smart system. Wang Yuan shrugged, bemused by the fragility of this so-called training facility. He located the control center of the training room and, after some fiddling, managed to silence the alarm. Just then, he turned to see He Yingying, still groggy from sleep, standing at the door of the training room, extending her hand towards him, evidently awakened by the alarm. Wang Yuan couldn't help but smile helplessly. After breakfast, Wang Yuan enlisted He Yingying's assistance to further test the defensive capabilities of the 2 skills. The ethereal flame, without any deliberate control from Wang Yuan, orbited around him like a sentinel satellite, automatically intercepting incoming attacks to some degree, albeit with less agility than if he were to focus on controlling it. The 2 orbs could effectively block the majority of incoming assaults. However, the strength of the ethereal flame was limited. During testing, when He Yingying struck with 80% of her power, the flames could intercept the trial ball, but would disintegrate in the process. He Yingying's current strength had already surpassed that of most 3-star enhanced awakened warriors. The ethereal flame did not require continuous source energy from Wang Yuan, but had a threshold. Once that limit was reached, it would dissipate .as for the rotating fire shield. After testing, Wang Yuan was astounded by its defensive capabilities. Even when He Yingying hurled a trial ball with her maximum strength, the shield effortlessly absorbed the impact, remaining completely unaffected, with only a slight drain on Wang Yuan's source energy. Wang Yuan then instructed He Yingying to use a long iron rod to probe the rotating fire shield, curious if it could only withstand ranged attacks. As in the game, he refrained from allowing her to engage directly, concerned about the potential for burns. Nevertheless, He Yingying, exerting all her strength, could not penetrate the shield. Instead, the iron rod turned a fiery red, causing her to feel the heat even at the opposite end. According to her, thrusting the rod felt akin to piercing through viscous glue, becoming increasingly laborious with each attempt. Wang Yuan surmised that the rotating fire shield, as long as his source energy was sufficient, could indeed rival the near-law-level blocking capabilities depicted in the game. However, while the game only allowed for the blocking of melee attacks, in reality, it seemed capable of deflecting all forms of assault. This notion prompted Wang Yuan to recall the earlier scene on the scavenging planet when Han Wei piloted the Barrage Angel. He pondered how much source energy would be required to withstand the firepower of that steel artillery. At present, Wang Yuan felt that his source energy reserves were woefully inadequate. It became evident that he needed to intensify his training efforts. Clenching his fist, he then glanced at He Yingying, who was munching on a snack. A wave of envy washed over him. This little girl, with every cleansing session he provided, seemed to experience exponential growth in her abilities, surpassing his own progress. Each time he exerted himself to the utmost, He Yingying's capacity to endure source energy only increased, making his own efforts feel exceedingly laborious. Wang Yuan could not help but assess his skill panel, feeling as though He Yingying possessed some sort of cheat, while his own enhancements seemed far less effective. With a resigned sigh, he returned to his training, enviously glancing at the little girl. With Han Wei preoccupied, the cleansing of Han Shaoshan would have to wait until the evening. Lacking acquaintances on Muyang Star, Wang Yuan resolved to remain at Han Wei's residence to continue his training in his room, as he felt the experience bar crawl at a snail's pace. Wang Yuan reminisced about the wormhole space, contemplating how swiftly he could level up if he could immerse himself in that environment. The source energy within the wormhole space was exceedingly rich, and although he sensed its volatility, it did not hinder his ability to absorb it with the eye of darkness. He even envisioned the day when he could earn enough credit points to acquire a long-distance transport vessel. Traversing back and forth between two realms, constantly navigating the expanse of wormhole space, has proven to be a formidable challenge. Regrettably, aside from boarding a warship or spacecraft to initiate a spatial leap, Wang Yuan remains oblivious to the means of entering wormhole space. Furthermore, after conducting a thorough investigation on his quantum computer, he discovered that within the wormhole realm, it is advisable for all warships to promptly traverse designated spatial coordinates. Prolonged stays may result in becoming lost within the vastness of space. As for the fate of those vessels, it remains a mystery. Thus far, there have been no reports of any warships that have vanished within the wormhole ever being rediscovered. Regarding physical traversal, history records instances of esteemed beings who have ventured into wormholes, yet the coordinates on the other side have yielded no sign of their presence. Subsequently, these esteemed figures have faded from existence. Immersed in his cultivation, Wang Yuan did not rise until the afternoon. When a gnawing hunger compelled him to stand, as he rubbed his numb legs from sitting cross-legged, he emerged into the living room, only to be met with a scene that caught him off guard. Curled up on the luxurious, plush sofa, clutching a bag of snacks, was a petite girl, her eyes glued to the virtual screen before her. Engrossed in a film, in that instant, Wang Yuan felt a wave of disbelief wash over him. What? You inquire why he insists on sitting in meditation. Well, it is simply the essence of cultivation. Observing the languid expression on the little girl's face deepened his envy. She seemed to live in a world untouched by the burdens of reality. Food, of course, was graciously provided by the housekeeping robots, and it was nothing short of delectable. However, Wang Yuan found himself puzzled by the fact that the little girl, He Yingying, astonishingly had no appetite for a meal. Upon glancing into the trash bin, he discovered it brimming with nearly empty snack wrappers. The little girl, noticed Wang Yuan's gaze and, realizing she had been caught, stuck out her tongue and flashed a sheepish grin. Next time, eat fewer snacks. Wang Yuan gently tapped her head with chopsticks. Okay, I know, she replied, covering her head with her hands to prevent further taps while pouting. Despite her insistence that she understood, Her eyes continued to dart toward the half-eaten bag of snacks on the coffee table. Wang Yuan, with his acute perception, easily sensed her subtle longing. He could not help but chuckle softly, choosing not to comment. After all, for a girl raised on a scavenger planet, snacks were an entirely new experience, let alone the act of consuming them. Ever since Wang Yuan had first brought snacks back from the recycling station on Scavenger Planet No. 4, where Sergeant Hand had offered them, he recognized that he Ying had developed a fondness for such treats in the days immediately following their departure from the Scavenger Planet, during their stay at the space station managed by Han Wei. He Ying had nearly depleted the station's meager snack inventory. Moreover, to Wang Yuan's amusement, beneath Han Wei's serious facade lay a fellow snack enthusiast. From the space station to Han Wei's residence, the evidence of their shared indulgence was evident. Each time they visited the recycling station, Sergeant Hand had eagerly catered to He Ying's preferences with an array of snacks. This is why Wang Yuan was able to procure treats from Sergeant Hand so readily. He admired He Ying's ability to uncover snacks, whether at the space station or now in Han Wei's home. After finishing lunch, Wang Yuan resolved to take He Ying out for a stroll. While he wished to continue his cultivation, he understood that balance was crucial for optimal growth. Downstairs lay a multifaceted commercial complex. Just yesterday, under the guidance of Han Wei and Han Xiaoshan, Wang Yuan had merely passed through. Today, however, he yearned to experience the vibrancy of interstellar life. As they stepped outside, He Ying initially wanted to take a bag of snacks with her, but upon Wang Yuan's assurance that there would be plenty of treats available for purchase, she relinquished the idea. Upon exiting the automated lift, Wang Yuan felt a stirring in his intuition and turned to the side. A male figure entered the adjacent lift, and Wang Yuan's attention was drawn to him due to the faint energy fluctuations emanating from his presence. A superpowered individual, he mused, yet encountering such beings was not remarkable. So Wang Yuan soon dismissed the thought and continued his outing with the Ying. The atmosphere of the bustling shopping district bore a striking resemblance to the grand malls of Wang Yuan's previous life, albeit imbued with a distinctively futuristic flair, showcasing an array of cutting-edge technology that left him momentarily dazzled. Intelligent robots scuttled about, enhancing the alien yet exhilarating ambience. The throngs of people were lively and welcoming, with an abundance of food, drink, and clothing available at every turn. Each individual wore a polite smile, devoid of the wariness that characterized the scavenger planet, where one constantly feared betrayal. Is this place a paradise? He Ying remarked, tugging on Wang Yuan's hand, that he smiled gently, though a pang of sorrow tugged at his heart. This was merely the ordinary life of common folk. Ordinary life, indeed. It was no wonder his mother had often referred to the scavenger planet as hell. Dreaming of the day he could escape its clutches, the thought of his mother caused He Ying's mood to dampen, and her eyes glistened with unshed tears. All is well now, Wang Yuan assured, stroking her hair soothingly. Just then, a charmingly designed sales robot approached them, its cheerful electronic voice eliciting a sense of warmth. With two mechanical arms, it offered He Ying a tissue. Thank you. Wang Yuan accepted the tissue, gently wiping away the traces of tears from He Ying's eyes. You're welcome. Enjoy your time. The little robot spun around and rolled away. Impressive, Wang Yuan mused inwardly, marveling at the sophistication of the technology. After comforting He Ying, the duo resumed their shopping, Wang Yuan intending to procure a few outfits for her tea present. Both he and He Ying were clad in military-style casual attire sourced by Han Wei from the space station. While Wang Yuan's fit was adequate, He Ying's petite stature presented challenge. Even the smallest eyes appeared somewhat loose when donned by He Ying. The time was approaching dusk. In front, a sprightly little girl hopped around, now clad in a fitted light blue dress. Her hands and mouth were occupied with snacks. Behind her, Wang Yuan wore an expression of exasperation, accompanied by two intelligent robots. Each robot was tethered to a shopping cart, dutifully trailing Wang Yuan, their carts brimming with an assortment of treats. These shopping cart robots had been procured by the mall to facilitate customers' shopping experiences. Wang Yuan observed the energetic little girl, who had been exploring for an entire afternoon and couldn't help but recall the saying that shopping is indeed a woman's innate nature. Although Wang Yuan, with his level 10 physique, felt no physical fatigue, he was mentally drained. Nevertheless, seeing the little girl still brimming with enthusiasm, he refrained from urging her to hurry. After all, on the scavenger planet, He Ying had never encountered such splendor. It was only when Han Wei's communication buzzed on Wang Yuan's wristwatch that he finally escorted He Ying back to Han Wei's residence. Upon seeing the several large bags of snacks, even Han Wei, who shared a fondness for treats, was momentarily speechless. He had never indulged in such a massive haul of snacks all at once. That evening, when it was time to assist Han Xiaoshan with her cleansing, only Wang Yuan and Han Wei ascended to Han Xiaoshan's room. He Ying opted to remain at Han Wei's home. Munching on snacks while binge-watching her favorite shows, she was not particularly fond of the older sister, Han Xiaoshan, and thus preferred to avoid meeting her if possible. Han Xiaoshan's demeanor remained as indifferent as ever. Wang Yuan chose to ignore her attitude and, after completing the cleansing procedure, departed. Days passed in this manner, and nearly a week later, Wang Yuan, He Ying, and Han Xiaoshan stood at the interstellar port, watching a federal warship launch into the atmosphere and soar into outer space. Han Wei had to leave. After all, he was merely on a temporary break, and it was nearly time for him to return to duty. For the time being, Wang Yuan and He Ying would reside in Han Wei's abode. Beside them, Han Xiaoshan's expression seemed somewhat peculiar as she regarded Wang Yuan, hesitating to speak. After over a week of energy cleansing, Han Xiaoshan had indeed noticed a marked improvement in her physical condition. Although she had not awakened yet, she could clearly compare her current state to her previous one, which had improved significantly. This indicated that Wang Yuan's cleansing method was indeed effective. However, Han Xiaoshan remained restrained, unsure of how to broach the subject. Meanwhile, Wang Yuan maintained a calm demeanor, aware that in a month he would be departing with the Ying to join the federal military, with merely 20 days remaining. Regardless of whether Han Xiaoshan could awaken, he had already fulfilled his promise to Han Wei. "Shall we go back together?" Han Xiaoshan finally inquired after a moment of hesitation. "And no need, I'll take Ying around. We know the way, it will just call for a flying vehicle to return," Wang Yuan replied, gently pulling the little girl along. "Well, all right then," Han Xiaoshan conceded with a resigned nod. Ultimately, she boarded a hovering vehicle and drove away, while Wang Yuan led He Ying in the opposite direction. Over the past few days, they had explored the vicinity extensively and were no longer concerned about getting lost. Suddenly, Wang Yuan's expression shifted slightly. He had sensed a faint hostility. Despite the bustling crowd around them, his keen perception had detected it. He scanned the area, but aside from the hovering vehicles, flying shuttles, and pedestrians engrossed in their own affairs, nothing seemed amiss. Wang Yuan furrowed his brow, questioning whether it was merely a figment of his imagination. Ultimately, upon finding no evidence, he continued onward with the Ying. Meanwhile, within a striking blue hovering vehicle parked at the roadside, a rather handsome man observed Wang Yuan and He Ying as their figures melded into the throng. Had Wang Yuan been aware, he would have recognized this man as the esper he had encountered in the elevator of Han Wei's building several times. Wang Yuan had assumed he was merely a resident of the building. Now, for reasons unknown, this man bore a sense of hostility towards Wang Yuan, but on the other hand, as Wang Yuan and He Ying began their leisurely exploration, the faint hostility he had sensed lingered at the back of his mind. They roamed the city for an entire day, and as night descended, Wang Yuan led He Ying back to Han Wei's room. In recent days, Wang Yuan had spent nearly every moment either training or taking He Ying out for adventures, while Wang Yuan still had a considerable number of credit points left from Han Wei. He Ying's account had dwindled by nearly half. In its place, Han Wei's home, which had once contained a guest room for He Ying, was now overflowing with snacks. The reason they returned empty-handed today was that Wang Yuan had strictly instructed the little girl not to purchase any new snacks until she had finished the ones in her room. Each time they passed the snack section, Wang Yuan had almost succumbed to He Ying's forlorn gaze and her pitiful expressions. Thankfully, he managed to divert his attention, reminding himself of the towering pile of snacks that awaited her. Otherwise, he feared that the room would now be overflowing with treats. Allowing the little girl to indulge in her snacks while watching television, Wang Yuan set out alone to assist Han Xiaoshan with her cleansing. Presently, He Ying's favorite pastimes were snacking and binge-watching shows. That it was unclear where she had picked up some peculiar behaviors, as occasionally, late at night, she would make strange movements beneath her covers. more than once. Wang Yuan had found it difficult to contain himself. However, perhaps due to his enhanced perception and willpower from leveling up, he always managed to restrain himself at the last moment. Thus, the relationship between Wang Yuan and Yi Yingying remained on the brink of crossing a significant threshold. Upon exiting the room, Wang Yuan navigated the familiar path to the elevator. As the elevator doors opened, he was taken aback to see a familiar face, one he had encountered multiple times in the same elevator. Wang Yuan could distinctly sense the source energy fluctuations emanating from the man, yet he could not gauge his precise strength. Out of politeness, Wang Yuan offered a friendly nod. However, the man ignored him, striding past and exiting the elevator. Wang Yuan momentarily paused, but dismissed it, considering him merely a passerby, someone he did not recognize. Shrugging it off, he stepped into the elevator. Unbeknownst to Wang Yuan, as the elevator doors closed, the man turned back, casting a gaze filled with subtle hostility at the now closed doors, lost in thought for a moment. After a brief hesitation, he turned and followed Wang Yuan to the other elevator. Ascending to the upper floor, this was the same man who had displayed animosity towards Wang Yuan earlier at the interstellar port. Yet, at this moment, Wang Yuan remained oblivious to the unfolding circumstances. Upon reaching the upper level, Wang Yuan proceeded directly to Han Xiaoshan's door. He pressed the doorbell and awaited a response. Before long, the door swung open, revealing Han Xiaoshan, who leaned slightly out from behind the door. Upon noticing Wang Yuan at the threshold, she offered a faint, slightly awkward smile. "That you're here. Come in." The tone has softened considerably compared to before, yet perhaps it is the memory of her past attitude towards Wang Yuan that lingers. Han Xiaoshan's face is perpetually adorned with a hint of awkwardness. Wang Yuan nodded and stepped inside, that a poor first impression is difficult to amend in someone's heart. Thus, even though Han Xiaoshan's demeanor has improved, Wang Yuan remains indifferent. As Wang Yuan entered, the automatic door was casually closed by Han Xiaoshan. Her fists were clenched tightly, and her eyes revealed a deep-seated anger. At the corridor's corner, a man who had been watching Wang Yuan enter Han Xiaoshan's residence suppressed his own fury. The door was indeed controlled by a smart system. Normally, when guests arrive, the homeowner can identify them through a camera and instruct the smart home system to open the door. However, for the homeowner to personally open the door signifies a great respect for the visitor. "Wretched woman, what pretense of virtue do you maintain before me, when you are merely bringing a man home?" The man, standing at the corner, glared at the entrance of Han Xiaoshan's house with resentment. Even he had never been granted the courtesy of Han Xiaoshan personally opening the door. Each time he visited, it was the smart home system that facilitated entry, while Han Xiaoshan continued with her own affairs, as if he were inconsequential. Moreover, the expression on Han Xiaoshan's face when she opened the door had not escaped the man's notice, a blend of awkwardness and bashfulness, which in his eyes transformed into coyness and flirtation. "Wretched woman!" The man struck the wall beside him with a fierce punch. The resounding thud echoed as the alloy wall suffered a dent. This alloy, used in construction, is typically impervious to even the mightiest of hammers, capable of withstanding standard weaponry. Yet, this alloy had been dented by this man's fist, a testament to his overwhelming rage. The man, named Wei Jiang, is a direct descendant of the Wei family of Muyang Star. Furthermore, Wei Jiang is betrothed to Han Xiaoshan, making her his fiancée, but although the Han family reigns as the most powerful faction on Muyang Star, there are several families, just a tier below, who, if united, would not be significantly weaker than the Han family, perhaps even surpassing them. Thus, the Han family must cultivate alliances among these factions, and the Wei family is one such ally to solidify their relationship. Intermarriage is a customary practice, with Han Xiaoshan being one of the political marriage candidates, and Wei Jiang being her intended. While the Wei family may not rival the Han family, Wei Jiang is a direct descendant and possesses the ability of a self-awakened superhuman, whereas Han Xiaoshan belongs to the collateral line of the Han family. Although closely related, she remains a mere branch and has yet to awaken her abilities, which, barring any unforeseen circumstances, would require reliance on a genetic serum. Nevertheless, Han Xiaoshan is strikingly beautiful, embodying the archetype of an intellectual and elegant woman, capable of evoking the most primal aesthetic desires in many men. Consequently, Wei Jiang accepted this union with ease, viewing the intellectual and graceful Han Xiaoshan as his coveted prize. However, Han Xiaoshan shows little interest in Wei Jiang, as a prominent family just below the Han family. Wei Jiang, being a scion of the Wei family, possesses the typical vices of a wealthy heir, frequently indulging in a life of excess. In contrast, Han Xiaoshan has always been diligent and ambitious, thus looking down upon such a debauched youth. Yet, the engagement was arranged by their families, leaving Han Xiaoshan powerless to contest it. Her relentless efforts are, in part, a means to resist the constraints of this engagement, leading her to consistently withhold kindness from Wei Jiang. Occasionally, Wei Jiang would visit Han Xiaoshan, not only to cultivate their relationship, but also in hopes of winning her over before their marriage. After all, Han Xiaoshan's intellectual and graceful demeanor has always stirred his heart. However, Wei Jiang remains patient, confident that she will eventually be his. Recently, he has noticed a man frequently entering Han Xiaoshan's room late at night, coinciding with the absence of Han Wei. This man is Wang Yuan, who arrives to provide Han Xiaoshan with personal care. As he walked in, he was spotted by Wei Jiang, who was lurking nearby, oblivious to the unfolding events outside in the dead of night. With a lone man and woman, Wei Jiang's mind was flooded with inappropriate thoughts. Seething with anger, he approached Han Xiaoshan's door, hand raised, ready to knock, but suddenly hesitated. "Humph, I always thought you were so virtuous. Since you lack compassion, do not blame me for being heartless." Gritting his teeth, Wei Jiang turned away. Meanwhile, Wang Yuan remained unaware of the tumult outside. Even if he did know, he would not care, as he was merely fulfilling a promise made to Han Wei. In just over 20 days, he would be leaving. Having completed his task for the day, Wang Yuan exited Han Xiaoshan's home to return to the little girl, He Ying, for her personal care. That night, He Ying seemed to have watched something peculiar on television, constantly teasing Wang Yuan, nearly provoking him to take drastic measures. Ultimately, he had to threaten her, stating that if she continued her antics, he would return to his own room to sleep. Only then did the little girl quiet down. The following day, Wang Yuan took He Ying with him via a hover car to explore the neighboring city. In recent days, they had traversed much of their own city. Given the advancements in technology, it was not impossible to traverse the entirety of Muyang Star in a single day. Thus, a trip to the neighboring city would not take long. As they strolled through the bustling metropolis of steel, Wang Yuan couldn't help but feel a sense of wonder. He had always assumed he would spend his life at the dilapidated recycling station run by old Wang, never imagining he would witness such grandeur. Looking up at the hover cars gliding above, he saw two youths zipping past on magnetic hoverboards. He Ying, as usual, clutched a bag of snacks, munching away while her curious eyes scanned their surroundings, occasionally glancing at Wang Yuan with a satisfied smile. As Wang Yuan walked, he reflected on the many days he had spent there. Everything seemed quite pleasant, and there had been no occurrences reminiscent of the novels he had read, where dim-witted individuals would confront the protagonist, only to be humiliated in real life. Why would anyone provoke him without cause? Indeed, novels are not to be trusted. Just then, Wang Yuan's instincts kicked in, and he abruptly pulled He Ying back, who was about to continue forward. But a rush of air from a swiftly moving vehicle hit their faces as a sleek silver hover car came to a smooth stop before them. Sensing the palpable hostility emanating from within the car, Wang Yuan was momentarily taken aback. Could it be that the confrontation had arrived so swiftly? Simultaneously, Wang Yuan was also quite furious. If he hadn't just grabbed He Ying, that hovering vehicle would have undoubtedly collided with her. Although He Ying's current abilities were formidable, it was uncertain who would sustain injuries if the vehicle struck her. Nonetheless, despite her extraordinary strength, all of her powers were derived from the cleansing she had undergone thanks to Wang Yuan. He Ying herself possessed no innate sensory abilities, and thus, there were no fluctuations of energy emanating from her to any observer. She appeared to be an ordinary person. The hovering vehicle, however, clearly harbored malicious intent. Had He Ying truly been an ordinary individual, and if Wang Yuan had intervened, the outcome would have been predictable. Yet, amidst his anger, Wang Yuan was also intensely curious about the identity of the individual harboring such animosity towards him. After all, being in Muyang Star, a place unfamiliar to him, he should logically have no enemies. This wave of hostility reminded Wang Yuan of the sensation he had experienced yesterday at the interstellar port. If there were no unexpected developments, it should be the same person. The windows of the hovering vehicle were designed to prevent prying eyes, leaving Wang Yuan only able to see his own reflection in the glass, unaware of who was inside. Then, the window slid down. Upon seeing the occupant, Wang Yuan was momentarily taken aback. The individual was the male superhuman he had encountered several times in the elevator. Noticing the intense animosity in the man's eyes, Wang Yuan felt perplexed. When had he ever provoked this person? It seemed he hadn't. Just last night, he had merely nodded at him, and the man had ignored him. Listen, whoever you are, it would be wise for you to leave Muyang Star in the next few days, or you will face dire consequences, Wei Jiang said from inside the vehicle, his expression dark. Wang Yuan was left speechless. What is going on? Do we know each other? He thought, staring at the man in the vehicle, utterly baffled. Was this what they referred to as a lack of intelligence? He didn't even recognize the man, yet he was being threatened. You have no right to know me, Wei Jiang retorted, glaring at Wang Yuan. Wang Yuan was at a loss for words. Whatever, he seems like a fool that lets go, he said, pulling he inging and turning to walk away. Who are you calling a fool? Wei Jiang erupted in anger. However, Wang Yuan chose to disregard him and continued forward with the inging. After all, he was unwilling to engage further with someone so severely lacking in intellect. I'm talking to you, Wei Jiang shouted. Infuriated, in a fit of rage, he turned the hovering vehicle around, flooring the accelerator as it veered off its designated path, charging directly at Wang Yuan and he inging. Instantly, Wang Yuan spun around, energy gathering in his hands. Flame shield, he declared, as searing flames rapidly expanded. With a thunderous crash, the hovering vehicle collided with the fiery shield, sparks flying in all directions. Yet Wang Yuan remained unfazed, feeling a significant drain on his energy. While the front of the vehicle crumpled upon impact. Are you seeking your own demise? Wang Yuan intoned ominously, brandishing the flame shield. He thrust it forward, pushing the hovering vehicle back. The commotion immediately drew the attention of nearby pedestrians. As Wang Yuan unleashed the flame shield, onlookers swiftly distanced themselves. Many curious spectators began recording the incident on their wrist devices, while others contacted the police, aware that superhumans were subject to regulatory oversight and could not engage in battles within the city limits. Inside the hovering vehicle, Wei Jiang's expression darkened as he pressed the accelerator to the max. Yet he was still pushed back by the flame shield. Behind the vehicle loomed a steel alloy wall of a nearby building. The flame shield propelled the vehicle until it collided with the wall, the structure creaking under the strain as the vehicle's front was scorched red by the intense heat. Wei Jiang's ears were filled with the blaring alarms of the vehicle's onboard system. The flame shield continued its advance, distorting and warping the vehicle that if this persisted, the vehicle would soon explode. Finally, unable to endure any longer, Wei Jiang flung open the door and leaped out. The hovering vehicle was ultimately pinned against the alloy wall by the flame. The little girl, pouting with indignation, cast a fierce glare at Wei Jiang, who was charging towards her with an overwhelming aura of source energy. Although her presence lacked the formidable force that Wei Jiang exuded, her speed and strength surpassed his. In the fleeting moment before Wei Jiang could react, her diminutive fist struck his abdomen with considerable force. Ugh! Wei Jiang's eyes widened in shock as he was sent flying backward. Wang Yuan shook his head in disbelief. Bemused by the apparent decline in intelligence displayed, it seemed evident that Wei Jiang's combat experience was severely lacking, despite her inability to sense or harness source energy. The little girl had already surpassed a significant number of 3-star super warriors purely through her innate strength and speed, though she had yet to reach the level of a 4-star super warrior. Should a close-quarters confrontation occur, it was conceivable that aside from Wang Yuan's teleportation skills, he might struggle against her prowess. The young man, who appeared somewhat aristocratic, was foolishly engaging in a direct confrontation with someone whose fluctuations of source energy were inferior to Wang Yuan's. If it weren't for Wang Yuan's stern warnings to the little girl about the dangers of taking lives in the outside world before leaving the scavenger planet, she would have unleashed her full power. That punch alone could have caused severe injury or even death to him. It is worth noting that despite her seemingly innocent demeanor, He Ying, the little girl, had blood on her hands. After gaining her abilities on the scavenger planet, she often ventured out alone. Though the scavengers were aware that He Ying was under Wang Yuan's protection, she had initially been alone. Inevitably, some scavengers, unable to suppress their desires, plotted against her. The results were, as one might imagine, dire. Furthermore, as a newly empowered individual, the little girl did not yet have full control over her strength. During that period, at least 3 or 4 scavengers had met their demise at the hands of her small fists, with countless others left severely injured. Had news of her capabilities not spread among the scavengers, there might have been even more casualties, in contrast to Wang Yuan's initial reaction to taking a life. He Ying displayed a remarkable calmness regarding the matter. After all, she had grown up on a scavenger planet where death was a common occurrence. The gravity of killing someone did not weigh heavily on her conscience. Observing Wei Jiang doubled over on the ground, clutching his abdomen and retching, she raised her tiny fist, still unsatisfied, and smacked her lips. She had hardly exerted half her strength, and yet he was so fragile. Had it not been for Wang Yuan's admonition against indiscriminately taking lives, she would have relished the opportunity to deliver a fatal blow. With her clear, innocent eyes, she blinked innocently and glanced back at Wang Yuan. Upon meeting her gaze, Wang Yuan felt a wave of exasperation and gently shook his head. He understood the implication behind her expression. He is so annoying. May I kill him? Although Wang Yuan himself harbored a desire to eliminate this nuisance, they were no longer on the scavenger planet, and doing so would lead to serious complications. While the identity of this mysterious intruder remained uncertain, the luxurious and flashy hover vehicle he arrived in indicated he was no ordinary person. Ordinary individuals could not afford such extravagance. However, Wang Yuan had already notified Han Xiaoshan, who indicated that she was on her way. Though the nature of this individual's identity was unclear, it was likely that the formidable Han family, known as the Semi-Turrets of Muyang Star, would be able to resolve this issue with ease. Seeing Wang Yuan shake his head, the little girl pouted in dissatisfaction and raised her fist toward the retching Wei Jiang. Ugh, he groaned, half kneeling on the ground while casting a venomous glare at Wang Yuan and He Ying. The shrill sound of alarms drew nearer, and several silver, Federal Mark hovercrafts approached rapidly. Stop! The hovercraft quickly encircled Wang Yuan, He Ying, and the incapacitated Wei Jiang. The Federal enforcement team had arrived. Yet from Wang Yuan's perception, he sensed that the leader among them possessed a source energy fluctuation, while the others appeared to be ordinary individuals. Nonetheless, he noticed that each hovercraft featured a circular cannon at the front. Wang Yuan raised his hands in a gesture of surrender. He initiated the conflict. We were merely defending ourselves. We will clarify who struck first. The leader of the enforcement team, clad in combat attire, regarded Wang Yuan coldly as super warriors. You are openly engaging in combat within the city, violating the federal super warrior regulations. Please accompany us for further investigation. As he spoke, the cannons on the surrounding hovercrafts illuminated ominously, emanating faint energy fluctuations. Wang Yuan furrowed his brow, observing the enforcement leader's demeanor. Although he had encircled the 3 of them, the tone, expressions, and actions of this individual seemed to target himself, and He Ying specifically. Disregarding Wei Jiang entirely, Wang Yuan noted that the cannons were subtly aimed at him and He Ying. While he possessed the spiral fire shield, it could only defend against one direction of attack. Moreover, He Ying remained within the encirclement. If it were just Wang Yuan alone, he could easily escape with his teleportation ability. However, He Ying would not have that option. Then, from the corner of his eye, Wang Yuan noticed the retching man, his head bowed, sporting a mocking smile. Turning back to the enforcement leader, Wang Yuan began to piece together that this officer was acquainted with the half-kneeling figure on the ground. Han Xiaoshan had yet to arrive. Wang Yuan exchanged a knowing glance with He Ying, who immediately understood. After spending so much time together, they shared a deep mutual understanding. Wang Yuan signaled to He Ying that if a confrontation ensued, she should prioritize escaping into the crowd of onlookers outside. Wang Yuan was confident that they would not dare to attack ordinary citizens, and with He Ying's speed, she should be able to accomplish that. As for himself, he had never hesitated with his teleportation ability. "What are you planning?" the enforcement leader called out, having noticed the silent communication between Wang Yuan and He Yingying. Although he spoke assertively, a smile crept onto his face. Should Wang Yuan and He Yingying dare to resist, they would have a justification to open fire. Wang Yuan chuckled, turning his gaze toward the enforcement leader. "Your acting is commendable. Using your authority to exploit." The enforcement leader paused at Wang Yuan's words. "I do not know what you're talking about. Please cooperate with us for further investigation." "I refuse." Wang Yuan's smile vanished, his expression turning icy as he glared at the enforcement leader. "You do not have the authority to dictate my actions." The enforcement leader raised his hand, and the cannons of the surrounding hovercrafts blazed with blinding light, sending forth a palpable sense of pressure. It was evident that the energy cannons mounted on these hovercrafts possessed considerable firepower. "Wei Qiangxing, since when did your patrol team have the authority to intervene in matters concerning super warriors?" Just then, a cold voice resonated through the air. The crowd parted as a tall figure emerged, accompanied by two others. It was none other than Han Xiaoshan. Wang Yuan sensed a potent energy emanating from the two individuals following her, suggesting they were formidable super warriors. "We are merely maintaining order on Muyang Star." Wei Qiangxing, the enforcement leader, replied with a hint of resignation. "I heard you intend to take these two super warriors in for questioning." One of the super warriors accompanying Han Xiaoshan regarded Wei Qiangxing with a bemused expression. "Since when did our super bureau require your patrol team to meddle in our affairs?" Wei Qiangxing hesitated, unable to utter a word. The affairs of the superhumans, of course, fall under the jurisdiction of a super ability bureau, so you patrol team should swiftly depart. Another superhuman, displaying impatience, waved dismissively at Wei Qiangxing. Upon hearing this, Wang Yuan paused momentarily, his gaze shifting toward Wei Qiangxing, clearly indicating that this individual was indeed focused on him. From their remarks, it was evident that when a superhuman commits an offense, there exists a specialized enforcement agency, and the patrol team, led by Wei Qiangxing, lacked the authority to manage superhumans. This was quite intriguing. Meanwhile, the man half kneeling on the ground suddenly wore a grim expression. Indeed, this man was the contemptible lover of that wretched person. Arriving just in time to tea that moment, Han Xiaoshan cast a look of disdain at the half-kneeling Wei Jiang, saying, "Do you find this amusing?" "Wei Jiang?" Wei Jiang looked up, shooting a furious glare at Han Xiaoshan. "Amusing? Ha! Ha ha!" His laughter bordered on madness. Wang Yuan, upon hearing this, glanced at Wei Jiang and then at the leading enforcer. Wei Jiang, Wei Qiangxing, they were indeed in cahoots. Moreover, it appeared that Han Xiaoshan was acquainted with this lunatic, Wei Jiang. "Crazy fool, don't just bite anyone you catch," Han Xiaoshan remarked, casting a glance at Wei Jiang. Subsequently, she signaled to the two superhumans behind her. The patrol team, encircling Wang Yuan, dispersed of their own accord, and the energy emanating from their weapons faded away. "We are from the Federal Super Ability Enforcement Bureau. Gentlemen, please accompany us back," one of the superhumans stated formally. Addressing Wang Yuan looked at Han Xiaoshan, who nodded slightly. Clearly, both of them were affiliated with the Han family. Thus, Wang Yuan and He Yingying obediently followed the two individuals. Han Xiaoshan, along with the two superhumans, guided Wang Yuan and He Yingying through the crowd, departing. Observing their retreating figures, Wei Jiang behind them revealed an intense hatred and madness. "Cousin, why didn't you just open fire and eliminate them?" Wei Jiang turned, his face twisted with rage, his eyes bloodshot. "That would violate protocol. We are merely a patrol team. Unless they pose a threat or resist, we cannot take action against superhumans," Wei Qiangxing replied. Frowning, "Nonsense, I want him dead. I must have him dead. And that wretched Han Xiaoshan, that filthy woman, she is nothing but a harlot," Wei Jiang shouted in a near-manic frenzy. "All right, calm down. Let us go back," Wei Qiangxing responded nonchalantly. Yet his eyes betrayed a profound disdain for Wei Jiang. This was nothing more than a hopeless case. What did it matter if he was of noble lineage? Luck had merely allowed him to awaken due to some fortuitous circumstance. He remained nothing but a worthless scion, indulging in debauchery. Subsequently, Wei Qiangxing dragged Wei Jiang away, leaving the heap of discarded hovercars to be dealt with by others. Outside the crowd, Han Xiaoshan, hearing Wei Jiang's loud outburst, was filled with deep disdain. With such a worthless fiancé, she felt a fundamental aversion and was determined to find a way to dissolve this engagement. Reflecting on this, her gaze fell upon Wang Yuan behind her. Her opportunity lay with him. After several days of his energy cleansing, despite not having achieved self-awakening, her perception and physical condition had never been better. Vaguely, she sensed the energy molecules in the surrounding air, though it remained unclear, almost dreamlike. If it weren't for having experienced this several times, Han Xiaoshan might have thought it was merely an illusion. Nevertheless, she had a premonition that with continued efforts, her self-awakening was indeed within reach. Once she awakened, her potential for advancement would be limitless, far surpassing those superhumans who relied on gene serums for awakening. With additional effort, she could surely enter the core echelon of her family, thereby finding a way to dissolve this engagement. As long as her value outweighed that of the alliance with the Wei family, she would succeed. Countless thoughts surged through Han Xiaoshan's mind. Who is he? Wang Yuan couldn't help but inquire. My fiancé. Han Xiaoshan replied candidly. Huh. Wang Yuan was taken aback. He soon grasped why Wei Jiang harbored such animosity towards him. They had crossed paths several times in the elevator. It was clear that he had seen Wang Yuan visiting Han Xiaoshan's residence late at night for energy cleansing, that the solitary man and woman late at night. One could only imagine the implications. No wonder this fellow bore such hostility towards him. Wang Yuan touched his nose, bemused. Was this an unwarranted disaster? Wang Yuan and He Yingying were not taken to any super ability bureau, but were separated from the two superhumans midway. Those two belonged to the Super Ability Enforcement Bureau, and in reality, their true superiors were only a few of the highest-ranking officials in the Federation. Moreover, they were no weaklings. One was a 6-star super soldier, and the other a 5-star super soldier, both having achieved self-awakening. However, this was Muyang Star, with the Han family reigned as local overlords. One of those two was a member of the Han family, while the other had been recruited by them. The role of the Super Ability Bureau was to suppress superhumans within the local area, playing a crucial role in maintaining stability within the Federation. Thus, its members could not be feeble. Upon returning to Han Wei's residence, despite it being merely afternoon, the incident involving Wei Jiang had dampened Wang Yuan and He Yingying's spirits for further excursions. The little girl, He Yingying, emerged from her room with an abundance of snacks, all sweet treats. She intended to double her compensation for the earlier mishap. Wang Yuan winced at the sight, puzzled. Logically, with such a daily intake of snacks, she should have gained weight. Yet, the petite figure of He Yingying remained unchanged in height and weight. Wang Yuan had observed that since the little girl had awakened her unusual strength, her body seemed to have reached a certain stable state. It was uncertain whether this was beneficial or detrimental, so he set the matter aside for the time being. Meanwhile, Wang Yuan opened another light brain in Han Wei's study, continuing to peruse materials related to the Super Ability Enforcement Bureau and patrol teams, as well as various issues concerning superhumans within the Federation. The light brain in the living room had already been commandeered by the little girl, who was engrossed in her favorite soap operas. The patrol teams resembled the district police. Wang Yuan remembered, while superhumans fell outside their jurisdiction, that if there are superpowered individuals causing chaos in the urban area, they could be subdued in emergencies. However, the primary responsibility for incidents involving superpowered individuals lies with the Superpower Bureau, formerly known as the Superpower Law Enforcement Bureau. Moreover, the legal convictions pertaining to superpowered individuals differ significantly from those of ordinary citizens. The criteria for evaluation vary greatly, and the preferential conditions reflect the elevated status of superpowered individuals within the Federation. Although they enjoy certain privileges, there are still fundamental boundaries. Reflecting on the events of noon, Wang Yuan sighed, having ultimately paid the price for his inexperience. If it had been other superpowered individuals, they would have disregarded Wei Xiangxing entirely. After all, as long as superpowered individuals do not engage in widespread destruction or slaughter, nor attack the patrol teams, they have no right to take action against them. Thus, at noon, Wei Xiangxing surrounded Wang Yuan and He Yingying, displaying an imposing demeanor, yet refraining from making a move. He exuded a palpable threat, deliberately attempting to provoke Wang Yuan and He Yingying into making the first strike. Should Wang Yuan and He Yingying act first, they would provide justification for retaliating against them. Recalling the names of the two, Wang Yuan searched for additional information on Mu Yangxing that he browsed through the data and some anecdotal information, gaining a clearer understanding of the power distribution on Mu Yangxing. Half of the resources on Mu Yangxing are controlled by the Han family, while the other half is divided among various factions and families. Aside from the Han family, which operates like a local emperor, several prominent families include the Wei family, Buzendorlo, and the Clarence family, with the Wei family being particularly distinguished and a target of the Han family's alliances. Han Xiaoshan mentioned that Wei Jiang is her fiancé, yet her demeanor toward him is far from cordial, suggesting that it may be a political marriage, something Wang Yuan had only encountered in television and novels. That night, as was his custom, Wang Yuan ascended to bathe Han Xiaoshan. However, this time he arrived a bit earlier than usual. Not long after nightfall, he made his way up, contrasting with his previous habit of going close to midnight. Upon entering, Han Xiaoshan's attitude had drastically changed from their initial encounters. She had begun to appreciate the benefits of the source energy cleansing. Furthermore, she felt a sense of relief that Wang Yuan had not refused her request due to her earlier demeanor. Given the trouble she had caused him during the day, Wang Yuan felt he should not be too distant. Although the issues largely stemmed from Han Xiaoshan, he still felt indebted to her. After several days of cleansing, Han Xiaoshan's body had evidently improved its tolerance to source energy. Wang Yuan devoted himself fully to the cleansing process, as he had always done, maximizing its effects for Han Xiaoshan. In recent days, Wang Yuan had dedicated most of his time on Mu Yangxing to cultivation, nearing the threshold of level 11 that although he had just reached level 10 and had yet to attain level 11, he was already eagerly anticipating the 4 skills that would become available at level 15 to level 15. He would unlock a total of 5 skills. Although Wang Yuan inherited the skill panel for the male mage class, transitioning to the elementalist. Thus far, all of his skills were merely the foundational abilities from a male mage class prior to the transition. Before his transmigration, his skill panel was set for level 15, at which point the transition skills would unlock. This meant that only upon reaching level 15 would Wang Yuan truly become an elementalist. The first skill is passive, element fusion, which forms the foundation for elementalist mastery over the 4 elemental magic types: ice, fire, light, and darkness. That IT allows for the seamless fusion and separation of these elements. The second skill, a buff, is a tribute shift, which enables Wang Yuan to switch between elemental types freely when casting his basic attack energy balls. Currently, his basic attack generates only ordinary source energy balls, but with attribute shift, he could unleash energy balls of ice, fire, light, or darkness at will. The third skill is a hybrid of passive and active, elemental cannon. This skill incorporates a passive effect, elemental force, which absorbs dissipated elemental energy during the use of other skills, allowing for recycling and storage of this energy. The more elemental energy stored, the greater the power of the elemental cannon. Though it can still function without stored elemental energy, its power would be diminished to end the game. The maximum storage capacity for elemental energy is 5 layers. However, Wang Yuan was currently unaware of the specifics in reality, as he had yet to activate them. The final skill is ice-based, ice sword, akin to a grappling strike, belonging to the melee category. Nonetheless, Wang Yuan envisioned himself as a mobile artillery unit, doubting he would utilize the ice sword skill frequently. After completing Han Xiaoshan's cleansing, Wang Yuan took his leave, still early in the evening. Despite his awareness of Han Xiaoshan's indifference towards Wei Jiang, he felt it prudent to avoid unnecessary misunderstandings as Wang Yuan's figure disappeared around the corner. Han Xiaoshan's gaze flickered, contemplating various thoughts. She understood well the implications of having a superpowered individual capable of cleansing ordinary people's bodies, especially given her first-hand experience with its effects for a family. This benefit was immeasurable. Typically, most battle-grade, superpowered individuals lack this ability. It is primarily the prerogative of high-ranking masters, with even some exceptional high-ranking individuals unable to accomplish it. Indeed, the distinction between superpowered individuals awakened through gene injections and those who awakened autonomously is profound. The latter represents limitless potential, while the former is constrained from the outset. The ability to cleanse ordinary individuals undoubtedly significantly increases the likelihood of their autonomous awakening. Han Xiaoshan gently closed the door. If she could cultivate a good relationship with Wang Yuan and retain him within the Han family, he would undoubtedly become a substantial asset. Although her brother, Han Wei, had mentioned wanting to recruit Wang Yuan into the military, Han Xiaoshan could only silently apologize to her brother, as she intended to secure Wang Yuan for herself. Unbeknownst to Wang Yuan, the intelligent and poised Han Xiaoshan had already set her sights on him and was preparing to take action. Upon returning to Han Wei's residence, Wang Yuan recuperated briefly before continuing to assist the young girl, He Ying with her cleansing. The following day, Wang Yuan and He Ying, for once, remained at home, spending the entire day together. Wang Yuan dedicated the day to cultivation, while He Ying indulged in binge-watching dramas, eliciting Wang Yuan's envy. Time passed, and the sun on Mu Yangxing quietly set that moment. A figure approached the steel building, Wei Jiang. Holding a bouquet of flowers, with a gentle demeanor and a smile reminiscent of a spring breeze, he presented the flowers, dressed appropriately and possessing commendable looks. He was indeed a charming young man. However, beneath Wei Jiang's calm exterior lay an unsettlingly twisted madness. Wei Jiang stepped into the steel building with ease, arriving at Han Xiaoshan's door, where he pressed the doorbell. Shortly thereafter, Han Xiaoshan opened the door via the home system. Although she harbored no fondness for Wei Jiang and had experienced an unpleasant encounter with him the previous day, he was, after all, her nominal fiancé, and she could not simply turn him away. As the door swung open, Wei Jiang's gaze flickered momentarily before he stepped inside. "What brings you here?" Han Xiaoshan asked, reclining on the sofa with her long legs crossed, exuding a languid charm. Wei Jiang involuntarily swallowed hard. "I am your fiancé. What do you think I am here for?" he replied, placing the bouquet on a nearby table. "You yourself stated that we are merely engaged," Han Xiaoshan retorted, refusing to turn around. Wei Jiang casually inserted the flowers into a vase while simultaneously disabling a switch hidden in the corner, controlling the home's intelligence system. With a forceful punch, the switch was smashed as a 2-star super warrior. It was a trivial task for Wei Jiang to break a switch. Once the system was shut down, Han Xiaoshan immediately sensed something amiss. "What are you doing?" What do you think I'm doing?" In an instant, Wei Jiang's expression transformed into one of fierce malevolence, completely shedding the facade of the dapper gentleman he had previously portrayed. As Han Xiaoshan beheld the sudden shift in Wei Jiang's demeanor, her heart raced with trepidation. Rising to her feet, she attempted to flee toward the door, despite the fact that her physique had significantly improved after nearly half a month of energy cleansing under Wang Yuan's guidance. Han Xiaoshan still remained within the realm of an ordinary person and could hardly compete with the self-awakened 2-star super warrior. Wei Jiang, in a flash, Wei Jiang bypassed Han Xiaoshan, positioning himself in front of the door, and approached her step by step, a sinister grin plastered on his face. "Where do you think you're going, my fiancé?" Han Xiaoshan, feeling the pressure from Wei Jiang, retreated nervously. "Wei Jiang, what on earth do you intend to do?" "What do I intend to do? Perhaps you should ask, my dear fiancé." "What you have done," Wei Jiang retorted mockingly. Having uttered those words, he scrutinized Han Xiaoshan's graceful figure with a predatory gaze. "Do you know, I have longed to have you beneath me for quite some time. I only refrained from rushing because I knew you would eventually be mine, allowing me to indulge in this game of innocence with you." Han Xiaoshan's expression darkened. She had always been aware that Wei Jiang's outwardly cultured demeanor was merely a facade. After all, as a scion of the Han family, who wielded some influence, she was well aware of Wei Jiang's true nature beyond closed doors, especially after her family decided to arrange a marriage contract between them. Han Xiaoshan had taken the initiative to uncover Wei Jiang's sordid exploits, a debauched playboy, skilled in indulgence and vice. His true character revealed itself now. Stripping away the pretenses he had donned, I patiently played along with your charade of innocence, believing you to be aloof and pure. But what a grand gift you've bestowed upon me. Wei Jiang's gaze bore into Han Xiaoshan. "I do not comprehend your words." Han Xiaoshan shook her head, though the image of Wang Yuan flickered in her mind. "Wasn't that your little lover from yesterday?" "Keeping a pretty boy, though he hardly qualifies as pretty," Wei Jiang jeered. "You misunderstand," Han Xiaoshan insisted, retreating while feigning calmness. Wei Jiang remained unconvinced. After all, he had witnessed it firsthand. Moreover, she had defended that pretty boy just the day before, even bringing 2 enforcers from the Superpower Law Enforcement Bureau to his aid. Misunderstanding? To hell with that. I have seen that pretty boy sneaking into your home late at night on numerous occasions. Wei Jiang felt a surge of jealousy. Han Xiaoshan, when the marriage contract was established, had been regarded by Wei Jiang as his forbidden fruit, something he had long restrained himself from touching. Today, however, he could no longer tolerate her act of feigned innocence and pretense of superiority. Without a moment's hesitation, Wei Jiang lunged at Han Xiaoshan. Ah! Han Xiaoshan shrieked, hastily dodging to the side. Yet, her speed could not match that of Wei Jiang. He seized her arm with a firm grip. What are you hiding from? I am your rightful fiancé. He sneered. Let me go. Han Xiaoshan glared at Wei Jiang. I end the struggle. Her glasses fell to the ground, and without them, Han Xiaoshan exuded less intellect and more vulnerability. Coupled with her furious gaze, this only served to excite Wei Jiang further. He let you go? With a powerful tug, he pulled her into his embrace. Ah! Han Xiaoshan cried out again, struggling fiercely. Yet, despite Wei Jiang's reckless nature, he was still a superpower user. How could Han Xiaoshan escape his grasp? As he felt her softness against him, Wei Jiang buried his face in her long hair, inhaling deeply. How intoxicating, he mused, observing her relentless struggle. Though she was on the brink of despair, Han Xiaoshan's eyes remained defiant. She clung to 2 glimmers of hope. The first was her glasses, which, although the household intelligence system had been disabled by Wei Jiang, were not mere accessories. After all, Han Xiaoshan did not suffer from myopia. Even if she did, the advanced medical technology of the Interstellar Federation could easily remedy it. The glasses perched on her nose were, in fact, a high-tech microcomputer. Moments prior, as Wei Jiang had sabotaged the household system, Han Xiaoshan had been preparing to send a distress signal through her glasses. However, Wei Jiang's swift actions left her uncertain whether the message had been successfully transmitted before her glasses fell. Nevertheless, she harbored a flicker of hope that if the signal had been sent, her family would arrive promptly. The second hope lay with Wang Yuan. He had arrived early the previous night. If the timing held true, he would soon be on his way. As long as Wang Yuan noticed something amiss, he would not turn a blind eye. Just as Han Xiaoshan had anticipated, Wang Yuan, holding half a bag of snacks, pressed them into the small girl's hands. All right, I must head up now. The sooner I go, the sooner I return. He ruffled her hair affectionately. Brother Wang Yuan, your hands are all greasy from the snacks. And now I'm covered in it. The little girl complained, though her face betrayed a sense of contentment as she did not pull away from him. Wang Yuan chuckled, feeling a bit embarrassed. He hadn't realized his hands were so messy from the snacks. I'll be sure to wash my hands next time, he said, playfully squeezing a bit more before letting go. Humph, the little girl huffed softly. Wang Yuan grabbed a couple of wet wipes from the table to clean his hands and then headed toward the door. I'll be on my way. Go on, go on, Ying replied without turning away from her television show. Waving her hand dismissively. With a smile, Wang Yuan exited the room. Using the lift, he made his way effortlessly to Han Xiaoshan's door. Upon reaching her threshold, he suddenly paused, noticing that the indicator light next to the pinhole camera on the door had gone dark. This was a high-tech steel building. Every household was equipped with a smart home system, also known as an AI butler, and each door had an indicator light that signified a normal connection. Is it broken? Wang Yuan pondered with curiosity, though he was not well-versed in such technology. With a sense of intrigue, he approached and pressed the doorbell. After a moment, when no one answered, he felt puzzled. What is going on? Wang Yuan wondered. Pressing the doorbell once more, he waited again. Is she not home? He mused, perplexed. Normally, even if Han Xiaoshan did not come to open the door, the smart home system would unlock it for her, as she had set up a visitor list on her system. Could it truly be that the smart home system was malfunctioning? Did Han Xiaoshan truly not know he had arrived? With this thought, Wang Yuan raised his wrist to send Han Xiaoshan a message via his watch. Inside the room, as Wei Jiang held Han Xiaoshan captive, her watch suddenly lit up, indicating an incoming communication. Hope flickered in Han Xiaoshan's eyes. However, Wei Jiang quickly noticed the glow. He released Han Xiaoshan, but seized her arm, roughly yanking the watch from her hand. Han Xiaoshan cried out in pain as Wei Jiang's rough handling forcefully removed the watch. A red mark formed on her fair arm where the watch had gripped her skin. Grasping the watch, Wei Jiang tossed it into the corner of the room without a glance. There, now no one can interrupt us. Hee hee. Wei Jiang's large hand reached towards Han Xiaoshan's clothing. Stop. Han Xiaoshan's other hand desperately clutched her garments. However, the strength of an enhanced awakened superpower is formidable beyond measure. With a rip, a portion of Han Xiaoshan's top was torn away, revealing a glimpse of her figure. Wei Jiang's eyes gleamed with heightened excitement, while a trace of despair finally flickered in Han Xiaoshan's gaze. Outside the door, Wang Yuan furrowed his brow, and one answered. What was happening? He glanced at the door, then redialed the communication on his wristwatch. Still no response. Wang Yuan was puzzled. Never mind. Shaking his head, he prepared to leave. Yet, after taking a couple of steps, he halted. Turning back to Han Xiaoshan's door, an unsettling feeling crept into his heart. Something seemed amiss. If today Han Xiaoshan was unavailable, she should have informed him in advance. The smart home system was malfunctioning, and no one was answering the wristwatch communication. Wang Yuan's expression shifted slightly as he pieced it all together. Something was wrong. Standing before Han Xiaoshan's door, Wang Yuan resolved to break it down. However, looking at the solid steel door, he felt a pang of frustration. This door was no easy feat to breach. Nonetheless, he sensed that Han Xiaoshan might be in trouble inside. Even if it was difficult to break through, he had to try. Although Wang Yuan held no particularly favorable impression of Han Xiaoshan, she was, after all, the younger sister of Han Wei, who had helped him immensely if something had indeed happened to Han Xiaoshan. He could not remain indifferent. Taking a deep breath, Wang Yuan decided to give it a shot. Skill activated, he raised his hand and unleashed a barrage of magic orbs. Wang Yuan deployed his most powerful single-target attack. Bang, bang, bang! A series of pale blue energy orbs struck the steel door, producing a cacophony. Yet, while the energy orbs created a considerable noise upon impact, they dissipated upon contact, leaving only a faint dent on the sturdy door. Wang Yuan winced at the sight. This door was exceptionally resilient. However, he did not give up. He continued to charge energy. A flurry of energy orbs bombarded the door once more. Now, as a level 11, Wang Yuan could amplify his magic orbs from 5 to 10 under maximum charge. The sound of energy orbs colliding with the steel door echoed in the corridor. Observing the deepening dent on the door, Wang Yuan felt a wave of frustration. Fortunately, he only needed to create a gap to utilize his teleportation skill to enter. He had tested it before. While teleportation could not pass through walls, he could teleport to any location he could see or sense within range. After unleashing another round of magic orbs, Wang Yuan continued to charge energy. Meanwhile, inside the room, with the smart home system disabled, the soundproofing had weakened. Although the room still maintained decent sound isolation, the commotion outside now penetrated the interior. Hearing the ruckus, Wei Jiang, clutching a torn piece of fabric, abruptly halted. Han Xiaoshan, who was covering herself, felt a flicker of hope as the despair in her eyes momentarily faded. Someone had arrived. Who could it be? And they were directly banging on the door. Wei Jiang's expression darkened as he glanced at Han Xiaoshan, then shifted his gaze towards the door. Boom! Boom! The door trembled. Though the steel door was robust, it was not impenetrable. Who could it be? Interrupting his plans? Anyone who would violently break down the door surely knew something was amiss. A normal person would never resort to such force. The door continued to shake. Wei Jiang, feeling increasingly agitated, looked at Han Xiaoshan. He had meticulously planned to take advantage of her, then eliminate her. He had observed that the young man who had been visiting Han Xiaoshan usually came at night. After finishing his business, he would leave, bringing along some accomplices to lie in wait. Once that young man entered the room, Wei Jiang would storm in with his crew to tea that moment. It would be a perfect setup to frame the young man for the crime. But now, who could this be? As Wei Jiang contemplated the vibrating door, Han Xiaoshan cautiously retreated step by step. After a moment of consideration, Wei Jiang's gaze turned cold as he realized that whoever was outside was likely there to rescue her. It was better to keep Han Xiaoshan in his grasp for now. Boom! The door continued to shudder. It had to be said that the quality of this steel door was impressive. At this rate, It would still take a while for the person outside to break through. Wei Jiang mockingly observed Han Xiaoshan as she slowly retreated, a smirk playing on his lips. Han Xiaoshan's heart tightened. Wei Jiang was clearly losing his sanity as a direct descendant of the Wei family on Muyang Star. He had always lived a life of ease, never facing such setbacks, especially after yesterday, when he had recklessly destroyed a luxury floating vehicle. The vehicle was trivial, but his pride was at stake. Now, Wei Jiang was consumed by thoughts of revenge, against the young man from yesterday and against the pretentious Han Xiaoshan before him. With a determined step, Wei Jiang advanced towards Han Xiaoshan, reaching out to grasp her. Seeing the cruel mockery on Wei Jiang's face turn into a snarl, Han Xiaoshan felt a wave of hopelessness wash over her. For the first time, she began to resent the very steel door that was meant to protect her. What was intended as a safeguard had now become the key to her demise. How ironic. Just as despair engulfed Han Xiaoshan, a flicker of shadow materialized between her and Wei Jiang. Wei Jiang's hand, which had been reaching for Han Xiaoshan, suddenly grasped a swirling blue flame. Wei Jiang cried out in pain as the searing fireball scorched his palm. He quickly retreated, channeling his energy to dispel the burning sensation. Looking up, he saw Wang Yuan standing between him and Han Xiaoshan, two orbs of blue flame hovering beside him. In that critical moment, the steel door finally yielded to Wang Yuan's assault, creating a crack. Upon seeing the scene inside, Wang Yuan wasted no time and teleported in, activating the spectral flame skill. The spectral flame, sensing Wei Jiang's intent to attack, immediately intervened. "Why is it you?" Wei Jiang exclaimed, his pupils constricting in shock. According to his previous impressions, this young man typically arrived at night. How could he be here now? Wang Yuan regarded Wei Jiang with a bemused smile. Thankfully, he had sensed something amiss. Otherwise, Han Xiaoshan might have been in serious trouble, and he would have had to face Han Wei later. Glancing at the disheveled Han Xiaoshan, he noted the transformation in her demeanor. Gone was the strong, confident woman. Instead, she appeared more like an ordinary, delicate woman, covering herself in a complex expression as she looked at Wang Yuan. "How did you get in?" Wei Jiang examined the steel door, which had only been breached slightly. Wang Yuan shrugged nonchalantly. "Just like this." Then, as Wei Jiang recalled how Wang Yuan had entered and glanced at the door with its narrow opening, he suddenly realized something. Spatial manipulation ability. Wei Jiang exclaimed in shock, while Han Xiaoshan, who was shielded behind Wang Yuan, also felt her pupils constrict. As Wei Jiang cast his gaze upon the two orbs of ghostly fire beside Wang Yuan. A growing sense of dread enveloped him. Memories of the flame shield Wang Yuan had summoned the previous day flooded back. Multiple supernatural abilities awakened. Terror gripped Wei Jiang. Wang Yuan raised his hand and waved. The two orbs of ghostly fire howled as they hurtled towards Wei Jiang. Having experienced their potency firsthand, Wei Jiang dared not confront them directly. Instead, he relied on his speed to evade, dodging to the side. However, the ghostly fire was not the straightforward kind found in games. It could be directed with Wang Yuan's will. With a mere thought, the ghostly flames veered mid-air, pursuing Wei Jiang relentlessly. Wei Jiang attempted to escape. He found himself cornered within the confines of the room, the space proving too cramped for effective evasion. The ghostly fire, ever responsive to Wang Yuan's commands, displayed remarkable agility. Soon, Wei Jiang was driven into a dead end. Realizing there was no escape, fury ignited within him. His eyes gleamed with malice as his energy surged. There was no choice but to endure. The two orbs of ghostly fire crashed into him, one striking from the left and the other from the right. Wei Jiang's clothing ignited instantly. He cried out in pain as his energy exploded forth, his singed shirt bursting open, revealing charred marks across his torso. The wounds a gruesome sight. Despite his injuries, Wei Jiang's energy surged as he charged towards Wang Yuan. The room was too small to avoid Wang Yuan's assault, and Wei Jiang focused on the fact that Wang Yuan was a supernatural user of the elemental type. While he himself was an enhancer, if he could close the distance, he still had a chance. With a ferocious expression, he lunged at Wang Yuan. It was too slow. As Wei Jiang barreled towards him. Wang Yuan wore a mocking smile. Perhaps Wei Jiang could dominate Han Xiaoshan, but to Wang Yuan, who had already reached level 10, Wei Zhang's speed seemed sluggish, barely half that of the little girl. Ying. Wang Yuan had often sparred with Ying, and he remained still, watching Wei Zhang's approach, his mockery intensifying. Wei Zhang's expression morphed from fury to a twisted excitement, believing that Wang Yuan's strength as an elemental user would be irrelevant once he closed the distance. Behind Wang Yuan, Han Xiaoshan opened her mouth, but before she could utter a word, Wang Yuan's hands formed claws. With a surge of energy, an ethereal projection erupted from his hands, reaching out to seize the airborne Wei Jiang. Wei Jiang abruptly halted, his excitement and malice freezing into confusion. What was happening? Wang Yuan did not grant him the luxury of contemplation. With a gentle push, he sent Wei Jiang flying. With a dull thud, Wei Jiang crashed against the alloy wall of Han Xiaoshan's living room. Though Wang Yuan's push had been light, the force propelling Wei Jiang was substantial. The skill, Capture Palm. In the games, targets flung aside often left behind shockwaves upon impact. Emphasizing the magnitude of the power involved, a shallow imprint of a human figure marred the sturdy alloy wall. Blood spewed from Wei Zhang's mouth as he crumpled to the floor, writhing in agony. Severely injured, this blow had left him half dead. Wang Yuan turned to the stunned Han Xiaoshan, inquiring, "Are you all right?" "I'm fine," Han Xiaoshan stammered, as if awakening from a dream. Suddenly, Wang Yuan coughed, turning away with a slight flush to his cheeks, having glimpsed something he shouldn't have. After all, Wang Yuan was merely inexperienced and had been tormented by the little girl's teasing for many nights. His frustration had been mounting. Moreover, Han Xiaoshan's figure and allure far surpassed anything the little girl could offer. The mere sight of exposed skin, combined with Han Xiaoshan's delicate demeanor, stirred a reaction within him, hence his reddened face that, Han Xiaoshan snapped back to reality. Realizing what had transpired, her face slightly flushed. "I need to change clothes." With that, she hurriedly retreated to her room. Wang Yuan regained his composure, suppressing the tumultuous feelings that had arisen moments prior. His gaze fell upon the nearly incapacitated Wei Jiang. Wei Jiang lay on the ground, seething with hatred and faint traces of fear, his eyes fixed intently on Wang Yuan. Wang Yuan, however, paid no heed to the murderous glare directed at him. If looks could kill, he would have been pierced 1,000 times by Wei Zhang's gaze. Reflecting on the skirmish, Wang Yuan acknowledged that this was his first genuine confrontation with a supernatural user. Perhaps Wei Zhang was simply incompetent, despite having ascended to a 2-star super soldier with familial resources. His life of indulgence had left him lacking in combat prowess. He relied solely on the advantages granted by his supernatural abilities, allowing him to indulge recklessly, revisiting the nuances of the battle. Wang Yuan found no glaring errors in his performance. Yet he did not perceive himself as exceptionally strong. Rather, it was Wei Zhang's ineptitude that had shone through. Before long, Han Xiaoshan emerged, changed into a fresh set of clothes. Her cheeks still slightly flushed. "Are you all right?" Wang Yuan inquired. Han Xiaoshan shook her head, "That I'm fine. Thankfully you arrived just in time." She picked up her fallen glasses, adjusting them back on her nose, glancing at the mini holographic computer within the frames. She noted that a message had not been sent. It remained on the sending interface. Having just fallen short of final confirmation, a wave of relief washed over her. Had Wang Yuan not arrived at the designated time, the consequences could have been dire. "Really, thank you." Han Xiaoshan expressed her gratitude. "Once more, it's nothing. I couldn't just stand by and watch." Wang Yuan replied with a smile, brushing it off. "How did you know I was in trouble?" As Han Xiaoshan moved towards the corner of the living room to retrieve the watch Wei Jiang had thrown, Wang Yuan caught sight of the bloodstains on her wrist, surmising that the watch had been forcibly ripped from her. The smart home system malfunctioned, the doorbell unanswered, and the watch's communication unresponsive. Wang Yuan shrugged. "I could infer that something must have happened to you. Even if I was mistaken, it would only result in a broken door." "Wouldn't it?" "Thank you," Han Xiaoshan said, holding her watch and looking at Wang Yuan again, expressing her gratitude once more. Gazing at the distorted alloy door, she pondered Wang Yuan's words. Indeed, even if he had guessed wrong, it would have merely resulted in a damaged door. How much could an alloy door possibly be worth? Yet, Wang Yuan's correct deduction had saved her life. Wang Yuan waved his hand dismissively. "That you're sounding like a broken record." He then glanced at the fallen Wei Jiang and asked, What should we do with him? Han Xiaoshan regarded Wei Jiang's prostrate form. Frowning, I'll consult my family. This matter was indeed troublesome for her. Wei Jiang was a direct descendant of the Wei family, while she was merely a collateral member of the Han family with a modest standing. Although Han Xiaoshan harbored a deep desire to eliminate Wei Jiang, should it be possible to do so without detection, she would not hesitate to make him vanish from this world. However, the current technological capabilities rendered tracking Wei Jiang's whereabouts nearly effortless if he were to go missing under her watch. It would lead to significant complications. Wei Jiang gradually regained his composure. He cast a smile towards Han Xiaoshan and Wang Yuan. He was acutely aware that neither Han Xiaoshan nor Wang Yuan dared to take his life. Han Xiaoshan, glancing at the bloodstains on her wrist, pressed her watch against her other hand, feeling a slight awkwardness as she dialed a contact within her family. After a brief moment, the communication connected, and Han Xiaoshan succinctly recounted the events on the other end. There was a noticeable pause before the voice confirmed understanding, assuring her that assistance would be dispatched and requesting her presence at the family estate the following day. Once the call ended, Han Xiaoshan's gaze reflected a hint of despondency. The tragedy of large families lay in the tenuous bonds of kinship. Familial interests overshadowed all else. Although her elder brother, Han Wei, cherished her deeply, he too aligned himself with the decisions of the family in significant matters, such as the betrothal to Wei Jiang. However, even if Han Wei opposed it, his stance would bear little weight. Ultimately, he was merely a 4-star super soldier, having awakened his powers only through the injection of genetic serum, rendering him a semi-super being, despite having gained some standing within the family by joining the military. He lacked the capacity to resist the strategic directives of the clan. Before long, 2 individuals from the Han family arrived, greeted Han Xiaoshan briefly, and proceeded to carry away the unconscious Wei Jiang. Although Wei Jiang's injuries were severe, they were trivial in the face of the current medical capabilities of the Interstellar Federation. Should the cost be deemed acceptable, he could be restored to full vitality by the following day. Observing the disarray of a room, Han Xiaoshan let out a sigh. Should the cleansing continue tonight, or would it be prudent to rest? Wang Yuan surveyed the surroundings. The living room, ravaged by the clash between Wang Yuan and Wei Jiang, was in utter disarray. While the other rooms remained unaffected, the alloy front door had been damaged by Wang Yuan, and the household system had also suffered at Wei Jiang's hands. Clearly, this space was uninhabitable for the time being. Let us proceed. I will notify someone to tidy up, replace the door, and repair the smart home system, Han Xiaoshan stated. Following this ordeal, her desire to awaken her own powers intensified, that if she too were a super being, she would at least possess some means of resistance against such incidents. Why not come to my place? Your brother's house has plenty of rooms, Wang Yuan suggested hesitantly. Sure, Han Xiaoshan readily agreed, surprising Wang Yuan with her straightforwardness. Ultimately, Han Xiaoshan informed someone to come and manage the aftermath, while Wang Yuan escorted her to Han Wei's residence. Upon entering, they found the young girl He Yingying still engrossed in her show. Hearing the door open, He Yingying paused, turning to exclaim, "Wow, you're back so soon today." However, upon seeing Wang Yuan and Han Xiaoshan enter together, her expression shifted to one of surprise. "Why did you bring her here?" He Yingying pouted, clearly displeased. Wang Yuan's initial impression of Han Xiaoshan was unfavorable, and naturally, He Yingying harbored no fondness for her either. It was evident that, despite her usual clinginess to Wang Yuan, she chose to stay home and watch her show rather than accompany him when he went to help Han Xiaoshan. "What are you saying? This is your brother's home," Wang Yuan remarked, gently tapping the little girl's head. "Ugh," He Yingying protested, covering her head with her hands. Han Xiaoshan, feeling slightly awkward, offered a smile to He Yingying, acknowledging that her demeanor during their first encounter had indeed been problematic. "All right, you may choose a room. This is your brother's house, so you should be more familiar with it than I am. I will come by later to assist you," Wang Yuan said with a smile to Han Xiaoshan. Han Xiaoshan nodded and went off to find a room. The layout of Han Xiaoshan's house was quite similar to that of her brother Han Wei's, both in size and structure. Taking advantage of Han Xiaoshan's momentary absence, Wang Yuan turned his attention to the little girl who was gazing at him with wide eyes. He reached out and ruffled her hair, providing a brief explanation of the earlier events. After Wang Yuan finished speaking, He Yingying blinked and inquired, Is he the one who crashed into us with a hover car yesterday? Wang Yuan nodded. Yes, precisely. Had I known, I would have dealt with him yesterday. That would have saved us all this trouble. I always knew he was a bad guy, the little girl pouted. Recently, Ying had become engrossed in her shows, simplifying her perception of people into two categories. Good and be it the, in her eyes, someone like Wei Jiang undoubtedly belonged to the latter. All right, this is the Interstellar Federation, not a scavenger planet. One cannot simply take lives without consequence. Wang Yuan said, having repeated this sentiment numerous times that I know. Ying replied, her tone drawn out. Wang Yuan looked at the little girl, who had once again become absorbed in her show, and smiled helplessly. Despite her petite and adorable appearance, she often presented herself as an obedient child in his presence. However, Wang Yuan had discerned during their time on the scavenger planet that Ying possessed a violent streak, particularly after gaining her unusual strength. Yet, this was an unavoidable circumstance, given her upbringing on the scavenger planet, where violence often resolved issues that, if it didn't, it merely indicated that one had not been violent enough. Before long, Han Xiaoshan had selected a room, a guest room situated relatively far from Wang Yuan and Ying's quarters. After all, it was only for one night. By tomorrow, her own home would be restored. Thus, Han Xiaoshan made her choice without much scrutiny. All right, I will go assist her with the cleansing now, Wang Yuan said, instinctively ruffling Ying's hair once more to that moment. The drama on screen was reaching its climax. Without looking back, the little girl stuffed a handful of snacks in her mouth and said, Go ahead, go ahead. Wang Yuan chuckled helplessly before rising to head to Han Xiaoshan's room. Upon entering, he was struck by an unexpected awkwardness in the atmosphere. Memories of their earlier fleeting glance filled his mind, and he noticed Han Xiaoshan's cheeks slightly flushed. Clearing his throat, he said, Shall we begin? Han Xiaoshan, her face still tinged with color, nodded and responded softly. Not, if one were unaware, they might wonder what was about to unfold. Han Xiaoshan extended her hand, and Wang Yuan gently grasped it. Although she had mostly acclimated to Wang Yuan's touch, this time Han Xiaoshan could not help but tremble slightly. Wang Yuan inhaled deeply. Channeling his source energy to cleanse Han Xiaoshan's body required his utmost concentration. Suppressing the chaotic thoughts swirling in his mind, he began to mobilize the source energy for her cleansing. Observing the closed eyes of Wang Yuan, Han Xiaoshan found herself momentarily distracted. T19. Having awakened only a few months prior, as her brother had mentioned, she had already become a 3-star super soldier. Recalling the earlier scene, Han Xiaoshan felt a wave of infatuation wash over her. She could not help but think of the moment when Wang Yuan had suddenly appeared before her in her direst hour, shielding her from danger. In that instant, Han Xiaoshan felt that Wang Yuan's silhouette overlapped with certain shadows deep within her heart. Even the most assertive women harbor a sense of admiration. Every woman carries within her an image of her own hero. Thus, throughout history, there have been countless tales of heroes rescuing damsels in distress, pledging their devotion. After all, when a woman is confronted with peril, her psychological defenses are at their weakest, and it is then that she is most in need of support. At such moments, the individual who rescues her is undeniably the one who most easily aligns with her inner hero. When Wang Yuan stood before Han Xiaoshan, thwarting Wei Zhang's malevolent grasp, she experienced an illusion. In her eyes, Wang Yuan's figure radiated a spectrum of colors. Moreover, as their time together lengthened, Han Xiaoshan began to discern the formidable potential within Wang Yuan. Abilities of the anomalous type were already rare, and Wang Yuan was a multi-type awakened anomalous superhuman, possessing even spatial abilities. Anomalous superhumans were scarce, and those with spatial capabilities were akin to national treasures, vital for the interstellar travel methods employed by the Galactic Federation, particularly through spatial wormholes, except for those naturally occurring. All constructions by the Federation relied heavily on spatial superhumans. Young, powerful, handsome, and brimming with potential. Han Xiaoshan found herself lost in thought, her complexion flushed. Wang Yuan, sensing this, felt a wave of frustration. She had not yet reached her limits. So why was her face so red? Typically, a flushed face indicated that the body was nearing its threshold for source energy cleansing. Yet this was merely the beginning. After so many days of cleansing, Han Xiaoshan's body had been adapting to the source energy. She was far from her limit. Being a novice himself, Wang Yuan was unaware of the intricacies of a young woman's heart. As Han Xiaoshan regained her composure, she gazed at Wang Yuan's focused face, her cheeks reddening once more. How embarrassing. What was she thinking? He was younger than her. Moreover, the camaraderie between Wang Yuan and that young girl, He Ying, was evident, suggesting a relationship that was anything but ordinary. However, if Wang Yuan did not mind, she found that perhaps it was not so difficult to accept. Gazing at Wang Yuan's earnest face, Han Xiaoshan thought to herself, though, what am I thinking? In that moment, her face grew even redder, her ears burning. While Wang Yuan concentrated on cleansing her, Han Xiaoshan gazed dreamily at his face. Lost in her musings, suddenly, she felt an unusual presence surrounding her, as if something had surged forth. Instantly, Wang Yuan opened his eyes. Sensing the anomaly, he halted the cleansing, standing up in surprise to look at the bewildered Han Xiaoshan. Wang Yuan could distinctly feel that the surrounding source energy was flowing uncontrollably into Han Xiaoshan's body. Although this was his first encounter with such a phenomenon, Wang Yuan had researched extensively. He may not have experienced everything, but he knew enough. Han Xiaoshan had awakened. After half a month of cleansing, Han Xiaoshan had awakened. Wang Yuan stepped back slightly, observing her with curiosity, as it was his first time witnessing another superhuman's awakening. Meanwhile, Han Xiaoshan sat on the bed, utterly perplexed and at a loss. Blinking, she looked eagerly at Wang Yuan. When she opened her mouth to speak, she realized her body felt somewhat unresponsive. Don't panic. It's a good thing, Wang Yuan said with a gentle laugh upon noticing the fear in her eyes. Upon hearing this, Han Xiaoshan paused, and then, recalling something, her fear was swiftly replaced by joy. Source energy poured continuously into her body, gradually subsiding after nearly half an hour. Han Xiaoshan moved her fingers, discovering that she had regained control. With a hint of excitement, she stood up and looked at Wang Yuan. Have I awakened my powers? Wang Yuan nodded. If all goes well, yes. Han Xiaoshan glanced down at herself, seemingly unable to detect any changes. Wang Yuan smiled, encouraging her to concentrate and carefully sense any differences. Han Xiaoshan nodded, closing her eyes and striving to calm her racing heart. After all, awakening autonomously had been her long-cherished dream, and now that it was finally coming true, how could she not feel exhilarated? Observing Han Xiaoshan, Wang Yuan stroked his chin, pondering whether her awakening was of the enhancement type or the anomalous type. After a while, Han Xiaoshan managed to calm her excitement. Following Wang Yuan's advice, she began to attune herself to the sensations within her body. Before long, she suddenly opened her eyes. Raising her hand, a flickering orange flame erupted from her palm. Wang Yuan was momentarily taken aback, then broke into a smile. Anomalous awakening, and fire at that. Fire was something he excelled in as well, possessing two fire-related skills, Nether Fire and Spiral Shield. As her level increased, she would gain access to Earth Flame and Spiral Flame Break. Han Xiaoshan gazed at the flames dancing in her palm, her eyes brimming with delight. She had truly awakened, and it was indeed an anomalous awakening. The flames flickered in her hand, yet she felt no heat, only a gentle warmth. Suddenly, the flame in her hand flickered, wavering before dissipating. Han Xiaoshan's expression turned pale. Having just awakened, the source energy within her was still quite limited, so igniting even that small flame was already an impressive feat. Let us take a break and allow yourself to adjust, Wang Yuan suggested with a smile. Han Xiaoshan nodded repeatedly, her face radiating an unmistakable excitement. Wang Yuan, seeing her reaction, smiled again and quietly exited the room. Yet he sensed that tonight, Han Xiaoshan would likely be unable to sleep. Leaving the room, Wang Yuan sought out the young girl. After watching some television with Ying and snacking a bit, he prepared to practice on his own. Later, he would need to cleanse Ying's body with source energy as well. Just as he stood up, his wristwatch lit up, signaling a communication. Wang Yuan paused, glancing at Han Wade. He had a hunch about what was happening and promptly answered the call. Selecting the three-dimensional projection, IT was likely an excited Han Xiaoshan contacting Han Wei. The projection revealed Han Wei in his military uniform, and as soon as the communication connected, he exclaimed with palpable excitement, "Is it true?" Wang Yuan, understanding the question, nodded. Yes, it just happened. I was there. Ha ha ha. She really awakened. She truly awakened. An anomalous type? Han Wei, filled with joy, laughed and jumped. Exactly. Wang Yuan nodded, observing Han Wei's excitement, unable to suppress a feeling of speechlessness. Why does it seem that Han Wei is even more exhilarated than Han Xiaoshan herself? Truly, an overzealous brother. Thank you so much. Han Wei quickly expresses gratitude after calming down a bit. It's nothing. Primarily, it's due to your sister's own abilities that I merely provided a little assistance. Wang Yuan replied with a smile. Haha, no need to say more. I understand completely. Han Wei laughed heartily, after chatting with Han Wei for a while longer. Wang Yuan ended the communication amidst Han Wei's elation. Meanwhile, a little girl was gazing eagerly at Wang Yuan. What awakened? She awakened her superpowers. He Ying had already guessed from Wang Yuan's conversation with Han Wei. Wang Yuan nodded, unable to resist reaching out to ruffle the little girl's hair. Yes, she just awakened, I see, sigh. The little girl pouted, clearly displeased. She herself had not yet awakened. Although most current superpowered individuals were not a match for He Ying, she was quite satisfied with her status. However, seeing someone else awaken inevitably stirred up envy, especially since it was a woman she did not like, who had awakened with the help of her favorite Wang Yuan Gage. The little girl, He Ying, felt even more grieved. All right, I'll take a moment to recover, and then I'll help you cleanse your body, Wang Yuan said. Chuckling at the little girl's jealousy, he then playfully tousled her short hair. Oh, Wang Yuan Gage, you're so annoying, the little girl exclaimed, slightly exasperated. Though she enjoyed his playful gesture, she could not stand it when he made her hair a mess. Nightfall brought a serene atmosphere. After cleansing the little girl's body, Wang Yuan practiced until deep into the night before finally succumbing to sleep. His experience bar was nearing its threshold. He was close to reaching level 11. The following morning, Han Xiaoshan left early, only managing to hastily greet Wang Yuan and He Ying. After all, she had to return to her family's stronghold regarding last night's events. However, Han Xiaoshan felt no panic, even finding herself wanting to smile that if the events of the previous night had initially seemed somewhat troublesome, they were now of no concern to her, for she had awakened, an autonomous awakening, and it was of the extraordinary ability type. This time, Han Xiaoshan was not merely returning for last night's matters. She intended to resolve the issue of her engagement to Wei Jiang at its source. After Han Xiaoshan's departure, Wang Yuan had no desire to practice that day. He took the little girl, He Ying, along, wandering aimlessly around the city. Having been here for half a month, Wang Yuan was on the brink of level 11 and expected to level up within a day or two. However, he knew it was time for him to depart. What had initially been planned as a month of cleansing was no longer necessary now that Han Xiaoshan had awakened. Thus, he decided to indulge in a final nostalgic outing before leaving. He spent nearly the entire day with the little girl, enjoying food and merriment, reveling in a day of carefree fun. The consequence of this indulgence was that upon returning, Wang Yuan found himself accompanied by a transport robot he had hired for 200 credit points. The robot's compartment was filled to the brim with the snacks purchased by the little girl. This was the price of allowing her to freely indulge in shopping. Looking at the towering mountain of snacks carried by the transport robot, Wang Yuan felt a pang of regret for having let the little girl go wild with her purchases. The result was that He Ying's account, which had received 10,000 credit points from Han Wei, was nearly depleted. Spending close to 10,000 on snacks was quite a feat. Even though He Ying had already spent a good amount, she had still had over half remaining, but now it was almost entirely drained. Can you even finish all this? Wang Yuan asked, bemused as he looked at the little girl. I'll eat it slowly, He Ying replied, turning to gaze at the transport robot laden with snacks. Her face beaming with satisfaction, in her hands, she held a packet of snacks, savoring them contentedly. Wang Yuan felt a headache coming on, beginning to question whether he had been too permissive with He Ying. As dusk fell, Wang Yuan and He Ying returned to Han Wei's room with the transport robot. The guest room that had belonged to He Ying was now completely filled, looking at the room brimming with snacks. Wang Yuan felt a headache brewing. They were preparing to leave, and now he had no idea how to manage all these snacks. After delivering the goods, the transport robot returned home. Robots in the interstellar era were certainly capable of such simple tasks. Just as Wang Yuan was contemplating how to deal with the room full of snacks, his wrist communicator chimed. He glanced down to see Han Xiaoshan's name flashing on the screen. The only ones who knew Wang Yuan's communicator code were the little girl, He Ying, Han Wei, and Han Xiaoshan. Wang Yuan answered the call, and Han Xiaoshan's three-dimensional projection appeared before him. Good evening, she greeted him directly, her mood evidently bright. Good evening, Wang Yuan replied with a smile. Subsequently, Han Xiaoshan noticed the mountain of snacks behind Wang Yuan. Her mouth agape in surprise. Did you rob a snack shop? She murmured. Hearing this, Wang Yuan felt a wave of embarrassment and shifted his gaze to the side where He Ying stood. He Ying scratched her head, feeling a bit bashful. Looking at the room filled with snacks, she finally realized that it might indeed be too much. After a while, the awkward atmosphere dissipated. I prepared my place. Could you come up for a moment? I need to discuss something with you, Han Xiaoshan's projection said to Wang Yuan. After a brief hesitation, Wang Yuan nodded. All right, I'll be up shortly. Great, I'll be waiting for you, Han Xiaoshan replied with a smile before hanging up the communicator. Although he was unsure of what Han Xiaoshan wanted to discuss, it was likely related to matters following her awakening. After Wang Yuan and He Ying tidied up the snacks in the room, they closed the door behind them. I'm going up now, Wang Yuan said, ruffling the little girl's hair affectionately to go ahead. He Ying responded, cradling an armful of snacks as she settled onto the sofa, expertly turning on her holographic computer and resuming the television series she had yet to finish. Wang Yuan shook his head in disbelief and then closed the door. Using the elevator, Wang Yuan arrived in front of Han Xiaoshan's residence, just as he was about to ring the doorbell. The door,